Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. Fang Hang had deemed it too dangerous. If he ventured into the wide abyss while being pursued by the Holy Realm, jealousy would undoubtedly notice something was amiss and become cautious. Thus, he had asked Baimu to find a way to help him temporarily shake off the Holy Realm's pursuit, but after that, there had been no further developments. With the Holy Realm's troubles temporarily cleared, he could now ask Baimu about the situation in the White Abyss. It would be best if the arrangements could be made within the next couple of days. Having reached level 49 and obtained over 50,000 zombie clones, Fang Hang needed to hurry back to the zombie apocalypse to complete the liquor form's solidification and enhance combat strength. Compared to other forms, solidifying the liquor form was undoubtedly the most cost-effective. Speaking of which, his funds were a bit tight, and the gap in King of Gods points was growing larger. He would need to think of ways to grind out more King of Gods points. Fang Hang returned to the zombie apocalypse and quickly arranged for Kaiyu Yokang to solidify the liquor form. After that, he logged off immediately and promptly began trying to contact Baimu. The phone number left by Baimu went unanswered, only providing a voicemail message. Fang Hang knew that Baimu was most likely in the game and wasn't in a hurry. After leaving a message, he started searching for a suitable mid-tier game world to quickly learn mysticism and astrology. In the game, mysticism and astrology were relatively rare disciplines. These disciplines weren't suitable for direct combat and were primarily used for support, which meant fewer players mastered them. Surviving and thriving in the game took precedence, and most players who made it through the early stages and into mid-tier or advanced game worlds did not focus on such support roles. So, Fang Hang called Old Black for assistance in finding someone. With the omniscient eye, Feng Heng only needed to see a demonstration of the two disciplines to learn them. Therefore, he made an additional request: he needed tips for quickly gaining experience points in these skills. With these tips, he could use his zombie clones to farm experience efficiently, likely filling up the experience bar in no time. Old Black's response was swift. Within half an hour, he had found someone. They agreed to meet in the Barbarian Realm, a mid-tier game world. An hour later, Feng Heng quickly returned to the zombie apocalypse, handled the new zombie clones by batching them for offline processing, and then set off for the Barbarian Realm. After a significant upheaval, the Barbarian Realm game world had once again returned to calm. Given the substantial reward promised by Old Black, two players accepted the commission and arrived as soon as possible, eagerly waiting in the tavern of the Empire City. As soon as they saw Feng Heng, dressed as a necromancy mage, enter the tavern, the two players stood up quickly. "Mr. Feng?" "Yes, it's me." Zhu Chengcheng and Su Yi exchanged glances, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Feng Heng, the mastermind behind the vampire apocalypse. They never expected they would actually meet him today. As rumored, he was indeed young. "I am Zhu Chengcheng, and this is Su Yi." Feng Heng looked around the tavern. Zhu Chengcheng nodded and said, "Mr. Feng, you can rest assured that this place is very secure. I've cleared out all the non-essential personnel from the tavern." "Good. Old Black should have briefed you on everything. Let's start as soon as possible." "Sure." Zhu Chengcheng steadied himself and began, "Let me start. I've been studying astrology for 3 years and have just advanced to the mid-tier stage. In fact, there's a common misconception among ordinary players about astrology. Many think it's about predicting the future, but that's not entirely accurate. Initially, astrology wasn't about predicting the future but rather about interpreting the present. The more information you have, the more precise your interpretation will be. In astrology, everything exists within a trajectory. Every interaction leaves a trace, and by following these traces, we can understand what is currently happening. For example, if I want to know your current location, the more information I have about your traces, the more comprehensive the information I can obtain through astrology. Astrology can eventually extend to making predictions about the future. In theory, it's possible, but it's more of a theory. Predicting future events based on traces can be unreliable unless the traces are very clear, otherwise, the results are unpredictable and not exact. Moreover, through astrology, we can deliberately create certain traces. Once these traces are triggered, we can immediately know about it and thus anticipate significant events in advance. That's the general idea. Now, let me give you a demonstration." Zhu Chengcheng took a crystal ball from his backpack and placed it on the table. He said, "Mr. Feng, is there anything you would like to determine through astrology?" "There are many things," Feng Heng said after a moment of thought. "I want to know the general location of Beimu." Zhu Chengcheng, not knowing who Beimu was, gestured to Feng Heng. "All right, Mr. Feng. Please place your hand on the crystal ball and channel your spirit and thoughts into it, while recalling all relevant events related to Orkney. The more detailed, the better." "Understood." Feng Heng agreed and reached out to touch the crystal ball. Buzz. The crystal ball emitted a soft, glowing light. Waves of alternating light and shadow danced in the center of the crystal ball. Zhu Chengcheng focused intently on the crystal ball, slowly placing his hands on it to assist with the guidance. "What?" As soon as Zhu Chengcheng's hands made contact with the crystal ball, he felt a jolt as if he had been shocked, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What in the world? What exactly was Mr. Feng divining? How could there be such a strong backlash? Chapter 2462 Additional Zhu Chengcheng suddenly appeared anxious and looked up, saying, "Mr. Feng, the person you want to divine is too powerful. My abilities are limited, and probing the trajectory has a significant impact on me." Feng Heng observed Zhu Chengcheng and the crystal ball he was controlling. The magic ray slowly rotated in his right eye's pupil. Ding! The player, through the omniscient eye, can now choose to master the skill Basic Astrology. Would you like to master it? Yes. Feng Heng thought to himself. Ding! The player has learned Basic Astrology. Ding! The player has mastered a significant number of academic skills. The experience points required for leveling up this skill will greatly increase. Skill Basic Astrology, Level 1. Type, Academic Skill. Description: everything leaves a trace in its operational state. We can use these traces to understand the past, present, and future events. Description: mastering this skill will grant the player an additional 2 points of basic perception, as well as an increase in basic perception equal to the skill level multiplied by 0.2. Additional skill, Astrology Skill Description: consuming mental strength allows you to perform a single divination on a target. If the divination is successful, you will gain partial related information. If it fails, there is a chance of backlash. Additional description: if the astrological reading encountered a trajectory beyond the player's current tier, there is a high likelihood of failure. That's enough. Feng Heng looked up and interrupted Zhu Chengsheng, who was about to continue with the astrology. Performing astrology on a demonic seed was beyond Zhu Chengsheng's current abilities. I am sorry. Zhu Chengsheng looked visibly relieved, quickly stopping his efforts, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and stepping aside. That's alright, you've done very well. Feng Heng said as he glanced over at Su Yi. What about mysticism? Mysticism is relatively more difficult at the entry level. It requires prior knowledge of elemental science and occult as prerequisite skills. Su Yi looked at Zhu Chengsheng, who was drenched in sweat, and continued, actually, mysticism is considered a more refined branch of occult. It focuses on the study of magical engravings and various spell-related items. By applying mystical engravings, it enhances the final spell effects. It also involves researching the characteristics of various magical items and recombining them. Mysticism. Feng Heng had heard about mysticism during his classes at the academy. It was also an auxiliary ability. Typically, mysticism allowed for enchanting weapons and equipment with mystical engravings, providing additional attributes and skill bonuses, as well as creating various constructs and magic scrolls. Most of the crafted items and scrolls could be traded. With magic scrolls, players generally only needed to meet the mental strength requirement to cast spells and summon constructs, which was very convenient. Additionally, scholars of mysticism received a slight bonus when using their creations. However, mysticism was quite a niche among mainstream players. The prerequisite for learning mysticism was knowing elemental science and the occult. The general view was that mysticism was a derivative skill of these two. Given that learning academic skills came with increasing penalties, most players typically focused on just one academic discipline. Players who studied both elemental science and occult were already rare. Even when the conditions were met, few chose to learn mysticism, which was considered less useful. Feng Heng happened to be preparing to study both elemental science and mysticism. Alright, I understand. Can you give this a try? Feng Heng handed over a prepared long sword to Su Yi. Su Yi carefully took the long sword, examined it for a moment, and then took out several vials and jars. He sprinkled a small amount of substance onto the blade and, with focused concentration, began to draw a magic array on the table surrounding the sword. It was worth noting that alchemy could also positively affect mysticism, but it wasn't a mandatory prerequisite. It was clear that Su Yi had not studied the relevant skills, as he appeared nervous and cautious while drawing the magic array. It took him a full 5 minutes to complete it. Su Yi took a deep breath and placed his hand on the magic array. Kai. As the magic array was triggered, the longsword began to emit dazzling electric sparks. Feng Heng observed Su Yi's actions, and his right eye's omniscient eye activated. A game hint flashed across his retina. Ding! The player, through the omniscient eye, can now choose to master the skill Basic Elemental Science. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding! The player has now learned Basic Elemental Science. Ding! The player has mastered numerous academic skills. The experience required for leveling up this skill will be significantly increased. Skill Basic Elemental Science, Level 1. Type, Academic Skill. Description: the foundation of spellcasting is built on the 5 basic elements: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. You have begun to learn and control these 5 fundamental spell variations, allowing you to exert some power. Description: mastering this skill grants 5 points of mental strength and an additional amount of mental strength equal to the skill level multiplied by 0.5. Description: skill level can be upgraded up to level 10. Ding! The player, through the omniscient eye, can now choose to master the skill Basic Occult. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding! The player has now learned Basic Occult. Ding! The player has mastered numerous academic skills. The experience required for leveling up this skill will be significantly increased. Skill Basic Occult, Level 1. Type, Academic Skill. Description: each magical material has its unique attributes. Through the fusion and intensification of mysticism, these materials can be made to exhibit various unexpected abilities. This is the essence of mysticism. Description: grants 3 points of mental strength and an additional amount of mental strength equal to the skill level multiplied by 0.2. Description: skill level can be upgraded up to level 10. Satisfied with the skills he had acquired, Feng Heng nodded to Su Yi, signaling him to stop. The omniscient eye was indeed very useful. In just half an hour, he had mastered 3 skills. Now, the next step was crucial, finding a method to quickly gain experience and advance these skills to mid-tier levels. Feng Heng looked at Su Yi and Zhu Chengsheng. As Old Black had said, they were both skilled in farming experience and had their unique techniques. Let's discuss the rewards first. You've come to the Barbarian Realm game world. What did Old Black promise you? Both Su Yi and Zhu Chengcheng showed clear signs of excitement and carefully looked at Feng Heng. Old Black said you agreed to teach us the vampire bloodline. Chapter 2463 Leveling Up, huh? Feng Heng was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. No wonder Old Black mentioned that the demands from these two were not high at all. It was indeed quite simple. There was no need for skill books or anything of the sort. With subordinates of Duke and Prince levels in the vampire hierarchy, the inheritance process was guaranteed to be 100% successful. After completing the inheritance, they would start with the elementary vampire bloodline. However, this ability had a monthly usage limit. Moreover, as a king, Feng Heng also possessed this ability. The process of inheritance required biting and leaving an imprint, which Feng Heng found somewhat repulsive, so he had never used it. You've already learned other academic disciplines, and you still want to start from scratch with the vampire bloodline. Yes. The two were resolute in their decision. Among the vast number of players, they felt utterly useless despite learning mid-tier mysticism and astrology. If they could switch to the vampire bloodline, they would be willing to restart their accounts. Historically, the vampire bloodline had been extremely rare. But recently, with the infusion of dimensional energy, its value skyrocketed hundreds of times in just a few days. Many players were desperately seeking ways to join the Federation-controlled vampire worlds and obtain the vampire bloodline. But those who succeeded were few and far between. Some players had noticed that the mission lines for obtaining the bloodline inheritance through NPCs had gradually disappeared. Acquiring the vampire bloodline was now nearly impossible. Outside, the price of a vampire bloodline skill book had reached astronomical heights, yet the demand remained insatiable. It was rumored that obtaining the vampire bloodline, combined with any other mastered academic skill, would instantly boost a player's combat power 2 to 3 times. From an ordinary player to an elite player in an instant. What players didn't know was that this was still within Feng Heng's controlled dimensional level cap. Once that cap was unlocked, a player's strength would soar by more than tenfold. Alright, Feng Heng said, nodding. I will grant you access to the vampire apocalypse. Once you enter, head to the Vampire Elder Council and provide your names. They will arrange for your vampire inheritance. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Hearing Feng Heng's agreement, Su Yi felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Both he and Zhu Chengcheng expressed their gratitude and promptly shared their tips for efficiently gaining academic skill experience with Feng Heng. Feng Heng listened carefully. It was straightforward enough, essentially using game mechanics to grind for experience. It wasn't a loophole but did require additional materials. However, at the elementary stage, these materials were not too advanced. I understand. Feng Heng nodded, then controlled several lickers from a distance to quickly crawl through the window, rapidly converting them into flesh cocoons, which then formed into normal zombie forms for skill experience testing. He needed to grasp the details first before proceeding with bulk experience grinding. Seeing this, Su Yi and Zhu Chengcheng looked on with increasing curiosity. Using zombies to assist with experience grinding? Was that even a thing? Then, they watched as the zombie clones attempted an astrology reading. As expected, it failed. The crystal ball flickered a few times and then showed no response. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, failed the astrology reading. The player gained 28 experience points in basic astrology and a 0.000005 increase in astrology talent. Excellent. Even if he failed, there were experience points to be gained. Feng Heng felt reassured. Astrology was the simplest. Once he returned, he could just purchase a batch of crystal balls and start grinding right away. Zhu Chengcheng had thought that using summoned creatures to grind levels had completely failed. He was about to suggest something when he noticed Feng Heng's indifference. He quickly shifted to asking about elemental science, falling silent. According to Su Yi, practicing elemental science generally required using special elemental stones for basic elemental summoning to grind levels quickly. Several zombie clones wobbled their way to the water elemental stone. They concentrated for a moment. Without exception, all attempts failed. Zhu Chengcheng and Su Yi exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Indeed, grinding levels using summoned creatures proved to be quite challenging. However, they didn't know that Feng Heng's zombie creatures were not just simple summons but clones. Even when they failed, they still earned experience points. Ding! The player's zombie clones, normal form, attempt to summon a water element, foundation, failed. The player gains 11 experience points in basic elemental science. The player gains 0.0001 elemental science talent. Ding! The player's zombie. Feng Heng watched as the game hints continuously popped up and felt more confident. As he pondered how to further improve efficiency, Su Yi suddenly showed a change in expression and said, Mr. Feng, Old Black just contacted me through the game survival point saying there's an urgent matter he needs to discuss with you. He hopes you can return to zombie apocalypse as soon as possible if you have the time. Old Black? What urgent situation could it be? Feng Heng suddenly had a bad premonition. Well, with the 3 skill grinding methods in place, leveling up shouldn't be a major issue. He decided to return and check it out. Feng Heng looked up and said, "Alright, if that's the case, we will end it here for today. Please help me contact Old Black. I will head back immediately. Also, let's add each other as friends so we can stay in touch if needed." "Sure, of course." Feng Heng exchanged friend requests with the two and quickly returned to zombie apocalypse. In the zombie apocalypse, Old Black was waiting at the teleportation passage entrance. As Feng Heng emerged from the teleportation passage, Old Black stepped forward, waving and signaling. They had met through the zombie apocalypse and had seen Feng Heng rise through the ranks from the beginning. Old Black never expected Feng Heng to exceed his expectations so quickly. Old Black greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Feng, it looks like your trip went well." "Thanks to you. The people you recommended were quite reliable," Feng Heng said with a grin. He then became serious and asked, "Old Black, what's the urgent matter?" "Baimu saw the message you left him, but he's currently unavailable, so he asked me to relay a few things," Old Black said, shrugging. "He mentioned he recently went to the White Abyss." "What did you say?" Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. "They've already gone to the White Abyss?" "Yes. It was a rare opportunity because they found a chance when the demonic seed wasn't there. They went suddenly. At the time, you were still dealing with the Holy Realm's pursuit and couldn't be reached. But I've heard they've encountered a bit of trouble." Old Black looked at Feng Heng with a sly grin and asked, "So, are you interested in the White Abyss?" Chapter 2464 White Abyss. Feng Heng stared intently at Old Black. This old guy. He was quite cunning. Although he appeared to be weak himself, he spoke casually about the demonic seed as if it was nothing to worry about, without showing any sign of being tainted. "You guessed it right. I am very interested. How can I get involved?" "Haha, it's simple. I've already discussed it with Baimu. If you're ready, I can send you to the White Abyss right now." "You?" "Hee, don't look at me like that." Old Black, seeing Feng Heng's surprised expression, smiled smugly and said, "Even a rotten boat has 3 pounds of nails. I might be old, but I still have some tricks up my sleeve. So, are you going or not? The time in the White Abyss is also tight. They say jealousy will be back soon. You will have at most 3 days." 3 days? Feng Heng nodded thoughtfully. It was actually quite convenient. 3 days was just about the time he needed. By the time this trip to the White Abyss was over, his undead instructors would likely have successfully explored the mausoleum of Empress Persephone in the Death Realm. The Holy Realm was pressing hard. There was no telling when the pursuit would restart. It would be better to act now. "Alright, give me a bit more time." Feng Heng glanced at the time, then looked up and said, "We will set off in half an hour." "Okay, I will wait here." There were still some preparations to be made before heading to the White Abyss. For instance, setting up the 3 newly learned skills for auto-grinding. "Oh, right." Feng Heng had taken a few steps forward but turned back to look at Old Black, asking, "How will I contact Baimu once I arrive?" "Don't worry. He will get in touch with you." Feng Heng's eyes narrowed as he processed the hints displayed before him. Ding. The player has entered a special worldwide abyss. Ding. This world is rated as high tier, hidden level, and the player cannot enter it through normal means. Ding. The player has entered this world through a special, hidden means of invasion. Ding. Through the nameplate, the player can acquire an initial identity for this world. This identity might be exposed, with a likelihood of exposure related to the player's perception strength. Ding. Through the nameplate, the player can acquire an initial identity for this world. This identity might be exposed, with a likelihood of exposure related to the player's perception strength. Ding. Some contact functions of the player have been disabled. Ding. Current mission Find the White Abyss has been completed. Ding. Since the player has completed the World of Forests main storyline and the Search for the White Abyss mission, the player can choose a guidance mission. Ding. The guidance mission is a special mission. By following the mission's guidance, the player can gradually complete the mission line and unlock related rewards. Abandoning or failing this mission will not result in any penalty. The player's initial identity will be related to the reward mission selected. Guidance Option 1, Nightfall Stone. Guidance Option 2, Book of Evolution. Guidance Option 3, Non-Specific Mechanical Modifications Manual. Guidance Option 4, Dimensional Core. Feng Heng's pupils contracted sharply. Additional rewards? The guidance mission was reminiscent of the main storyline guidance he encountered when he first entered the World of Forests. To be honest, that main storyline guidance had been somewhat tricky. But this time, the options looked quite promising. Fang Heng's attention was quickly drawn to the 4 reward options. The Nightfall Stone was unlikely to be useful against the Seed of Jealousy, so he dismissed it. Both the Book of Evolution and the non-specific mechanical modifications manual only had names and unclear specific functions, which made them risky choices. Thus, the most reliable option was the Dimensional Core. I choose the Dimensional Core. Ding. The player has triggered a special reward mission. Dimensional Core. Reward mission. Mission name: Seek the Dimensional Core. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: in the world of forests, you learned from the ancient tomes of the Tree Spirit tribe that they once acquired the Dimensional Core through the Wide Abyss, significantly enhancing the strength of the sacred tree and their clan. By following the mission's guidance, Ring Mission, you will eventually trigger the task of obtaining the Dimensional Core. Hint: generating. Binding. Ding. Clearing status: the player acquired the background identity for this world, Fang Bei. You are the owner of a family-run pawnshop, known as Mr. Fang. Your pawnshop has always dealt with shady business. However, this year has been unlucky for you, and you received a batch of worthless items and incurred a significant debt. Just half an hour ago, you received a call from your creditor, Blackie. Blackie has given you a commission, and if you handle it well, your debt will be cleared. Now, you need to find someone named Simone, who should be at an internet cafe in the urban village. Ding. The player's current identity has a chance of being exposed. The likelihood of exposure is related to the player's perception attribute. Ding. The player's current holy weapon Divine Prank is in effect, significantly reducing the chance of identity exposure. Ding. The player has triggered the current Ring Mission. Find Simone. Mission requirements: Find Simone. Current coordinates: 23,891, 92,871, and complete the related commission. Remaining time for this Ring Mission: 60 minutes. Remaining time for all Ring Missions: 24 hours. Special description: abandoning or failing this mission will not incur any penalties. Ding. The player has acquired a mission item: a phone with the employer Blackie's phone number. Ding. If this mission item is lost, the mission will default to failure. Fang Heng quickly scanned the various game hints displayed on his retina. The special background identity. And the Dimensional Core reward mission. He needed to figure out how to obtain it. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze and looked around. Upon entering a new world, the first step was to confirm his current location. The city's architectural style clearly indicated a modern urban setting. The pedestrians he passed mostly wore ordinary clothing, though they appeared unusually robust. It was summer, so most people were dressed lightly. Occasionally, he spotted mechanical armor peeking out from under their clothes. A highly mechanized world. Fang Heng pondered silently. The game had conveniently provided the mission target's location. It wasn't far from here. However, where was Bei Mu? He was supposed to meet Bei Mu upon arrival. Bei Mu's special insignia was supposed to have positioning capabilities, and Fang Heng had expected to meet him immediately after the transfer. It seemed that wasn't the case. Never mind. Completing the mission was the priority. With limited time for the mission, Fang Heng decided to head to the mission target first. He would deal with contacting Bei Mu later, perhaps after going offline. With that in mind, Fang Heng proceeded toward the mission target, Simone. As he walked towards the internet cafe, he entered an urban village and quickly browsed the world background information on his phone. The technology level in this world was advanced. A central government known as the Federation controlled over 70% of the continent, while the remaining 20% was restricted zones with information blocked by the Federation. The general populace was largely kept in the dark. Currently, he was in an urban village with relatively chaotic security. Searching the urban village's name revealed numerous reports of violent incidents and disappearances. The area was quite bustling due to the proximity of several large artifact factories. For now, he decided to follow the mission path. Chapter 2465 Search. Following the game's guidance, Fang Heng quickened his pace along the damp roads of the urban village. It was already nighttime, and the dilapidated alleyways were lined with barbecue stalls. Many factory workers, having just finished their shifts, gathered in groups on the streets. Several small shops flickered with dim red lights, catching the eyes of passers-by. Soon, Fang Heng arrived at the entrance of an internet cafe. Starlight Internet Cafe. The cafe was located on the second floor, and the sign hanging outside looked rather worn. Fang Heng ascended to the second floor and pushed open the glass door of the cafe. He was immediately greeted by the unpleasant smell of smoke. Inside, the clacking of keyboards and mouses mixed with the sounds of angry shouts. Following the mission hint, Fang Heng made his way to the back of the cafe, his gaze soon locking onto a young man with a robust build in a corner. The man had an unusual skin tone with a faint blue hue and was wrapped in several layers of thick bandages. He was muscular and tall, exuding a sense of explosive strength. Fang Heng felt a strange sensation. This person didn't seem like an ordinary human. Simone? Hearing his name, Simone looked up alertly, standing up nervously and appearing somewhat uneasy. Yes, that's me. All right, have a seat. Feng Heng pulled out a chair nearby, gesturing for Simone to sit. He introduced himself, I am Feng Bei. For certain reasons, I've taken on your commission. You can call me Mr. Feng. I will help you sort out all your troubles for the time being. If you don't mind, let's start now and discuss your situation. Okay. Simone sat down, saying, I arrived here just the day before yesterday. Due to some reasons, I ran into significant trouble on the way and sustained severe injuries. Since I am unfamiliar with this place, I hired a local guide. The guide brought me here and temporarily arranged for me to stay in a private clinic before leaving to gather some information for me. Feng Heng listened intently, frowning. The story was somewhat convoluted. Moreover, it was clear that Simone was being quite vague about many details. Feng Heng didn't rush to press for details. He simply said, all right, continue. I was receiving treatment at the clinic and rested overnight. The next day, when I noticed the guide hadn't returned, I went out to look for him. I found out that he was found dead on the street in the morning. Oh? Feng Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, so you want me to help you find the murderer? No. Simone shook his head, then, as if he were a thief, carefully peeked out from behind the computer screen, glancing around the internet cafe. He lowered his voice and whispered, actually, Mr. Feng, I had an extremely important invitation card that I gave to the guide. It should have been on him. But when I went to the police station, they said they didn't find the invitation card among his belongings. Since that card is very important, Feng Heng understood, interrupting, got it. So what you really want is to retrieve the invitation card? Yes, Simone said, pointing towards the counter in the cafe. I found out that the person who discovered the body was him. Feng Heng turned to look in the direction indicated. The cafe manager? Yeah, his name is Puno. He was on duty here last night. In the early morning, after his shift, he found the body on his way home and reported it to the police, Simone explained, nodding. I suspect he's involved. And then? Have you talked to him? Yes, he admitted to finding the invitation card but refused to return it. He's demanding money. He's asking for 5 million Conquest. I couldn't come up with that amount of money in time, so I sought help from the police, but they told me I had no evidence proving that Puno stole the item, and even if he did, I had no proof that the invitation card was mine. Simone scratched his head, showing a troubled expression. Later, while walking on the street, I heard that this urban village is managed by Blackie. They say you can find him if you have any issues and he can solve anything. So I found out where to find Blackie and came to seek his help. Feng Heng's thoughts became clear. So, it turned out he was a secondary contractor for Blackie. Ding, the player's current stage mission finding Simone is complete. Next year mission requirements help Simone retrieve the invitation card, current ring mission name, retrieve the invitation card. Ring mission overall difficulty, SSS. Current mission requirements, help Simone retrieve the invitation card. Current mission time remaining, 8 hours. Total ring mission time remaining, 23 hours 46 minutes. Feng Heng quickly reviewed the mission hints and looked back at Simone. Conquest sounded like some sort of virtual currency, and 5 million was a substantial amount. He had a lot of valuable items in his backpack, but converting them into virtual currency would be quite troublesome. Moreover, Feng Heng sensed that this mission might be more complicated than it appeared. Let's go. We will have another chat with him, Feng Heng said as he stood up and headed towards the cafe counter. Alright, Simone said, relieved to have a solid ally and quickly followed. Feng Heng reached the counter and tapped on it. Puno? $10 per hour, 20 for the whole night. Snacks are self-serve, and remember to pay. There are cameras here. This is Dragon Ye's territory, so don't cause trouble, Puno said without looking up from his phone. When he finally noticed Feng Heng, he frowned and asked, who are you? I don't know you. It's all right. My friend mentioned that you have an important invitation card, Feng Heng replied. Puno looked at Simone standing behind Feng Heng and then smirked, revealing his 2 large yellow teeth. Oh, it's you, big guy. So, have you got the money ready? Somewhat. But time is tight. We need a bit more time to gather it, Feng Heng said, gesturing towards the door. It's not convenient to talk here. How about we discuss this outside? Sure, Puno agreed, sensing money was involved. He grabbed a pack of cigarettes from the counter and led the way out the back door of the cafe. In the narrow alley behind the cafe, Puno skillfully lit a cigarette and offered it to Feng Heng and Simone. No, thanks. Got the money ready? I can guarantee the card is in good condition, but the money can't be less. Simone looked nervous and stammered, I can't raise that much money. The card is very important to me, and I might run out of time if I don't get it soon. That's not my concern. Pano coldly smiled and interrupted Simone. Big guy, all I know is cash on delivery. Just give me whatever amount you can get, and if I am in a good mood, I might give you a discount. As for how you get the money, whether you steal or rob, it's none of my business. Chapter 2466 Practice. Wasting time talking here when you should be figuring out how to get the money. When Pano heard there was no money, he immediately lost interest in the conversation. With that, he took a deep drag of his cigarette and tossed the remaining half away carelessly. Coming here without money. Damn it, what a waste of time. As Pano turned to leave, Fang Heng called out, wait. What now? Pano looked back at Fang Heng with annoyance. By the way, who are you? His friend? Here to help him pee? Not exactly, Fang Heng replied, but I have a better deal for you. Interested? Trade your life for the invitation card. Whoosh. A blood-red glow flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. Pano locked eyes with Fang Heng, and instantly, he was overwhelmed by an unspeakable terror. Every hair on his body stood on end, his heart pounded violently, and his blood flowed uncontrollably. You. Pano felt as if his body was on the brink of exploding, unable to even complete a sentence. Fang Heng coldly gazed at Pano and said, I will count to 3. If you agree, just nod. Before Fang Heng could even start counting, Pano was already nodding frantically. Phew. When the breed boiling skill was cancelled, Pano immediately felt a wave of relief, as if he had just walked through hell. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, gasping for air. His forehead and back were drenched in cold sweat, making him look as though he had just been pulled out of the water. Looking up at Fang Heng again, Pano felt as though he was staring at a demon. Hey, stop wasting time. Where's the thing? The item isn't with me. I was so scared when I passed by the corpse that I didn't touch anything. I don't know if there was anything on him, Pano said, shaking his head repeatedly. He then glanced cautiously at Simone beside Fang Heng, his voice dropping to a whisper. I was just trying to bluff him. Fang Heng turned to look at Simone. Simone's fists were clenched, his face flushed with anger. He was clearly very upset, breathing heavily, and unable to speak. The big guy seemed to have been made a fool of, and it had cost them valuable time. Fang Heng thought to himself, nodding, all right then, where do you think our lost item might be now? I don't know. I really don't know. There are too many gangs in the urban village. This area has a lot of people, and even the police station's personnel aren't clean. It could be them. Don't tell anyone about our business. Can you do that? Yes. I swear. Pano nodded frantically. All right. Now stand up and help us book a large private room for the night, Fang Heng said, lightly patting Simone on the shoulder. He whispered, it wasn't him. No need to waste more time. Let's go. All right. In just a short meeting of about 10 minutes, Simone was already in awe of Fang Heng's methods, quickly following him with a look of obedience. Back in the newly booked internet cafe's private room, Fang Heng moved a chair and gestured for Simone to sit at the coffee table. Simone, somewhat embarrassed, felt his face burning as he said, Mr. Fang, I am sorry. I was deceived by him. It's all right. The SSS level difficulty, coupled with a 5-hour time limit, meant it wouldn't be so easy to complete. When Fang Heng first heard about Simone's account, he didn't think it would be so easy to get the invitation card from the internet cafe manager. In the past, he would have likely had to follow various possible leads one by one. That would have taken a lot of time. But now, it was just right. Having learned a new skill, it would be a waste not to put it to use right away. Fang Heng flipped his wrist, and a crystal ball appeared in his hand. He placed the crystal ball on the table. During the zombie apocalypse, with tens of thousands of zombie clones grinding experience, his astrology skill had already advanced to mid-tier, level 19, in just half an hour. Time to test it. Now, merge your thoughts with the crystal ball. Focus on the invitation card you lost and everything related to it. Fang Heng spoke as he reached out to touch the crystal ball, guiding Simone into the divination state so they could perform the reading together. Closing their eyes, the scene before them began to blur and fade. Amid this hazy vision, a dreamlike, surreal scene emerged in front of them. It resembled the blurred effect of a movie camera lens. They saw it. Someone. The scene appeared to be. In the footage, 2 people were talking. Who were they? The setting around them looked like a private room. A luxurious KTV? The details were unclear. It would be better if he could zoom in. Huh? With a thought, the entire world he saw suddenly shrank by half. The camera quickly pulled back, moving away from the KTV room. Fang Heng soon saw the room number clearly. VIP room number 1? Zoom in a bit more. Whoosh. The view rapidly pulled back until it extended to the entire street. A bar. Clearly now. Wan Hao Bar. Ding. The player acquires partial information through the skill divination. Feng Hang stopped the divination, patted Simone, who was deep in thought, on the shoulder, and said, "Big guy, we've found our stuff. Let's go." Wan Hao Bar. The largest bar in the city. When studying astrology, Zhu Jincheng explained to Feng Hang that the scenes seen through astrology were occurring in real time. Moreover, the information in the scenes was always related to the mission. The degree of relevance depended on the player's ability. The scene he had just seen was precise enough to identify individuals, and the figures in the scene were very clear. Based on this, the individual's strength should not be too high. The mission difficulty was still within a controllable range. Feng Hang swaggered into the bar and went straight to the second-floor VIP area. "Gentlemen, this is the VIP area. May I ask if you have a reservation? My friend is inside." Feng Hang nodded and pushed forward with Simone. If he remembered correctly. "Sir." At the entrance, two black-clad bodyguards blocked Feng Hang's way and said, "This is a private venue. Who are you looking for?" Feng Hang didn't say a word and continued to advance. The two black-clad guards frowned and reached for their guns at their waists. "Stop. Beam weapons?" Feng Hang noticed the beam weapons the guards were raising and felt a flicker of interest. Before he could say anything further, he heard a whoosh near his ear. "Mr. Feng, be careful." Whoosh. Simone leaped from beside him, turning into a black shadow as he quickly reached the two black-clad guards. Boom. Boom. The two guards hadn't had a chance to fire before Simone struck them twice, sending them crashing into the nearby wall. They spat out blood and lost consciousness. Chapter 2467 Origin. Simone looked back at Feng Hang and asked, "Mr. Feng, are you alright?" "I am fine." Feng Hang shrugged. He had misjudged. Simone was quite strong. But he didn't seem very smart. Otherwise, how could he be so easily fooled by a mere little gatekeeper? "Let's go." "Alright." Simone agreed and swung his fist at the KTV door. Bang. The wooden door exploded into splinters under Simone's punch. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several blue beams of light shot out from inside the room. "Mr. Feng, be careful, leave it to me." Seeing this, Simone immediately raised his hands in front of him, lowered his head, and charged straight into the room. Boom. Boom boom. The beam weapons hit Simone, exploding continuously on his body. Feng Hang's heart skipped a beat. Wow. So tough? Simone was also a tough character, enduring the damage from the beam weapons with his body. It seemed that Simone's skin structure was different from normal. Even he would suffer penetrating wounds from beam attacks, but the beams hitting Simone exploded directly on contact. The black-clad bodyguards inside the room, who were firing their guns, were stunned. Someone could actually block beam weapons with their body? Huh. Simone moved closer, swinging his hand with a whooshing sound, sending a bodyguard flying into the wall with a heavy slam. "Hey, you all, stop." The bodyguards, who were sweating coldly and about to continue attacking, turned around at the sound. They saw Feng Hang had already appeared behind them, a dagger pointed at the boss's neck. How? When did this happen? When did that person get over there? Simone glanced at Feng Hang with a look of confusion, realizing he hadn't noticed how Feng Hang had gotten behind Mr. Feng. The big boss in the VIP room swallowed nervously and raised his hands, saying, "Stop, stop." The bodyguards immediately hesitated, lowering their beam weapons. Feng Hang looked at the boss and said, "I don't want to waste your time, so I will be direct. I know you have the invitation card. Hand it over, and this will end here. Deal? Are you mistaken?" Mukshin forced himself to remain calm and replied coldly, "I don't know anything about an invitation card. You should be aware of the consequences of offending me." "Cut the crap." Feng Hang pressed harder, leaving a blood mark on Mukshin's neck. "Finding the invitation card after killing you is the same." Alright. It's in the pocket of my jacket." Feng Hang reached for Mukshin's jacket pocket. In the next moment, something unexpected happened. Mukshin's body rapidly twisted and expanded, with several spikes emerging from it. Feng Hang frowned and jumped back several steps, observing the mutated creature before him. Mukshin's body quickly expanded to over 2 meters, transforming into a distorted, arthropod-like monster. It didn't seem like a corrupted entity but rather a special type of insectoid life form. The insectoid life form had multiple yellow compound eyes embedded in its face and large, dark spikes growing all over its body. "Mr. Feng, be careful." Before Feng Hang could continue his observation, Simone had already lunged at the mutated creature. Bang! Simone used his superhuman physical advantage to accelerate and crash into the mutant worm, sending it flying. With the first strike effective, Simone chased after it, repeatedly pounding with his fists. The bodyguards in the VIP room, who had never witnessed such a scene, were stunned. Some of them tried to shoot but suddenly felt their heads spin, followed by darkness, as they collapsed. Mental shock waves. Feng Heng used several mental shocks from a distance to incapacitate the troublesome guards, providing support to Simone. The arthropod monster was large but not very powerful. It was soon subdued by Simone's relentless attacks. "Mr. Feng," Simone said, returning to Feng Heng's side, glancing warily at the unconscious guards, "he's not human." "Yeah, I noticed." Feng Heng walked over, kicked the arthropod monster aside, and picked up a card from the ground. "Ding, the player has acquired an item-wide Abyss Arena invitation card, got it." The invitation card was in hand. Feng Heng inspected the invitation card. It was silver, elegantly crafted. The invitation card had no signatures or address information. The front displayed only a faintly engraved tower as the background. "Is this it?" "Yes. This is it." Simone took the invitation card from Feng Heng's hands with immense relief and joy, holding it as if it were a precious treasure he had just regained. He repeatedly thanked Feng Heng. "Mr. Feng, thank you so much. Without you, I might never have gotten the invitation card back." "Mr. Feng," Simone continued, scratching the back of his head with a hint of embarrassment. "You've already helped me a lot, but I hope you can assist me once more." "What do you need?" Feng Heng asked. "I am new here and completely unfamiliar with this world. I would like to hire you as my guide in this world boundary. I don't know what kind of compensation would satisfy you." Feng Heng examined Simone closely. "You're not from this world boundary?" "Yes, my homeland is not here," Simone said, shaking his head, a look of worry in his eyes. "2 days ago, my companions and I came here according to the positioning of the White Abyss invitation card. Unfortunately, we encountered spatial turbulence on the way and fell into an alternate dimension, losing contact with my 2 companions. I was lucky enough to find an exit and survive, but I was severely injured in the process." "I see. So, your next step is to go to the White Abyss Arena?" Simone nodded eagerly. "Yes. We will discuss the payment after the job is done," Feng Heng said, giving Simone's shoulder a reassuring pat. "This world is dangerous, so try to keep quiet and leave everything to me." "All right, okay." Ding, the player has completed the mission finding the invitation card. Ding, the player has triggered the next tier of the ring mission. Head to the White Abyss Arena. Mission name, head to the White Abyss Arena. Mission description, Simone wants you to be his guide. Please accompany Simone to the White Abyss Arena. Mission reward, next tier of the ring mission. Current ring mission time remaining, 23 hours 2 minutes. Total mission time remaining, 23 hours 2 minutes. Let's go. We will talk while we travel. Feng Heng quickly obtained a vehicle and sped out of the city. Our world is engulfed in war, and the situation is dire. The elders ordered us to come to the White Abyss to seek help. Chapter 2468 Pursuit. On the vehicle seat, Simone briefly recounted his background to Feng Heng. The invitation card was obtained by the Elders Council of our clan a long time ago. It was said that at the White Abyss Arena, we could obtain everything we desire, provided we prove our strength and pay some price. Listening to Simone's account, Feng Heng stroked his chin and fell into thought. White Abyss Arena? Recalling the intelligence gathered from the world of forests, White Abyss Arena was likely a place established to filter and seal demonic seeds. Where is the White Abyss Arena located? Ah. Simone paused in surprise, then said, I don't know either. It's my first time here, and I thought you might know. The information I have is that the White Abyss Arena is at the center of the White Abyss, and it's visible from a distance. Feng Heng pulled out his phone and searched. Soon, the answer appeared in the browser. The center of the world. The Tower of the White Abyss. Feng Heng carefully examined a photo of the Tower of the White Abyss he had found online. The photo showed a towering spire reaching into the clouds. The tower's outer walls were covered in concentric circles of secret engravings. Special characters. Feng Heng recognized that many of them were verses praising hell. It indeed resembled something constructed by the demonic seed of jealousy. I understand now. Feng Heng pondered for a moment before opening the navigation to the Tower of the White Abyss. The Tower of the White Abyss was not far from their current location in the city. At full throttle, it would take about 5 hours to drive there. If they opted for public transport. The security of public transportation in this world was uncertain, which might pose some trouble. As Feng Heng contemplated, he glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, by the way, the car behind us has been following for a while. Do you recognize her? Simone's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned to look out the rear window. A red Chevrolet was tailing them. In the driver's seat was a young, attractive woman. Her bright red lipstick made her features even more striking. I don't recognize her. She's probably here for the invitation card. Feng Heng shrugged, hit the brakes to pull over, and got out of the car with Simone. The red Chevrolet also stopped, and a young woman with a side-swept fringe got out of the car. The woman looked at Feng Heng and Simone, and said coldly, I know you have an invitation card to the White Abyss. Name your price. Feng Heng glanced at her and replied coldly, not interested. Leave. Zhuang Yufei's face turned cold. What did you say? I said, get your people to leave. Don't bother us. Understand? Feng Heng shook his head. If you continue to follow us, don't blame us for being impolite. Humphrey. Zhuang Yufei snorted and quickly approached Feng Heng, her fingers extending into sharp, pointed claws. Mr. Feng, watch out. Leave her to me. Simone shouted, stepping forward to shield Feng Heng, trying to block Zhuang Yufei. Zhuang Yufei's face was icy, and a smirk of derision appeared at the corner of her mouth as if mocking Simone's audacity. Courting death. Just before the two sides were about to collide, Zhuang Yufei's pupils suddenly constricted. What? She felt a severe impact on her sea of consciousness, instantly plunging into a momentary daze. Boom. In the next instant, Simone's body slammed into her, sending Zhuang Yufei flying like a projectile into the trees outside the road barrier. Bang. Bang. Boom. Zhuang Yufei crashed through several tree trunks before finally coming to a halt against a rock. You bastard. Zhuang Yufei clenched her teeth, pressing her hand against her dislocated shoulder. She pushed aside the tree trunk pinning her down and slowly stood up, a faint black mist enveloping her body, her eyes cold and menacing. Psychic abilities. Playing dirty. Where did they go? After standing up, Zhuang Yufei looked around again, only to find that Feng Heng and Simone had vanished from sight. Her brow furrowed as she looked up into the sky. Beneath the night sky, a shadow was swiftly carrying Simone away into the distance. Damn it. She was too careless. Zhuang Yufei clenched her fists. She didn't possess flight abilities herself, and her targets had already escaped. It was too late to pursue them now. Upon reflection, it seemed she had been set up from the very beginning. Behind Zhuang Yufei, car headlights slowly approached. A pickup truck came to a halt beside her. The elder in the driver's seat leaned out of the car window and asked Zhuang Yufei, failed? Humphrey, it was just a moment of carelessness and an ambush. Zhuang Yufei snorted heavily, clearly unwilling to accept her defeat. She added in a deep voice, wait for me. I will catch up with them soon. Forget it. There's no time. Danger has already found another infiltration method, and the special potion needs to be taken in advance. We need to move immediately to join them. Zhuang Yufei clenched her fists lightly and looked up at the sky once more, clearly reluctant to let go of Feng Heng and Simone so easily. Get in the car. There's news that Beimu and the others have also found a way into the White Abyss arena. We need to hurry. If they mess things up, it will be troublesome. Fine. They're lucky this time. In the distance, under the night sky, Feng Heng, in his bat form, was flying rapidly with Simone toward the horizon. Mr. Feng. Simone was astonished to see Feng Heng's ability, taken aback by the sight. However, as soon as he spoke, a gust of wind rushed into his mouth. After advancing to the king-level bloodline, Feng Heng could control the size of his bat form to a certain extent. Carrying an extra person did not affect his flight significantly. Considering there were other pursuers behind them, Feng Heng decided it would be simpler to use his bat form to fly straight back to the White Abyss arena. It was more convenient that way. This place is not far from the White Abyss arena. We will arrive soon, in about 2 hours. Meanwhile, Beimu had wandered around the village in the city but still couldn't find any sign of Feng Heng. Strange, where is Feng Heng? Could he have run off by himself? It was odd. The teleportation item he provided confirmed that Feng Heng was in the vicinity of the village after entering the game. Why couldn't he find him after searching for so long? Since he had spent some time finding the method to enter the White Abyss arena, he was 20 minutes late from the agreed time. Had Feng Heng disappeared just like that? Considering the need to quickly find a way to infiltrate the White Abyss arena, Beimu decided to stop searching for now, go offline, and contact Old Black. At 4:30 in the early morning, the first light of dawn began to rise from the horizon. Feng Heng saw the towering White Abyss arena standing on the horizon. The colossal cylindrical structure was far larger than the photos suggested, soaring into the clouds and resembling a giant sword piercing the ground from a distance. Seed of jealousy. Feng Heng murmured, gazing ahead. There was a defensive barrier in the high sky, invisible to the naked eye. It seemed that the area above was a no-fly zone. Wanting to avoid trouble, Feng Heng slowly descended with Simone, flagged down a car, and sped toward the city where the White Abyss arena was located. The city surrounding the White Abyss arena was encircled by towering white city walls. Chapter 2469. Passed at the city entrance, there was a checkpoint. Vehicles slowly came to a stop at the checkpoint. Welcome to the White Abyss arena. In the inspection station, a neatly dressed, polite-looking middle-aged man nodded to the two of them and said, "Is this your first time here?" Is there anything I can assist you with? Simone handed over the invitation letter for the White Abyss Arena. Ah, you're here as guests for the competition. Welcome. Please hold on for a moment. After the middle-aged man carefully examined the invitation letter, he nodded and waved to the side. Soon, a short halfling emerged from the checkpoint and leaped onto the vehicle through the window, sitting in the back seat. This is Harkus, the halfling. He will be your guide within the White Abyss Arena. There are some rules you will need to be aware of, and he will explain them to you. Of course, rules are generally for the weak, the strong are not bound by them. Hope you have a pleasant time in the White Abyss Arena. The middle-aged man smiled, opened the city entrance passage, and allowed them to proceed. The vehicle slowly entered the city. The halfling said, "Welcome to the White Abyss Arena. I am Harkus. As you can see, the entire city has been built around the arena. Most of the inhabitants are competitors, and occasionally, some distinguished guests stay for a day or two. These guests are either wealthy or influential and are usually accompanied by expert bodyguards, so it's best not to clash with them. You are here as guests with an invitation card. The arena has prepared accommodations for you. Would you like to see your rooms and stow your luggage first? There's no need. We don't have any luggage." Simone, preoccupied with the safety of the world boundary and not wanting to waste time, directly declined the halfling's offer and said, "I've heard that I can get what I need at the White Abyss Arena. Indeed, the strength of the arena master is boundless. He can provide anything you require, but first, you must prove your worth within the arena." Simone was aware that it wouldn't be that simple and had prepared himself mentally before coming. "Alright, tell me what I need to do. First, you need to register as a competitor in your world boundary. As long as there is at least one competitor from your world boundary with an SSS level ranking, you can meet with the arena master and obtain whatever you wish. SSS level." It seemed that the strength level of the competitors was the key factor here. Simone's eyes sparkled with battle intent as he nodded and said, "Good. When can I start participating in the matches?" "Haha, it's great to see your enthusiasm for the arena," Harkus responded, pulling out a pad from behind and scanning the invitation card for identity registration. "I will get you registered right away. You're from the D29 Star System World Boundary. May I have your name, please?" "My name is Simone. Please proceed with my registration for the matches." "Thank you. I am arranging for you to compete in the next available entry-level match, which will start in half an hour. If we head to the arena now, it will be just in time. Does that work for you?" "Perfect." Simone took a deep breath, shut his eyes, and entered a pre-fight mental state. Harkus then turned to Feng Heng. "I don't have your information. May I ask who you are?" "I am Simone's friend, Feng Bei. I am here with him." "Alright, do you need to register as a competitor as well?" "Not at the moment. Having Simone as a competitor should be sufficient for now." "Haha, I agree. Your friend seems very strong." Simone remained focused, unaware of the conversation between Feng Heng and Harkus, and continued to prepare himself mentally. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the underground parking lot of the White Abyss Arena. Harkus led them to the elevator. The White Abyss Arena operates 24/7. Battles take place around the clock. The arena uses both an invitation system and a self-registration system. All invited participants receive a preferential evaluation level, while those who register themselves start from scratch. The starting level for your world boundary is S level, and Mr. Simone's initial combat strength evaluation is A tier. In the arena, you can compete against top fighters from various worlds and fully enjoy the thrill of battle. Simone turned to Harkus and asked, "The arena master is all-powerful, right?" Harkus's eyes glinted with a hint of slyness. "Indeed, as long as you can prove that you have enough strength, the master will grant you whatever you desire. However, you will also need to do some tasks for the master." Simone gripped his fists, determined. As long as he could help his world boundary overcome this crisis, he would give his all to win every battle. Guided by Harkus, they soon entered the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened on the 11th floor. The halfling glanced at the pad in his hand and nodded. "The initial match you've scheduled is about to start in 5 minutes. I will take you to the preparation room. Mr. Feng, I am very grateful for your help in getting me this far. From here on, I will have to rely on myself," Simone said, slapping his own cheek and his eyes gleaming with intense battle will. "I was selected from the inner layer of my clan as the most suitable for this mission. I will win all the way and find a way to save our world." "Good luck to you," Feng Heng replied calmly, watching as Simone entered the preparation room. "Mr. Feng, I will take you to the viewing stands." "Sure, lead the way." Feng Heng followed the halfling to the spectator stands. The arena stands were sparsely populated, with only a few spectators. It seemed that Simone's combat level wasn't very high, so there weren't many people watching. As for the opponent, Fang Heng's brow furrowed as he observed the white skeletal creature emerging from the opposite side of the preparation passage. An intelligent undead creature? Beep. The green light on the arena stage lit up. The undead creature immediately launched its assault, sending over a dozen bone spears hurtling toward Simone. Whoosh! Simone moved with incredible speed, dodging the bone spear attacks while swiftly closing the distance. He delivered a powerful right-handed punch. Bang! The heavy hit caused the skeletal creature's exoskeleton to crack sharply as it was sent flying out of the arena's edge. Winner. Simone. Simone easily won the initial match, feeling a surge of exhilaration as he raised his fist triumphantly. Ding! The player's current ring mission proceed to the White Abyss Arena has been completed. Ding! The player has triggered a reward Dimensional Core. Ding! The player can obtain Dimensional Core rewards through related missions in the White Abyss Arena. Please explore to trigger specific missions. Chapter 2470. The Arena. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt that appeared on his retina, then turned to the halfling beside him and asked, I heard that participating in the White Abyss Arena can earn rewards? Yes, we offer generous prizes for the participants. Are there dimensional cores? The halfling tapped on a pad, searched for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, there are dimensional cores available, but they are extremely valuable. You need to be an SSS rank competitor to be allowed to exchange for them. High-tier rewards. Interesting. Fang Heng glanced at Simone. Simone hadn't used his full strength in the match. With his abilities, could he advance to an SSS-level competitor? Fang Heng pondered for a moment. He would have to rely on himself. Halfling, I am feeling a bit eager as well. Register me as a competitor and arrange for me to fight as soon as possible. Sure, of course, the halfling replied quickly, inputting the relevant information on the pad. I've registered you. The next available match is in 5 minutes, at Arena number 20, located on the 14th floor. Should I escort you there? No, that won't be necessary. You stay here with Simone. I can handle it on my own. 5 hours later. Simone, exhausted, leaped off the arena. His race was naturally endowed with an exceptional self-healing ability, so ordinary wounds could heal on their own without treatment. However, the intense 5-hour battle had taken its toll. Especially as the fights continued, each opponent had unique skills, and it was easy to be caught off guard. The continuous physical damage had strained his recovery ability, and his stamina had been significantly depleted. The halfling, waiting at the sidelines, hurried over with a pad in hand when Simone came down from the arena. Mr. Simone, congratulations on another victory. Your current score has reached 5,334 points. Congratulations, you've successfully advanced to S level. Your rights have been further enhanced, and your next match has been scheduled. Due to the S level match scheduling, your next fight will start in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Queuing? Simone frowned upon hearing this. The wait time was too long. Even if he won every match, how long would it take to reach SSS level? Can it be expedited? Sorry, that's the arena's matchmaking rule. Additionally, your opponents also need preparation time. The halfling checked the pad and nodded. Also, you've fought in 23 consecutive matches. I recommend you go to the medical area for a full body checkup and professional guidance to accelerate your recovery. We also offer massages and other services. No need. I just need a quiet room. Understood. Since you've advanced to S level, you have your own lounge in the Tower of the White Abyss. I will take you there now. Alright. Simone looked around and noticed Fang Heng was missing. He asked, by the way, where is my friend? Your friend? The halfling glanced at the pad and nodded. Your friend, Fang Bei, currently has a score of 12,328 points. He successfully advanced to S level 30 minutes ago. In 2 minutes, he has an S level match scheduled in arena number 38. What? Simone's mouth fell open in disbelief. Mr. Fang was already an S level competitor? And his score was even higher than Simone's? Take me there. Certainly, please follow me. Soon, under the halfling's guidance, Simone entered the viewing area on the 15th floor of the arena. Once a competitor reached the S level, the audience size in the arena increased significantly. In addition to martial arts enthusiasts, there were also other high-tier competitors present. For competitors, gaining early insight into an opponent's strengths and tactics was a huge advantage. In the stands, Simone quickly spotted Fang Heng standing on the right side of the arena. The difference was that Mr. Fang was now wearing a mask. Beep. The match begins. Fang Heng's opponent was a lizardman. The lizardman was incredibly agile. As soon as the match started, it launched a swift attack, moving rapidly around the edge of the arena. After several bursts of acceleration, the lizardman's speed reached an almost freakish level, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Its speed was so high that even the naked eye could hardly track it. The other spectators in the stands nodded in approval. In the S-level matches, the Lizardman was a notoriously difficult opponent. Initially, the Lizardman had a terrifying record of 20 consecutive victories when it first entered the S-level trials. However, its weakness was soon discovered. The easiest way to win against a Lizardman was to suppress it, preventing it from gaining speed. Magic users could use various terrain obstacles to hinder the Lizardman's acceleration, while physical fighters would engage in close combat to prevent the Lizardman's agility from coming into play. But now, the Lizardman's speed had already reached a high level. This was proving to be a challenging fight. Simone looked anxiously at Feng Heng, who was standing still not far away. Even Simone, after several intense battles, could only see the Lizardman's movements in blurred flashes, as his vision was deceived by the Lizardman's incredible speed. Simone knew that the Lizardman's actual speed was even faster than what his eyes could perceive. Bang! A heavy impact sound echoed through the arena. Simone's pupils contracted, his eyes wide with astonishment. What? Without seeing any clear movement from Feng Heng, the Lizardman was seen flying out forcefully after a heavy blow, crashing into the space barrier surrounding the arena. Out of bounds. Feng Bei wins. Wow! Cheers erupted from the stands. Many of the other S-level competitors began whispering among themselves, clearly impressed by the new arrival's prowess. Simone's eyes also showed surprise. Mr. Feng. So impressive. Just now, Simone hadn't even seen how Feng Heng made his move. The Lizardman was sent flying without a clear view of Feng Heng's actions. Feng Heng easily won the match, jumping down from the arena and picking up the pad that had been left on his chair. Since there was no halfling accompanying him, he had to handle the operation himself. The pad quickly displayed a new prompt: "You have successfully applied and are now queued for the next S-level match. Your opponent has been matched as it, and your fight will be scheduled in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Chapter 2471 Judgment still need to wait for over an hour? The wait was so long this time? Troublesome. It seemed that advancing to SSS level competitors wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. Obtaining the dimensional core was quite difficult. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. The S-level enemies in the arena were roughly equivalent to the level of a new patriarch in the World of Forests game world. By extension, if they encountered the highest SSS level competitors, their power level would likely be significantly higher, potentially surpassing even the strongest forces in the World of Forests. If a fight broke out, there was no certainty of winning. However, advancing to SSS level competitors was not particularly difficult. Of course, if he could use his trump card, Feng Heng felt that he would likely not fail. Additionally, the purpose of establishing the White Abyss was to better seal the demonic seeds. Thus, each competitor represented a world boundary. After gaining the approval of the demonic seed of jealousy, one would need to use the responsibility of sealing the demonic seed as a condition to obtain what they wanted. Even if he were to advance to an SSS level competitor, obtaining the dimensional core might not be so straightforward. While he was deep in thought, Feng Heng sensed something and turned to see Simone approaching from a short distance. Mr. Feng. I didn't expect your strength to be so impressive. Simone's eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, it seemed that Feng Heng had not even used his full power yet. It was even possible that Feng Heng could advance to an SSS level competitor faster than he could. Mr. Feng, could you help me once more and find a way to quickly advance my competitor level to SSS level? Of course, I am actually quite curious about this arena as well. But is it enough to just become an SSS level competitor? Feng Heng wondered if he needed to reach the highest level to exchange for the dimensional crystal. Yes, I just found out that after advancing to SSS level competitors, many areas within the White Abyss arena would be opened, including the White Abyss library. Simone thought that advancing to SSS level in a short time was extremely difficult, so he looked for alternative options from the halfling. He learned about the White Abyss library from the halfling. The library has detailed information. We can find a way to access the White Abyss library to research methods for dealing with the Calamity. The library's materials are detailed. We should find a way to access the White Abyss library and look up information on how to deal with the disaster. Disaster? Eternal disaster? Feng Heng suddenly heard a familiar name, and his heart tensed. He focused and asked, what disaster are you referring to? It's a terrifying mutant worm, Malgas. Simone's face showed a hint of chill as he mentioned the mutant worm. We don't know when they started appearing. At first, we didn't take it seriously and easily eliminated them. But a few months later, they came back, reappearing. Each time we eliminated them, they would return from various dark corners, and every time they came back, their strength would be enhanced. They even gradually mastered our abilities. Then we learned that these creatures are called Malgas. They have extremely strong reproductive and self-revival abilities, constantly evolving and enhancing themselves. Currently, we can suppress them for a time, But the elders predict that if Malgus continues evolving at this rate, their strength will soon reach a level where they can challenge us, or even surpass us. At that point, our world will be plunged into a great disaster. And despite trying many methods and various measures, we have never been able to truly eliminate Malgus. They always manage to resurrect, and we can only watch as they become stronger and stronger. To deal with Malgus, the elders researched many ancient tomes but found no similar records. By chance, the elders found a letter from the Elders' Council hundreds of years ago and an invitation card from the White Abyss Arena. The letter mentioned the White Abyss Arena, and the Elders' Council believed that there might be answers to dealing with Malgus from the ancient White Abyss. So, they sent me and 2 companions here. Feng Heng listened to Simone's account, nodding slightly and muttering to himself, Malgus. The halfling approached after Feng Heng and Simone finished their conversation. Congratulations to both of you on successfully advancing to S-level competitors. Your guest rooms have been rearranged. Do you need to return to the lounge to rest? Yes, lead the way. Feng Heng nodded. Calculating the time, Feng Heng realized he had already been in the game for over 6 hours. He nearly forgot to contact Bei Mu. He needed to return to his room and log off quickly to find a way to get in touch with Bei Mu and exchange intelligence. Alright, please follow me. Your guest rooms have been assigned to the rest area in Area A, on the 62nd floor. The halfling led them into the VIP elevator and pressed the button for the 62nd floor. Ding dong. The elevator stopped. The doors slowly opened. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by an expansive circular hall. In an instant, dozens of gazes turned toward Feng Heng and Simone. Simone sensed a strong hostility from the crowd and stepped forward, standing beside Feng Heng. A tall alien with a mocking expression shouted, "Hey, you're the new S-level competitors? I just heard that you climbed up in just 3 hours. Not bad, huh?" Feng Heng surveyed the group of more than 10 people gathered in the hall. Most of them were human, with a few aliens among them. It seemed that the old man in the center of the crowd was their leader. The halfling quietly explained, "The cultivators staying on the same floor as you are all S-level competitors. The White Abyss Arena provides a platform for friendly exchanges and sparring. We hope that everyone can discuss and improve together during and after battles." The old man took a few steps forward, stepping out from the crowd, and nodded towards Feng Heng and Simone. "Young brothers, it's a pleasure to meet you. Since we all reside on the same floor in Area A, it's a good opportunity to introduce ourselves and look out for each other. There's no need for that. We didn't come here to make friends." Feng Heng glanced at the old man and nodded to Simone, indicating they should continue walking. "Where are you from? Such lack of manners." A young man, displeased, stepped forward to block their way. "Did Elder Shen give you permission to leave?" Feng Heng looked up at the young man. "Move aside." Zheng Ziu looked at Feng Heng and said coldly, "You can pass if you like, but you will need to pay the exchange fee for this month, 500 points. "Exchange fee?" Feng Heng furrowed his brow. Chapter 2472 Sparring. Zheng Ziu immediately showed impatience and turned to the halfling beside them, saying, "Halfling, haven't you introduced the rules to the newcomers yet?" "Sorry, the 2 competitors have just leveled up, and many things haven't been conveyed to them yet," the halfling explained with a nod. "As S-level competitors, as long as you maintain your S-level ranking, you can earn exchange points at the end of each week. You can use these points to redeem items for cultivation or healing in the White Abyss Arena." The halfling was quite familiar with the situation at each level and even seemed to be looking forward to the drama. "Mr. Feng and Mr. Simone, based on your current levels, you can earn 1090 and 1000 points respectively per week. The points will be directly bound to your invitation card. Additionally, after advancing to S-level as competitors, you will be required to participate in at least 3 matches per week. Refusing to compete will be considered a default loss." Simone, noticing the barely concealed hostility in the gazes of those around him in the hall, said, "Let's put that aside for now. Halfling, is this behavior allowed in the arena? As long as it's mutual sparring and doesn't result in death, the arena management generally doesn't interfere. Also, within the arena, competitors are allowed to trade points with each other. Is that so?" Simone relaxed his clenched fists, adjusted his shoulders, and assumed a combat stance. "Only 1000 points, and they wanted half of it right off the bat? Why should they?" Zheng Ziu looked at their defiant expressions and said, "It's just a communication fee. I advise you to pay this fee obediently. If you do, you might be included in future opportunities." "Zheng Ziu, you're talking too much." The elder raised his hand to stop Zheng Ziu from continuing. "Gentlemen, every place has its rules. Paying this fee will ensure your safety here. Since this is your first time here, there are many things you're unaware of. We in area should be united." Zheng Ziu, seeing that Feng Heng and Simone remained unmoved, threatened coldly, "Quite stubborn, aren't you? It's just an S-level world boundary force. To be honest, it's quite an achievement for you to have made it this far. I heard that you will be having your next match in half an hour, right? Your opponent is from Area D. If you enter the arena injured, well, the outcome could be. You seem to know quite a bit, Feng Hang said, turning to the halfling beside him. Did you share this information with them? The halfling nodded. If you spend some points, this information is available in the database. Do you all disregard personal privacy so much? Feng Hang shrugged and continued, alright, what happens if someone accidentally dies during a sparring match? The halfling was surprised by Feng Hang's confidence but quickly nodded. Casualties can happen during sparring. That's why each floor has its supervisor. If a fight escalates to life-threatening levels, the supervisor will intervene. Generally, the White Abyss Arena won't hold you responsible. Got it. As soon as Feng Hang's words fell, his figure instantly vanished. What the? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. They suddenly realized they had lost sight of Feng Hang. A loud shout echoed. It's a soul body. Be careful. Whoosh. In an instant, Feng Hang appeared behind the leading elder. Death God Scythe. The phantom of Death God appeared behind the elder, and the death scythe swung through the air, slicing with a dark gleam. Bang. The protective talisman in front of the elder sensed the danger and exploded violently. The dark aura of death surged outward, and the intense ripple from the close-range attack sent the elder flying backward with a powerful crash. The elder, severely injured, spat a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as a sheet. At this moment, everyone in the hall finally saw Feng Hang's true form as a soul body through some ritualistic means. It was Death God. No one expected Feng Hang to take the initiative in front of so many people. Moreover, his actions were so elusive and ghostly. He had managed to seriously injure Elder Shen with just a single move. What the hell? This was supposed to be a mere S-level world boundary. How could such a powerful human appear here? Elder Shen. Stop him. But Feng Hang's speed was faster than anyone had anticipated. In a brief moment of hesitation, Feng Hang vanished from sight again. In the next instant, he materialized behind the elder like a wraith. Stop. A loud shout suddenly rang out. Feng Hang smirked coldly. He swung Death God's scythe once more. Kai. Another dark gleam cut through the air. This time, there was no violent explosion, only a soft Kai sound. A dark mark appeared on the elder's neck. His eyes lost their light, his body stiffened rapidly, and he fell to the ground, completely silent. Whoosh. A middle-aged man wearing a tusked mask darted out from the back of the hall, his eyes filled with anger as he fixed his gaze on Feng Hang. I told you to stop. I heard you. But who are you? Feng Hang raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a dark light. The elder seemed to possess some sort of special life-preserving ability. His soul body was trying to break free from the realm of death and escape from the hall. Whoosh. Feng Hang quickly reached out, gripping the empty air. Bang. The elder's soul body was instantly obliterated. System notification: the player has guided a specially affected soul, a level, into the death realm. The player has obtained Commander Tier Death God Bloodline Experience Points plus 10,000. The middle-aged man with the tusked mask realized that the soul body in the air had been obliterated. His brow furrowed as he looked at Feng Hang. Killing someone is one thing, but erasing their soul body as well? Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Life, death, illness, and aging are all part of the cycle of reincarnation. Disrupting the rules is not allowed in our death realm. Feng Hang slowly shifted back to his human form and turned to face the masked man. It's rather amusing for you to lecture me about cruelty when I am a death god. Humphrey, I am not here for a verbal duel. Remember this, I am an overseer of the 62nd floor. The middle-aged man in the tusked mask gave a cold Humphrey. As an overseer on the 62nd level, he had grown complacent due to the previous years of stability. He hadn't expected that the two newcomers would be so formidable, quick to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, their strength far exceeded his expectations. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to intervene, it was already too late. He had effectively wasted a potential demonic seed. Don't think that just because you're a death god you can act with impunity here. In the White Abyss Arena, no one can keep winning forever. Your power has exceeded the limits of this place. You should level up and leave quickly. Also, don't continue your killing spree here, or don't blame me for being unsympathetic. As he spoke, the middle-aged man in the fanged mask slowly faded into nothingness, completely disappearing. Chapter 2473 Charge. The hall fell into a silence that was somewhat eerie. The remaining people looked at each other, bewildered. In fact, many hadn't even seen how Feng Hang had made his move before the old man had already been dealt with. It was only after hearing the overseer in the fanged mask that they realized Feng Hang had even completely obliterated the old man's soul. It was a disaster. Zhengzhou, who had been quite arrogant moments ago, became nervous. It seemed he had stirred up a formidable presence this time. In fact, they usually did their homework on newcomers. They knew who was safe to provoke and who was not. But today, they had made a mistake. Feng Heng slowly scanned each person remaining in the hall. Here's some good news, I am now in charge of the 62nd floor. The new rule is that you must turn over all your points to me, or I will let you go this time. The expressions of everyone instantly changed. All of them. Wasn't that too greedy? Even though the entire 62nd floor had been controlled by Elder Shen before, he was merely a representative of the higher-ups, carrying out orders from above. When newcomers first arrived on the 62nd level, they were all required to pay points, starting at 50%. As their strength gradually increased, the percentage required would decrease over time. But there was no one like Feng Heng, who demanded a full 100% from everyone without exception. Zhengzhou took a deep breath and said, Feng Bei, Elder Shen was just a representative. You don't even know who you've provoked. Enough talk. What, don't want to follow the rules? No problem, feel free to come over and have a go if you like. Feng Heng chuckled to himself and looked at the crowd, his expression growing colder. He hadn't planned to stay here long. Sustainability with his greed? Of course, it was all about exploiting everything to the fullest. Take as much as he could. All of them. That's fine. Anyone who disagrees can come forward. If everyone disagrees, then let's handle it all together. The crowd fell silent. Feeling the intense battle will emanating from Feng Heng, no one dared to step forward. Simone, go collect the points. All right. Simone responded in a deep voice, walked over to Zhengzhou, and extended the points card. Zhengzhou's face stiffened. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly handed over the points. In just a short while, after making the rounds, Simone had accumulated 480,000 points. A huge haul. Feng Heng was quite pleased. Indeed, plundering was the quickest way to wealth. Hey, halfling, take us to our rooms. The halfling nodded and said, of course, I will arrange that immediately. Feng Heng and Simone's rooms were arranged side by side. Upon returning to his room, Feng Heng immediately locked the door. He wondered how Baimu was faring in the White Abyss world. Given their abilities, Baimu should be planning an attack on Jealousy by now. According to the plan, Baimu would be trying to find the specific locations where Jealousy had sealed other demonic seeds. As Feng Heng contemplated this, he suddenly realized something and frowned slightly. Since the White Abyss Arena was established to select and seal demonic seeds from various alien worlds, could it be that there were records in the White Abyss of all past successful assessments and transactions with the Jealousy demonic seed? If backups of these records could be found, tracing them might lead to discovering the locations where Jealousy had hidden and sealed demonic seeds in various worlds. Feng Heng quickly felt that this guess was very likely. In fact, Baimu might already be trying to figure out how to handle the White Abyss Arena. He needed to contact Baimu immediately. With that thought, Feng Heng closed his eyes and logged offline. The white magic array spun beneath his feet. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng was back in the guest room of the Library of the Myriad Worlds, and he tried calling Baimu once more. Unfortunately, the phone number remained unreachable. It made sense, as Baimu was likely still deep in the game. Feng Heng had no choice but to contact Old Black and ask him to relay the message to Baimu. He needed Old Black to inform Baimu that he had entered the White Abyss Arena and was using the in-game identity of Feng Bei. Baimu was a team player and had entered the game 2 days earlier than Feng Heng. Given Feng Heng's thoughts, Baimu's capabilities in the game should be superior to his. Therefore, it would be best if Baimu could find a way to contact him. Old Black, upon hearing Feng Heng's explanation, seemed a bit puzzled. What's this about? He couldn't get in touch with Baimu? Was he preparing to go solo again? After hearing what Feng Heng said, he agreed to contact Baimu immediately and leave him a message as soon as there was news. Feng Heng and Old Black quickly discussed some details and then hurriedly logged back into the game. With time still on his side, Feng Heng went back to browsing through the pad. He first checked the leaderboard rankings for the S-level matches. The problem was that, according to his current level, advancing to SS level as a competitor would require winning at least 30 consecutive matches, even if he always faced the strongest opponents. Given the varying waiting times for each match, this advancement wouldn't be completed in just a day or two. As for challenging higher-level opponents, it was allowed under the rules of the Tower of the White Abyss, but it required mutual consent. The challenged party had no incentive to accept, so it was unlikely they would agree. As for the idea of each person coming over to provoke him, Feng Heng rubbed his chin. It seemed a bit far-fetched. Additionally, some items could be exchanged for arena points. To his surprise, there were quite a few items available for exchange. According to the tier classification of competitors, most of the items available at the ASK level were beneath his interest, but the mid-tier academic skill experience books among them were quite valuable. Some skills that couldn't be leveled up using zombie clones could be easily advanced by purchasing these experience books. Moving up to the SS level, high-tier academic skill experience books were available for sale. Finally, when he checked the SS level items, Feng Heng's eyes widened. He found it. Dimensional core fragments. There were fragments of dimensional cores available for direct exchange. Although they were not as potent as complete dimensional cores, they were still valuable. A few dozen fragments could potentially drain a small world. Every bit counts. He couldn't pass this up. Feng Heng's eyes glinted with greed. Unfortunately, the fragments could only be redeemed after advancing to SS level. Moreover, they were expensive. It would likely take a week or two of grinding to collect enough points for a decent amount of fragments. The efficiency was too low to be practical at the moment, so he had to let it go. As Feng Heng was reviewing the information, there was a knock on the door. Simone's voice came through. "Mr. Feng? Are you resting? The door isn't locked, come in." "What's up?" Simone entered the room and saw Feng Heng fiddling with a pad on the bed. He nodded and said, "Mr. Feng, I have good news. I just discovered that we can use points to access the library for research. I am planning to go there now. Would you like to join me?" "Now?" Feng Heng glanced at the time and frowned. "The next scheduled match is about to start." "Yeah," Simone replied, his concern for his world's safety evident. "I came here to help my world find a solution to the disaster. One match is not as important as the disaster itself." "Indeed." Feng Heng was also curious about the disaster. "Let's go. I will come with you." Chapter 2474 An explanation before being promoted to SS level competitors. The consultation fee for entering the library's data room was 10,000 points, with no restrictions on the number of entrants or the duration of their stay. Under the guidance of the halfling, Feng Heng and his companion took the elevator to the 30th floor of the White Abyss Arena. They paid the fee at the entrance and followed the halfling into the room. To their surprise, the so-called library was not very large, only about 30 square meters in size. The room was quite empty. In the center, there was a large table and several chairs. An elderly patriarch of a different race was seated behind a large table. This patriarch differed somewhat from ordinary humans. His head had an unusual arc shape, with the skull extending backward like a tail, and he was relatively short in stature. He was of the alike race. The alike race was considered one of the most learned races in the universe. Their members enjoyed long lifespans and had a deep love for reading, being knowledgeable about both ancient and modern times and passionate about exploring everything in the cosmos. "Welcome to both of you. I am Ray alike, and I will be responsible for guiding you during your library consultation. If you need any information, you can ask me, and I will help you find the relevant books for your inquiry." Ray slowly opened his eyes and nodded. "If it's within my knowledge, I will also do my best to answer your questions." Simone hurriedly walked to Ray's opposite side, respectfully bowed, and then sat down after moving a chair. "Respected elder, I want to know about the information on natural disasters." "Natural disasters?" Ray's face grew somewhat serious. "In this world, many crises are referred to as natural disasters. Which specific type are you referring to?" Simone explained, "It's a type of invader, the Melgas. They are a kind of insect-like creature that can continuously self-update and enhance. They are terrifying, capable of endless resurrection. We have tried various methods to completely eradicate them, but each time they manage to return, stronger than before. I have never heard of this type of invader by that name, but based on your description, it reminds me of the eternal disaster known as Ouroboros." Hearing the name Ouroboros, Feng Heng immediately perked up and could not help but interrupt. "Elder, what exactly is Ouroboros?" "It is called the eternal disaster." The elder spoke in a grave tone. "During the height of Ouroboros, the entire world was shrouded in its shadow. Some believe it to be a foreign race, while others think it signifies the beginning of destruction. No world boundary has ever escaped annihilation once Ouroboros truly descends. It can repeat endlessly, enhance infinitely, destroy one world after another, leaving behind only devastation." Feng Heng furrowed his brow deeply. The elder looked at Simone and shook his head, saying, "If your world is facing Ouroboros, my advice is to leave, as far away as possible. Alone, you will never be able to confront such a disaster." "No, we can't leave our home." Simone's voice grew louder with emotion. "There must be a way. Isn't the White Abyss Arena supposed to be omnipotent? Don't be too agitated. Perhaps the master might have a solution," the elder said, shaking his head. He slowly stood up and added, "I remember there are several books about the eternal disaster in the library. Maybe after reviewing them yourself, you might gain a different perspective on the disaster." Additionally, the arrival time of each disaster is unpredictable. What you're encountering may merely be a precursor, and there might still be a chance for survival. I wish you luck. Simone clenched his fists, watching the elder walk through the small wooden door at the back of the room. After a moment, the wooden door opened again. Several halflings entered, carrying a stack of books. They placed the thick volumes one by one on the round table. Ray followed the halflings into the room and gestured towards the books on the table, saying, "These books contain records about the eternal disaster of Ouroboros. You may peruse them at your leisure." "Thank you." Simone immediately picked up a thick book and began to flip through it rapidly, while Feng Heng took a book from the table to examine. One of the books was a memoir, detailing the history of a human civilization facing a disaster. Initially, a scientist from a certain country discovered a special type of mutant worm in a primeval forest tribe. According to the tribe, the mutant worms had appeared in recent years and had been causing significant trouble, gradually disturbing their existence in the forest. The entomologist took the mutant worms back to the city for research. Soon, the mutant worms began to spread in densely populated human cities. Human civilization, which was previously fragmented into warring nations, quickly formed a powerful alliance. Using advanced weapons, they rapidly quelled the crisis. However, a few months later, the crisis struck again. This time, the worm creatures had evolved armor that could resist beam weapons. Years later, the Human Federation declared it could no longer withstand the large numbers of monsters and executed an evacuation plan from the entire planet. Endless rebirth. Self-evolution. Mutant worms. Ouroboros. Feng Heng closed the book, murmuring to himself. If the mutant worms and Ouroboros were indeed the same entity, it would make everything fall into place. The so-called eternal disaster likely referred to the entire population of Ouroboros mutant worm creatures. Feng Heng recalled that when he first entered the game during the zombie apocalypse, the main storyline mission involving the Hyla virus had also mentioned Ouroboros. According to the main storyline, the Hyla virus was a product of the fusion of superpowers and a meteorite virus. Its main feature was its powerful self-healing ability. The Black Castle later investigated the meteorite connection. From Charlene, he learned that the flying artifact carrying the spawns had been destroyed in an accident, and it was loaded with a rare substance called the Spirit Core Crystal, as well as a fossil of a special primitive mutant worm virus. Charlene inferred that Hyla had become a host by chance, accidentally merging the abilities of both. Later, when Feng Heng entered the world of forests, he confirmed that the spawns were in a hostile relationship with the Ouroboros mutant worms. The spawns were also convinced that they carried fragments of the Ouroboros genes. Thus, it was likely that through the main storyline mission, Feng Heng acquired the undead effect of Hyla, which meant he had some Ouroboros gene fragments, leading the spawns to consider him an enemy. So the question was, what did the warning message Ouroboros mean in his home? Chapter 2475 New tactics. Did it mean that the real world was about to become the target of Ouroboros? How was Ouroboros connected to Xiazai? Wasn't Xiazai related to the demonic seed? He recalled that the rituals he had seen were all related to the demonic seed. Was it just a coincidence? Feng Heng rubbed his hair in frustration. According to the books he had read, the mutant worm swarms lacked language capabilities and had never shown any intention of negotiating with local forces. They were known to destroy every world they encountered indiscriminately. Furthermore, no world had ever truly defeated the mutant worm swarms. The mutant worm species possessed a bizarre ability to regenerate infinitely, with ordinary methods only able to suppress them temporarily. At first glance, the mutant worm swarms appeared to be an extreme villainous force. It was hard to determine what their actual objectives were. Similarly, as villains of hell, their goal was clear: to spread malice and disseminate hell itself. Feng Heng closed the book after finishing his review of the miscellaneous records. Elder, has a world boundary ever survived a disaster? Disasters are also categorized by levels. Before the mutant worm threat reaches a certain level, the world boundary can still find ways to temporarily suppress or evacuate. As for completely resolving a disaster, Ray pondered for a moment, then shook his head. At least, I haven't heard of such a thing happening so far. Feng Heng fell silent. Nearby, a halfling approached and whispered, "Mr. Feng Bei, your opponent in the next arena match surrendered unconditionally 5 minutes ago. According to the rules, you have won that match, and your hidden arena rating has increased. Would you like to arrange your next match immediately?" Feng Heng's mind was suddenly alert. Surrender? What was going on? Was it luck? Or was it his reputation? Show me the information on the previous opponent. Yes. The halfling promptly replied, quickly retrieving the data and handing the pad to Feng Heng. Feng Heng glanced at the photo displayed on the pad and nearly laughed out loud. Well. It turned out that his next opponent was Zhengzhou, the subordinate of the old man he had seen in the lounge on the 60th floor. No wonder he was willing to surrender. Fang Heng smiled, his lips curling up. Wait a minute. This might be useful. An idea suddenly struck Fang Heng. He lowered his head, stroking his chin as he pondered the implications. Interesting. The halfling, curious, asked, Mr. Fang Bei, what did you say? Nothing, just thinking aloud. Fang Heng looked up, handed the pad back with a warm smile, and said, I remember that I can move around freely here, correct? Yes, after advancing to S level, all floors are open to you except the highest level SSS domain, which is restricted to overseers. You're free to move about. That's good. Fang Heng nodded and glanced at Simone, who was still diligently reading through books, searching for any possible solutions for his world. Simone, I have some business to attend to. I will be leaving now. Simone, without looking up, responded, all right, thank you, Mr. Fang. I will be fine on my own. Okay, stay in touch if you have any updates. By the way, I will take the invitation card with me. I might need it, Fang Heng said, then turned to the halfling. You stay with Simone. I will be going out alone for a bit. Tower of the White Abyss, floor 45. Zheng Ziyu remained in the training room, delivering rapid punches to the sandbag in a bid to vent his frustration. He was feeling miserable. He had initially hoped to make a strong impression in front of Elder Shen by teaching a newcomer a lesson, but instead, he had hit a brick wall. Even Elder Shen, who had controlled floor 62 for a long time, was dispatched with just 2 moves. Elder Shen had reached S rank, and there were even rumors that he had once been at the highest SSS rank. However, he had suffered irreparable injuries in battle, causing his strength to plummet significantly. It was said that he had lost his fighting spirit and had been relegated back to S rank. Afterward, Elder Shen seemed to have struck some kind of deal with higher-tier competitors, remaining on floor 62 and neglecting his duties. Zheng Ziyu knew that Elder Shen's power was top-notch at the S rank level. Fang Bei's strength was enough to defeat Elder Wei in a single move. Even if Zheng Ziyu's combat power were doubled, he wouldn't stand a chance. Going back to the arena? That would be like courting death. While he could still rely on the protection of the overseers outside, facing Fang Bei in the arena would mean risking severe injury, or even worse, losing his life. He couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful opponent. Thus, Zheng Ziyu decided to surrender, hoping to avoid further enmity. Bang! The sandbag was sent flying backward with a powerful punch. Moreover, with Elder Shen gone, the higher-ups controlling the concealed layers above would certainly be displeased and might try various ways to deal with Fang Bei. Fang Bei wouldn't last long. Soon, a new leader would be chosen for floor 62. Zheng Ziyu was the one who ended up losing the most, having sacrificed a significant amount of points. It was unlikely that the higher-ups would compensate him for that money. Damn it. When he paid the protection fee, they hadn't promised such things. Relying on others was unreliable. The weak were always oppressed. He needed to find a way to strengthen himself. Bang. 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 Zheng Ziyu continued to punch the sandbag in frustration. Suddenly, Zheng Ziyu noticed something and turned to look at the open door of the training room. A small halfling entered. Zheng Ziyu's gaze then shifted to the figure standing next to the halfling. Oh no. Zheng Ziyu's heart sank, and he felt a surge of anger. He was indeed being targeted with hostility. He had already paid his points. What was this guy doing here? Such pettiness. Zheng Ziyu grumbled internally, forcing a strained smile as he looked at the newcomer. Mr. Fang, it's you. What a coincidence, are you here for training as well? Haha, I will leave you to it. With that, Zheng Ziyu made to leave quickly. Stop. Zheng Ziyu's expression changed abruptly, and he froze in place. I am not here for training. I came specifically to find you. Fang Heng looked at Zheng Ziyu and said, don't be nervous. I checked the records and saw you've been here for over a year and a half. You must be quite familiar with this place. It's nothing serious, just need your help with a small task. Of course, Zheng Ziyu said, relieved that it wasn't about revenge. He forced a flattering smile. What do you need me to do, Mr. Fang? Good. Fang Heng handed Zheng Ziyu the pad. You recognize this person? Zheng Ziyu glanced at the photo on the pad and nodded. Yes, from floor 61, area E. Very well, take me to him. Fang Heng nodded, turned, and began to walk away. As he took a few steps forward, Fang Heng noticed Zheng Ziyu hadn't followed and turned to ask, what's the matter? Any problems? Zheng Ziyu swallowed nervously and said, Mr. Fang, each floor has its own overseer, and area E is quite unified. If we cause trouble there. Chapter 2476 Visit. Who said anything about causing trouble? Fang Heng said with a stern face, his tone serious. It's just a friendly sparring match. Don't worry about it, just lead the way. Zheng Ziyu's smile froze a bit. Friendly sparring? Anyone who believed that was a fool. Quickly, Don't waste time. Alright, I will take you there. After a moment's hesitation, Zhengzhou shrugged and followed along. Whatever. If it's going to be a disaster, so be it. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the overseers on floor 120 of the Tower of the White Abyss, a group of high-tier overseers watched the recent battle in Area A through the surveillance monitors, showing expressions of appreciation. Several figures wearing red fang masks discussed the footage. It's been a long time since we've seen Death God here. Indeed. Unlike before, maintaining the Death God status now is quite impressive. One of the overseers, reviewing Fang Heng's world boundary information, suddenly noticed something unusual. The strength of his world boundary is only S level? That's strange. Yes, I noticed that too. And according to our previous intelligence, the world's dominant academic disciplines aren't necromancy but rather ancient barbarian king bloodlines and combat techniques derived from talent. Perhaps it's due to the passage of time. The rating was assigned several centuries ago. Over such a long period, the world boundary might have changed. We've already sent people to conduct further investigations, but it will take some time to receive feedback due to the distance. Considering everything, the current strength of the world boundary meets the standard. We could consider entrusting them with sealing a demonic seed of D-level strength. Anything higher might pose a risk. Understood. Continue to observe. Among the crowd, the overseer wearing the purple fang mask, who held a higher position, nodded and said in a deep voice, "The Lord of the Demonic Seed is currently absent. We should wait for the Lord of the Demonic Seed to return before making any decisions. Even if he is highly capable, it will be some time before he advances to SSS level, giving us enough time for his return." Got it. Wait a moment, look, Fang Bei is heading to floor 61? The group turned their attention in the direction indicated by one of the overseers and saw the elevator footage corresponding to a specific monitor, frowning in response. That kid really went to floor 61. S-level area E? What's he doing there? The overseer of floor 61 felt a sudden premonition, sensing something troubling. This wasn't good. Fang Bei had ill intentions. He was likely not going to floor 61 for a casual visit. I will go check it out. In the elevator, Zhengzhou briefly explained the unwritten rules of the White Abyss Arena to Fang Heng. Fang Heng managed to get a general understanding of the White Abyss Arena's structure. Starting from S level, the White Abyss Arena was divided into various domains by floors, each managed by its own overseer. The strength of each floor varied considerably. Since combat assignments were allocated monthly between the floors, there was usually animosity among them. Generally, competitors from different floors rarely interacted. Especially not with opponents for the next match. A sudden visit could be perceived as a provocation. If that happened, the entire floor would likely unite to deal with the outsider, as any grievance against the floor could affect everyone on it. The elevator dinged, and the doors slid open. Fang Heng stepped out and glanced towards the entrance. Several people in the lobby on floor 61 immediately noticed Fang Heng and Zhengzhou. What were people from Area doing here? Several pairs of eyes turned towards them. I am here to find someone, Fang Heng said, nodding casually at the four people in the lobby. Diorio, do you know him? Looking for me? By coincidence, Diorio was present in the lobby. Seeing Fang Heng, Diorio's eyes widened slightly, and he asked, "What's the matter?" Fang Heng looked at Diorio and said calmly, "For the next match, you should forfeit." What? Diorio was momentarily stunned, then began laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke. You want me to forfeit? Are you here to cause trouble? As he spoke, the sounds of arguing reached them, and many people came out of the guest rooms and gathered in the lobby, subtly surrounding Fang Heng and Zhengzhou. Think whatever you like. By the way, it's not just you. If anyone else faces me in the next match, they should also forfeit quickly. Don't waste my time. If I have to come personally, things won't be so easily resolved. Damn it. Who do you think you are? I should be saying that to you. For the next match, you should forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, Diorio's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, Fang Heng's figure blurred and vanished from his sight. What? Instant flash. In the Death God state, Fang Heng's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly closing the distance to Diorio. He immediately used the Death God Scythe's blink skill, appearing behind Diorio in a flash. Whoosh! The scythe slashed through the air, and a dark shadow exploded behind Diorio. Fang Heng paused, stepping back a few paces. Diorio was flung sideways by the dark explosion, rolling twice on the ground before stabilizing himself. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had felt it, he had been mere inches from death just moments ago. Fortunately, something had intervened to block that attack. Gasping heavily, Diorio slowly turned his head to look at the middle-aged man in the red-fanged mask. The overseer of floor 61. Diorio cupped his fists in gratitude towards the overseer, then glanced up at Feng Heng, who reappeared in midair, with deep trepidation in his eyes. This guy was terrifyingly powerful. Diorio hadn't even seen the attack coming. The other people in the lobby of floor 61 fell silent at the sight. Good heavens! If not for the overseer's intervention, Diorio would have been taken out in a single strike. Was this newcomer's strength really so terrifying? The middle-aged overseer with the red-fanged mask looked at Feng Heng coldly and said, "I recall someone reminding you not to commit murder here." "I apologize for that," Feng Heng shrugged. He said he was sorry, but there was no trace of genuine remorse in his tone. It was just a friendly spar. "I didn't expect him to be so weak. I will take note next time." Zhengzhou, who had come with Feng Heng, shivered at his words. A friendly spar? What a joke. That wasn't a spar at all. It seemed Feng Bei had said something similar before. The overseer of floor 61 stared at Feng Heng in silence. Chapter 2477 Brave and Vicious. The overseer's responsibility was merely to maintain the operation of the White Abyss Arena. They didn't interfere beyond that. Yet, Feng Heng's demeanor was so amiable that it left the overseer with no grounds to act. To be honest, the overseer also felt a bit uneasy. Blocking that strike had required all his effort, and even then, it had been extremely difficult. "Since it's a spar, try not to cause fatal injuries. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to handle," the overseer said. "I am very sorry," Feng Heng replied, showing respect to the overseer. Games are just games, and many things in the Tower of the White Abyss were limited by the rules. With rules, there were always loopholes to exploit. Seeing that the overseer was no longer speaking, Feng Heng turned his attention back to Diorio. Under Feng Heng's gaze, Diorio felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly declared, "I concede. I concede right now." It was no joke. Given the recent attack, could anyone in floor 61 confidently claim they would have dodged it? Not conceding now would be equivalent to seeking death. "Good choice," Feng Heng said, nodding lightly. He then turned to Zhengzhou, who was still standing in shock, and frowned slightly with mild displeasure. "Zhengzhou, what are you still doing? Hurry up and take care of it." "Huh? Go? Go where?" Zhengzhou was truly bewildered, looking at Feng Heng with a great deal of confusion in his eyes. What was he supposed to do? Feng Heng, feeling exasperated by his lack of intelligence, shook his head and clarified, "What's the matter? Is the protection fee not enough? Haven't you learned your lesson?" Zhengzhou's heart skipped a beat as he realized what Feng Heng was implying. Good heavens. Not only had they collected protection fees on floor 62, but now Feng Heng had came to floor 61 to collect as well? Mr. Feng was truly pioneering a new approach to the White Abyss Arena, extending the protection fee collection across floors. Zhengzhou couldn't help but marvel internally. Mr. Feng was truly formidable. Instead of learning the good, he had picked up the bad and mastered it to perfection. He was truly a shining example of the student surpassing the master. Feng Heng thought Zhengzhou was dragging his feet over collecting the protection fee, growing increasingly displeased. He coldly said, "What's the hold-up? Are you planning to cover this for him?" Yes, I am on it." Zhengzhou hurried over to Diorio. Diorio accepted his fate, cursing his bad luck. He was resigned to paying for his mistake. If he had only seen how strong this guy was, he might have acted differently. Now, he was just buying his life. Diorio grit his teeth, handing over his Tower of the White Abyss invitation card to Zhengzhou, while silently vowing that if he ever gained power, he would seek 1,000-fold revenge. Zhengzhou swiped the card and sent a confirmation message to Diorio. When Diorio saw the amount deducted, his face turned dark. He had saved up nearly 200,000 points for a powerful item. Now, it was all gone. That was his savings from more than half a year. Diorio gritted his teeth. All of it? Not a single point left? Isn't that a bit excessive? Feng Heng looked at Diorio and replied coldly, "Excessive?" Diorio fell silent, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Zhengzhou, having completed the transaction, returned to Feng Heng's side and whispered, "Mr. Feng, it's all sorted." "Sorted my foot?" Feng Heng felt an urge to roll his eyes. How could this little brother's vision be so narrow? Patiently, Feng Heng said, "What about the others? Are you going to cover their fees too?" The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with everyone's expressions turning to anger. Seriously? Not just him, but everyone was being charged? What had started as a spectator sport for many quickly became a personal crisis. Everyone's frustration reached its peak as they scowled menacingly. Only Diorio felt somewhat relieved. Better they all suffer together than just him. "Here's what you get. I am your grandpa. Let's all team up and take him down." As he spoke, one of the bystanders leapt forward, charging straight at Fang Heng. Fang Heng had been waiting for someone to make a move. Most people didn't even catch Fang Heng's movements. Bang! Fang Heng instantly disappeared from where he was. There was a resounding bang as the attacker was hurled backward at an even greater speed, crashing into the rear wall and creating a visible dent. The sheer swiftness and ferocity of the move caused a ripple of alarm among the others preparing to act. They had expected that Bale could at least delay Fang Heng for a few seconds. To their shock, he had been eliminated in an instant. Humphrey! Fang Heng reappeared with a cold snort. He clasped his hands in front of him, and a dark, ethereal book of imprisonment materialized. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of ethereal soul chains burst forth from the book, lashing out in all directions. The chains swept through the hall, flinging several of the restless Floor 61 combatants away with tremendous force. Within moments, the hall was filled with an ominous aura of death. 5 individuals had been struck and were now heavily injured, marked with dark, deathly imprints. After witnessing Fang Heng's overwhelming power in 2 successive displays, everyone quickly realized his strength was beyond anything they could handle. The remaining people were silently grateful they hadn't acted rashly. It was clear now, fighting him was not an option. Fang Bei. The overseer directed a warning gaze at Fang Heng. Sorry. As you can see, they were the ones who attacked first, Fang Heng said, raising his hand in feigned innocence. He then turned to Zhang Ziyu and urged, hurry up and continue collecting the protection fees. Right. Zhang Ziyu, although taken aback by Fang Heng's audacity, nervously gulped and began collecting the fees from each person. Make sure to keep a record. If someone's missing, you will be responsible for covering it, Fang Heng added with a smirk. The crowd regarded Fang Heng with a mix of fear and resentment, as though he were a greedy demon. Zhang Ziyu, after collecting all the protection fees from the crowd and returning the invitation cards to Fang Heng, confirmed the total balance. 177,000 points. It seemed that Floor 61 was indeed more affluent than their Floor 62. Satisfied with the amount, Fang Heng glanced at the invitation card and nodded to himself. Remember what I said, if you encounter me in the arena, surrender early. He waved dismissively and turned to leave. He's gone. The overseer of Floor 61 watched Fang Heng's departing figure and shook his head silently. Fang Heng's strength was indeed impressive, but his reckless behavior and the number of enemies he made suggested he wouldn't last long. It was only a matter of time before someone from higher up would come down to deal with him. However, the overseer suddenly realized the situation might not be so simple. With Fang Heng's strength, could the upper management even handle him? He shrugged off the concern. As long as this troublemaker was gone, his mission was considered complete. Chapter 2478 Torturing Sir swears, I am incompetent. I failed to guard the Floor 65. In the lounge on Floor 71, a middle-aged man with long white hair, holding a scepter, furrowed his brows and demanded, What do you mean, you failed to guard it? A person kneeled on the ground, not daring to lift his head, and quietly recounted the events of how Fang Bei had stormed through the 65th floor and swept it clean. Useless. Swears immediately scolded sharply upon hearing this. What's wrong with you? You couldn't handle a newcomer? And you even had your points stolen? How dare you show your face here? The kneeling person repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, saying, Sir, Fang Bei is too arrogant. He took all our points. For the sake of our race, please punish him. Swears' face was filled with wrath. Fang Bei. At that moment, Fang Bei was in a critical phase of breaking through his own limits. The elemental powers provided by the White Abyss Arena were greatly beneficial for his strength enhancement. The only trouble was that such items required a large amount of points to purchase. To quickly gather more points, Swears had secretly controlled several floor masters of the 60th floor, dividing a portion of the points each month for the exchange of cultivation materials. Humphrey. The disruption of his plans only intensified Swears' anger. He nodded and said, You may leave now. Baimu will be dealt with by me. For the sake of protecting the ecological environment, the White Abyss Arena had many rules. One of these rules stipulated that, generally, high-tier competitors were not allowed to actively enter lower floors, as such actions were considered provocations. Of course, if someone was willing to pay a price and voluntarily demote themselves to provoke others, that was permissible. In the past, when faced with troublesome individuals like Fang Heng, Swears had no choice but to find agents to handle the situation. If one agent failed, he would send a group. S-level competitors were generally of similar strength, and even if there was some disparity, one person couldn't handle 2 opponents effectively. Yet, this time, he had encountered Fang Heng. Fang Heng first raided Floor 61, and then continued upward, moving on to collect protection fees from the B district of Floor 63. S-level competitors were the most numerous, spanning a full 10 floors. On the initial floors, Feng Heng relied solely on his raw strength to overpower each level one by one. As he moved to the later floors, word of Feng Heng's notorious reputation preceded him. By then, people no longer resisted, they simply handed over their points willingly. Collecting protection fees floor by floor gave him quite a landlord-like feeling. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the elevator, Feng Heng was calculating the total earnings from floors 60 to 69 and couldn't help but click his tongue. How should he put it? There was still a bit of dissatisfaction with the expected outcome. In the later stages, upon learning that Feng Heng was coming to collect rent, the higher-level competitors smartly exchanged their points for items or materials ahead of time, or simply vacated their rooms to wander elsewhere. In short, they refused to cooperate and pay. A bunch of troublesome folks. Feng Heng inwardly grumbled. Zhengzi quietly explained, Mr. Feng, we've covered floors 60 to 69. Some people usually stay in their cultivation fields, and some deliberately avoid us. Feng Heng nodded slightly. Making a profit was one aspect of the mission, but the main goal was to spread his reputation and establish a fearsome name quickly. This way, future opponents in the arena would surrender on their own, saving him the time and hassle of waiting in line. This would allow him to rapidly advance his competitive level. Of course, if he encountered someone fearless, he would personally go and give them a beating. Let's go, onward to the floor 71. What? Zheng Ziu's heart sank at the thought. He wanted to go further up. From the 70th floor onward, competitors were SS level. Didn't I just hear that those people have all gone to the floor 71? They seem quite arrogant. Feng Heng said with a cold smile, if I am not mistaken, the floor 71 probably has their shield. A shield? Zheng Ziu was momentarily confused about who the actual black forces were. Look, they're basically stealing my business. Feng Heng snorted, hurry up and get moving. Right, right. Zheng Ziu shrank his neck and carefully pressed the button for floor 71 in the elevator. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hall on the 120th floor, the overseers, wearing their fanged masks, were thoroughly exasperated by Feng Heng's antics. They breathed a sigh of relief once he had finally finished his rounds. But then, he's going up again? One of the overseers couldn't hide his astonishment. Good grief. It had to be said. Feng Bei was indeed quite confident. Seeing that Feng Heng showed no signs of stopping and was heading straight for floor 71, the overseer's expressions turned vividly interested. The overseers managing the lower 60s floors felt a sense of relief wash over them. Good news. The troublemaker had finally left. Even better news. The troublemaker was heading to the higher floors. As the overseers from the 60s floors congratulated themselves, preparing to watch the show unfold, the overseers from floor 70 found themselves in a more awkward position. They had been enjoying the show moments ago, but now it was their turn to deal with the headache. Given Feng Heng's demonstrated strength, it was uncertain whether floor 70 could contain him. The overseers were troubled. Moreover, battles between floors often had no set rules, with everyone joining in the fray. Feng Heng was likely in for a rough time. They hoped there wouldn't be any serious incidents, such as someone getting seriously injured or worse. Good luck to me. The overseer on floor 71 looked bitter. He adjusted the red demon mask on his face and rushed to floor 71 to maintain order. Ding dong. The elevator doors on floor 71 slid open. A few people in the floor's lobby turned to look at the elevator. News of a fierce character from the lower floors challenging and collecting protection fees had reached the higher levels. In fact, the lower and upper floors were always closely connected. Feng Heng's indiscriminate collection of protection fees had offended many, and numerous people were already plotting to give him a good lesson. However, they were still in the planning stages and hadn't had the chance to act. Seeing Feng Heng swagger in confidently, they were momentarily taken aback. Feng Bei? It was already a stroke of luck that he hadn't come looking for trouble. Now he actually had the nerve to come here? Interesting. There was indeed someone unafraid of death. After the initial shock, the onlookers' expressions shifted to a mix of approval and curiosity. They directed their gazes toward Feng Heng, while several coercive presences bore down on him. Under immense pressure, Zheng Ziu's legs began to tremble. Ha ha ha. This is quite entertaining. It's truly fascinating. I've been at the White Abyss Arena for so long, and it's my first time encountering someone who dares to come up a level to collect protection fees. You really don't take us seriously. Swears, who had been troubled about how to deal with Feng Heng, suddenly received the news and rushed to floor 71, feeling the urge to laugh. Here was someone who truly didn't understand their own position and was arrogant enough to come knocking on their door, seeking their own demise. Chapter 2479. Again Swears laughed heartily as he stepped out of the corridor, looking down at Feng Heng with a condescending gaze. Don't think that we on floor 70 are the same as those lower level trash. I appreciate your courage, so I will give you a chance for a one-on-one duel. Let's begin. If you win, you will have your say here. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed as he studied Swears. It seemed that this guy was the authority on floor 71. Indeed. The fluctuations of power he sensed from Swears were completely different from the rubbish he had encountered before. However, that was all there was to it. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Feng Heng stepped forward and entered Death God mode. Swears, having heard about Feng Heng's abilities, immediately activated a dazzling multicolored light screen over his eyes. The phantom of the Death God became clearly visible to him. Whoosh! The Death God scythe slashed through the air, creating a streak of dark light. Bang! Swears's surrounding white frost shield exploded abruptly. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the shield shattered, a barrage of rapidly flying ice projectiles rushed toward Feng Heng. An SS-level competitor, indeed. The increase in power was substantial. Whoosh! Feng Heng utilized the Death God's blink ability to disappear and reappear instantly at Swears's right side. Whoosh! The Death God scythe slashed rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye. Swears's heart raced as he realized his mistake. Damn it! Where did Feng Bei come from? The mental strength attack embedded in the Death God's scythe was terrifyingly powerful. His elemental defensive barrier was utterly insufficient to withstand it. Moreover, with the Death God's form, Feng Heng's agility was greatly enhanced. Swears quickly realized he was on the defensive. Elemental summoning. Using a fire shield to momentarily free his hands, Swears immediately employed his summoning skill. Whoosh! Whoosh! He summoned creatures of fire, water, and lightning elements simultaneously, sending a barrage of elemental projectiles flying toward Feng Heng in pursuit. Whoosh! Feng Heng twisted around, and the Death God's scythe cut through the air again. Bang! 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 The spells from various elements exploded in midair. Whoosh! Feng Heng turned again and continued his pursuit of Swears. Swears gritted his teeth. Damn it! After several rounds of pursuit, with various skills being deployed continuously, Swears felt like he was dancing on the edge of a blade. He had exhausted nearly all his abilities and felt on the brink of defeat. Damn it! Swears saw no hope of winning. He had been constantly evading. He knew all his offensive maneuvers against Feng Heng were ineffective. Such attacks couldn't inflict any real damage on Feng Heng. The most frightening part was that in such an intense battle, his mental strength was rapidly depleting. On the other hand, at least, Swears saw no signs of Feng Heng being worn down. This is bad. As a dark streak of light cut through the air before him, Swears's heart leapt. Whoosh! 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 He activated his life-saving skills in rapid succession, teleporting 3 times to escape the combat zone. Swears looked up with a hint of fear in his eyes, gazing at Feng Heng in his Death God form. In the short span of just 2 minutes of battle, Swears had transitioned from disdain to seriousness, then to shock, and now, he was filled with fear. Undead faction. Death God. Who exactly was this person? Whoosh! Seeing the Death God closing in again, with all his defensive skills on cooldown, Swears's body tensed and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is bad. I can't hold this off. I am going to die. In a desperate move, Swears shouted, "Stop! I surrender! I surrender!" Boom! In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Swears. Bang! Feng Heng's scythe slammed into the purple Fang Mask Overseer's shield on floor 71, erupting in a violent wave of dark death aura. Whoosh! Feng Heng lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and quickly retreated, resuming his human form. It became clear. Even without using his zombie clone, he could still win against the SS-level adversary on floor 70. It just wasn't as overwhelming as on floor 60. Winning this match took a lot of time. I lost. Swears's face turned pale, his teeth clenched as he slowly lifted his head to glare at Feng Heng with an expression of extreme malice. But what of it? All of you, attack together. Kill him. The circle of SS-level competitors from floor 71 gathered around the hall and moved into action simultaneously. Several alien beings charged fiercely at Feng Heng. At the same time, dozens of spells of various colors locked onto him firmly. Humphrey. Feng Heng sneered coldly, and subtle spatial fluctuations appeared around his body. What? Swears's pupils suddenly contracted. Spatial ability. He actually possessed spatial ability as well. The various spells were a step too slow and shattered explosively in the air. The secondary space projection ability combined with the Death God form's blink skill allowed Feng Heng to evade the encirclement of the crowd and close the distance to Swears in a remarkably short time. As Feng Heng stepped out of the secondary space, he had already vanished from his original location using the blink skill. The death god's form materialized like a ghost behind Swears. Whoosh! A dark streak of light cut through the air. Startled, Swears hurriedly summoned the last remnants of his mental strength to perform a rapid dodge. Spatial flicker. He narrowly avoided the death god's scythe's attack range. Cold sweat poured down Swears' forehead. This is bad. Having just escaped one attack, Swears suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger rise from behind. It's over. In the final moment before death, Swears gathered all his remaining strength to condense an elemental protection imprint in front of him with both hands. Kai. A dark light flashed. A wound appeared on Swears' neck. Having struck successfully, Feng Heng quickly retreated, but his eyes were covered by a layer of dead gray. Death gaze. In midair, the soul protected by the elemental imprint floated upwards. TCH. Elemental body reforged. Sacred study, natural science. Now even elemental science is snatching souls from the death realm. Serves them right for bullying the death realm. Feng Heng sneered coldly in his mind and suddenly raised his hand forward. Bang! The elemental curse imprint protecting Swears' soul shattered in midair. A point of white light appeared in the center of the soul body, rapidly devouring the entire soul body. System notification: the player's guidance has caused a special influence on the soul, S rank, causing it to sink into the death realm. The player gains commander-level Death God bloodline experience plus 60,000. An S rank soul? It's much weaker compared to the Holy Realm Purifier. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. The next moment, attacks from several aliens arrived simultaneously from behind. Bang! Bang bang! Several skills exploded in rapid succession, and the dense attacks passed through Feng Heng's body, forcing him out of the Death God form and back into his human form. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his body was violently thrown backward. Chapter 2480 Locking on. Did it succeed? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The Death God was indeed a type of mage. Its attack power was extremely high, and its agility far surpassed that of ordinary mage players, but conversely, its survivability was much weaker. Often, it couldn't withstand even a single hit. Chase. Just as they were about to advance, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Feng Heng, upon landing, transformed back into his Death God form right on the spot. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards them with incredible speed. This was bad. The moment an alien god locked onto Feng Heng as their target, their expression changed dramatically. Only those who were personally targeted could truly feel just how terrifying it was to be marked by Feng Heng. Whoosh! Feng Heng's aura suddenly vanished from sight. It was impossible to determine from which corner he might reappear. Whoa! The Death God materialized on the right side. The Death God's scythe swept through the air. Bang! The blue crystalline shield in front of the alien shattered with a thunderous boom under the impact. The exploding ice crystals, mixed with the aura of death, obscured their vision. Before the alien could seize the chance to counterattack, the Death God's figure vanished once more. A chill ran down the alien's spine. In the next moment, the Death God reappeared on his right side. Kai. A faint sound echoed, and a dark red mark appeared on the alien's neck. In the hall, everyone was horrified. Even with more than 10 people working together, no one could stop Feng Heng's attack, and 2 of them were even killed on the spot by him. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't have time to intervene. Unlike the previous moment when everyone had teamed up to attack Feng Heng, the group that had been chasing him now scattered rapidly, fearful of becoming the next target locked onto by Feng Heng. Stop! The overseer from floor 71 materialized in front of Feng Heng, coldly staring at him as he said, "That's enough, Feng Bei." Feng Heng looked up at the overseer for a moment, then quickly shifted his gaze away. He glanced at the competitors from floor 71 who had ceased their actions, shook his head slightly, and said nothing more. He just gave a dismissive glance to the side. "Hey, Zhengzhou, didn't you hear what the overseer said? It's over. Why are you still standing there? Get to work." Zhengzhou had been hiding in a corner, afraid of being caught in the crossfire when Feng Heng clashed with floor 71. Now, he finally peeked out from his hiding spot. Won. They won? They actually won? Even the strongest of floor 71, Swears, who was said to be preparing to advance to SSS level, was defeated. Not only that, but even when everyone from floor 71 teamed up, they couldn't handle Mr. Feng at all. So just how terrifying was his strength? Zhengzhou looked at Feng Heng for a moment, his expression somewhat bewildered. Feng Heng impatiently urged, "Hurry up." All right. Zhengzhou responded, emerging from around the corner, and began collecting points from everyone. The people on floor 71 had never imagined that Feng Heng would dare to come directly to their doorstep to collect protection fees, let alone that they would end up defeated by him. Because of this, They hadn't preemptively transferred the points from the invitation card like those on the lower floors. SS-level competitors could earn significantly more points per week compared to their S-level counterparts. Additionally, most people didn't immediately spend their points as soon as they received them, resulting in a substantial accumulation. Zhengzhou was even a bit startled while collecting the money. There were so many. Altogether, it amounted to a staggering 10 million. It was even more than what could be gathered from sweeping through the entire floor 60 to 70 combined. The overseer coldly stared at Fang Heng and said in a deep voice, "Fang Bei, do you know that behind these people, there is the shadow of floor 80? Your previous actions have already displeased them greatly. You might have managed to get through floor 70, but what about floor 80? Fang Heng shrugged. "Then let's give it a try. Floor 80? He could only stay here for at most 3 days. By then, he would have long since disappeared. I admire your confidence." The red fang mask-wearing overseer glanced at Fang Heng before gradually fading from sight until it completely disappeared. Fang Heng urged, "Zhengzhou? Is it done?" "Almost done, almost done," Zhengzhou said as he hurried over, handing the invitation card to Fang Heng. "Mr. Fang, the total is 11.43 million points." "So much?" Fang Heng's surprise flickered in his eyes for a moment. It seemed these people had been raking in quite a bit. All from the common folks' hard-earned money. Confiscated. Fang Heng glanced at the invitation card and nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go, to the next floor." Zhengzhou's heart sank sharply. As expected. This wasn't over yet. Zhengzhou had anticipated that Fang Heng wouldn't give up easily, but hearing Fang Heng actually say they were moving to the next floor was a whole different feeling. His heart tightened with apprehension. "Let's go." Just like on floor 60. When it came to collecting protection fees, the initial 2 floors faced the most resistance. By showcasing his strength in dealing with 2 troublesome parties, Fang Heng found that subsequent efforts were much smoother. Each floor was aware in advance that Fang Heng was coming. They either attempted negotiations or threats, but once they realized Fang Heng was impervious to persuasion, they obediently handed over their points. That was until they reached floor 75. Zhengzhou collected a batch of points and returned cautiously, looking somewhat nervous. He whispered, "Mr. Fang. The situation is a bit. Speak. The points I collected are a bit low." Fang Heng took the invitation card and couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, so that's how it is." Fang Heng's expression darkened. "A total of just over 10,000 points for the entire floor 74? That's less than a fraction of what's on floor 60. Playing tricks with him? He might have tolerated a 30 or 40% shortfall, but this much?" Instantly, Fang Heng's face grew grim. The assembled competitors on floor 75 also noticed the change in Fang Heng's expression and felt a wave of unease. "Ahem, Mr. Fang," an elder stepped forward from the crowd, gesturing toward the upper floors and explaining to Fang Heng with a nod, "Please don't be angry. We have our own difficulties you might not be aware of. On floor 75, our points are all submitted upwards, unlike other places, so—" "Of course, I understand," Fang Heng said, observing the elder's clumsy performance with a faint nod. "It's not easy to accumulate points these days. Each floor has its own struggles. But if everyone follows your example—" Fang Heng's tone suddenly turned cold. "How am I supposed to manage things in the future?" The elder's expression changed drastically. "Stop him." Fang Heng's figure rapidly condensed on the spot, forming an illusory shadow that quickly leaped toward the old man. Immediately, the 2 of them tried to block Fang Heng in front of the old man. Whoosh! The death god's scythe swept through. A dark gleam flashed instantaneously. Bang! The 2 people who tried to shield the elder were blown apart by the exploding dark light. Chapter 2481 Come Together. The first encounter left everyone feeling a chill. As rumored, Fang Heng's movements were indeed like a phantom, and once he used his skills, they were nearly impossible to counter, making conventional interception methods ineffective. But wait! To everyone's surprise, this time, Fang Heng did not disappear as they had anticipated. Instead, he remained in plain sight, standing in his normal form with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I will handle this." Whoosh! A towering figure over 2 meters tall lunged towards Fang Heng, blocking his path. Normally, in his death god state, Fang Heng could withstand most physical attacks, and someone like Leek, known for his strength, wouldn't have much impact. But this time, since Leek dared to show his physical form, as an alien, Leek's physical strength was formidable. He wasn't afraid of close combat. In the past, he had only been defeated by opponents who used ranged attacks in the arena. Boom! Fang Heng did not budge. He swung his fist outward, meeting Leek head-on with a powerful punch. Leek's eyes widened in shock. What kind of terrifying strength was that? This was the first time he felt like he was unable to fight back against an enemy in close combat. Boom. A strange force came from the front, and Leek's right fist was distorted under the huge impact. His entire body was sent flying and heavily hit the wall. Leek lay on the ground, his entire right hand twisted into a shape like a twisted braid. Everyone looked at Feng Heng, their eyes filled with a mix of awe and shock. That guy. Not only was he so formidable in his soul-body state, but even in his normal state. Nearby, the red-fanged mask overseer from floor 75 slowly materialized, observing Feng Heng with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. It seemed his physical form appeared to be even stronger than his soul form. However, this seemed like good news for the overseer. This state, unlike the death god form, didn't involve immediate life or death consequences with every move. Swoosh. After entering his original form, Feng Heng's attacks became more aggressive. After heavily injuring Leek with one punch, he took a step forward and chased after a person on the right. Boom. There was a loud crash. Anyone who dared to block Feng Heng's path was sent flying without exception. Frostbind. Immediately, someone began casting spells to attempt to entangle and trap Feng Heng. Under the effect of the skill, dense ice crystals immediately began to form around Feng Heng's body. Humphrey. Feng Heng snorted coldly and looked at the elementalist who was casting a spell. The alien's heart immediately surged with fear. Oh no. He had been targeted. Wait, what? The alien suddenly felt a sinking sensation in their chest. What's happening? The spell's effect on the opponent was much shorter than anticipated. The opponent's resistance to magic was extremely high. Bang. The ice crystals encasing Feng Heng shattered. In the next moment, shimmering spatial fluctuations appeared around Feng Heng, and he quickly entered a secondary space projection. Whoosh. When Feng Heng reappeared, he was already beside the alien elemental science scholar. Feng Heng threw a punch. Bang. The ice crystal shield in front of the alien elemental science scholar exploded with a resounding crash. Ice crystals scattered everywhere. Boom. The series of fists shattered the ice crystals and landed solidly on the elementalist's right shoulder. He was sent flying backward, and his entire right shoulder disintegrated under the punch. It was a bloody mess. The overseer on floor 75 furrowed his brow. He had now confirmed it. Fang Bei. It swiveled out. This young man excelled in physical melee combat. Combining the death god form with terrifying close-quarters combat skills and spatial element abilities, Feng Heng's combat performance was undeniably comprehensive. Feng Heng's strength was even greater than he had initially anticipated. In the White Abyss arena, specializing in a single aspect could easily lead to targeted attacks. However, Feng Heng's versatility made him exceptionally suited for the arena mode. At least for now, the people on floor 74 were entirely unable to control him. The overseer pondered quietly. It seemed that Feng Heng had intentionally held back, keeping his force limited to inflicting serious injuries rather than taking their lives. As an overseer, there was no reason for him to intervene. In just a short time, more than a dozen people in the hall were left unable to stand, all severely injured, lying on the ground. There's no rush. If you can't pay the protection fee, it's not my fault. I am not unreasonable, I will give you some time to gather it. I will come back early tomorrow morning, Feng Heng said coldly, surveying the space before turning to Zhengzhou. Let's go. As Feng Heng and Zhengzhou left for the elevator, heading down from floor 75, the faces of the remaining people in the hall showed a mix of relief and resignation. Injuries of this severity would require at least half a month to heal. The only consolation was that their lives were spared, and the disaster had finally left. However, the damage to floor 75 was devastating, far worse than just losing some points. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, it would be much easier to collect money after pulling out a group of uncooperative people to beat them up. Feng Heng had also reflected on the situation. Indeed, violence and killing were not ideal. After all, if people were killed, what about the points? He couldn't collect them at all. From floor 60 onward, as he continued to gather money, his points quickly surged to 76 million. That was enough to exchange for 76 dimensional core fragments. However, initial and foremost, he needed to quickly raise his gladiator level to level SSS. In the elevator, Zhengzhou glanced nervously at Feng Heng and said quietly, Mr. Feng, the succeeding level is floor 80. Should we? Yes, we won't go there just yet. Feng Heng glanced at his pad. Currently, his gladiator level was still at level S. The succeeding opponent in line had been resisting for over half an hour without surrendering. What was going on? Dragging out the surrender? Purposefully wasting his time? It seemed that he had to go and teach that kid a lesson personally. He couldn't afford to be stuck waiting for the opponent to surrender. Putting everything else aside, the 76 dimensional core fragments were solid rewards. First, He needed to advance to SSS-ranked Gladiator and find a way to secure those rewards. White Abyss Arena, Floor 120. Seeing that Feng Heng did not ultimately enter the 80th floor domain, the overseers felt a sense of relief. However, everyone was also quite curious. If that kid had actually entered floor 80, would he still be so arrogant? Alright, everyone, disperse. With the Lord of the Demonic Seed not present, make sure you remember your duties. We need to pay special attention to the security of the White Abyss Arena soon. Additionally, the sealed deadline had passed. Those who were not contaminated were to go and desist in completing the seal, just resemble before, by volunteering and publicly recruiting believers. Yes. Were the sacrifices prepared? They were already prepared. Yes, check everything again thoroughly. Once you verify that everything is correct, issue the mission. We can't afford to delay the Lord of the Demonic Seed's important matter. Chapter 2482 Infiltration. An overseer with a red fang mask suddenly asked, "Sir, if Fang Bei joins, should we intervene?" At these words, everyone fell silent once more, turning their attention to the three high-tier overseers in the center, who wore purple fang masks. Feng Heng? Why should we stop him? Is there something different about Fang Bei? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms or something? Yes. Understood. Meanwhile, Baimu and his team of 3 finally figured out a way to infiltrate the Tower of the White Abyss. The guards at the Tower of the White Abyss were extremely tight, and it took them over 2 full days to get inside. Obtaining an invitation card was far from as simple as Feng Heng had imagined. Each invitation card issued by the White Abyss came with a specific serial number and was sent to various special world boundaries. In cases where someone like Feng Heng, whose combat power had suddenly surged, appeared, additional personnel would be dispatched for secondary verification. The most crucial point was that Baimu and his team did not possess a divine weapon like Feng Heng's divine prank, nor did they have the initial identity reward provided by the game. As demonic seeds, their auras were difficult to conceal, and their combat methods largely relied on the innate abilities of their demonic nature. This made it easy for their demonic seed identity to be exposed once they engaged in combat with enemies. After several failed attempts, Baimu revised their infiltration strategy. Instead of trying to enter as competitors, they decided to use another method, a ritual to blend into the White Abyss Arena. Their cover identity for this mission was that of a potioneer, responsible for producing various restorative potions and most of the potions that counteract demonic seeds within the arena. Baimu was very glad that there was a companion in the team who had in-depth research on medicine. Finally, he managed to enter floor 40 of the White Abyss Arena through disguise. In the potion research room, taking advantage of the fact that no one else was around, they found an opportunity to discuss their battle plan quietly. From the intelligence we've gathered, historical information seems to be stored in the central control hall on floor 150 floor of the Tower of the White Abyss. We need to find a way to get in there, breach the control center system, and obtain the list of personnel who have passed through the Tower of the White Abyss each year. By identifying the SSS rank victors and cross-referencing the reduced number of people, we can trace back through the clues to locate the world boundaries of these individuals. At that point, although we can't guarantee 100%, there is over a 60% chance we will find the sealed demonic seed. What we need to do is infiltrate as discreetly as possible, avoiding any disturbance, Baimu instructed. The others nodded in agreement as they listened to Baimu's carefully laid out plan. His strategy was the most reliable approach. By keeping noise and commotion to a minimum, they hoped to acquire the intelligence they needed without alerting the demonic seed of jealousy, thereby freeing more demonic seeds. However, everyone was aware that infiltrating the upper levels wouldn't be easy. Moreover, their team's mission to invade the White Abyss was complicated by the presence of another ticking time bomb. Baimu, what about Jingjer? Baimu gave a slight nod, but the mention of Jingjer weighed heavily on him. He sighed deeply and said, they should have their plans. Jingjer was one of the embodiments of the demonic seed of pride. His strategic approach had always differed significantly from Baimu's. In the beginning, with a common enemy and mutual hatred, Baimu and Jingjer were able to collaborate despite their differences. However, as their cooperation deepened, especially with their current mission into the White Abyss, their conflicts came to a head. Unlike Baimu, Jingjer thought Baimu's seemingly cautious plan was utterly foolish. Since they had already managed to infiltrate the White Abyss, why not directly seek out the sealed demonic seeds left by the demonic seed of jealousy, aim to fully liberate them, and then join forces to eliminate the demonic seed of jealousy completely? Wouldn't that have been a better approach? Even if they couldn't defeat jealousy directly, Jingjer believed they could at least escape if necessary and then follow Baimu's plan afterward. Baimu, on the other hand, thought Jingjer's approach was far too reckless. The seals created by the demonic seed of jealousy were not something that could be easily broken in a short time. Furthermore, the guards in the White Abyss arena were not weak by any means. Even if they managed to release the demonic seeds from the White Abyss, would they be able to handle jealousy? If jealousy were truly that weak, how had it managed to seal so many demonic seeds in the first place? After all, this was something even the Holy Realm had never achieved. At this stage, the risk of killing jealousy by force was too high. It was almost impossible to complete the mission. With neither side able to persuade the other, they decided to part ways, each working to infiltrate the White Abyss arena according to their own predetermined plans and remaining uninvolved with one another. Jinger's operation is on a larger scale and will likely cause significant disturbances that might impact us, so we need to act faster. We should focus on infiltrating the higher levels, locating clues about the sealed demonic seed, and then leaving immediately. I've received information that later today, there will be a sacrificial ritual involving a batch of regular demonic seeds. During this time, the overseers guarding the Tower of the Demonic Seed will be concentrated on the fusion process. We should take advantage of this window to explore the higher levels of the White Abyss arena. Everyone quickly discussed the details of the operation. A woman in the team suddenly spoke up. If Ginger and his group also enter the White Abyss arena, they might choose to strike the sealed land of the demonic seed during that time. If that's the case, the pressure on us would be greatly reduced. Indeed. In any case, we need to be even more discreet, Baimu nodded. Regardless of whether Ginger's actions succeed or not, we need to secure enough leverage for ourselves. Alright, everyone start preparing. Got it. As the others dispersed to get ready and deploy their plans, Baimu suddenly thought of Feng Heng. He had initially hoped to bring Feng Heng along for the infiltration of the White Abyss arena, intending to include him in the fight for a better chance of success. However, there had been some communication issues, and he hadn't been able to reach Feng Heng last night. It was likely too late now. However, since he still had some free time, Baimu chose to log off temporarily and contact Old Black to find out about Feng Heng's situation in the game. What did you say? Baimu, having just logged off, was surprised to hear from Old Black that Feng Heng had already entered the White Abyss arena. His mind was immediately stirred. Feng Bei? He's found an invitation letter and joined the White Abyss arena as a competitor? Baimu was astonished. How did this kid, Feng Heng, manage to pull that off? Just how long had it been since entering the game, and they had already managed to infiltrate the White Abyss arena? As expected. Given that Feng Heng had reached this level solely through his own strength, there was no doubt about his capabilities. I understand. I will find a way to get in touch with him. Hanging up the phone, Baimu immediately lowered his head in thought, considering how to maximize Feng Heng's value. Chapter 2483 Internal Mission. At this moment, Feng Heng had just returned to the elevator. A few minutes earlier, accompanied by Zhengzhou, he had visited the closed training room to give a lesson to an opponent who was still deep in training, unaware of the changed circumstances outside. He forced the opponent to surrender and also drained his personal points. With that, Feng Heng's ranking in the arena began to climb rapidly once again. Ding dong. Feng Heng felt his pad vibrate. He opened it to find a new hint notification displayed on the screen. Trial participant, your trial points have reached the required level. Congratulations on advancing to SS rank competitor. Your world's invitation card has been upgraded to SS rank. Your guest room has been relocated to floor 77, room 08. The efficiency was quite impressive. Feng Heng glanced at the game notification. Ding dong. Before he could close it, the pad vibrated again, displaying a new red push notification. White Abyss Arena is recruiting arena maintenance personnel. Recruiting maintenance personnel? What on earth? Feng Heng's curiosity was piqued as he tapped the screen to view more details. The notification appeared to be a special mission issued by the White Abyss Arena. Competitors interested in participating could apply within the next 2 hours. Successfully completing the mission would earn them corresponding reward points, though specific details about the mission were sparse. Notably, the mission description emphasized a strict prohibition on infighting during the task. Feng Heng glanced at Zhengzhou beside him and asked, "What's this push notification about?" Zhengzhou leaned over to look at the information on Feng Heng's pad and shuddered slightly. He explained, "This is a related task offered by the White Abyss Arena. I've heard that the rewards are quite generous, but it's also extremely dangerous. I am not clear on the specifics of the mission myself, as very few people have disclosed details. From what I've heard, participants are taken with the overseers to the lower sealed areas of the White Abyss Arena to assist in sealing some monsters. I've seen many people who ventured into such missions never return." Zhengzhou, who was cautious by nature, felt that this mission was too risky for someone like him. But many people still participate every time. I've heard that completing it can earn you enough points for a year. Many are eager to improve their strength and are willing to take the risk. Feng Hang thoughtfully stroked his chin, a contemplative look in his eyes. You mentioned something about a seal? Huh? Zhang Ziyu was momentarily puzzled, then nodded and said, yes, I heard that the mission is related to some kind of seal. A seal? Could it be related to the demonic seed of jealousy sealing other demonic seeds? If that's the case, it's definitely worth investigating further. Seizing the opportunity while jealousy is absent, it might be possible to uncover clues on how to deal with jealousy. Register. Feng Hang tapped a few times on his pad and completed the registration. You have successfully registered. The operation will officially begin at 8:00 p.m. tonight. Please assemble at the underground hall by 7:30 p.m. Seeing Feng Hang so effortlessly taking on the mission, Zhang Ziyu couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling a bit anxious. The big shot was really fearless. Fortunately, the big shot didn't pressure him into taking on the mission as well. Let's go, we've got debts to collect. Feng Hang glanced at Zhang Ziyu, and with some time left before the mission, decided to first level up to the rank of SSS, then figure out how to claim the dimensional core fragments. In the library, Simone continued to delve into the books in search of information. Absorbed entirely in the research, Simone lost track of time. Ugh! There weren't many records on the demonic seeds, and after flipping through 2 books consecutively, Simone let out a faint sigh. The more he learned about the eternal disaster, the bleaker his hope seemed. He noticed his pad lighting up several times out of the corner of his eye, which made him feel a bit irritated. He reached for the pad and checked the notifications. Congratulations, your team's competitor level has been upgraded to SSS. What was going on? Simone was momentarily stunned, wondering if he had read the notification incorrectly. His heart raced as he quickly brought the pad closer for a detailed look. It was true. In just a few hours, Feng Hang had fought 86 battles, each ending with his opponent surrendering beforehand. Simone jumped out of his chair. According to the rules of the White Abyss Arena, he had now met the criteria to request a meeting with the master of the arena. His world might be saved. Halfling. I need to see the master of the White Abyss Arena immediately. The halfling, who had been waiting nearby, approached upon hearing the request. I am sorry, esteemed competitor, but the master is currently not at the Tower of the White Abyss. We have recorded your request and will arrange a meeting with you as soon as the master returns. Simone clenched his fists and urged, when will the master be back? My world cannot wait that long. It's estimated to take another 3 days. If you're in a hurry, we can arrange a meeting with the supervisors on the 80th floor in advance. The supervisors will have a certain level of authority when the master is not around. With the knowledge of the supervisors, they should be able to help you solve the problem. Help me arrange it as soon as possible. Right, and Feng Bei. Reaching SSS level and the world boundary so quickly was all thanks to Mr. Feng's help. Simone thought of Feng Bei and asked, what about Mr. Feng? Feng Bei was currently on the 2nd layer arena platform. However, he was scheduled to participate in an arena mission starting at 8:30. He should have been heading to the underground hall gathering point. Coincidentally, the 3 chief overseers would also be there, so you could find them there. A mission? Simone was momentarily surprised. The White Abyss Arena had missions? It didn't matter. With both Feng Hang and the overseers there, he needed to go over and inquire about the situation. Simone lost interest in continuing his research, stood up, and said, let's go. Take me there. Sorry. The halfling showed an apologetic expression and shook his head. The underground domain is a special area of the White Abyss Arena. You are not allowed to enter. Why? Simone asked urgently. How are they getting in then? Mr. Feng Bei is currently engaged in a mission and is in a mission state. Then I will take that mission. Understood. I will process the paperwork for you. The halfling tapped a few times on his pad and then respectfully nodded. Respectable participant, please follow me. Simone stood up and hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, Feng Hang was also on his way to the underground hall, riding the elevator. After hunting down opponents and advancing to SSS level just in time for the special mission gathering, he realized he had forgotten to check in with Bei Mu about the situation. In Feng Hang's mind, since Bei Mu knew about his situation, he would surely find a way to contact him in the game. Chapter 2484 Exchange in the elevator, Feng Hang once again took out the pad and started browsing. He found it. Dimensional core fragments. Redeem. Ding. The player is in a special area White Abyss Arena. The player can use special points to exchange for items. The player currently has 82 dimensional core fragments. The player could go to the White Abyss Arena exchange area to collect the item, or have it delivered directly by a halfling. Ding. The halfling would deliver the redeemed dimensional core fragments to the player. Very good. He would definitely get it. 82 dimensional core fragments were even enough to absorb an advanced game world. It was a bloodbath of profit. This trip had definitely been worth it. Ding. The elevator doors opened once more. In the White Abyss Arena, each floor's elevator opening led to a spacious hall. The first basement was no exception. The mission assembly time was set for 8 o'clock. Feng Heng arrived almost precisely on time. At this moment, the hall was already filled with a crowd. When the people saw Feng Heng, they immediately turned their gazes toward him. Here, most people had suffered losses at Feng Heng's hands. The looks directed at him now were filled with hostility. Feng Heng sensed hostility and could not help but squint his eyes and look back. Hey! Previously, they had all paid up honestly. Now, suddenly, they were all filled with resentment and hostility. Feng Heng scanned the hall and noticed that most of the people were gathered in teams. Within each team, there were 1 or 2 unfamiliar faces. From the aura radiating from some of them, it was clear that they were quite powerful. SSS-level gladiators. So they had found themselves some backup. It's a pity. SSS-level gladiators probably had more points in their backpacks, didn't they? Feng Heng's gaze shifted to the few overseers in red demon masks standing at the back of the hall, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. The mission commission had stated explicitly that combat was prohibited during the trial phase. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to challenge the top gladiators within the Tower of the White Abyss. Perhaps due to the presence of the 3 high-tier overseers, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense, and people kept their conversations low. Feng Heng moved to a corner, waiting for the mission to begin. This mission seemed somewhat unusual. It was likely related to the demonic seed. He needed to stay extremely alert. Ding dong. Just as he was thinking, the elevator door opened again. Someone was even later than him? Feng Heng's interest was piqued as he looked up and saw a large figure stepping out of the elevator. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? Was that Simone? Wasn't he supposed to be researching in the library? How did he end up here? Simone stepped out of the elevator, and upon seeing the crowd gathered outside, he paused in surprise. Then he quickly scanned the hall with his eyes. Mr. Feng. Spotting Feng Heng in the corner, Simone's eyes lit up. He called out to him and hurried over, speaking urgently, Mr. Feng, thank you for helping me upgrade the world level. Unfortunately, the master of the White Abyss Arena isn't here right now, so we will need to find an overseer to inquire about the situation. Feng Heng nodded lightly. He had already suspected that jealousy wouldn't be present, so he wasn't surprised. In fact, the issue with the mutant worms had momentarily slipped his mind until Simone's reminder. Feng Heng turned his gaze toward the group of middle-aged men with purple demon masks at the back of the hall and said, they should be the high-tier overseers of the White Abyss Arena. Let's go ask them. Mr. Feng Bei. Feng Heng turned to see a halfling, who had emerged from the elevator with Simone, approaching him. The halfling interrupted their conversation and stepped forward, presenting a wooden tray with a respectful gesture. This is the item you exchanged from the White Abyss treasury. Please check it. On the wooden tray was a finely crafted wooden box. Immediately, the attention of everyone in the hall was once again drawn to Feng Heng. In just one afternoon, the name Feng Bei had spread throughout the White Abyss Arena. Many people had strength comparable to Feng Heng's, but none had been as arrogant as he was. He had directly extorted every floor from 60 to 79. So, he had earned so many points and exchanged them all for whatever was in that wooden box. Feng Heng glanced at the halfling. Damn it. Did it really have to be presented in such a high-profile manner? Oh well. He was already the center of attention anyway. Thank you. Ding. The player has obtained a box containing dimensional crystal core fragments, 82 pieces. Feng Heng took the box, checked the game hint, and directly stored it in his backpack. Let's go and ask. As Feng Heng's actions became clear to everyone in the hall, their curiosity grew. This guy didn't even look at it? Was he afraid the treasure might be leaked? What valuable item could be inside the wooden box? Under the gaze of the crowd, Feng Heng and Simone approached the corner where several overseers with purple tusked masks stood. The overseers, recognizing Feng Heng, looked at them levelly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Sir, we need your help. Our world is facing a crisis, and we've heard that only the White Abyss can assist us." "Is that so?" The overseer glanced at Simone with a neutral expression. "The master is not here at the moment. If you need help, I can listen to your situation. If it's indeed urgent, we can provide temporary assistance, but a final decision will need to be reported to the master." Another high-tier overseer nodded and said, "Go ahead and explain. What's the issue?" Simone, undeterred by the crowd, immediately spoke up. "Our world is facing an Ouroboros." "Ouroboros? A disaster." The 3 high-tier overseers' expressions changed slightly, and they exchanged concerned glances. Their eyes revealed a sense of gravity. This was a serious problem. No one has ever truly defeated an Ouroboros. From the moment you became aware of its existence, your world has been on a countdown to annihilation. All we can do is help you slow down the process of destruction. The overseer with the purple fang mask sighed deeply and continued, however, there's no need to worry too much. Although the destruction of your world is inevitable, we can at least help you find a safe foundational world, assist you in removing the Ouroboros infection, and facilitate a safe relocation. This way, you will be able to rebuild your home. With the capabilities of your world boundary, you should be able to recover quickly after some time of rest and recuperation. Another overseer added, however, in return, you will need to make some exchanges. We can discuss the specifics later. If you agree, we will immediately start searching for a suitable world for you. Simone's heart sank at this. Even the White Abyss couldn't directly eliminate the Ouroboros? Chapter 2485 Method to leave one's homeland to escape disaster? So be it. If it came to a life-or-death situation, it was better than having the entire clan annihilated. In fact, Simone had just reviewed a lot of information in the library. No world that had encountered Ouroboros had ever survived, and survivors were exceedingly rare. There had been attempts to teleport. However, after each teleportation, Ouroboros would always follow, erupting anew in the new world. Once, a powerful race had teleported more than a dozen times, only to be eventually worn down and completely wiped out. Don't worry. We have a way to deal with the Ouroboros infection and prevent it from spreading to new worlds. With our strength, we can help all of your people relocate. Think it over, and if you decide, you can come find us anytime. The overseer looked up at everyone and said, the time is almost here. Get ready, the mission will commence in 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, everyone visibly grew tense. I see some of you are on your first mission. Let me repeat, everything you see and hear here today must remain confidential. Additionally, during the mission, don't ask why, just follow orders. No sabotaging each other or making any suspicious moves. If I catch any of you. The overseer in the purple fanged mask paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. In a cold voice, he added, don't blame me. Move out. The overseer waved his hand. The group slowly moved their feet, following the overseer as they descended the escalator. As they proceeded down the long escalator passage, Fang Heng went deeper into the underground domain of the White Abyss Arena. Soon, the passage flattened out, and a massive metal door came into view, blocking their path forward. Upon closer inspection, Fang Heng noticed that the metal door was inscribed with Magikure runes. He quickly glanced over them, determining that they were primarily defensive Magikure runes. The overseer in the purple fanged mask stopped in front of the metal door and raised his hand towards a surveillance camera in the high corner. Open the passage. Buzz. With a low hum, the heavy alloy metal door began to rise slowly, responding to the vibrations beneath their feet. The door was constructed with incredible thickness, measuring over 5 meters. The overseer examined the door as it ascended, then nodded and said, let's go. Ding. The player is entering a special area where spatial science-related abilities are significantly weakened. Fang Heng followed the group through the metal door. They entered a circular, open area resembling an underground plaza, vast and expansive. Aside from the recent entrance, the surrounding area was enclosed by walls of alloy metal, including the floor. It was covered with a thick layer of alloy metal. Next, I need to share some secrets about the White Abyss Arena, which must not be disclosed. The overseer stopped and said in a grave tone, beneath the White Abyss Arena, some monsters have been temporarily sealed. For a long time now, the monster's strength has been steadily eroding the outer seal. As the saying goes, it's better to divert than to block. Instead of allowing the monster's strength to accumulate and continuously drain the seal's power down below, it's more effective to periodically channel their power out to prevent them from damaging the seal. The overseer paused, looked up at the ceiling of the hall, and pointed. He asked, do you see that? Fang Heng followed the overseer's gesture and looked up. Hanging from the ceiling were numerous cages, each suspended by heavy iron chains. The cages were so numerous that they seemed to crowd the entire upper space. That is where the sacrifices will be held. Once the ritual begins, the sacrifices will be placed into these cages. Each cage is equipped with a special mechanical device that safely connects it to the upper safe area, the overseer explained. We will be stationed in the upper domain. Periodically, we will place the sacrifices into these cages and then lower them into the ritual domain where you are standing now. After being released from the cages, the sacrifices will continuously absorb the power released by the monsters, gradually corrupting and falling into depravity, ultimately becoming puppets controlled by the monsters. You will need to destroy the sacrifices completely once they have fully fallen into depravity. As he spoke, another overseer, wearing a purple demonic fanged mask, began distributing bracelets to everyone present. When the ritual begins, the entire hall will be sealed off, and the demonic aura will be released. The bracelet will help protect you from the monster's aura. Infuse it with your strength to activate it. We will monitor the concentration of the demonic aura from the upper levels. Once it reaches a certain level, we will automatically open the area. Additionally, if any special situation arises, you can press the emergency button over there. Feng Heng took the bracelet from the overseer's hand. The bracelet was made from an unknown gemstone. Under the light, it emitted a dark purple glow. Crystal. Feng Heng felt the texture of the bracelet and was immediately reminded of the nightfall stone he had encountered in the world of forests. Ding! The player has obtained the item Bracelet of the Damned. Item, Bracelet of the Damned. Type, Mission Item. Description: this item cannot be stored in the backpack and will drop upon death. When worn, it provides partial resistance to demonic seed pollution. Infusing it with various types of strength can significantly increase the player's resistance to demonic seed pollution. So it's indeed related to the demonic seed. Feng Heng quickly reviewed the item description, nodding to himself in understanding. If his guess was correct, the demonic seed of jealousy had chosen to suppress the majority of its power beneath the Tower of the White Abyss. However, the various sealed demonic seeds were incredibly resilient and had an indestructible will, constantly wearing down the seal's strength. Thus, jealousy needed to invest substantial time and effort to reinforce the seal continuously. Eventually, it devised the method of using sacrifices to deplete the demonic seed's strength. As for why the overseers didn't directly oversee the sacrifices themselves, Feng Heng suspected it was related to the fact that the overseers were followers of the demonic seeds. That's all for the explanation. The mission difficulty is not high, as long as everyone works together, there should be no danger, the overseer said after his colleagues had finished distributing the bracelets. He gave a nod to the crowd and continued, "Get ready. In a moment, the hall will be completely sealed. In 5 minutes, we will officially begin the ritual. We will gradually release the seal on the monsters, allowing the demonic seeds aura to seep out." With that, the 3 overseers left the ritual domain through the metal door they had entered. After a few steps, one of them suddenly remembered something and turned back to add, "Oh, one more thing. To prevent any mishaps, spatial abilities cannot be used here. Also, if there is an emergency, press the emergency button over there, and we will immediately stop the ritual." Chapter 2486 Domain. For a moment, the ritual domain fell into a tense silence. Everyone watched as the 3 overseers left the area. Feng Heng surveyed the hall, noting the challenge posed by the inability to use spatial abilities. "Mr. Feng, these people seem very hostile towards us." Simone glanced at the bracelet in his hand and eyed the groups that had divided into 3 separate zones, isolating them. They were left alone and isolated. The innate racial talent made Simone highly sensitive to threats. He couldn't understand why, despite being new to the White Abyss, the hostility towards him was so intense. It was indeed puzzling. What Simone didn't know was that the White Abyss had devolved through generations into 2 major factions, along with several powerful individual groups known as third-party collectives. Coincidentally, Feng Heng had managed to offend all 3 major powers on his very first day. Not far off, Zhao Wudao observed Feng Heng with a keen eye. "Boss, that's the one," a subordinate whispered to Zhao Wudao. "His name is Feng Bei. He is highly skilled in necromancy and spatial science, and he has exceptional physical talent. He's hurt quite a few of our people. Didn't expect him to be here for the mission as well." "What's the word from Eve?" "Eve is in worse shape. Several of his subordinates were killed by Feng Bei. His assistant just contacted us, saying they will try to take down Feng Bei when the black fog starts, and they hope we can assist at that time." "Very well." Zhao Wudao nodded and said, "Keep an eye on our people. We will handle the monsters and leave the rest to them." "Understood." The subordinate nodded slightly, then stepped back and immediately went to instruct everyone to prepare for action. The heavy alloy metal doors at the entrance of the ritual domain slammed shut with a loud thud. Simone, while keeping an eye on the others, suddenly noticed something and whispered, "Mr. Feng, look at the ground." Feng Heng looked down and saw dark, engraved patterns gradually appearing on the metal floor. As the patterns emerged, black fog, tainted with a substantial amount of demonic seed pollution, began to seep out from the metal surface. "The fog is toxic. They might attack us later. Try not to engage in combat and stay away. If you have no choice but to fight, remember to protect the bracelet," Feng Heng instructed softly as he secured the bracelet on his wrist. "Okay, Mr. Feng, I will be careful." Kai. The runes of the magic array on the ground began to slowly shift. Increasing amounts of black fog, infused with demonic seed pollution, seeped from the floor, gradually shrouding the hall in a thin, eerie mist. Above, a clattering noise echoed as chains rattled. Dozens of metal cages began to descend from the ceiling, stopping about a meter above the floor. Looking closely, each cage held a person inside. They appeared to be unconscious, with black, veined patterns spreading across their exposed skin. The black fog crept toward them, seeping into their skin and entering their bodies. Clack. Clack, clack, clack. The sliding mechanical locks beneath the metal cages disengaged, releasing the prisoners and letting them fall to the ground. Ka, ka, ka. The chains rattled once more as they hoisted the cages back up to the high ceiling, retracting them out of sight. Sacrifices. Feng Heng observed the people lying on the floor, murmuring to himself. These so-called sacrifices were carefully selected humans. Given their bodies were covered in infernal runes, they were highly susceptible to the demonic seed's aura, making them easy targets for corruption and conversion into demonic seed servants. His earlier assumption had been correct. Jealousy aimed to weaken the sealed demonic seed's strength beneath the White Abyss arena through this ritual. Indeed, he had previously attempted to purge the Black Fog's pollution. Even using holy skills, dispelling the Black Fog had required immense effort. It was more straightforward to find someone to absorb the pollution and then deal with them. It was a sinister method, but highly effective. Mr. Feng, be careful. Simone moved a bit closer to Feng Heng, glancing to the right. They don't look right. Yeah. Feng Heng slowly turned his head to look at the group approaching them. Fang Bei. You are very powerful, you even dared to kill my people. Eve led his team and slowly approached Feng Heng, staring at him coldly. Now, give me a reason not to kill you. Feng Heng looked at the aggressive the group and shrugged. Doesn't the White Abyss arena prohibit personal duels during missions? Eve was momentarily stunned before erupting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Fang Bei, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Feng Heng shrugged and replied, you're not too bad yourself. Although the overseers had repeatedly stated that personal duels were not allowed during missions, could they really enforce it? The Black Fog could interfere with electronic devices, so what happened here was unknown to the upper echelons. Eve knew very well that there were no surveillance controls in this area. It was almost the perfect place to make a move. In fact, the White Abyss did not want its combatants to engage in personal duels, especially those of higher rank, who received even more protection. Usually, if Eve wanted to eliminate Feng Heng, he would face interference from the overseer. Eve had been somewhat troubled by this, but unexpectedly, Feng Heng had accepted a mission and ended up here. Wasn't this seeking his doom? This opportunity was simply too good to pass up. During the ritual, all Eve needed to do was find someone to take out Feng Heng. He would claim that Feng Heng had accidentally become corrupted by pollution, turning into a monster, and thus had to be eliminated. Even if the White Abyss's overseers had doubts, there would be no evidence to contradict his claim. Feng Bei, you see, this reason doesn't quite satisfy me, so I am afraid I have to apologize. Feng Heng looked around at the hidden figures encircling him and quickly assessed their strength. Fewer than 30 people, including 4 combatants with SSS-level strength. These 4 were quite formidable. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to protect Simone, especially with the current environment being extremely special, and spatial abilities were unusable. Feng Heng suddenly looked up and said, Hey. What? Are you scared? Are you interested in a bet? One-on-one, no matter who it is. If they can beat me, I will do whatever you say from now on. How about it? Eve's heart stirred upon hearing this. Indeed, Feng Heng had given him a reason that truly tempted him. The young man was very powerful. If he could be persuaded to serve him. Interesting. Are you willing to sign a contract of servitude? Of course. Very well, while there's still some time. Eve said, glancing at the increasingly thick black fog in the Great Hall and the sacrificial victims on the ground absorbing its strength. He then nodded and said, Norda. Take him down. Chapter 2487. Using force from behind Eve, a young man stepped forward. He wasn't particularly robust and even appeared somewhat short. Among the group of competitors, he seemed out of place. His overall physique had smooth muscle lines but didn't convey any sense of significant strength. Additionally, his skin had a dark red hue, reminiscent of the color resulting from burns. He appeared to be from some alien race. Norda fixed his gaze on Feng Heng, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his sharp teeth as if eyeing a prey ready for slaughter. The crowd quickly retreated, clearing space for the two to fight. Norda, an SSS-level competitor with the nickname Mad Demon, was extremely powerful and particularly skilled in close combat. It was said that Norda carried the blood of an ancient abyssal demon race, and as the battle progressed, he would become increasingly frenzied and uncontrollable, eventually growing several times stronger and losing himself to a murderous rage. Whoosh! Norda struck first, his figure flashing as he rapidly closed in on Feng Heng, leaving a red shadow in midair. Feng Heng stood his ground, unflinching, and also threw a powerful punch forward. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound echoed through the central battlefield. All onlookers were struck with astonishment. Despite Fang Heng remaining stationary, Naruto was sent flying back from a single punch. Aside from the highest tier overseers, it was unheard of for anyone in the White Abyss arena to suppress Naruto's strength. After the punch, Fang Heng immediately felt a searing force invading his body, but it was quickly dissipated by the mental strength within his sea of consciousness. The opponent's strength was indeed very high, and the attack was augmented by some special ability, making it more complex than it appeared on the surface. SSS-level competitors certainly had significantly enhanced strength. Fang Heng quickly adjusted his tactics, deciding to buy time. As the sacrificial domain's magic array continued to activate, the black fog within the Great Hall would become increasingly dense. For Fang Heng, this meant that the battlefield advantage would only grow larger. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead of actively using his Death God state to chase Naruto, he remained in place, waiting for Naruto's next attack. Snap! After being sent flying, Naruto quickly adjusted his body in midair. Upon landing, he sprang back up and darted toward Fang Heng once more. This time, his figure split in midair into two separate forms. Fang Heng's mind shifted, realizing it might be an illusion. Bang! 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 Fang Heng remained stationary, delivering two powerful punches forward in rapid succession. Bang! 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 One after the other, two figures were boom flying. They were all physical mirror images with offensive abilities. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. In the next moment, the flying Naruto split into four more figures in midair. Whoosh! 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 As Naruto divided, his inherent strength attributes were slightly reduced, but his agility attributes were notably enhanced. Fang Heng quickly assessed Naruto's capabilities. Strangely, over time, Naruto's various attributes continued to rise. On the periphery of the battlefield, everyone could see red figures darting rapidly and continuously attacking Fang Heng, who stood at the center of the battlefield. But the astonishing thing was, he was actually managing to fend them off. The fact that someone could actually withstand Naruto's attacks was genuinely shocking to everyone. Fang Bei. What exactly was this guy's background? Hadn't he noticed that Naruto's strength was continuously increasing as the battle progressed? Legend had it that Naruto possessed a racial talent originating from the abyssal demon race. Due to his bloodline talent, Naruto would become increasingly frenzied in battle until either death or complete loss of consciousness, turning into a puppet controlled by the slaughter. In past battles, Naruto's rampage was usually cut short either by an early end to the fight or intervention by the overseers and arena judges. However, under the current circumstances, no one intervened in the battle between the two sides. Naruto was becoming increasingly frenzied. His speed and strength attributes soared rapidly. Upon closer inspection, Naruto's eyes were now blood red, and a faint dark red blood mist enveloped his body. His attributes were pushed to the limit, with tiny droplets of blood mist seeping out from his form. Bang! Naruto's fists crashed heavily into Fang Heng, and despite Fang Heng's current strength, he was pushed back a step. The trend of being unable to fully withstand the attacks was becoming evident. Almost there. The battle lasted for about 5 minutes, and a thin layer of black fog had already gathered in the entire hall. Sacrificial victims had already begun to succumb to pollution, gradually falling into a corrupted state. Zhao Wudao glanced at the increasingly agitated victims around them and said in a deep voice, "Eve, you need to speed up." "Humphrey." Eve coldly snorted, offering no response. At this moment, Naruto had entered a state of madness. Naruto was no longer aware of external conversations, his killing intent fixed firmly on Fang Heng. Meanwhile, Fang Heng, who had been passively defending all this time, suddenly took action. In an instant, he moved with blinding speed, his figure becoming a phantom as he darted rapidly to the right. "Want to run?" Whoosh! 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 4 red figures rapidly closed in from behind. Sensing their swift approach, Fang Heng quickly condensed an imprint in front of him. Beast taming. Summon. The phantom shadow rat leapt out from the magic array, quickly appearing and landing on Fang Heng's shoulder. Whoosh! A dense cloud of polluted black fog spewed from its mouth. The great hall was already filled with a mixture of polluted demonic energies, and now the black fog from the phantom shadow rat further thickened the air. In an instant, the two black fogs fused. Fang Heng's body disappeared into the black fog. In essence, there was still quite a big difference between the two types of black fog. The black fog leaking from the demonic seed seal magic array was of exceptionally high quality, but its release was minimal due to the control of the magic array. In contrast, the black fog released by the phantom shadow rats was primarily used to obscure perception, resulting in a much larger quantity. Moreover, the entire ritual square was enclosed, causing a rapid surge in the concentration of black fog in the area. As a result, a significant portion of the people lost their ability to perceive Fang Heng. What kind of special ability was this? It seemed that Fang Bei was somehow harnessing the power of the black fog in the square. The onlookers were visibly astonished by this. Eve also frowned slightly, focusing his perception firmly on Feng Heng. Norda continued to pursue Feng Heng relentlessly. One of Eve's subordinates leaned in close and whispered, "Sir, the situation seems a bit off." "Don't worry, he's nearly at his limit." As he spoke, the sacrifices affected by the various demonic seeds had fully succumbed to corruption and were beginning to revive. Zhao Wudao raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to deal with the corrupted sacrifices. At the same time, a look of concentration and gravity appeared in Zhao Wudao's eyes. With Feng Heng's appearance, the concentration of black fog in the Great Hall had significantly increased compared to previous missions. Even his own perception was heavily suppressed. For the others, it was easy to imagine that their abilities would be severely diminished as a result. Chapter 2488, One Against Many. However, the Overseer did not halt the ritual, which meant that Feng Heng's abilities were unrelated to the pollution. It was merely a coincidence that he had fused with the power of the black fog? Fang Bei. Zhao Wudao murmured, his mind filled with caution. Up in the sacrificial domain, the Overseers continued their control as usual. As followers of the demonic seed, recklessly descending would have adverse effects, causing violent ripples in the sealed demonic seeds below. Unless it was truly a critical situation, they would not risk descending to the lower levels for inspection. The black fog caused special electromagnetic ripples that shielded detection, and combined with the extensive metal isolation in the outer layers, most detection tools were rendered ineffective. As a result, they could only estimate the intensity of the pollution source below using instruments. Today, things did indeed seem a bit unusual. The intensity of the pollution had shown a slight increase compared to usual. The difference was still within controllable limits. In fact, the White Abyss had never anticipated encountering an invasion by a demonic seed when establishing the sealed land square. Feng Heng's arrival was not foreseen and had directly triggered a bug. Well, there's a slight discrepancy in the values, but it's no big deal. Let's continue. In the altar domain, shrouded in black fog, Feng Heng was fleeing at high speed. Almost there. Feng Heng sensed that the Nadas behind him were closing in faster, their speed increasing and getting dangerously close. He knew that if he continued at this rate, trouble would soon follow. Whoosh! Feng Heng's toes dug into the ground, pivoting his body. Instead of retreating, he advanced toward the four Norda's clones, closing in rapidly. At the same time, Feng Heng flicked his wrist, and a metal long rod materialized in his hand. He swung it forcefully forward. Whoosh! The metallic long rod sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. His strength attribute was unleashed to its limit. Bang! Norda was sent flying backward by the staff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The other three red figures of Norda disappeared almost at the same time. What the hell? Eve's heart sank as he observed the scene. Through the layers of black fog, he firmly locked onto Feng Heng with his perception. How did Feng Bei manage to see through the true form? Norda's shadow clone skill was incredibly powerful, with each clone possessing 80% of his strength and able to endure a portion of the damage. It was almost a physical existence. How did he tell? In Feng Heng's pupils, the alchemy magic array rapidly faded from view. He naturally relied on the omniscient eye. The omniscient eye could pierce through nearly all illusions. Additionally, there was the vampire's sensitivity to fluctuations in lifeblood. Norda's true form exhibited a noticeably more robust lifeblood strength. With the combination of these abilities, Feng Heng was completely certain of Norda's true form. Bang! Norda was violently thrown backward, crashing heavily against the metallic wall behind him. Kai. The red mist emanating from Norda grew increasingly thick. Clearly, a single blow from Feng Heng was not enough to fully destroy Norda. Feng Heng had expected this. He formed another seal in front of him with both hands. Gather. At the command, the surrounding dense fog was affected, rapidly swirling and converging toward Norda. Bang! As Norda staggered to his feet, he was hit head-on by two powerful forces of black fog that had come together, violently knocking him backward once more. This was bad. He could actually control the fused black fog. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eve could no longer sit idly by. He shouted urgently, "Take him down." Altogether. As Eve's words fell, several SSS-level experts, including Eve himself, swiftly closed in on Feng Heng. Hey! Through the polluted black fog, Feng Heng clearly observed Eve and the others' movements. After all, he had never expected these individuals to follow the rules of the martial world and come at him one by one. So, Feng Heng quickly retreated, creating a substantial distance between himself and his opponents. Kikimi. It's up to you. Whoosh. The phantom shadow rat climbed onto Feng Heng's shoulder, puffing up its cheeks once more. It released a thick cloud of polluted black fog outward. Whoosh. Whoosh. After spewing out two massive bursts of dense black fog, The phantom shadow rat was immediately drained of its strength and rapidly leaped into the beast-taming magic array, disappearing from sight. The black fog became thicker and thicker. The crowd found it increasingly difficult to perceive Fang Heng's movements. With the naked eye, it was now impossible to see Fang Heng's actions within the black fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Heng darted around the entire underground ritual space, weaving through the area. Fortunately, the underground square was large enough. It provided him ample room to maneuver and evade. Fang Bei. You can't escape. Hey, is that so? Fang Heng sneered and quickly entered the Death God state. Instant flash. Death Scythe. Whoosh. Fang Heng utilized the Tier 1 instant flash ability of the Death Scythe to accelerate through the crowd. At this point, most of the sacrificial victims had become corrupted monsters, causing chaos in the underground domain. The combatants in the Great Hall would naturally handle these corrupted monsters without issue. However, everyone soon realized that the black fog in the entire space was growing thicker. Their perception was severely affected. Fang Bei. Eve's anger surged within him. He had never thought that a mere thought of cherishing his talent would cause things to fall to such a state. If he let Fang Bei leave this place alive today, let alone become the boss, what face would he have in the White Prison Abyss in the future? Using his perception, Eve rapidly closed in on Fang Heng. Whoosh. 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 Hold him down. Several small elemental spheres condensed in front of Eve and sped toward Fang Heng. Elemental spheres. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. High concentration elemental crystal spheres. Despite their small size, only about the size of a ping-pong ball, each contained extremely volatile power. Fang Heng, well-versed in elemental science, didn't dare to be careless. He immediately exited the Death God form and turned to face the incoming elemental spheres. He quickly condensed imprints in front of him with both hands. Whoosh. 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 Massive swathes of black fog rapidly enveloped the area, forming a black barrier shield in front of him. Boom. 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 Fire, earth, and water elements struck the black fog barrier in succession, causing powerful explosions. The residual waves of the explosion mingled with the elemental energy and polluted black fog, spread outwards in an instant. The dispersing black fog mist immediately caused even greater perceptual chaos. Fang Heng took advantage of the spreading ripples and quickly retreated. Suddenly, a red figure dashed toward him from the black fog. Damn it! It was Norda. Norda's skin had already cracked, and red blood was seeping out from the wounds. The skin on his face was hanging on his face as if it was rotting. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Norda had completely lost his ability to think. He was only left with killing intent to maintain the operation of his body, locking his killing intent firmly on Fang Heng. He threw a punch. Fang Heng realized he couldn't dodge the attack and had no choice but to brace himself and swing his rod once more. With all his strength, he took the hit head-on. Boom. Chapter 2489, A Plot with a Deafening Bang. Fang Heng felt an immense force hit him, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backward. Similarly, Norda was smashed into the black fog by a single powerful blow. Ding! The player took 2,779 points of impact damage. This damage has accounted for block and defense reductions. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and then noticed several spikes approaching from a short distance in his peripheral vision, preparing to evade. Boom! The sea of consciousness was suddenly filled with a resounding roar. Ding! The player has suffered from a mental shock effect. The determination was successful, and the player received 28,000 points of mental shock damage. The player is now in a state of spiritual concussion for 0.43 seconds. Current effects have accounted for the player's psychic skills and basic attribute reductions. Ding! The player has been affected by the shadow spike effect, taking 15,552 points of 12 damage. Ding! The player has entered the shadow vulnerable state. Ding! The player is currently in a bleeding state. In the next moment, Fang Heng was pierced through by 12 shadowy spears. By the time Fang Heng regained his senses, he saw that two melee fighters were already within 100 meters of him, one on the left and one on the right. Both of them were enveloped in a protective aura, clearly indicating they were powerful melee combatants. This was trouble. Fang Heng's brows furrowed deeply as he quietly muttered to himself, "This is a problem." He was being mobbed. In his current state, Fang Heng had lost the ability to perform spatial movement. Despite the aid of the black fog, facing 5 SSS-level competitors simultaneously was still overwhelming. The two melee fighters charging at Fang Heng, Ma Lu and Ma Ying, were from the same world boundary. They had been practicing their unique martial arts skills from a young age and had developed exceptional coordination. When the two of them teamed up, they often managed to achieve results greater than the sum of their parts, easily taking on challenges beyond their level. Whoosh! The two of them quickly approached. Years of collaboration had made their coordination nearly telepathic in combat, effectively trapping Feng Heng in a zone where his evasion was nullified. Their murderous intent locked onto him firmly. A swift and decisive victory. One strike to kill. Suddenly, Malu's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What was that? Feng Heng's body was already covered in shadow spikes, but he did not immediately release the spell attack. Instead, after recovering from the mental impact state, he immediately condensed a special mark in front of his body with both hands. Not. In a flash, Malu and Ma Ying, the two brothers, simultaneously sensed a tremendous natural aura rising from beneath Feng Heng's feet and spreading throughout the area around them. Feng Heng stared intently ahead, his eyes reflecting a world densely packed with trees. The eternal tree realm. In an instant, countless roots and vines began to grow wildly around them. What? The crowd present was stunned when they saw the sudden emergence of dense thickets in the square. Zhao Wudao and Div, along with their group of SSS-rank competitors, were especially taken aback, exchanging looks of astonishment. A domain ability. That kid actually mastered a domain ability? With such power, he could even contend with the highest level overseers. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, Malu and Ma Ying, the two brothers, exchanged a brief glance and immediately decided to continue their attack. They charged directly into the rapidly growing vines and roots ahead, forcefully smashing through the layers of tangled branches and vines that blocked their path. They sped through the dense tangle of vines before them. Bang! The two brothers simultaneously struck the pale green light screen barrier that had condensed in front of Feng Heng with powerful punches. Crack crack crack. Fine cracks appeared on the barrier, which then exploded into fragments with a resounding boom. Boom. Malu and Ma Ying felt a heavy sinking in their hearts. Although they had shattered the barrier with one strike, the force they had expended had taken a significant toll, leaving them feeling that Feng Heng no longer posed a threat. The area was now shrouded in a thick black fog and a sea of roots, causing the sense of Feng Heng's position to become extremely faint. This was bad. Domain skills were extremely troublesome, and it would be hard to find another opportunity to kill Feng Bei. The two brothers quickly exchanged another glance and nodded, preparing to retreat from Feng Heng's domain. Suddenly, Malu noticed something and shouted, "Watch out!" Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure leaped out from the shattered fragments of the pale green barrier that had exploded around them. Ma Ying was startled. It was Feng Heng. Year ring acceleration. Whoosh! In his death god form, and with the acceleration effect of the year ring enhancing his speed to its limit, Feng Heng's velocity surged to the extreme. His death scythe swept forward. Boom! Dark shadows streaked through the air. Ma Ying's protective chi shattered, and his body was uncontrollably hurled away, crashing through the layers of vines and roots, and disappearing into the black fog. Even Malu, who was nearby, was affected, blasted away by the shock wave from the explosion. Feng Heng's figure appeared, looking at the two brothers being sent flying with a hint of mockery on his face. Hey! In a short moment, the entire underground domain was enveloped by Feng Heng's summoned eternal tree realm. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, some of Abakuya's roots appeared behind Feng Heng. Let's begin, Abakuya. Whoosh! 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 Sensing Feng Heng's wrath, Abakuya's vines grew wildly, producing rapid whooshing sounds in response. Since the trouble had already come to his doorstep, it was time to eliminate all threats. A fierce glint flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground and sped towards the flying Malu. At this moment, the entire underground square was covered by layers of entwining vines. Many were still trying to make sense of the situation, dealing with corrupted monsters. In the midst of the chaos, enormous vines suddenly began to spread out from the ground. The vines immediately began to entangle and lash out at the combatants. This is bad. It's getting out of control. Zhao Wudao felt a chill. He never expected Feng Heng's power to have reached such a level. Although Abakuya's abilities, combined with the thick black fog shrouding the area, were not fatal to SSS-level fighters, they were incredibly troublesome. Dealing with the dense, entangling vines consumed significant mental effort, making it difficult for people to lock onto Feng Heng's position with their senses. At this moment, Feng Heng was in his death god form. Combined with the special effects of the year ring, he pursued Ma Ying relentlessly. Death god scythe. Bang. 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 Death god scythe. Feng Heng's scythe relentlessly struck Ma Ying, each blow pushing him further in a relentless pursuit. High-tier warriors who cultivate protective chi and possess strong physical bodies have much greater defense capabilities compared to magic-based professions. With each dark streak of energy that passed, Malu's protective chi diminished slightly. Boom. Boom boom. After 3 consecutive strikes from the death god scythe, Ma Ying's protective chi shattered with a violent explosion, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hiss. Another dark streak of energy flashed. A bloodstain appeared on Malu's neck. Got it. Feng Heng's heart stirred as he swiftly moved to Malu's side, retrieving the invitation card that had dropped after Malu's defeat. 2490. An opportunity in the White Abyss Arena. Invitation cards of the deceased were not permitted to be taken. But with no one watching, why not take it if you can? Feng Heng pocketed the points card and shifted his gaze toward the back. Fang Bei. I want blood for blood. Malu had been trying to reach Ma Ying for reinforcement, only to be blocked by the layers of vines and roots from Avakia, preventing him from arriving in time. Seeing his brother fall to Feng Heng, Malu was consumed by rage. His protective aura flared up again, and he charged at Feng Heng with a reckless, desperate determination, ready to fight to the death. Humphrey. Feng Heng let out a heavy snort and quickly moved towards Avakia. There was no rush. He could afford to toy with them a little longer. With the aid of Avakia and the black fog, Feng Heng had more than enough power to scatter the group, creating opportunities for one-on-one engagements. Continue. Feng Heng kept his gaze fixed on the stag, seizing the opportunity. Rather than retreating, he advanced directly towards the stag. Earring. Whoosh. With the acceleration effect of the earring, Feng Heng swung his metal long rod forward with tremendous force. Bang. The long staff heavily struck Ma Ying's fist, which was covered in protective chi, and a muffled sound was heard. Feng Heng immediately felt a surge of lifeblood energy as Ma Ying was sent flying with a powerful boom. Hey, quite impressive, Feng Heng muttered under his breath, then said in a deep voice, Avakia. Help. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vines and roots surged up from behind Malu, cushioning his backward flight. The layers of vines wrapped tightly around him, pulling him swiftly down towards the ground. Burial. Tree Realm Seal. Malu, still dazed from the earlier blow, suddenly realized his perilous situation. With a fierce bite of his tongue, his protective aura erupted. Boom. The explosive aura shattered the vines that had wrapped around him, tearing them apart. At his most vulnerable moment, Malu, stripped of his battle will, was about to retreat when his eyes widened in shock. Whoosh. What? Feng Heng seemed to have anticipated his escape. Out of nowhere, he appeared right in front of Malu. Kai. Feng Heng suddenly raised his hand toward him and forcefully pulled it forward. The black fog around him immediately condensed into a thick and heavy hand that grabbed his neck tightly. Fang Bei. Eve arrived in support as quickly as possible, but still arrived a step too late. He shouted loudly to stop. Hold on. Feng Heng turned his head and gave Eve a cold, disdainful glance. Ha. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Dark, black fog around them began forming dark, sharp spikes that flew wildly toward Malu. Almost simultaneously, the lifeblood long sword that Feng Heng had carried on his back exploded. Dense lifeblood spikes and black fog created black spikes surged toward Malu with piercing attacks. Bang. Bang bang bang. The dense red and black spikes exploded against Malu's protective aura, shattering into fragments before recondensing into new spikes, which continued their relentless assault. This cycle of attack and regeneration persisted without pause. Malu's protective aura was depleting at an alarming rate. Boom. In a matter of moments, the intense explosion triggered by the final lifeblood spike scattered a large area of black fog and blood around. The lifeblood spikes and black fog spikes quickly reformed in midair. Kai. In the next moment, the dense red and black spikes pierced through Malu's body. Malu, using the last ounce of his strength, lifted his head and looked at Feng Heng, his eyes blazing with intense wrath. Kai. In the next moment, numerous vine roots surged up from the surroundings, wrapping Malu in layers upon layers of vegetation, pulling him deep into the entwined roots to be absorbed as nourishment. Feng Heng's eyes quickly took on a gray hue as he looked up into the air. No wonder players said that cultivating martial arts in the game world was far more difficult than cultivating spells. Malu and Ma Ying, the two brothers, had come this far, and the price they paid was no less than anyone else's. Yet, even now, they had still not mastered the ability to be reborn after death. Other elemental, psychic, and even mechanical systems had methods for preserving souls to achieve rebirth. Mechanical systems could even transfer consciousness to another body, finding ways to retrieve the soul from the death realm to achieve a form of eternal life. Yet, in martial arts, even reaching the Grandmaster level, no such method for rebirth was known. From the perspective of the game, the inability to resurrect meant extremely low fault tolerance. Moreover, since the souls of Malu and Ma Ying were unaffected and naturally returned to the death realm, Feng Heng couldn't gain any KPI from their deaths. Feng Heng quickly picked up the points card that had exploded from the corpse and turned to look behind him. Seeing Feng Heng effortlessly deal with Malu and Ma Ying in such a short time, the crowd was filled with both shock and anger. Fang Bei. Eve was extremely shocked and furious. Seeing the fate of the two brothers right before him, a surge of fear rose in Eve's heart, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Ma Lu and Ma Ying were extremely powerful, and even together, they had been defeated by Feng Heng. Could he, Eve, possibly stand a chance? What Eve hadn't anticipated was that Feng Heng, now embodying the form of a death god, was rapidly advancing towards him. Go to hell! Eve let out a powerful shout, pushing his mental strength to its limit. All around him, a multitude of colored elemental light spots rapidly condensed. Elemental explosion. Whoosh! 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 The densely packed elemental light spots continued to condense around Eve's body. With his mental strength fully unleashed, the dense elemental light spots locked onto Feng Heng as their target and charged toward him. Feng Heng, seeing the massive array of condensed elements, felt a surge of caution. He couldn't afford to be careless. His hands quickly came together in front of him, condensing and forming a protective barrier. A multitude of thick, intertwined tree roots and vines rose up in front of him, blocking the path of the elemental light spots. Boom! 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 The elemental light spots collided with the tree roots and vines, exploding upon impact and shattering the barrier created by the roots. More elemental light spots penetrated through. Whoosh! 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 Immediately after, a large amount of black fog surged over from the space, forming a second dense barrier in front of the elemental light spots. Bang! 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 The elemental impacts created a series of muffled thuds within the black fog. The exploding elemental spheres tore through the fog once more. At this point, having breached 2 layers of barriers, more than half of the originally dense elemental spheres had been depleted. Whoosh! A third, faint green shield, condensed by AFK, appeared in front of Feng Heng. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions. AFK's defensive barrier soon gave way under the explosive impact of the elemental sphere, shattering with a loud boom. Amidst the scattering debris, less than 1/5 of the elemental sphere remained, still pursuing Feng Heng. Whoosh! Layers of massive bone barriers rose from beneath the vines. Bang! 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 More than 10 giant white bone barriers were instantly shattered by the elemental sphere. 2,491 warning the remaining elemental spheres, now reduced to less than a tenth of their original amount, were no longer a significant threat to Feng Heng. He raised his hand with a decisive motion. ZSHH. A blood screen materialized in front of him. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The remaining elemental spheres hit the blood screen with faint noises before being completely dissolved. Feng Heng looked over at Eve from a distance, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Was that all? Eve panted heavily, his forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. His most powerful attack had been completely blocked by Feng Heng's various defensive measures. Now, he was left in a backlash state from using his high-tier skill. This was bad. From a distance, Feng Heng's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Eve was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. The immense drain on his mental strength made Eve unable to see Feng Heng's movement speed clearly. He felt death closing in on him rapidly. Zhao Wudao. Hurry up and help me. In a dire situation, Eve shouted desperately for Zhao Wudao's assistance. Whoosh! In the next moment, a dark streak flashed before Eve's eyes. Boom! Under the explosion of dark light, Eve felt a sudden blackout and was hit by a tremendous force, sending him uncontrollably flying backward. Feng Heng didn't pursue, he just coldly watched as 3 middle-aged figures rushed to Eve's aid, quickly forming a defensive stance in front of him. He sneered. It seemed these people had realized they had no advantage in a one-on-one confrontation. Instead of attempting further attacks, they chose to regroup and adopt a defensive posture. Eve, struggling to rise from the ground while clutching his aching chest, glared at Feng Heng with eyes full of fury. Feng Bei. Before coming here, he never imagined that things would evolve into this situation. Feng Heng had made him pay an enormous price. This included the lives of 2 SSS-level competitors. And Norda. At this moment, Norda had completely lost his mind, rampaging through the chaos. Once we get out, we will make sure to blame Feng Bei for actively killing our people. We will have the overseers deal with him. Eve whispered to Zhao Wudao, slowly retreating towards the artifact that triggered the alarm. He was scared. In this environment, he realized he was no match for Feng Heng. Eve planned to press the alarm to terminate the ritual and have the overseers come to stop Feng Heng. Although Zhao Wudao and the other 2 didn't speak, their fear of Feng Heng was evident, and they allowed Eve to proceed to activate the alarm. Feng Heng advanced step by step under the protection of vines and tree roots, his gaze as cold as ice. What? Are you trying to protect him? Zhao Wudao looked at Feng Heng and said, Feng Bei, I admit your strength is impressive. But do you really think you can defeat all of us on your own? If you destroy this sacrificial ritual, The overseers won't let you off easily. Feng Heng slightly narrowed his eyes, about to respond, when suddenly... click. Rattle. Rattle. The heavy sound of iron chains dragging across the hall filled the air once more. Time was up. The second batch of sacrifices fell from above. Unlike the previous time, the ground area was now completely enveloped by the eternal tree realm. The cages, suspended by iron chains, crashed heavily onto the layers of roots that covered the ground. Click, click, click. The mechanical clasps beneath the chains opened. The sacrifices imprisoned in the cages were released and landed on the root-covered ground. Then, the chains once again lifted the cages upward. But this time, it was different from the first. The sacrifices, who should have been disoriented, gradually stood up from the ground one by one and quickly gathered together. A black fog aura slowly emanated from their bodies. Ginger surveyed the surroundings with a cold smile on his lips. The source of the demonic seed's power. Hey 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 hey. Right here. He didn't expect to be able to sneak in so easily. Under the thick black fog's cover, no one immediately noticed the abnormalities among the group, assuming they had been corrupted by the pollution they had encountered. Xuan Yufei, standing beside Ginger, sensed the fluctuations of the black fog and the pervasive influence of the eternal tree realm in the fog. She furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, "The aura here is a bit off, and these trees. Don't worry about it. Eliminate them. It will take some time for the higher-ups to notice the anomaly and trigger the alarm. Don't let them set off the warning prematurely. Understood? Leave it to me." Xuan Yufei licked her lips, a fierce expression on her face, and immediately charged toward the two nearest competitors. Ginger stood still and took out an old, black jar. With a sharp hiss, a massive swirl of black fog began to pour out from the jar, driven by his mental strength. At this moment, Feng Heng's attention had already been drawn to Xuan Yufei and the others. So it was her? Feng Heng didn't know Xuan Yufei's name, but he had seen her before during the competition for the White Abyss Arena invitation letter. How had she ended up here as a sacrificial offering? And why did she now carry such a strong demonic seed aura, unlike before? As Feng Heng pondered this, he saw several people in the hall quickly rushing towards Xuan Yufei, attempting to control her. A few S-rank combatants, who initially thought Xuan Yufei was just an ordinary corrupted creature, aimed to subdue her. They intended to kill her, not realizing the true nature of the threat she posed. Boom. The black fog aura suddenly erupted from Xuan Yufei. The spreading black fog threw the three people who were closest to her into the air simultaneously. At this moment, the demonic seed power that had been suppressed within Xuan Yufei fully erupted. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. He suddenly realized. A demonic seed. She was actually a demonic seed. At the same time, the remaining 3 demonic seed auras in the ritual domain exploded simultaneously. In the hall, many people could no longer see clearly due to the black fog. However, the sudden surge of black fog aura caused their expressions to change instantly. Something must have gone wrong. The situation has changed. Zhao Wudao realized that the sudden appearance of several sacrifices indicated something was clearly wrong. His expression shifted slightly, and he shouted, "These people are problematic. Go activate the alarm. Immediately stop the ritual." At this moment, Eve, who was closest to the alarm button, accelerated toward it to press the alarm. Suddenly, he saw a flash before his eyes. A shadow had appeared amidst the black fog, and a short old man stood there, blocking the alarm button with his body. Hee, young people are always so eager. The old man spoke as he raised his hand slightly. Whoosh! The surrounding black fog surged violently towards him, rapidly condensing into 3 massive black serpents. They lunged straight at Eve. Not good. Seeing this, Eve's expression changed to one of alarm. He quickly gathered the bit of mental strength he had just recovered and condensed it into an elemental barrier to block in front of him. Chapter 2492 Massacre. Boom. Boom boom boom. The giant serpent collided with the shield, causing an explosion that severely injured Eve, sending him crashing backward. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed in chaos. Every area was in the midst of battle, with no one having the time to deal with Feng Heng. Feng Heng's gaze swept rapidly across the crowd as he pondered silently. It was now clear that the 4 newly appeared individuals were demonic seeds. They had blended in with the sacrifices and directly appeared in the ritual area. So, they must be Baimu's accomplices? But he did not see Baimu among the crowd. Could it be that Baimu's associates were not here? Or did Baimu have another mission and did not show up? What was their purpose in being here? Was it related to the seal beneath the ritual domain? It seemed to be somewhat different from the plan Baimu had previously shared with him. Never mind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Heng aimed to take down a few more SSS-level competitors. In a matter of moments, Feng Heng formulated a plan. With a thought, He immediately transformed into his death god form and swiftly darted toward the retreating Eve. What? Eve had already exhausted a significant amount of mental strength. After being blasted away by the suddenly appearing elder, he was severely injured and nearing his limit. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind, and his face turned pale. Not good. A face that filled him with extreme terror appeared before him. Fang Bei. In the midst of the crisis, Eve shouted in alarm, "How dare you!" Whoosh. The next moment, a dark flash of light streaked before Eve's eyes. Boom. The aura exploded. Eve's body was once again uncontrollably hurled backward, a blood mark appearing on his neck. It's here. Fang Heng, already prepared, had dark light glimmering in his pupils as he raised a hand toward the air. Bang. The outer layer of the elemental curse protecting Eve's soul shattered with a loud bang. A bright spot appeared in the central part of Eve's soul body as he attempted to escape. Whoosh. The entire soul was rapidly absorbed by the bright spot, completely vanishing from sight. A game hint then appeared. System notification: the player's current guidance has led the special slot entity, S rank, to enter the death realm and be obliterated. The player gains 160,000 commander level death god bloodline experience points. Huh? Strange. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint and muttered to himself. The power gap between SS level and SSS level competitors was immense, but both were judged by the game to be S level souls upon being defeated. The difference lay in the amount of skill experience points gained. It seemed that the Death Realm's assessment of souls wasn't solely based on combat strength. Fang Heng pondered this quietly, then lifted his gaze and scanned the area quickly. Not far off, the elder guarding the alarm button watched him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Interesting, someone actually managed to strike at competitors from behind? Fascinating. Fang Heng ignored the old man and put away the invitation card that was dropped after Reeve died. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his toes and entered the Death God state again, rushing toward another SSS rank competitor. Find an opportunity. Last hit. They wanted to kill him? Of course. Now it's his turn to kill them. This was very fair. Bridger was a member of Zhao Wu Dao's team. He was also an SSS level competitor in the White Abyss arena. At this moment, he was engaged in combat with the demonic seed, Zhuang Yufei. Under normal circumstances, the battle would have been evenly matched, with the demonic seed holding only a slight advantage. Victory would not have been achievable in a short period. However, the entire altar ritual domain was currently suffused with demonic seed aura, greatly suppressing their strength and significantly enhancing the demonic seed's power. Zhuang Yufei could even effortlessly control the black fog. Adding to the challenge was the highly unusual terrain attack from the Eternal Tree Realm. As a result of these factors, Bridger was continuously suppressed by the demonic seed and quickly fell into a disadvantaged position. Amid his difficult resistance, Bridger's heart skipped a beat. What? A figure suddenly flashed behind him. Whoosh! A dark beam exploded at his back. Boom! Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Bridger let out a muffled groan and turned around, staring in disbelief at the figure behind him. It was Fang Bei. Has he gone mad? To think he would choose to strike during an external invasion of the White Abyss arena. Before Bridger could ponder further, the dense black fog around him surged forward. His body was instantly enveloped and locked by the black fog, slowly lifting him into the air. In front of him, Zhuang Yufei raised his right hand, manipulating the black fog. In his death god state, Fang Heng reappeared. Whoosh! The death scythe. A second dark beam flashed. The dark light sliced through Bridger's neck. Bridger could no longer utter a word, his gaze growing dim as the light in his eyes faded. His body began to slowly tilt backward. Fang Heng reverted to his human form, landing on the ground. He quickly stowed the invitation card dropped by Bridger into his backpack and then waved at Bridger's soul body in midair. Bang! The soul body exploded, and a white light spot formed at its center, swiftly absorbing the entire soul body into the light. System notification: the player's current guidance has led the special slot entity, S rank, to enter the death realm and be obliterated. The player gains 120,000 commander level death god bloodline experience points. Zhuang Yufei, seeing someone suddenly appear to collect the kill, was initially puzzled. Upon recognizing Fang Heng's face, her eyes widened with surprise. Why are you here? Fang Heng gave Zhuang Yufei a slight nod and then slowly raised his hand. Fang Heng gave Zhuang Yufei a slight nod and then slowly raised his hand. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding polluted black fog was drawn towards Fang Heng's palm, rapidly condensed into a dense black orb. After demonstrating this skill, Fang Heng didn't need to say another word. Zhuang Yufei had already confirmed Fang Heng's identity. So you're also? Zhuang Yufei narrowed her eyes slightly. Interesting. So, whose inheritor are you? It's not important. Let's deal with them first. Feng Heng wanted to quickly collect his kills and was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Zhuang Yufei. He quickly chased after another person behind him. Zhuang Yufei hesitated for a moment. She thought to herself that since Feng Bei was also a demonic seed, his infiltration here was likely aimed at dealing with the demonic seed of jealousy. Given their common goal, there was no need to create further conflict with him. She decided to set aside their previous unpleasantness for now. Prioritizing the larger objective, Zhuang Yufei chose to ignore Feng Heng and continued searching for her next target. Meanwhile, in his death god form, Feng Heng darted through the chaos, seizing opportunities to quickly reap his foes. Year ring. Acceleration. Whoosh. SSS-level competitors became Feng Heng's primary target. Under normal circumstances, it would not have been so easy to resolve. However, the arrival of Zhuang Yufei and the others helped him a lot. Kill, kill, kill. Feng Heng's eyes burned with a crimson glow. The more he killed, the more he gained. Not far away, Simone had already followed Feng Heng's instructions to hide when the chaos began. Later, when Feng Heng proposed a one-on-one challenge, Eve's subordinates surrounded Simone. With the appearance of the demonic seeds and the ritual hall descending into chaos, Simone was momentarily disoriented and retreated to the edge of the battlefield, sheltered by layers of vines and roots. Chapter 2493 Interception. Simone wanted to join forces with Feng Heng, but the chaotic battlefield and the pervasive black fog made it impossible for him to spot Feng Heng's figure. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him. The black fog was swirling around a phantom that materialized right in front of him. Simone's expression changed dramatically. He raised his fist and launched a punch forward, the strike imbued with sharp, cutting energy. Bang! The black fog was blown apart by the punch, but the explosive force sent Simone staggering backward several steps. The bracelet on his wrist began to flicker with dark light. Stop! With a whoosh, Feng Heng appeared in front of Simone, blocking the path of the black fog's attack. He nodded toward the figure hidden within the black fog and said, "He is my people." A young figure gradually emerged from the black fog, glanced at Feng Heng, and then disappeared back into the mist without saying a word. "Simone, are you alright?" "Phew, I am fine." Simone breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the dense black fog ahead, his eyes filled with wariness, and asked quietly, "Mr. Feng, who are these people?" "They are demonic seeds. Stay out of the way for now. I will take you out of here later." "Understood." Simone, trusting Feng Heng implicitly, didn't ask further. He nodded and retreated to the edge of the wall, keeping a vigilant watch over his surroundings. Feng Heng looked up and quickly assessed the battlefield. He identified his target and once again slipped into the thick black fog. Zhao Wudao. His strength was formidable. It seemed he had cultivated a special defensive ability, and with his 4 subordinates tightly grouped around him, even Zhuang Yufei and the young demonic seed working together couldn't suppress them. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhao Wudao sensed a killing intent approaching from behind, and his pupils contracted sharply. Bang! The death god scythe struck against Zhao Wudao's dark gold-engraved dagger, producing a sharp metallic buzz. Feng Heng's attack was blocked, and he immediately withdrew, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Such an unusual power attribute. He had used all his strength in the sneak attack. Yet, unlike before, the death god scythe's skill's damage had vanished before it even had a chance to fully manifest. It must be related to Zhao Wudao. Is it a special ability that absorbs impact force? The full force of the attack was largely absorbed before it was even partially blocked by the dagger. Only a small fraction of the impact was felt by Zhao Wudao. Zhao Wudao glanced coldly at Feng Heng with his peripheral vision but said nothing. He continued to focus intently on dealing with the 2 demonic seeds. Feng Heng was about to try another attack when he suddenly noticed something and turned his attention to the rear. What? A powerful surge of energy rippled from behind. He glanced toward the center of the altar and saw a middle-aged man standing there, his hands pressed firmly against the ground. The dense black fog surged violently from a black altar in front of him, stimulated by his power. The black fog gathered, causing the metallic floor to tremble slightly. It appeared that the middle-aged man was emitting dark red runes due to some special power. What was he doing? Was he trying to break the demonic seed seal? This seemed different from what Bei Mu had described earlier. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. If the demonic seed seal was broken, he couldn't guarantee what would happen next. One thing was certain, jealousy would definitely abandon its current task and rush back for reinforcement. Whoosh! Feng Heng disregarded Zhao Wudao and quickly moved toward the middle-aged man. At this moment, the Eternal Tree domain had been largely cleared out by the demonic seed's power, revealing the original alloy metal floor. Dense, intricate patterns had already appeared on the ground. Ka, ka, ka. The metal floor began to crack. Under the influence of the external black fog's ripples, Tiny metal fragments were gradually torn apart by two different forces and began to levitate in midair. Feng Heng could sense an oppressive force rapidly ascending. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the entire altar hall. In the upper area of the ritual hall, the alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire control domain. The overseers, upon hearing the alarm, immediately showed alarmed expressions. What's happening? Sir, we've detected a significant increase in the demonic seed aura concentration. We've detected damage to the outer seal. The metal ritual magic array's external seal has been compromised. The damage to the outer seal has exceeded 10%, and the rate of demonic seed aura leakage has greatly increased. Someone is sabotaging the magic array. The overseer with the purple fang mask furrowed his brows deeply and said sternly, activate alert mode. Immediately initiate all protective measures. End the sacrifice early. Everyone, follow me. Yes, sir. As followers of the jealousy demonic seed, it was extremely dangerous to recklessly interact with other seal demonic seeds, especially under heavy pollution. But there was no time to consider that now. If something went wrong down there, and the demonic seed of jealousy held them accountable, they would all be doomed together. In the lower hall, as the outer layer of alloy metal was gradually torn apart, dense black fog began to seep out from the ground. The escaping black fog, mingling with the dark mist emanating from the jar, greatly enhanced the combat abilities of the demonic seeds present. Zhao Wudao and his companions struggled to fend off Zhuang Yufei's attacks, realizing that the situation was worsening rapidly. Who were these four suddenly appearing individuals? Their power was terrifying. Moreover, they could control this eerie black fog. Fortunately, the alarm had already been raised, and the overseers of the White Abyss Arena would soon arrive with reinforcements. Zhao Wudao immediately ceased all other thoughts, focusing solely on defense, determined to hold out until the overseers arrived. Ka, ka ka ka. Suddenly, as Zhao Wudao was concentrating on defending against the corrosive black fog, he heard this sound, and his heart skipped a beat. Not good. Although they still had the strength to defend, the bracelets on their wrists had been pushed to their limits, and under the influence of the black fog, they had already started to show signs of damage. Bang! The next moment, the bracelets worn by everyone on their wrists shattered explosively. Whoosh! Zhuang Yufei seized the moment, darting out of the black fog with a swift movement and lunging directly at the five individuals. At the same time, Feng Heng approached the rapidly fracturing central magic array, directing his gaze toward the middle-aged man standing in the center of the great hall. A vast amount of demonic seed aura was continuously seeping from the shattered outer seal, mixing with the black fog emanating from the jar in front of the middle-aged man. This mixture rapidly filled the entire great hall. Feng Heng scrutinized the middle-aged man. He had no idea which demonic seed this person was a vessel for. Undoubtedly, his power was the strongest among everyone present, relying solely on his personal strength to forcefully break the seal. So, was all of this part of Beimu's plan? Feng Heng asked in a deep voice, where is Beimu? Beimu? Jiangzhe frowned slightly upon hearing Feng Heng's question. He turned his head to look at Feng Heng, who was approaching him, and said coldly, are you asking about that coward? He didn't have the guts to come here. Chapter 2494 Fractured Feng Heng's mind stirred. He suddenly recalled what Beimu had mentioned earlier, about conflicts within the team and the struggle for dominance in team decisions. It now seemed that Beimu's team had indeed fractured. So, you're one of Beimu's people? Jiangzhe said coldly, then shifted her gaze away from Feng Heng, adding, whatever. It doesn't matter who you are. Stay away and don't interfere with our work. Feng Heng frowned slightly, looking down at the magic array beneath him. His right eye, with its omniscient sight, spun rapidly. This wasn't good. It appeared that the demonic seed before him had already breached most of the outer seal. In reality, he had only breached a portion of the outermost seal. Despite the commotion outside, the true seal was still deeper. It was buried beneath a layer of alloy metal. Breaking through the thick alloy metal layer and then damaging the underlying seal was something that couldn't be accomplished in a short time. Just as he was thinking, Feng Heng suddenly had a thought. Rows of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding! Ibukiya has come into contact with special energy and triggered the talisman, leading to the energy bodies advancing to the next tier. Ibukiya has now triggered the Tier 1 advancement option for the complete form, Tree of Hell fully activated, advancement path of Ibukiya Tree of Hell, advancement requirement, able to absorb 7 different types of the origin power and reach 100%. Ding! If the player chooses this advancement path, Ibukiya will undergo self-evolution route adjustment. This evolution adjustment will make the main body more suitable for the growth of the Tree of Hell. Ding! After this form is changed, a small number of original skills will not be able to be used. It turned out to be Ibukiya's advancement? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly shifted his focus from the seal and began to research the mission description. Energy absorption? Feng Heng frowned deeply. He recalled clearly that last time when Abakuya was absorbing and coming into contact with demonic seed pollution, a similar hint had appeared. However, it hadn't triggered an advancement mission. It was very likely that he had accidentally come into contact with several different kinds of demonic seed powers, which triggered the game's judgment. The game also gave a clear hint. To complete the next phase of advancement, it was necessary to absorb the core strength of all 7 types of demonic seeds to a certain extent. Damn it. That was not going to be easy. Feng Heng immediately recognized the difficulty of the advancement mission. Abakuya himself couldn't even fully absorb the black fog energy. Previously, attempts to absorb the black fog released by Wrath had resulted in severe nausea and vomiting, along with a significant reduction in experience points. So, to complete the mission, he first needed to convert the black fog energy into a form that Abakuya could absorb. It seemed that this was precisely what the mission referred to as Abakuya's evolution into a more suitable growth form. The prerequisite was that he had to choose to accept this evolutionary route before the evolution could occur. Even so, the difficulty of the mission remained terrifying. At least, at this stage, he had no way to obtain the energy of the demonic seed of jealousy. As Feng Heng was pondering this, he looked up and saw Ginger staring coldly at him. "Why are you still here?" Ginger's brow furrowed as she made a mental command. Whoosh! A surge of intense black fog formed on either side of Ginger, quickly condensing into 2 large fists that hurled directly at Feng Heng. Feng Heng's eyebrows lifted as he swiftly dodged to the side. "Abakuya, proceed with the complete form advancement route." To hell with it. The advancement path was so difficult to trigger, he might as well go for it now that he had a chance. Ding! The player has currently accepted the next phase of the advancement mission for Abakuya. If the player cancels it, Abakuya will revert to its growth stage, and its current skill level will be reset. In an instant, the altar's great hall was filled with the rustling sound of the large trees around it. The color of Abakira's roots and vines became darker in a few seconds. Ding! Abakuya has currently selected the complete form advancement path tree of hell. Ding! Abakuya can now absorb demonic seed energy. Ding! Abakuya can also absorb the demonic seed's black fog energy. The conversion rate for this mode is extremely low. This absorption mode will cause some damage to Abakuya, permanent loss of experience points, a reduction in health point upper limit which will last for 72 hours. Current advancement mission: Abakuya needs to successfully absorb the core strength of 7 different origin powers to reach 100%. Current advancement progress: Pride, 0% Jealousy, 0% Wrath, 0% Sloth, 0% Greed, 0% Gluttony, 0% Lust, 0%. So that was how it was. Feng Heng immediately understood the requirements of the mission. Absorbing all 7 types of energy from the demonic seeds of hell was necessary. Directly absorbing the black fog aura was considered a lower-tier method. The advantage was that it was relatively simple. However, how to absorb the demonic seed origin power using a higher-tier ritual remained unclear. Feng Heng thought of it as good news. Feng Heng considered it good news. The advancement mission for Abakuya and the mission related to jealousy overlapped. Still not leaving? Do you think my words are just idle talk? Feng Heng slowly lifted his gaze and glanced at the middle-aged man still standing in the center of the magic array. In just a few words, Feng Heng felt he saw a familiar shadow in this person. Pride. That's right, this guy was most likely one of the incarnations of the demonic seed of pride. After just a brief encounter, Feng Heng had already made his assessment. Without using his ultimate abilities, he was no match for pride. I mean no harm, I am only trying to deal with jealousy. The seals left by jealousy are multi-layered, and the lower layers are quite difficult to handle. As Feng Heng spoke, he slowly began to retreat. At this stage, there was no need to clash with Pride's group. Instead, he could first attempt to absorb the pollution aura here. Feng Heng focused his mind, directing the sacred tree's vines around Abakuya to start absorbing the surrounding black fog aura. Kai. A small amount of black fog was absorbed into Abakuya's roots. Ding! Abakuya is currently absorbing the unknown demonic seed pollution aura. Current maximum health point has decreased by 2,299 points, duration, 48 hours. Current experience points have decreased by 9,281 points, ding. Abakuya is currently converting the unknown demonic seed pollution aura. Remaining time, 0.23 seconds. During the conversion process, all attributes of Abakuya will be reduced by 50%, it was a little troublesome. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the game notification and shook his head in his heart. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the game hints and shook his head inwardly. If Abakuya remained in an absorption state for too long, its health point upper limit and experience points would decrease rapidly. Moreover, The conversion of absorbed demonic seed aura also required time, and this conversion process would negatively impact his combat strength. Buzz, buzz. While he was distracted, the external gates of the Ultra Domain opened. Immediately, the black fog within the Great Hall found an outlet and surged outwards. Chapter 2495. Still taking benefits at the entrance, more than 10 overseers stood in a row. 3 purple-fanged overseers sensed that something was amiss within the altar and had prepared in advance. Everyone focused and condensed an imprint before them. Buzz. A large purple crystal disc materialized in front of them. With the activation of their mental strength, the disc radiated a purple light. Whoosh. The black fog pouring out from the Great Hall reacted to the crystal disc, hissing and dissipating rapidly. Fang Hang felt a stirring in his heart. The White Abyss overseers had arrived even faster than he had anticipated. This was bad. A battle between the overseers and pride was inevitable. Whose side should he take? If he sided with the overseers, he would instantly turn against the demonic seeds, and it was highly likely that the overseers would discover the anomaly within him, which would be of no benefit. On the other hand, if he chose to curry favor with pride, even if that side won, pride would likely offer him no goodwill. He could also find himself entangled in a conflict between pride and the jealousy demonic seed later on. Fang Hang glanced over at Jingjer. Jingjer was still desperately attempting to disrupt the magic array. However, the results were dismal. Fang Hang had already confirmed through his omniscient eyes that the magic array was layered, with the core magic array hidden beneath thick alloy metal layers. Even he couldn't break through in a short amount of time. Given this, it was better not to help anyone and to make a quick escape to seize opportunities elsewhere. Let's go, Simone. With clarity in his mind, Fang Hang didn't hesitate. He quickly moved to Simone's side, gently patted his shoulder, and together they dashed towards the exit. The other competitors in the hall were also fleeing, while Zhuang Yufei, along with 2 other demonic seeds, targeted Zhao Wudao and his group. Zhuang Yufei realized that Zhao Wudao was no weakling. Taking advantage of the White Abyss overseers dispersing the black fog outside, she aimed to eliminate them first to avoid future complications. Zhao Wudao's group looked grim, feeling the pressure but having no other option but to brace themselves and fight back. Boom. Under the onslaught of the polluted black fog, Zhao Wudao was gradually pushed into a corner. Fortunately, his presence had drawn the attention of the demonic seeds, giving other trapped competitors a chance to escape the ritual domain. Fang Hang blended quietly into the crowd. The 3 purple-fanged overseers did not stop the fleeing individuals but instead solemnly instructed, everyone must be checked before leaving the underground domain to prevent demonic seed pollution. Yes. The 2 blue-fanged overseers responded in unison, moving to organize the escapees for pollution checks. Many were already injured from the earlier battle. Just as the group felt they had narrowly escaped danger, they suddenly spotted Fang Hang among them, and their faces turned pale. Fang Hang scanned the crowd, his gaze sharp with an unmistakable threat. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Returning to the underground hall, several yellow-masked overseers had already set up detection instruments, quickly screening those who had evacuated from the ritual domain. Fortunately, no one was found to be contaminated. Your pollution levels are acceptable. For safety, we need to conduct more detailed tests and provide potions to counter the pollution. Please follow me, others will need treatment as well. The 2 overseers breathed a sigh of relief and continued leading everyone to the upper medical treatment area. Fang Hang followed Simone as they entered the elevator, leaving the basement behind. The upper levels of the White Abyss arena remained calm. Fang Hang smirked slightly. The overseers likely had no idea that the lower levels had already been invaded by multiple demonic seeds and suffered significant damage, which was why the perimeter hadn't yet gone into lockdown. In a low voice that only Simone could hear, he said, Simone, I will be leaving soon. Mr. Fang. This. As they moved through the area, Simone sensed something was off. Fang Hang had many secrets. However, Simone had always trusted him and never questioned it. I am sorry for dragging you into this. We're not very familiar, and you don't know my true identity, but White Abyss won't accept your explanation. Based on my assessment, it's highly likely that they will involve you. Fang Hang paused, then added, I suggest you leave the White Abyss arena as soon as possible and seek other ways to save your world. Thank you, Mr. Fang. You've already helped me a lot. With my strength, I probably won't ever reach the ranks of SSS-level competitors. Once I return, we will figure out how to find a safe world to escape to. Simone looked at Fang Hang, saying, Mr. Fang, if possible, I have a request. If you find a way to help our world, please contact me immediately. We're willing to pay any price. Ding. The player's favorability rating with Simone has reached a threshold, triggering a special mission. Simone's request. Mission name, Simone's request. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, Simone's world is facing an invasion of mutant worms, and escaping through the world boundary may be the only option. He will try to persuade his race to relocate, but if a better method is found, he is open to exploring other possibilities. Mission requirements: assist Simone in finding a way to combat the mutant worm disaster. Feng Heng glanced at the mission description. It was a top-tier mission. There were no failure penalties. If the opportunity arose, he could give it a try. After all, he was quite curious about Ouroboros. But for now, he didn't have the time to focus on that. This mission was an unexpected gain. Feng Heng nodded. Of course, if I come across any information about dealing with the mutant worms, I will find a way to contact you. Thank you, Simone replied, reaching out to lightly tap the air in front of him. Ding. The player has obtained high-tier hidden world coordinates for the Akita world. Ding. The player is now eligible to enter the high-tier hidden world Akita. Thank you. You can use this imprint to find us. I will heed your advice and leave here immediately to report any news about Ouroboros to my people. By the way, Feng Bei is actually a disguise I used to enter here. I have another name. Feng Heng looked at Simone. Since you won't need the invitation card anymore, why not hand it over to me? I could still use it. Sure, no problem. As they continued through the crowd, Feng Heng took out the invitation card, fiddling with it as they moved forward. Chapter 2496 Encounter. Just moments ago, in the underground domain, Feng Heng had taken the opportunity to eliminate quite a few SSS-level competitors, acquiring their invitation cards in the process. Now, he was transferring the points from their scorecards into his invitation card. Hey, these rich folks have been hoarding points. Watching the numbers on his invitation card rapidly climb, Feng Heng was genuinely surprised and muttered to himself. The wealth of SSS-level competitors was substantial. In no time, he had amassed over 200 million points. That was more than double what he had collected from levels 60 to 79. With this influx of points, all he needed to do next was head to the exchange hall to redeem all the rewards. As he contemplated this, the group arrived at floor 40 of the Tower of the White Abyss. Conduct a more thorough examination. We need those reports as soon as possible, instructed a red-fanged overseer as they entered the medical treatment area. Feng Heng followed the group into the back hall, where they began the individual screenings. Meanwhile, not far from the main hall, Beimyu and his companions noticed the sudden influx of competitors undergoing pollution monitoring, their expressions growing serious. Just over 10 minutes ago, they had planned to take advantage of the sacrificial ritual that night to explore the upper regions of the White Abyss Arena. Having just entered that upper domain, they hadn't even had the chance to investigate thoroughly before receiving an urgent notification from the Potioneer team below. After a brief discussion, they decided to return. Now they had heard about the need for comprehensive physical examinations for a group of competitors. The group was puzzled. Was this sudden? Had something happened below? Beimyu. A young woman focused her gaze on one of the figures and said, "That person looks familiar. Is that Feng Heng?" Beimyu was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Feng Heng. Is it? Beimyu, somewhat face-blind, squinted for a while, struggling to confirm. He is using a new identity in the game, Feng Bei, another voice chimed in. Caillou Zieling quickly grabbed a file from the table, flipping through it before nodding. That's right, Feng Bei is listed among the examiners. So it really was him. Beimyu steadied himself and said, he should know what's going on below. Let's go contact him. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was gathering with others in the hall, feeling increasingly uneasy. He knew time was of the essence. The window to redeem his rewards was shrinking. But right now, it wasn't suitable to make a break for it. If the White Abyss Arena went into lockdown because of him, he wouldn't be able to exchange items at all. As he pondered how to leave discreetly, a young nurse emerged from a nearby small room. Mr. Feng Bei, there's an anomaly in one of your report's special values. The Potioneers need you to undergo a re-examination. Instantly, multiple gazes in the hall turned toward Feng Heng. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Anomaly? Re-examination? Was it due to the demonic seed within him? In a brief moment, several thoughts raced through Feng Heng's mind as he prepared for a potential confrontation. All right. He agreed and followed the nurse into a private examination room. As he entered, he spotted a few familiar faces. Beimyu? What was he doing here? After the initial shock, Feng Heng quickly regained his composure and nodded to Beimyu, shutting the door behind him. Feng Heng, I didn't expect you to be here too. Beimyu finally confirmed Feng Heng's identity and quickly introduced everyone. This is Feng Heng, the demonic seed of greed. This is Caillou Zieling, one of the demonic seeds of gluttony, and this is Abulati, one of the demonic seeds of sloth. The group exchanged nods, quickly familiarizing themselves with each other's faces. It seems Pride has an extra person on their side? At the mention of Pride, expressions turned serious. Have you seen Ginger? Yeah. So that's his name. When was this? Just now, in the altar ritual area downstairs. Caillou Zieling felt a chill run down her spine. Had Ginger already acted in the ritual area? Beimu urgently asked, what's the situation down there? It's not good. The overseers have already noticed the anomaly and are moving to clear the black fog in the lower area. As for Ginger, given his abilities, he probably won't be able to break the seal quickly. Moreover, the overseers in the White Abyss have special means to deal with the black fog. Feng Heng analyzed, shrugging as he continued, from my personal judgment, Ginger won't be able to break the seal. As everyone listened, a heavy silence fell over the group, their expressions grave. This was a real problem. Ginger's disturbance had drawn the attention of the White Abyss, making their mission much more difficult. Beimu quickly thought it over, then looked up and said seriously, since that's the case, we should act now. We will get the information about the demonic seed seal and withdraw immediately. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right. With a back door, we can leave through there. As Beimu and the others were preparing to leave, they noticed one person was missing and turned back to see Feng Heng still standing there. You guys. Feng Heng watched them move with a sense of helplessness. What was going on? Why were they suddenly acting? He still had a large number of points he wanted to exchange. Time was limited, and once the battle in the underground domain concluded, the points he had just earned could vanish at any moment. Can you at least tell me what you plan to do? We're taking advantage of Ginger attracting the overseer's attention. The upper levels of the White Abyss are currently lightly guarded, so we will enter the database on floor 150 and try to find out where jealousy has sealed the demonic seeds in other worlds. Well, dealing with jealousy was indeed the priority. Exchanging points would have to wait. Hoping there was still time, Feng Heng sighed heavily and followed them. Wait, I have a friend outside who doesn't know about our situation. We need to figure out a way to bring him along and let him leave first. After Feng Heng and the others left through the back door, they watched as Simone took the elevator out of the White Abyss arena. They then boarded another elevator to the upper levels. With the impending battle, the atmosphere grew tense. Feng Heng glanced at Beimu and asked, we have a few minutes left, why don't we discuss the battle plan? We learned that all the information regarding the White Abyss arena was stored on floor 150. Feng Heng looked up at the elevator. The highest number displayed was floor 120. Noticing Feng Heng's gaze, Abulati added, the upper floors are generally restricted for ordinary people in the arena. You need access through the internal elevator on floor 120. Beimu continued, the main challenge for this infiltration is breaking through floor 120, where there are numerous overseers. Feng Heng nodded, understanding the situation. He asked, so what's your plan? Chapter 2497 Swipe card charging in recklessly will trigger alarms, locking down the entire White Abyss arena. In the worst-case scenario, the upper-level database could even be wiped, so our initial plan was just infiltration, Beimu said thoughtfully. But time is running short. Let's try to infiltrate first. If that doesn't work, we will have to break through. No matter what, we need to get that data. Okay. Feng Heng shrugged. Ding dong. The elevator stopped at floor 55. Feng Heng was taken aback, looking at Beimu and the others in confusion. What was going on? Were they not supposed to go to floor 120? Why did they stop at floor 55? Beimu explained patiently, we entered under the guise of potioners. Our invitation card only grants access to floor 55. Feng Heng couldn't believe it. So, they were planning to start from floor 55 and fight their way up? Alright, I get it, he said, pulling out his own invitation card. Let's use mine instead. Beep beep beep. The elevator screen lit up with a row of numbers. SSS level competitors. This was nearly the highest tier, just below the overseers, with access to floor 110. Everyone's eyes brightened at the sight. Abulati couldn't help but grin widely, you really pulled through, brother. Just luck, that's all. Soon, the elevator reached floor 110. The area was unfamiliar, and the hall in front of the elevator doors was empty. What's next? Should we take the stairs? Feng Heng took a couple of steps forward, then paused to look back at the others. Leave it to me, Caillou Zieling replied, quickly forming an imprint in front of her. Feng Heng's eyes widened. This was a spirit form. He sensed the anomaly, his pupils instantly enveloped in a gray glow. In an instant, Caillou Zieling transformed right before his eyes into a spirit state. Her soul body floated away from her physical form. This technique she used was far inferior to his death god form. In this state, Her main body remained vulnerable and could easily be put in danger. Beimu and Nabulati had already made preparations and, on either side, supported Caillou Zieling, helping her to sit down on a nearby chair to rest. Each floor in the various domains might be equipped with surveillance, and we have no way of knowing what's happening on each upper level. For safety reasons, Caillou Zieling would use her soul body form to investigate above. Under normal circumstances, ordinary eyes could not see the soul body clearly. Only those who had cultivated their academic disciplines to a certain level, or who used specific skills or external tools, could perceive the state of the soul body. Most people wouldn't waste their mental strength specifically to observe the soul body while watching the surveillance. Fang Heng nodded gently. Indeed, the soul body could penetrate most weaker walls, making it a great aid for infiltration, much like spatial science. Alright, I will go with you to help. You? Beimu paused, then watched as Fang Heng swiftly transformed into his death god form and immediately pursued Caillou Zieling's soul body in midair. Death god. Wow. He could do that too. The death god was far stronger than Caillou Zieling's soul projection skill. Fang Heng. Be careful. Beimu gently nodded at Fang Heng in midair. Bringing Fang Heng along to help was indeed a good choice. With the two of them covering each other, their chances of success significantly increased. At first, Caillou Zieling was a bit surprised by their conversation. After all, soul projection was a relatively obscure spell that required considerable effort to learn. But when she saw the death god appearing behind her, she immediately felt a chill run through her. Encountering the death god filled her with a primal fear, a reminder of her place on the food chain. The death god was definitely not something to take lightly. Let's go. Fang Heng felt a little apprehension as he nodded to Caillou Zieling and flew upward first. The soul bodies easily passed through the floors. The areas between floor 110 and 115 didn't seem particularly important. Occasionally, a few white abyss overseers appeared, but they were unable to perceive the two in their soul body forms. Wait. Fang Heng made a gesture to Caillou Zieling and paused at floor 116. What's up? In the spacious floor 116, they maintained their soul body forms, hiding to watch as an overseer wearing a pale yellow tusked mask approached the passage. Caillou Zieling felt confused and looked at Fang Heng, wondering what he meant. Fang Heng then made several hand gestures in rapid succession. She didn't quite understand, except for the last gesture where he ran his hand across his throat. Caillou Zieling nodded in understanding. Got it. It was time to make a move. But she couldn't assist at all. In her soul projection state, she could only scout, she couldn't engage in combat or even steal anything. Seeing her nod, Fang Heng felt assured she grasped the tactic and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Mental shock. The overseer in the yellow tusked mask was caught completely off guard, suddenly hit by a psychic shock. His pupils constricted as he froze in place. Whoosh! Fang Heng teleported directly behind the overseer in his death god form. In the next moment, a dark flash cut through the air. Kai. Before the overseer could recover from the psychic shock, a deep wound appeared on his neck, and he slowly began to topple backward. Caillou Zieling gasped in surprise. Wow! He actually took him down. Whoosh! Soul occupation. Caillou Zieling's heart raced as she swiftly flew toward the fallen body, using her soul occupation ability to quickly take over the deceased's form. Meanwhile, Fang Heng raised his hand and gently waved it through the air. Bang! The escaping soul body instantly shattered, drawn back into the death realm for reincarnation. Fang Heng turned to look at the corpse that had just fallen to the ground. The body twitched several times before slowly rising in an odd posture. Ah! Ah! After several attempts, Caillou Zieling finally managed to speak through the overseer's voice. Her tone and pitch sounded very strange. Fang Heng, this body is hard to control. Fang Heng looked over at the overseer controlled by Caillou Zieling and nodded, saying, that move is impressive. Soul occupation was a branch of the occult and psychic arts. Unlike ordinary soul projection, it was much harder to master and placed high demands on both the caster and the target. Huh? Isn't his sure strategy? Not at all. Fang Heng rolled his eyes. His original gestures were meant to prompt Caillou Zieling to release a polluted black fog to block the surveillance cameras, making it easier for them to act. He hadn't expected that when it came time to strike, she would remain motionless. He had to take the risk and eliminate the overseer as quickly as possible. Fortunately, it seemed they had been lucky, their actions hadn't been caught by the surveillance. Now, with Caillou Zieling occupying the overseer's body, things were even better. Chapter 2498 Infiltration. Let's not rush up, let's check out this level first. Okay. From what Fang Heng knew, the overseers in the White Abyss Arena were divided into 4 types. The first type was the Red Fang masked overseers, responsible for security on each level, acting as team leaders. Each floor had 2 to 3 of them, rotating shifts. The second type was the Blue Fang Masked Overseers, who handled various specific tasks within the arena. Both types had comparable abilities. The third type was the Purple Fang Masked Overseers, the highest tier, with only 3 in total, responsible for overseeing all operations in the White Abyss arena. The remaining ones were ordinary Yellow Fang Masked Overseers, tasked with guarding various areas of the arena. The Overseer controlled by Caillou Zieling was the lowest tier Yellow Fang Masked one. Fang Heng followed Caillou Zieling into a room to investigate. It appeared that levels 111 to 119 were the living quarters for the Overseers. Caillou Zieling conducted a quick search and found mostly personal items. "Let's go, we will check the upper levels." In his death god form, Fang Heng followed the Overseer, now occupied by Caillou Zieling, back to the elevator. With a higher tier identity card of the Overseer, they were able to access floor 120 directly. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. Floor 120 was one of the core monitoring areas of the White Abyss arena. When Fang Heng and Caillou Zieling arrived, the atmosphere in the monitoring hall was unusually tense. A group of Overseers had gathered there. The alarm for the ceiling in the underground area had been triggered for over 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the black fog Zora interfered with communication, so everyone could only catch intermittent glimpses of the sealed area on the monitors. They knew there was a problem down there, but the specifics were unclear. 2 consecutive teams had already been sent to the underground area for reinforcement. All eyes were focused on the basement, and no one noticed Caillou Zieling and the hidden Fang Heng emerging from the stairs. Fang Heng quickly surveyed the monitoring hall. Aside from the staff, there were only 7 true Red and Blue Fang Masked Overseers present, the rest were Yellow Fang Masked Overseers. Fang Heng turned and exchanged a glance with Caillou Zieling. Currently, it seemed that the Overseers' defensive capabilities on floor 120 weren't very strong. It was worth considering an attack. However, it would create quite a commotion. After a moment's thought, Caillou Zieling directed the shell to the built-in elevator of floor 120, slipping past the group of Overseers until they entered the elevator. Creak. The elevator doors closed. Caillou Zieling activated the elevator with her internal work card and pressed the button for floor 150. Surprisingly, the infiltration had gone so smoothly. She whispered, "Once we reach floor 150, I will try to hack into the mainframe. It will take some time, so I will need your help." "Got it." The elevator ascended slowly. Ding. They arrived at floor 150. The elevator doors slid open to reveal the data center of the White Abyss arena. Fang Heng was somewhat taken aback. The security here was surprisingly lax. The setup was completely different from what he had imagined. He had expected the central data room to be filled with layers of massive machinery, but there were only a few scattered machines. In the center of the room, a pale yellow crystal levitated in the air. 2 Yellow Fang Masked Overseers were stationed nearby, and they immediately turned their questioning gazes toward Caillou Zieling. "Who are you?" "This is the data domain of the White Abyss arena." "What are you doing here?" Trouble was brewing. Caillou Zieling's heart sank as she assessed the layout of the data center. She whispered urgently, "Fang Heng, that's a spirit stone. The White Abyss arena stores its data using these stones, which means we can't use electronic hacking methods." The 2 Yellow Fang masked guards sensed something was off and approached Caillou Zieling, questioning, "Hey, we're asking you a question." "What's going on?" "Stall them, I will find a chance to take them out," Fang Heng said, shifting into his death god form and advancing toward the guards. Blood. Mental shock. In an instant, he flashed forward. With his death scythe poised, he struck. Whoosh! The scythe cut through the air, leaving a dark trail behind. The ordinary Overseers were weaker than the SS level ones, mostly chosen followers of jealousy. Combined with Fang Heng's surprise attack, they didn't stand a chance. He unleashed a fluid combination of 3 stealth skills, catching the guards off guard. They felt their bodies reacting strangely, blood surging in a sudden rush, and just as they began to grasp what was happening, their minds were hit hard by the mental shock. As they regained consciousness, a dark flash swept across their necks. With a silent thud, they fell forward, their bodies limp. Caillou Zieling was quick to act, rushing over to catch them, easing their descent onto nearby chairs to make it look like they were simply resting. After ensuring they were concealed, she glanced nervously at the cameras in the hall. She hoped that they hadn't been discovered. In his death god state, Fang Heng approached the central, levitating pale yellow crystal, his gaze sweeping over it. He remembered encountering a similar crystal in the Federation of the World of Forests. These crystals were used by the dependents to transmit and store information. Hints began to appear on Fang Heng's retinas. Ding! The player discovered item interactive information core type 8, how's it going? Caillou Zieling asked as she finished dealing with the two overseers and approached Feng Heng. Any findings? Feng Heng shrugged, not really. Then I will go check the main control machinery over there. Maybe I can find a breach to extract the information. You should head back down to find Beimu. He has some knowledge of psychic communication methods. He might be able to come up with a solution. Just as Caillou Zieling was speaking, she suddenly saw Feng Heng raise his hand and press it against the spirit crystal. Hey, you! She was taken aback by his boldness and tried to stop him, but it was too late. His palm made contact with the pale yellow crystal. In an instant, using his psychic abilities, Feng Heng's consciousness invaded the inner structure of the crystal. Like a movie screen coming to life, a torrent of data streamed within the crystal. He could see layers upon layers of information neatly arranged before him. It didn't seem difficult at all. Feng Heng immediately began searching for data on all the past competitors in the arena. Found it. The speed at which he accessed the information was thousands of times faster than a normal computer search. In a mere sweep, all the information he needed appeared before his eyes. Chapter 2499 Transmission very good. Then came the recording. In a short time, it was indeed difficult to save all the information in memory. However, for the realm of psychics, forcefully imprinting identical information using psychic abilities was not a challenge, much like standard hard drive storage. The transmission capacity of psychic abilities was thousands of times greater than mechanical means. Yet afterward, truly retrieving the recorded information was incredibly time-consuming. With time running out, Feng Heng quickly saved the information. In just a few seconds, Feng Heng reopened his eyes and looked over at Caillou Zieling. She stared back at him, puzzled. What's going on? Not a big deal, it's all sorted. Huh? You're done? What do you mean? Caillou Zieling was momentarily stunned, but then her face lit up with excitement. Are you saying we have everything we need? Yeah. What about the information? Where is it? Feng Heng pointed to his head and replied, it's all stored in here. Caillou Zieling swallowed hard, realization dawning on her. You understand psychic abilities? Yep, no time to waste. Let's go. Okay. Feng Heng immediately followed Caillou Zieling as they left the upper levels. In fact, the defenses in the information storage area on floor 150 were not as weak as Feng Heng and Caillou Zieling had perceived, and the review process on floor 120 wasn't so easy to pass either. However, an unexpected attack on the underground sealed area of the White Abyss Arena had drawn many overseers to provide reinforcements, allowing Feng Heng and Caillou Zieling to slip through and break in with relative ease. Back and forth, it only took about 5 minutes for the two to return to floor 110. Beimu and Nebulati were still waiting in the lobby. When the elevator doors suddenly opened and a yellow fang-masked overseer stepped out, their expressions shifted, and they prepared to act. But then they saw Feng Heng following the overseer. Got it done. The overseer responded with a strange tone, get in the elevator. Realizing that Caillou Zieling had used a special ritual, Beimu and Nebulati hurriedly supported her as they all entered the elevator together. How's the situation? Beimu noticed Caillou Zieling pressing the button for the elevator going down and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is it problematic? No, everything's already taken care of. What? Done? Weren't you two just up there to scout? Was it really that simple? Just like that? A hint of joy flickered in Beimu's eyes as he asked, what about the data? It's done, but there's a small issue with the information, Caillou Zieling explained. The data on floor 150 is stored in psychic crystals, so we couldn't directly copy it. Feng Heng reverted to his human form in the elevator and pointed to his head. Time was tight, so I forcefully copied the information here. We can extract it properly later. Nebulati blinked in confusion, trying to process this. So, the data is secured, and our biggest problem is resolved? Yeah, resolved. Beimu let out a sigh of relief and patted Nebulati on the shoulder, feeling immensely grateful. Thank goodness they had Feng Heng on this mission. Beimu himself only had a basic understanding of psychic abilities. If it were just the three of them trying to obtain the information, it would have taken much longer. It seemed the outside rumors about Feng Heng were indeed somewhat misguided. Beimu had conducted extensive research before inviting Feng Heng to join them. From the feedback he received, most people described Feng Heng as a troublemaker, stirring up chaos wherever he went. Beimu felt this characterization was somewhat exaggerated and unfair, at least based on their current collaboration. Feng Heng demonstrated exceptional skills. Now, they just needed to make a swift exit. While Beimu was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Feng Heng pressing the elevator button to stop at floor 35. Floor 35? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances with Feng Heng. Ahem. Sorry, everyone, but I have something to take care of, Feng Heng said, clearing his throat. Before we leave, I need to handle a personal matter. I won't take long. Beimyu was taken aback. What did he mean? Did he suddenly have something urgent to deal with at this stage? A sense of unease crept into Beimyu's mind. Caillou Zieling and Abilati also looked to Beimyu for guidance. Fang Heng added, I just need to exchange a few things. It won't take long, at most a few minutes. I will be quick. What are you exchanging? Is it important? Very important. Fine, Beimyu said, his tone serious. Let's make it quick, we will follow you. Beimyu was eager to leave, but he had no solid way to convince Fang Heng otherwise. Moreover, the data they needed was still stored within Fang Heng's mind. Okay. Fang Heng didn't hesitate. Once the elevator doors opened, he stepped out immediately. Floor 35 housed the hall for exchanging points for items. Although the underground altar area of the White Abyss Arena had been attacked, the crisis hadn't spread, most facilities were still operating smoothly. Many high-level competitors were even unaware that anything had happened. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Heng was eager to convert all his points into dimensional core fragments. He quickly walked to the hall and approached the halfling behind the counter, presenting his invitation card. Please exchange all the points on this card for dimensional core fragments. Of course. We're happy to assist you. We will process the exchange right away, the halfling replied, taking the card. After scanning the card, a look of surprise flashed in the halfling's eyes. So many points? Could you hurry it up? Fang Heng urged. Of course. Right away, the halfling said, hastily moving into a small room behind the counter. Beimyu and the others followed Fang Heng, falling silent as they heard him mention exchanging for dimensional core fragments. Everyone knew how valuable those fragments were. No wonder they had come on this adventure. Soon, the halfling returned from the small room and placed a wooden casket on the table, pushing it toward Fang Heng. Mr. Fang Bei, here are your dimensional core fragments, 224 in total. Please count them. Beimyu and the others felt a jolt of surprise, their eyes widening as they looked at Fang Heng. Wow! Did he exchange for so many dimensional core fragments all at once? What exactly had he done in the White Abyss Arena? Did he somehow rob the entire place? Fang Heng didn't check the contents, he simply reached out to take the casket. Immediately, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has received a casket containing 224 dimensional core fragments, he confirmed the count. Just as he was thinking this, another game prompt flashed before him. Ding! The current exchange quantity of dimensional cores in the White Abyss Arena has been exhausted. Dimensional core fragments are temporarily removed from available exchanges. Chapter 2500 choice. Had it really run out? Fang Heng felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. It was a shame that he couldn't keep farming for more. The White Abyss Arena was indeed a bit stingy. With a sigh, he waved his hand, preparing to follow the others as they evacuated. Let's go. Yeah, let's get out of here. Despite the minor hiccup, Beimyu nodded lightly, and the group headed back toward the elevator. Just as they were about to reach it, the ground suddenly shook violently beneath them. Boom! A deafening roar filled the air, accompanied by a strong tremor that vibrated through the floor. Fang Heng's pupils narrowed. An explosion. From below? Had Ginger caused that much commotion? Even so, with the thick alloy metal barriers in place, such an explosion would likely only breach the outer layer. There was still some distance before the seals were completely compromised. While he was pondering this, a wave of black fog began to seep from the ground, rapidly spreading across the entire floor. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the White Abyss Arena. The area where they had exchanged items fell into chaos as the halfling desperately fled. Beimyu and the others' expressions shifted. Ginger must be in trouble, we need to hurry. Got it. Fang Heng replied, taking 2 steps forward before suddenly stopping, his expression changing multiple times in an instant. Wait. He raised his hand to stop Beimyu and the others, who had already stepped into the elevator, and carefully reviewed the game prompt that had just updated in his vision. Ding! The White Abyss Arena is under threat. The player has triggered an optional mission. Crisis of the White Abyss Arena. Mission name, Crisis of the White Abyss Arena. Mission difficulty, C2SSS, difficulty varies based on branch choices. Mission description, the White Abyss Arena is in grave danger due to the attack by Ginger and others. This may be your opportunity. Mission option 1, destroy the seal. Mission description, Ginger is attempting to release the seal demonic seed within the White Abyss Arena. Releasing the demonic seed could place immense pressure on the arena. Please assist Ginger in breaking the seal and fully releasing the demonic seed in the White Abyss Arena. Mission option 2, destroy the White Abyss Arena. Mission description, Ginger is currently engaged in battle with the overseers of the White Abyss Arena. Now is the perfect opportunity for you to damage the White Abyss Arena and attempt to weaken the jealousy demonic seed. Please try to inflict greater damage on the White Abyss Arena. Current mission progress, 0%. Estimated rewards, items, favorability ratings from various demonic seed hosts, experience points in the demonic bloodline, and a reduced probability of the jealousy demonic seed. Mission option 3, you have acquired information regarding the seals in the White Abyss Arena in your Sea of Consciousness. Given the current uncertainty, immediate withdrawal is undoubtedly the safest choice. Please safely evacuate from the White Abyss Arena and preserve the psychic data stored in your Sea of Consciousness. Current mission progress, 0%. Estimated rewards, favorability ratings from various demonic seed hosts and follow-up mission opportunities. Ding. Due to the player's current greed demonic seed bloodline awakening, the player has additional mission options available. Mission option 4, what does the crisis of the White Abyss Arena have to do with me? However, a large number of overseers are currently in the sealed area below the arena, which may be your best opportunity to loot the White Abyss Arena. Start by plundering the entire White Abyss Arena, beginning with the Halfling's Exchange Warehouse. Current mission progress, 0%. Estimated rewards, items and potential experience points in demonic bloodlines. Ding. Due to the player's current awakening of the greed demonic seed bloodline, the player can choose to accept multiple optional missions simultaneously and receive additional bonus rewards for completing them. Some conflicting missions may not be able to be completed. For each additional choice completed, the player's final reward will be increased by 100%. A new mission line had unexpectedly appeared. Feng Heng found himself momentarily frozen in place. The newly triggered plunder mission excited him greatly. On top of that, the additional rewards from the greed demonic seed were tempting. If he could manage to complete all the missions at once, the final rewards could be significantly increased. Completing everything might even yield an extra 300% reward. Damn. Feng Heng cursed under his breath, thinking that the demonic seed truly understood him. Wasn't this the perfect moment to be greedy? The jealousy demonic seed wouldn't return that quickly. There was still time. He was sure there was an opportunity to complete the missions. So, he quickly lowered his head to strategize how to maximize his benefits. First, he would figure out a way to plunder the White Abyss Arena, then assist Ginger in breaking the seal in the ritual domain to release all the sealed demonic seeds, thereby damaging the entire White Abyss Arena. After that, Feng Heng led the way, ready to make a daring escape with Beimu and the others. He quickly formulated a plan to tackle all 4 branches of the choices at once. Let's go for the maximum 400% reward. Feng Heng quickly formulated an action plan in his mind. Beimu and the others halted at Feng Heng's signal, turning to him with puzzled expressions. What's up? Ahem. Snapping back to reality, Feng Heng cleared his throat and said, I just had a thought. What is it? I heard the exchange warehouse in the White Abyss Arena has a lot of valuable items. Right now, the guards and overseers are focused on Ginger and his group. I was thinking, maybe we could take advantage of this and... He paused, looking at the group before continuing, plunder a bit? A moment of silence followed as everyone exchanged glances. Greed, huh? Beimu pondered for a moment before saying, Feng Heng, isn't this too risky? Beimu's usual strategy was all about stability, getting the information on the demonic seeds and leaving safely, minimizing risks. Don't worry, you guys go ahead. I will be right back, Feng Heng replied, not waiting for anyone's reaction before heading back the way they came. Beimu, Caillou Zieling, and Abulati exchanged glances. Greed. It's not unexpected, Caillou Zieling sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. She then turned to Beimu and asked, what should we do? Beimu realized the trouble they were in and sighed inwardly. We can't change his mind. The information about the demonic seeds is with him. We can't let him get into trouble. Let's stick with him. Alright, let's go. The 3 quickly followed Feng Heng back. The halflings had promptly shut down the exchange area after the alarms went off, leaving the counter deserted. Bang! Feng Heng vaulted over the counter, smashing through the small door leading to the warehouse area with a powerful punch, stepping confidently inside. Who's there? Chapter 2501 Teleport at the entrance of the massive warehouse, over 20 halflings busily scurried about, frantically organizing valuable materials for teleportation. Several overseers, identifiable by their yellow-fanged masks, noticed Feng Heng breaking through the door and quickly approached him. In a flash, Feng Heng didn't waste any time. He transformed into his death god form and charged at the nearest overseer. Bang! Dark energy exploded forth. With a resounding crash, the overseer spat blood and was sent flying, collapsing into unconsciousness. Beimu, along with Caillou Zieling and Abulati, arrived just a moment too late. By the time they reached the outskirts of the warehouse area, chaos reigned, all triggered by Feng Heng's attack. Great. Beimu couldn't help but shake his head internally. It seemed the outside world's evaluation of Feng Heng was quite accurate. He truly was a troublemaker. With the situation unfolding, the only option left was to assist Feng Heng in quickly looting as much as possible before they had to retreat. Go. Help him. Baimu shouted, rushing into the fray to support Feng Heng against the overseer guards surrounding the warehouse. 3 demonic seeds joined the battle as well. Instantly, the area around the warehouse was enveloped in swirling black fog. The ordinary yellow-masked overseers and white abyss arena guards had never encountered such an overwhelming force. They simply couldn't withstand the might of the demonic seeds. As a result, the battle tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Feng Heng and his allies. Feng Heng quickly moved to the entrance of the warehouse, glancing at the door just closed by the halfling. Boom. With a powerful punch, he struck forward. The entire warehouse entrance exploded under the force of his punch. Behind the door, a group of halflings was hurriedly transporting high-value materials. When they saw the door shatter, chaos erupted, and they scrambled to escape. Stop. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several yellow fang-masked overseers lunged toward Feng Heng, trying to block the intruder. Bang. 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 Before the overseers could fully make contact with Feng Heng, they were met with a sudden surge of overwhelming strength. With a swift strike, Feng Heng sent them flying. Not bad. He glanced around the warehouse, murmuring to himself, his eyes glinting with greed. A supersized warehouse area. The fleeing halfling porters left the warehouse in disarray, with cargo boxes scattered everywhere. Looking up, Feng Heng saw rows of giant-sized shelves filled to the brim with boxes. Each shelf could hold at least 100 boxes, and there were hundreds of shelves in total. For an ordinary player, it would take a considerable effort just to search through everything for valuable items, let alone move them. But for Feng Heng, it was much simpler. He waved his hand. Let's just grab everything, no matter what it is. Baimu and the others cleared the perimeter, quickly spreading the pollution black fog to obscure the surveillance cameras in the area. They moved to Feng Heng's side and surveyed their surroundings. Feng Heng, everything outside is handled, Baimu reported. Abulati glanced around the hall, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He smirked and said, not bad. Looks like jealousy has quite a stash. Let's hurry up. We need to grab the valuable items and retreat immediately, Baimu urged. Got it. Feng Heng nodded slightly, quickly forming an imprint with both hands in front of him. Whoosh. A drop of dark red blood condensed at his forehead, rapidly levitating into the air. Kai. The blood drop expanded in midair, forming a crimson portal of the vampiric bloodline. Whoosh. Prince Karl stepped through the teleportation gate and quickly flew to Feng Heng's side. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Feng Heng surveyed the hall and nodded lightly. Empty it out. At once. Prince Karl accepted the command, turning to the back of the hall as he began summoning his subordinate vampires to take action. Baimu listened to the exchange between Feng Heng and Karl, momentarily stunned. What? Did he just hear that correctly? He just said to move everything out? Abulati and Caillou Sealing also showed expressions of disbelief. Move it all? No way, right? This supersized warehouse was at least half the size of a small stadium. What did he mean by moving it all? Baimu initially thought that since it was just Feng Heng, how much could he possibly carry? It wouldn't take much time at all. He actually wanted to move everything? Wouldn't that take days? This greedy guy was just too reckless. Was he not afraid of overextending himself? Baimu cleared his throat and quietly advised, Feng Heng, our time is limited. We probably won't have enough time to move all these materials. Yeah, I understand. It won't take long. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As he spoke, a series of popping sounds echoed from the teleportation gate above. Baimu and the others turned to look toward the source of the sound from the teleportation passage. They saw a massive swarm of lickers and bats pouring out of the portal. As the lickers leaped from the teleportation gate, they quickly gathered beneath the large shelves in the warehouse, forming flesh cocoons. They began to convert into vine zombie forms, extending tendrils from their bodies. A multitude of vampires flew out in bat form from the spatial gate, heading straight for the highest levels of the massive shelves. This. Abulati was taken aback as he watched Feng Heng summon so many creatures all at once. Wow. It seemed Feng Heng wasn't just bragging after all. He truly intended to empty the entire warehouse in the White Abyss Arena. Moreover, observing the efficiency of the zombies and bats in action, even Baimu couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. In just a short moment, the zombie team split into smaller squads, using the vines they released from their bodies to weave a network on the ground. Above the large shelves, the vampires in bat form simply needed to push the packed boxes toward the vine net. The vine network effectively cushioned the impact. As the goods landed on the vines, The waiting zombie clones swiftly packaged and transported them to the teleportation passage below. Some of the zombie clones even transformed into fusion tyrant forms, and 5 or 6 of them worked together to move entire shelves toward the teleportation passage. They were hauling large shelves and all remaining boxes in one go. Caillou Zieling watched in disbelief, her mouth agape. What the hell? They weren't even sparing the shelves? Judging from the familiarity of the zombies and vampires, it was obvious that this was not the first time they had done this. Abulati glanced at Feng Heng and said, "Greed, I bet you've done this kind of thing plenty of times, huh?" Feng Heng shrugged and replied, "I will take that as a compliment." Caillou Zieling face-bombed, thinking to herself that compliment wasn't quite the right response. Baimu couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated, a wry smile forming on his lips. He had originally thought that with Greed's abilities, they could get away with a decent haul in just a few minutes. But he had definitely underestimated Greed's insatiable hunger. Feng Heng seemed determined to pack up the entire White Abyss warehouse. Realizing he couldn't talk Feng Heng out of it, Baimu decided to say, "There might be more coming after us. I will hold them off outside. You make it quick." "Got it, thanks. I will share the profits," Feng Heng replied. He appreciated Baimu's loyalty and wasn't going to be stingy. "Hey, if you're talking about splitting profits, I am wide awake now." Abulati chuckled, standing by Feng Heng's side. "I will help keep watch." Caillou Zieling, with no other choice, stayed close to Feng Heng as well. Chapter 2502 Assist. While Feng Heng was rampaging over here, the main control center on floor 120 of the White Abyss Arena was already in chaos. Report. High-intensity alarms have been detected in the sealed area below. The seal is being breached. There's severe damage to the external seal. Immediate reinforcement is required. The emergency magic array is operational and undergoing purification. The overseer in charge of floor 120 was sweating profusely as he hurriedly organized the other overseers' actions. The White Abyss Arena had backup seals left by the Lord of the Demonic Seed, specifically designed to prevent intrusions. Once the alarm sounded, the various seal magic arrays and black fog purification arrays activated immediately. Quick! Enter a state of lockdown and secure other areas of the White Abyss Arena. Yes. The person in charge silently prayed. With the seal magic arrays in place, there would definitely be no issues. The chaos would surely be suppressed quickly. Report. Speak. Anomaly detected on floor 35. Unknown invasion reported, suspected to be influenced by pollution aura. Currently, most of the surveillance on floor 35 has failed. We've analyzed the surveillance history and confirmed that there are invaders on floor 35. They've breached the warehouse area of the White Abyss. Damn it. Someone was taking advantage of the chaos. And they were targeting the treasury. The person in charge broke into a cold sweat, slamming his fist on the table as he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Quickly. Send a team for reinforcement. Secure all entrances and exits on floor 35, don't let them escape. Everyone else, focus on ensuring the safety of the sealed area below." Yes. Understood. Amidst the tense actions of the group, an operator suddenly noticed something and shouted, "Report, sir." "What is it?" "What now?" The operator looked at the bizarre data displayed on the screen, his heart racing, and quickly reported, "Sir, an anomaly in spatial fluctuations has been detected on floor 35. The values exceed normal levels by over 1,500 times. It's highly suspected to be a spatial teleportation passage." "What? A teleportation passage? An incursion from another world boundary?" The expressions of everyone shifted uneasily. "Damn it. Teams 3 and 4, don't head to the underground area anymore. Immediately go to floor 35 for reinforcement. I need to know what the hell is happening there." "Understood." Ding. The player has obtained 16 special materials. Upon opening, a random SSS-level material will be received. Current side mission plunder mission completion rate, 34.22%. Ding. The player has obtained 26-dimensional core crystals. Current side mission plunder mission completion rate, 94.22%. In the treasure area of the warehouse on floor 35, game prompts frequently flashed in Feng Heng's vision. Well done. The vampires were continuously using the teleportation passage to transport materials from the warehouse into the zombie apocalypse world. Suddenly, a line of red text appeared. Upon closer inspection, he even found dimensional core crystals. Feng Heng nodded in satisfaction. The cooperation between the zombies and the vampires was remarkably seamless. At this rate, in another 10 minutes, most of the materials in the warehouse would be cleared out. Just as Feng Heng was preparing to move quickly to empty the warehouse, a high-tier vampire approached and knelt before him, reporting, "Your Majesty, we've discovered a special sealed door at the back of the warehouse." "The sealed gate?" Fang Heng's eyelids jumped. Could there be more treasures hidden away? Let's go, take me to see it. Abulati and Caillou Zieling exchanged glances and quickly followed Fang Heng to investigate. Ahead, behind several moved large warehouse shelves, a metal door was revealed. After all, Fang Heng's orders included packaging everything, even the shelves. The zombie clones and vampires faithfully executed the command. As the shelves were moved, a passage appeared behind them. Perhaps the halflings had never anticipated that someone would actually attempt to take the entire warehouse. Fang Heng studied the metal door for a moment and asked, "What's the situation?" "Have you checked?" we asked, but the halflings didn't open the warehouse door, came the response. As they spoke, Carl flew in, carrying a restrained elite halfling, and tossed him in front of Fang Heng. "Spill it. I will make it quick for you." The halfling, clearly terrified, recognized Fang Heng as the leader of the group and immediately began kowtowing on the ground, pleading for mercy. Fang Heng's voice was cold as he said, "Lift your head. What's going on with that warehouse door?" "That's the treasury left by our master. Only the master and a few high-tier overseers have the keys, we can't open it either," the halfling stammered. Fang Heng scoffed and stepped closer, eyeing the warehouse door. "It's hidden so well. What's inside? We really don't know. Only the master is aware of what items are stored there." Fang Heng examined the door, trying to gently touch the metal surface. This wasn't going to be easy. The door was made of a special alloy, reinforced with layers of magic arrays for defense, preventing any soul or spatial abilities from penetrating. Then it was time to try brute force. With a swift motion, Fang Heng raised his hand and punched forward. Bang! The door emitted a dull thud, leaving an imprint of his fist. Not too effective. Realizing that sheer strength wouldn't work, Fang Heng muttered to himself and reached out again, placing his hand on the alloy metal door. His right eye shimmered with a rotating magic array. Guess he had to take it slow, starting by trying to dissolve the internal magic arrays to disable the defenses. Still no success. After more than 10 seconds of trying, Fang Heng furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. The sealing of the door was proving to be more troublesome than he'd anticipated. It wasn't that he couldn't break it, rather, the special external metal effectively blocked much of his mental strength from penetrating. Completely wearing down the magic arrays inscribed within the door would take a considerable amount of time. But time was not on his side. Ha! Abulati watched as Fang Heng struggled with the door for a moment, then yawned lazily and said, "Greed, are you going to manage this? I think it'd be more reliable to let Caillou Zieling handle it." "Caillou Zieling?" Fang Heng turned to her, a hint of confusion on his face. "You can open it? What do you mean? You're underestimating me, aren't you? You're a demonic seed, and so am I, there's no difference in strength, right?" Before Caillou Zieling could respond, Abulati jumped in, glancing at her. "How about it, Zieling? You should help him out. We did agree that we'd all share the loot once we're out, right?" Caillou Zieling shot Abulati a look of mild exasperation, then sighed and shook her head. With a few determined steps, she approached the metal door and lightly nudged Fang Heng aside. "Step back a bit." Chapter 2503. Grush. Fang Heng quickly stepped aside, ready to watch the big show unfold. "Greed, I want extra rewards this time," Caillou Zieling said, grinning. With that, she opened her mouth wide. Kai. A row of sharp teeth suddenly emerged in her mouth. Fang Heng's pupils constricted in shock. Caillou Zieling's appearance reminded him of the character from an old horror movie he had seen, even more terrifying. Her mouth and teeth covered 2/3 of her face. "Gah, zzz." Caillou Zieling immediately bit down on the metal door. The solid metal door crumpled like it was made of tofu, as she effortlessly chomped away large chunks. Gah, zzz. After taking a huge bite, she even chewed for a moment, then spat out a large piece of alloy metal with a look of disdain. "I knew this thing would be hard to chew." Abulai chuckled, clearly accustomed to her antics. "Ha ha ha, just hang in there. Once we get our pay, Greed will take you out for a nice meal." Caillou Zieling shot him an annoyed glance and continued her relentless assault on the metal door. Fang Heng watched in disbelief as she gnawed a passage through the alloy metal door. What the hell? She had such a unique ability? Was this a special ability linked to the gluttony demonic seed? It struck him as odd. Why didn't he have a similar ability, being a greed demonic seed himself? For instance, wouldn't it be nice if a treasure could turn into two? This hardly seemed fair. Fang Heng suddenly thought that perhaps the special mission he had just triggered was a unique ability of the greed demonic seed. Puff, puff. In less than half a minute, the ground was already littered with metallic spheres that Caillou Zieling had chewed and spat out. Bang. It seemed Caillou Zieling had bitten into the part of the defensive magic array, as a dull explosion suddenly resonated from deep within the metal layer. A flash of white light erupted, and the thick metal wall was completely breached. Caillou Ceiling stepped back, her hands pulling apart the split section of her mouth to return it to normal. She wriggled her lips and spat to the side, saying, "All done." Even now, she still felt a strange taste lingering in her mouth. Outside, chaos erupted as the sounds of battle grew louder. Obuli glanced toward the commotion and said, "The overseers are closing in. We need to hurry." "Yeah, let's check it out," Fang Hang replied, stepping through the metal passage that Caillou Ceiling had created and entering a secret warehouse. Compared to the outside, Jealousy's secret warehouse was significantly smaller. Directly opposite the metal door, a series of iron shelves held over a dozen boxes, with 2 of them being particularly lavishly decorated. It appeared this was a place for storing important items. Fang Hang stepped closer, using his perception and omniscient eyes to quickly scan the area for danger. Confirming it was safe, he reached out to open the ornate box on his left. Inside, 2 gleaming crystals immediately captured his attention. This item. Could it be? His heart raced with excitement as he reached out to touch them. Ding. The player has obtained items, 2-dimensional core. Ding. The player's current side mission pillaging mission completion rate, 100%. Ding. The player has reached the maximum completion rate for this mission. You can continue to raid for more rewards, but cannot further increase completion rewards. Fang Hang felt a surge of exhilaration. The main reason he had come to the White Abyss was to search for dimensional cores. They were incredibly valuable. To find such a significant reward in the very first treasure chest was astonishing. What would the remaining boxes hold? With greed swelling in his eyes, he moved to open the lavish box on his right. Inside lay an ancient long sword. However, the long sword was broken, leaving only a large fragment of the blade. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the sword still bore large splotches of blood. Ding. The player has discovered an item sealed blade fragment. Item sealed blade fragment. Level, epic. Item description, a legendary blade capable of sealing anything. Due to its current broken state, the sealing effect has been significantly reduced. Usage description, when this item is stabbed into a sealed life form, it can enhance the sealing effect by 500%, only effective on sealed life forms. Epic, enhanced sealing. Fang Hang murmured. It sounded quite powerful. This must have been left behind by the Jealousy demonic seed for other sealed demonic seeds of its world boundary race. What a find. Ding. The player has obtained an item sealed blade fragment, he thought to himself, tucking the blade fragment into his backpack and moving on to open the third box. As he lifted the lid, a massive wave of fire energy surged out from within. Ding. The player has discovered item 2 elemental heart, fire, elemental hearts. Fang Hang's pupils dilated in surprise. What a valuable treasure. To players focused on elemental science, these items were treasures beyond compare. Some would even hesitate to trade a holy weapon for them. Elemental hearts could significantly enhance a player's affinity for elements and their talent in elemental science, along with granting substantial experience points, enough to elevate an ordinary person to a high-tier elemental scholar in an instant. Fang Hang opened the next box. Ding. The player has discovered an item 30 Nightfall Stone. These were tools designed to combat demonic seeds. Jealousy had amassed quite a collection. He quickly stored the Nightfall Stones in his backpack and continued to inspect the remaining boxes. He found various elemental hearts, legendary premonition crystals used in psychic studies, and spatial prisms for spatial science. Fang Hang felt dizzy with excitement. They had hit the jackpot. Aside from the Nightfall Stones and the sealed blade fragment, most of the items were treasures that could boost academic abilities. Fang Hang systematically emptied all the boxes, shoving everything into his backpack. This haul was profitable. The 2-dimensional cores alone had made the trip worthwhile. "Let's go, we need to retreat," he said after finishing his looting, leading Caillou Ceiling and the others back through the entrance of the small warehouse. Outside, the vampires had already transported about 2/3 of the large warehouse's contents. "Your Majesty." Prince Carl, overseeing the operation, flew over and knelt, reporting, "A portion of the White Abyss overseers have appeared outside, and their gathering. Continuing might lead to complications for us." Just then, a violent explosion echoed nearby. The ground shook again, this time much more severely than before. The tremors lasted for over 10 minutes, and debris began to fall from the ceiling. Once the shaking stopped, Fang Hang exchanged uneasy glances with the others, sensing something was off. Abulai said, "It's the ceiling wave from below." "Right," Fang Hang nodded, turning to Carl. "Carl, stay here. You need to get the vampires in 5 minutes." "Yes, sir." "Understood." Chapter 2504 Planning. Fang Hang thought to himself that mission branch was completed, and he had obtained the most critical dimensional core. As for the remaining materials, they were merely extras. He figured any additional gains would be a bonus. There were other, more important side missions he needed to finish. After all, completing one more would double his final rewards. This meant he could acquire 2 more dimensional cores. With that in mind, Feng Heng turned to Abulati and the others, nodding, "That's enough. We will leave the rest to Carl, let's go." "Got it." The 3 retraced their steps, exiting the warehouse. At the entrance, they saw Baimu engaged in combat with more than a dozen overseers wearing yellow-fanged masks. Baimu was cautious about the growing number of overseers and was only trying to block them from entering the warehouse. The recent violent ripple had made him uneasy. Upon seeing Feng Heng and the others emerge, he asked, "Did you finish it?" "Done. Let's go." "Okay." Baimu replied, and at that moment, the surrounding black fog condensed rapidly in front of him. The black fog visibly transformed into a massive blade, which he swung horizontally, slicing through the air. Boom! The exploding black fog blasted the group of overseers blocking the passage away. Seizing the opportunity created by the shockwave, the group quickly fled through an alternate route. Feng Heng and his companions found it easy to handle the lowest-tier overseers with yellow-fanged masks. As soon as they entered the elevator, Feng Heng quickly pressed the close door button and then the button for the 3rd basement. Baimu raised an eyebrow at the lift floor button. "Feng Heng, the target is on the 1st basement level." "I know." Feng Heng nodded lightly. To complete the extra mission, he needed Baimu and the others' cooperation. He had been thinking about how to persuade them. "Baimu, I just had an idea," he said. "Ha." Abulati, clearly uninterested, yawned and said, "Greed, your ideas are a bit excessive. We should just hurry back and divide the loot." Feng Heng shot a glance at Abulati and continued, "Baimu, if something happens to Ginger and his group here, it won't be good for us either." "I understand your point, Feng Heng, but Ginger is not easy to deal with. Right now, a large number of White Abyss overseers are gathering in the underground area, and jealousy is on the way here. Our position is already exposed, retreating is the best option." "Of course, that's the safest choice, but my suggestion is different." Baimu took a deep breath, patiently advising, "Feng Heng, we're a team, don't act recklessly. You could at least hear me out." Feng Heng glanced at the rapidly descending elevator panel and continued, "Earlier, when Ginger was disrupting the seal in the underground area, I observed closely. The seal on the demonic seed area is extremely tight. With Ginger and his group's abilities, it's unlikely they can break it. The recent explosion only affected the external defenses, the core seal remains untouched. From my estimation, Ginger has already reached his limit. Continuing any further won't allow them to access the deeper seals." The group exchanged glances, weighing Feng Heng's words. Baimu sighed at Feng Heng's words and continued, "This was already part of our considerations, which is why we initially opposed the plan. But with us involved, it's different." Baimu looked up sharply, asking, "What do you mean?" "I mean, if we join forces, I am confident we can break the seal left by jealousy." Upon hearing this, Caillou Xialing's expression changed, and she asked seriously, "Feng Heng, are you sure?" "Yes. When I was in the underground area, I observed closely. Honestly, I didn't have complete confidence before meeting you, but with your help, I am sure we can unlock the seal." Baimu furrowed his brow, trying to figure out how to convince Feng Heng otherwise. The risks were too great. His strong opposition to Ginger's plan stemmed from uncertainty. They weren't sure if they could break the seal left by jealousy, when jealousy might return, or how the demonic seed would react once released. After a moment of thought, Baimu said, "I believe in your abilities, but even if we break the seal, what then? Engaging jealousy now is far too dangerous. We haven't made any contingency plans, and Ginger is extremely unstable. Working with him poses a significant risk." "Who said anything about fighting jealousy?" Feng Heng shook his head and explained, "We don't need to collaborate with Ginger. All we need to do is reach the sealed area, ignore Ginger, and focus on breaking the seal to release the imprisoned demonic seed. After that, we will do nothing and withdraw immediately." Abulati, taken aback, asked, "Do nothing? Then why go to all the trouble? Doing nothing is still a form of expenditure. By releasing this mess, we can be sure it won't make jealousy very comfortable. At the very least, jealousy will have to figure out how to re-imprison this batch of demonic seeds. During this time, we can focus on finding the demonic seeds trapped in other worlds." Feng Heng quickly laid out his plan. "Moreover, when we leave, we can harness the power of these demonic seeds to completely destroy the White Abyss arena. Jealousy didn't establish the arena overnight, and this will definitely give him a headache for a while. Don't think we made a clean getaway infiltrating the upper levels to steal information. To truly erase all traces, the best way is to obliterate the entire White Abyss arena." Baimu listened to Feng Heng, deep in thought. He was swayed. If what Feng Heng said was true, Taking this risk could greatly benefit their plans. Ding dong. At that moment, the elevator stopped at the third basement level. The doors slid open on both sides. Beimyu remained standing, still lost in thought. Abulati urged, "Hey, Wrath, what do you say?" Beimyu looked up at Fang Heng. "Are you sure you can break the seal?" Fang Heng glanced at Caillou ceiling beside him and nodded. "With her help, there's definitely no problem." "Alright. We need to act quickly before jealousy returns." After a brief hesitation, Beimyu made his decision. Done. Fang Heng felt a huge wave of relief. With Beimyu and the others helping, their chances of completing the mission increased significantly. "Let's go, follow me." Having been to the sealed area before, Fang Heng was very familiar with the terrain and immediately led the group down. Chapter 2505 Cooperation in the underground sealed area of the White Abyss Arena. A large number of overseers gathered outside the ritual domain. Since the recent explosion, thick black fog had been pouring out from the ritual area. Fortunately, when the demonic seed known as jealousy left, it had left behind powerful artifacts capable of handling any demonic seed outbreaks. 3 overseers wearing purple fang masks simultaneously controlled a giant magic array formed by the Nightfall Stone, rapidly purifying and absorbing the black fog to prevent it from spreading further. The area affected by the black fog was effectively contained within the interior. It seemed to be a fleeting moment of respite. Soon, after a massive wave of black fog erupted, its spread noticeably slowed. "Stay alert," one of the overseers cautioned. The 3 high-tier overseers exchanged glances and began to slowly advance into the ritual area, clearing away the black fog as they went. Meanwhile, Jinger and his group of 4 hid within the thick black fog of the ritual area. Zhuang Yufei and the Elder occasionally darted out, trying to slow down the approach of the White Abyss overseers outside. Unfortunately, their efforts proved to be quite limited. Fang Heng and Beimyu's group arrived at a distance, observing the chaos unfolding outside the ritual domain. "It's just as I suspected, the sealed jealousy setup inside is tough to break. Jinger and the others are in trouble and won't last long," Fang Heng noted after a brief observation of the periphery. He turned to Caillou Zieling and the others, saying, "Wait for us to create a distraction. Caillou Zieling and I will enter the ritual area. Beimyu, you and Abulati draw their attention and then retreat immediately. We will regroup after handling the seal." The group exchanged glances. Beimyu nodded. "Alright, let's stick to the plan and be extra careful." "No problem. Let's go." With a fierce shout, the 4 of them launched their attack from behind the cluster of White Abyss overseers, taking the initiative. Dense black fog surged forward toward the overseer team. "Not good. We're being ambushed." Caught off guard by the sudden attack from behind, the overseer team fell into disarray. "It's the demonic seeds. Be careful. Stop them." The first wave of fierce attacks was like a storm, and several members of the White Abyss overseer team were immediately sent flying with heavy injuries. In the central ritual area of the seal, Jinger found himself in a precarious situation. "Are you done yet?" A young boy beside him urged impatiently. "Shut up." Jinger was fully concentrating his mental strength, trying to erode the seal located beneath a thick metallic layer. Unfortunately, the metal was much denser than he had anticipated and effectively blocked his spiritual penetration and perception. It was proving to be a major hassle. Taking a deep breath, Jinger said, "Jealousy has set up multiple layers of seals deep down. I need more time." "Don't say I didn't warn you, that group outside isn't easy to handle, and your time is running out." Just then, chaos erupted outside the ritual domain. The boy furrowed his brows and peered outside, his expression tightening. "It's Beimyu and the others. Are they here to help?" Though he and Beimyu were both inheritors of the Wrath demonic seed, their relationship was fraught with hostility. Jinger sensed Beimyu's group approaching to provide support and glanced towards the entrance, curling his lip without saying a word. "I will go meet them." After a quick glance at Jinger, who offered no objection, the boy hurried towards the entrance for reinforcements. Boom. The White Abyss overseers were entangled with Beimyu's group, and suddenly, a powerful demonic seed aura erupted from behind. The boy, along with Zhuang Yufei and the Elder, charged out from the depths of the black fog. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The 3 purple fang-masked overseers exchanged serious glances. Were they trying to coordinate a breakout? They couldn't let them escape so easily. Don't let them break through. In just a few heartbeats, the 3 decided to concentrate their defenses internally and launched a counterattack against Zhuang Yufei and her companions to thwart their assault. "Let's go." Taking advantage of the brief chaos, Fang Heng immediately exchanged glances with Caillou Zieling. The 2 quickly seized the opportunity to slip into the black fog. "We're retreating." Seeing that Fang Heng and Caillou Zieling had successfully moved, Beimyu called out and promptly retreated with Abulati. Zhuang Yufei and the others, After launching a sudden burst of attacks, noticed Baimu and Abilai pulling back and were momentarily confused. They quickly fell back into the black fog as well. The brief skirmish lasted no more than 2 minutes, concluding with the demonic seed's withdrawal. The surrounding overseers frowned, exchanging glances, feeling perplexed. This was strange. What did this mean? It seemed like an attempt to break out, but instead of successfully escaping, 2 of them had gone back inside. It felt like sheep had walked into a tiger's den. Something was off. The purple fang-masked overseer pondered for a moment before raising a hand. Continue. Purify the black fog, they won't get away. Understood. Fang Heng and Caillou Zieling dove into the black fog, heading straight for the central magic array of the ritual altar. Zhuang Yufei and several other demonic seeds also closed in. Jinger was controlling the magic array when he noticed their arrival and let out a cold huff. Humphrey, what's this? Did Baimu send you over? I thought you weren't interested in my proposal. Caillou Zieling shrugged and looked at Fang Heng. I told you, he's already in this state and still trying to act tough. All that pride is just so annoying. Jinger's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Caillou Zieling, coldly saying, What did you just say? Pride. Our goals are the same, we both want to break the seal and deal with jealousy, Fang Heng interjected, stepping in front of Caillou Zieling to block Jinger's gaze. We understand the magic array better, so we came to help. Jinger shifted his gaze from Fang Heng, his tone dripping with disdain. Interesting. Do you think I need your help? No, we're hoping to request your assistance. Fang Heng didn't want to waste time arguing with Jinger. As long as he could reap enough benefits, he'd gladly back down. Without further ado, Fang Heng signaled for Caillou Zieling to come over, and then addressed Jinger and the other demonic seeds. I will find a way to break through the outer metallic layer and some of the internal seals. When I do, it will create massive ripples, so I need you to fend off the white abyss overseers outside. Additionally, Pride, your control over the soil jars can release black fog, which will help us quickly diminish the seal's defensive barrier. Without your assistance, we wouldn't stand a chance at breaking the seal. Chapter 2506, Resurrection. Without waiting for Jinger to respond, Fang Heng pulled Caillou Zieling down to the ground, where they quietly discussed how to break the seal on the ground. The young boy leaned closer to Jinger and whispered, Jinger, let them help. The black fog can't hold out much longer. Jinger furrowed his brow, a hint of self-deprecation crossing his face as he silently acknowledged Fang Heng's plan. He waved to the boy, signaling, You go help hold off those overseers. We will take care of things here. After saying that, Jinger turned to Fang Heng and said solemnly, Greed, don't say I didn't warn you, our time is running out. Of course, there's still time, Fang Heng replied. He quickly finished discussing with Caillou Zieling and gave Jinger an okay gesture. Let's start. Caillou Zieling displayed a look of anguish, letting out a heavy sigh before resigning herself to her fate, tilting her head back and opening her mouth wide. In an instant, a massive jaw filled with sharp teeth covered most of her face. Humphrey, huff, huff. Caillou Zieling dropped to the ground, leveraging the unique strength of the gluttony demonic seed to bite through the outer layer of alloy metal beneath her. Fang Heng stood firmly behind her, condensing an imprint with both hands before him while the magic array reflected rapidly in his right eye. Kai. As Caillou Zieling forcibly broke through the outer shielding of alloy metal, the main body seal below was immediately revealed. Buzz. The defensive barrier set by the jealousy demonic seed responded instantly, activating independently. A wave of scorching power surged from below. The barrier materialized abruptly. Fang Heng felt a rush of urgency and shouted, Jinger. I know, Jinger replied calmly, swiftly condensing an imprint with both hands in front of him. Boom. Jinger's focus caused the black fog from the altar to explode outward in an instant. A massive wave of black fog surged from the altar, mingling with the surrounding black fog and rushing to fill the large hole that Caillou Zieling had excavated in the center of the ritual hall. Kai. The barrier below the hole clashed violently with the black fog, causing thick white mist to overflow like boiling water. Fang Heng pushed his omniscient eye to the limit, blood streaming down from his eye sockets. Not far outside the ritual area, the overseers sensed the sudden violent ripples in the internal barrier, and their expressions changed drastically. This was bad. The deeper seals in the sealed area had been triggered. How could this happen? The 3 purple-blue fang-masked overseers exchanged uncertain glances, an ominous premonition filling their minds. They're breaking the inner seal. We can't waste any time, find a way to stop them immediately. The Nightfall Stone Disc magic array, left behind by the jealousy demonic seed, was activated to its limits, frantically absorbing the black fog emanating from the ritual area. Zhuang Yufei and her companions noticed the surrounding black fog dimming quickly, leaving them with no choice but to forcefully strike back, trying to buy as much time as possible. How much longer? Could they make it? Just as they wondered if they could make it in time, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom. Immediately afterward, a berserk force surged forth from beneath the thick metal layers. Bang. The violent black fog that erupted from the seal threw Feng Heng and the others back from the breach. Almost simultaneously, a game notification appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding. The player's current mission Break the Demonic Seed seal has been completed. Due to the player's Greed Demonic Seed effect, the mission reward will be delayed for 72 hours. The player may also choose to settle the reward at any time within the 72 hours. Feng Heng's pupils constricted sharply. Amidst the thick black fog, shadows of more than a dozen figures began to materialize. These were the demonic seeds sealed beneath the wide abyss, trapped by jealousy. Any one of these demonic seeds possessed strength far surpassing that of Jingzhe. It was the power nearly equivalent to the origin of the demonic seeds. The demonic seeds sealed for thousands of years by jealousy suddenly broke free, momentarily disoriented as they looked around at their surroundings. Feng Heng leaped midair and quickly flew toward Caillou Zieling, who had also been thrown back. He grabbed her and they retreated rapidly while shouting to the demonic seeds, "Demonic seeds! Jealousy isn't here in the Tower of the White Abyss right now. After being sealed for so long, your hatred for jealousy won't fade without vengeance. Why not destroy this tower instead?" As the memories of the demonic seeds gradually resurfaced, they listened to Feng Heng's words and focused their gazes on the group of overseers outside the door, an unusual glint appearing in their eyes. "Greed, I admit I owe you a favor this time, but my affairs are not for you to meddle in." The demonic seeds had strange personalities, but Feng Heng didn't mind. As long as he could sway one or two of them, destroying the entire White Abyss arena would be easy. In fact, the mission options to break the seal and take advantage of the chaos to destroy the White Abyss arena were originally two separate branches where he could only choose one. However, the special effect of the Greed Demonic Seed allowed both tasks to be completed simultaneously. So, by simply breaking the arena's seal, he would naturally complete the side mission to destroy the White Abyss arena. Seeing the demonic seeds rushing forward, Feng Heng immediately urged Caillou Zieling as they took the chance to retreat amid the chaos. "We're leaving." Meanwhile, Baimu and Abulati were already waiting in the underground garage, having parked the vehicle at the stairway entrance. Both were anxious. They had no idea how Feng Heng was faring. Given the violent energy wave that had just erupted, they felt it was likely that he had succeeded. Abulati suddenly perked up, excitement flashing in his eyes. "They're here." Ding dong. Baimu turned toward the sound and saw the elevator doors slowly opening. Feng Heng and Caillou Zieling stepped out one after the other. Abulati quickly opened the car door and shouted, "Get in. We're leaving." Once they were inside, Baimu slammed on the gas and sped away in the direction of the exit from the White Abyss arena. Feng Heng's retinal display was still flashing with notifications. Ding. The player has acquired 3 special materials, can randomly obtain 1 item of SSS level upon opening. Ding. The White Abyss arena has been damaged. The player's current mission Destroy the White Abyss arena mission completion rate has increased to 65.44%, not bad. The mission completion rate continued to rise. Baimu spoke with a serious tone, "The jealousy demonic seed is on its way here. We need to evacuate immediately. Feng Heng, once we're back, we must extract the data from the White Abyss as quickly as possible." "Got it. Let's head to my world, it's safe there," Caillou Zieling added, waving her hand. "Jealousy will definitely not find us there." Chapter 2507 Comprehensive 3 hours later, Feng Heng and his group entered Caillou Zieling's world, following her arrangements to rest in a secluded villa in the outskirts. Feng Heng's retina buzzed with game notifications. Ding. The player's destruction level has reached 100%. Optional mission branch Destroy the White Abyss arena has been completed. Ding. The player has entered a special world boundary. The player has successfully exited the White Abyss arena. Optional mission branch Escape from the White Abyss arena has been completed. Ding. The player is entering settlement state. Settling. Ding. Current mission branch Destruction of the Demonic Seed seal has been completed. The player receives 2 Abyss Worshippers Altar, SSS level. The player's friendship level with certain demonic seed origins has changed, triggering follow-up mission confrontation with the demonic seed. Ding. Since the player has left the White Abyss, this mission is now invalid. Item: Abyss Worshippers Altar. Tier: SSS. Description: an object of worship by the Abyss demon race for millennia, absorbing the faith from hell, capable of converting into vast amounts of hell-related skills and academic experience points. Special description: this item is of SSS tier. Exceeding its absorption capacity may lead to adverse reactions. An additional 100% absorption increase can be gained when used as a ritual item. Ding. Optional mission branch Destroy the White Abyss Arena has been completed. The player's favorability with key characters has changed. Due to the devastating destruction of the White Abyss Arena, the Jealousy demonic seed has been weakened. Ding. The player receives reward A Abyss Worshipper's Altar, SSS level. Ding. Optional mission branch Escape from the White Abyss Arena has been completed. The player gains some friendship points. The player receives reward A Abyss Worshipper's Altar, SSS level. Ding. Optional mission branch Looting has been completed, no extra rewards. Ding. Due to the player completing the optional branch item 4, all rewards will receive a 400% increase. Ding. The player additionally receives rewards 12 Abyss Worshipper's Altar, SSS level, 465 dimensional core fragments, 6 dimensional cores, 2 sealed blade fragments, 82,734 special materials, elemental crystals. Awesome. Feng Heng was exhilarated. In the mission's 4 branch options, aside from looting, the remaining rewards were relatively ordinary. Feng Heng valued the additional 300% boost the most. He had obtained 2 dimensional cores from the warehouse, and after completing all the branches, they had turned into 8. That was enough for him to absorb several high-level world boundaries, allowing for a further increase in his dimensional level. As for the Abyss Worshipper's Altar, Feng Heng took a moment to review the game hints. The item resembled a medium-sized altar he had seen in Hell, which could directly convert into skill experience points, but the conversion rate was low. He considered performing a ritual to absorb it later. He wasn't in a rush to act immediately. After resting for a bit, Feng Heng began exporting the psychic information stored in his Sea of Consciousness into the Spirit Stone, then used his psychic abilities to transfer the data to the computer. Soon, it was afternoon, and Baimu gathered everyone back in the Villa's hall. Thank you all for your hard work. The data has been successfully exported, and after analyzing it over lunch, we have filtered out 27 suspicious leads. We believe there is a high probability of sealed demonic seeds in these 27 world boundaries. Baimu looked around at the group and said, next, we will search each of these 27 world boundaries one by one. Okay. Caillou Sealing nodded and turned to Abulati. Abulati, could you please check to confirm whether there are any sealed demonic seeds in the world boundaries? Sure, no problem. Abulati replied with a nod. He possessed a special ability that allowed him to enter most world boundaries directly, making him the most suitable for the initial exploration tasks. Once we find a suspicious target, I will find a way to get us into the world and transport everyone over. Ding. The player has completed the mission Escape from the White Abyss, triggering a follow-up mission Track the Sealed Demonic Seed. Mission name, Track the Sealed Demonic Seed. Mission description, you have successfully obtained information regarding the demonic seed sealed by Jealousy from the White Abyss. Jealousy is currently busy dealing with the chaos in the White Abyss, making this the perfect time for your operation. Mission requirements, follow Baimu, search for and unseal the demonic seed. Mission reward, favorability with related characters, items and experience points related to Hell studies. I am afraid I can't participate directly, Feng Heng said, quickly glancing at the game hint. After a moment of thought, he shook his head in refusal. The upcoming mission would likely be time-consuming, and the rewards didn't seem worth it. There was no need to get involved. I am currently being pursued by the Holy Court. I've just managed to escape for a few days, and I estimate the Holy Court will soon resume tracking me. Following you would only invite trouble. Baimu and the others exchanged glances and nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief for some reason. How to put it? Feng Heng's abilities were indeed terrifying, but he was also a bit of a troublemaker. Having him on the team always felt nerve-wracking. Baimu nodded and said, that's fine. The remaining tasks are quite time-consuming, and we can handle them ourselves. We won't hold you up, Feng Heng. Thank you for your help this time, let's keep in touch. Yeah, sure. Feng Heng remembered something and asked, by the way, how's the situation in the White Abyss? After the seals are broken, have those demonic seed origins lost control? Can Ginger convince them to deal with Jealousy together? Still unclear. I am working on gathering more information, and I will notify you as soon as I have news. Sounds good. Feng Heng nodded to bid farewell to the others and promptly returned to the zombie apocalypse world. His trip to the White Abyss had taken only 2 days, and for the moment, the Holy Court hadn't resumed their pursuit. It seemed that after his previous heavy blow to their tracking team, things had calmed down quite a bit. Back in the zombie apocalypse world, Feng Heng began to reflect on the gains and losses from his journey to the White Abyss. First and foremost, he considered the greatest reward to be the 8-dimensional cores and over 1,000 dimensional core fragments he had acquired. That was enough for him to level up significantly. He just needed to decide on specific targets for absorption. Maybe he could find a world controlled by the Holy Court to farm for more resources. That wasn't out of the question. After all, he had made a bitter enemy of the Holy Court. If he could catch them off guard, it would be worth the effort. Next were the various auxiliary cultivation items, with the most being related to elemental science. Unfortunately, both elemental science and his other academic levels had hit a bottleneck, so he wouldn't be able to use them just yet. Finally, he had triggered Abakuya's advancement to complete form. Previously, there hadn't been time for this due to the urgency of the situation, but now he could focus on it. Feng Heng looked down and opened the game hints again, pondering carefully. The Tree of Hell required absorption of the powers of 7 major demonic seeds to level up. Since he was one of the demonic seeds, it should be able to absorb his power, right? With some time on his hands, Feng Heng decided to conduct a field test immediately. Chapter 2508. The target outside the prison. Abakuya's vines swiftly crept along the ground, entangling around Feng Heng's wrist. Direct absorption of the black fog would lead to significant backlash. So, absorbing strength directly might be a safer approach. Abakuya, give it a try. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vines immediately shot out tiny sharp thorns, piercing Feng Heng's skin. Feng Heng could feel his strength being drained but did not resist. He allowed Abakuya to extract it. Ding! Abakuya is absorbing demonic seed strength. Abakuya gains a small amount of demonic seed energy. Absorption progress increases. Ding! The player's strength is being extracted. Current commander level demon bloodline experience points reduced by 28,091. Feng Heng's pupils dilated in shock. Wow! That extraction was a bit harsh. It directly drained his skill experience points. After draining more than half a vial of experience, Feng Heng told Abakuya to stop. Ding! Current greed energy progress, 0.01%. More than half a vial of experience only yielded 0.01% progress? That was just way too little. Feng Heng ran a hand through his hair. He was inherently a greed demonic seed, making it easiest for Abakuya to absorb his greed. In simple terms, he just needed to farm experience points to meet the mission's requirements. But what about other demonic seeds? For those with average strength, draining them probably wouldn't yield much energy progress. After thinking it over, Feng Heng couldn't help but sigh. Whatever. Looking on the bright side, the higher the advancement difficulty for Abakuya, the stronger he'd be after leveling up. It wasn't a loss. In any case, it was best to take things step by step. At least he had obtained the Abyss Worshipper's altar through the mission. To maximize efficiency, it would be ideal to recruit a batch of demon believers to assist with the rituals, ensuring the altar operated at its best. Feng Heng found it odd. Ginger could actively spread black fog and gain followers through it, yet he didn't. Was it because his demon bloodline level wasn't high enough? Never mind. He could make do with others' followers. Feng Heng quickly calculated and called Mojai Aoi to help contact demon believers in the real world. Soon, Mojai Aoi provided feedback, stating that it would be somewhat difficult. Since the last incident in the real world, demon believers had been captured or killed. Those remaining were scarce and hiding in who knows where. It would be hard to gather a group of believers quickly. Alright then. Feng Heng wouldn't push it, he could only take things as they came. Feeling tired, he decided to take a nap. The next day, just after waking up, Feng Heng received a message from Bei Mu. It contained several updates regarding the White Abyss. First, the bad news. Under Ginger's instigation, a large number of demonic seeds had clashed directly with jealousy. Jealousy had won. According to rumors, jealousy possessed a special ability that could significantly suppress other demonic seeds. The rest of the news could be considered good. In the final moments, Ginger and several companions managed to escape heavily injured and were not captured by jealousy, so they would likely seek out jealousy again, helping to relieve some pressure. Bei Mu was already trying to contact Ginger, hoping to persuade them to continue cooperating. Furthermore, the White Abyss Arena, which was established by jealousy, was destroyed. It was said that the arena contained a small part of jealousy's essence. With that essence destroyed and his forced sealing of numerous demonic seeds, his strength had been significantly depleted in a short time. Additionally, many demonic seeds had managed to break free from their seals. 2 of those demonic seeds chose not to confront jealousy directly but opted to retreat and escape entirely. These 2 demonic seeds were potential allies they could recruit. Finally, although jealousy managed to reseal the escaped demonic seeds, it was only a temporary measure. With the White Abyss Arena destroyed, jealousy would need to find another place for long-term sealing. In the meantime, he could only control the seals closely, effectively being trapped in place. After hearing this, Feng Heng had an idea. Since jealousy was temporarily restrained and needed to stay in the White Abyss, could he take this opportunity to rush over to Watts and check things out? Watts was one of the worlds secretly controlled by jealousy. There were still plenty of missions left there. For instance, the seal demonic seed known as gluttony. Feng Heng believed that besides gluttony, there must be other seal demonic seeds in that place. Perhaps he could extract strength from these demonic seeds. It was just what he needed, especially since the Abyss Altar required believers to assist with absorption. Moreover, he might need a large number of followers in the future to help him with tasks. Why not take this opportunity to go big? He could make a trip to Watts and recruit a circle of believers. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Additionally, Watts was a legitimate advanced game world. Perhaps he could find ways to deal with jealousy there. There were certainly risks involved. However, the potential rewards were enough to justify taking the chance. Feng Heng? What's wrong? Beimu noticed the sudden silence on Feng Heng's end and asked, "Are you still there?" "Yeah," Feng Heng snapped back to reality and replied, "Beimu, I want to head to Watts right away." Beimu frowned slightly and fell silent for a moment before continuing, "I've heard that some demonic seeds have been trapped in Watts. However, that world is a bit different. Jealousy pays special attention to it, and I've heard that we demonic seeds face significant restrictions there." Restrictions? Feng Heng pondered this. It seemed that the last time he entered Watts, he hadn't felt any so-called restrictions. However, jealousy couldn't directly enter Watts, she could only influence the world using her strength. Was this the unique aspect of the Watts game world? That made it even more necessary to check it out. Feng Heng nodded. "While jealousy is currently tied up, I want to go to Watts and see what's going on. Maybe I can find clues to deal with her." Beimu paused for a moment and asked, "Do you need our help?" "Not necessary, I can handle it alone." "Alright, but be careful. Let's stay in touch. If you run into trouble, notify me, and we will find a way to support you in Watts." "Of course, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Feng Heng grabbed a pen and paper from the cabinet and quickly outlined the tasks he needed to accomplish in Watts. Firstly, locate gluttony and other demonic seeds present in Watts. Secondly, find clues to deal with jealousy. Thirdly, recruit a batch of believers to bring back. As for the fourth step, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, he had already harvested a good number of dimensional cores from the White Abyss. If the situation allowed, why not completely drain Watts as well? That wouldn't be a bad plan. Chapter 2509 Tracking Watts. Abandoned Factory. Several young people dressed in black robes poured their mental strength into the magic array. As the array began to operate, a small teleportation gate opened. Ronzai stood nearby, focusing intently on the center of the magic array. She watched as the teleportation passage completed its construction and Feng Heng stepped through. She recalled the last time she had seen Feng Heng, he had been a novice just entering the high-tier world. In a mere 6 months, he had risen to a height that even she had to look up to. He had stirred the ongoing battle between the Holy Court and the undead, and was even considered a source of a certain demonic seed. Feng Heng. Ronzai nodded gently at him. It had been more than half a year since they last met, but Feng Heng appeared unchanged. Feng Heng smiled as he waved to Ronzai. "Thanks for your trouble. I will take it from here to avoid causing you any issues." The mission involved the pollution from demonic seeds, and it was best for uninvolved parties to stay away. "Alright, just be careful." Ronzai didn't say much more. With a wave of her hand, she led her companions to retreat. Feng Heng looked up at the sky and quickly transformed into bat form, flying outward. Before entering Watts, he had already spoken with Uchiha. Since the recent demonic seed incident, Luozu and Baldi Sunze had taken a group of followers and found a new city to lay low in. After much consideration, Uchiha decided to follow Luozu and maintain contact with Feng Heng offline. Additionally, the ritual magic array for the demonic seed gluttony had been ready for 2 months since the last mission. Luozu's team had been secretly gathering strength, waiting for Feng Heng's return. No one expected Feng Heng to arrive so suddenly. They had just received word in the afternoon and he appeared at the headquarters that very evening. Lord of the demonic seed. As soon as the followers gathered upon hearing the news of Feng Heng's return, they bowed respectfully. Feng Heng was no longer the novice he had been when he first encountered the demonic seeds. Reflecting on his journey with Luozu, he suddenly realized he had never asked this important question. "By the way, who are you all followers of?" "We have a total of 83 subordinates. Currently, most belong to pride, wrath, and gluttony. There are very few followers of lust and sloth, and the rest are followers of jealousy from the Revolution Society. We don't dare to recruit them." Feng Heng frowned slightly. "What about greed?" "Well, it's strange, but we've never encountered any followers of greed." "Never seen followers of greed." Feng Heng rubbed his chin, feeling uneasy. Moreover, these individuals belong to different demonic seeds. If they found their respective masters, would they still follow his orders? He decided to take it one step at a time. Luozu followed closely behind Feng Heng and detailed everything that had happened since Feng Heng's departure. Essentially, the once peaceful Wants had descended into chaos with Feng Heng's arrival and returned to calm with his departure. Since the last incident, the conservatives have approached us several times, hoping to meet you. I made excuses to turn them down. The conservatives. Feng Heng's memory stirred. He recalled his earlier encounter with the conservatives during his search for the gluttony seed, where they had cooperated to take down Hellfarm. What did they want from him now? Cooperation? Let's not worry about them for now, Feng Heng said, raising his head. Let's begin the ritual and locate the gluttony seed. Understood. Excitement flashed in Luozu's eyes as he gestured. You all heard him. Prepare for the ritual. The demonic seed followers had been prepared, quickly forming a circle in the underground square and reciting the hellish prayers in a rhythmic, soft tone. Feng Heng stepped forward, standing in front of the magic array, raising the scroll high in his hand. Whoosh! The scroll ignited the moment it was raised, rapidly burning away into a pile of ash. Ding! The player has consumed the tracking scroll for a gluttony seed. Ding! The player has established a mental positioning for the sealed gluttony seed. Ding! The player has triggered a faction quest gluttony seed. Mission difficulty, SSS. Description: you have located the precise position of the gluttony seed. Please find a way to rescue the trapped gluttony seed. Mission reward, faction favorability rating, equipment reward. Feng Heng quickly scanned the newly triggered mission description and perceived the location of the gluttony seed within the sea of consciousness. He raised his head and said, Map. Luozu immediately handed over a world map. Feng Heng unfolded the map and pointed to a specific location, saying, Here. Sun Tzu leaned in for a closer look, his expression growing serious. That's right. This is the headquarters of the Revolution Society. As we suspected, the gluttony seed has already been found and imprisoned by them. Humphrey. Even though he had suspected it, Luozu couldn't help but feel frustrated. Sun Tzu explained to Feng Heng, Lord of the Demonic Seed, the location you sensed is the headquarters of the Revolution Society. They say there's more than one demonic seed imprisoned there. Alright, let's go. We need to hurry. Feng Heng said no more and turned to leave. Lord of the Demonic Seed, where are we headed? Luozu asked, momentarily taken aback but quickly catching up to Feng Heng's pace. Of course, we're going to find the gluttony seed. Hearing this, Luozu and Sun Tzu exchanged alarmed glances. Lord of the Demonic Seed, the headquarters of the Revolution Society has very strong defenses. Shouldn't we plan before we go? No need for that. My time is limited, and I need to locate the gluttony seed quickly. If even you couldn't guess that I would attack the headquarters, then surely they won't either. Luozu felt a lingering unease despite understanding the reasoning behind Feng Heng's decision. Make arrangements quickly. Understood. As Feng Heng considered the situation, he realized that based on the world's tier system, his strength was sufficient to dominate the hidden advanced game world, the world of forests. Thus, he could likely push through Wants without breaching any hidden rules. As long as jealousy didn't intervene, he could rely on sheer power to break through. Time was of the essence. He wouldn't worry too much about the mission line, he needed to see if he could extract the power of the gluttony seed for Ibukiya's absorption. The headquarters of the Revolution Society was located in the Wakatna Icefield region. The helicopter circled a few times before descending slowly. Ite country is a small nation that primarily relies on tourism and fishing for development. The Revolution Society has extremely close ties with the national leadership, which is why they established their headquarters here, Luozu explained. The area where the headquarters is located is off limits to outsiders and has the highest level of restricted access. Chapter 2510 Killing in Luozu and Sun Tzu exited the helicopter and drove towards the headquarters of the Revolution Society, sharing information with Feng Heng along the way. We players have been blocked from entering certain areas. Some tried to infiltrate, but as soon as they got close to the headquarters, they received hostile mission alerts. Uchiha Yuan joined them, determined to stay close to the action due to the situation with the demonic seed in her body. She couldn't bear the thought of waiting at headquarters for news. Soon, the vehicle came to a stop on a frozen expanse. Before them lay a vast, white snowfield. They arrived here at 9 in the morning on the second day, with the sunlight shining brightly. The vehicle gradually slowed and came to a halt. Looking out the window into the distance, Feng Heng saw an area enclosed by a metal fence. Lord of the Demonic Seed, that area over there surrounded by the metal fence belongs to the Revolution Society. I heard that the Revolution Society has completely purchased this land, restricting anyone from entering. According to local laws, if someone trespasses on private property, they can exercise unlimited self-defense rights. There have been tourists who mistakenly wandered in before, whether it was intentional or not, they were directly killed. After a few incidents, no one dared to step into the Revolution Society's territory again. From the player's side, this place is not only the headquarters of the Revolution Society but also their experimental site. It's common to see hellish energy fluctuations coming from here, and sometimes you might even encounter hell creatures nearby. Uchiha Yuan glanced deeper into the area and nodded. There are players within the Revolution Society as well. I can try to see if I can infiltrate through them. No need to complicate things, just follow my lead. Feng Heng opened the car door and stepped out. His face began to melt like dripping wax. The passive skills of his zombie clone activated. In an instant, numerous magic arrays swirled around Feng Heng. Whoosh! 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 A large number of lickers burst forth from the magic arrays, charging madly toward the barbed wire area ahead. The lickers' sharp claws tore through the barbed wire, rushing into the inner region of the Revolution Society. In just a moment, thousands of lickers gathered, creating a layer of crimson tide across the white snowfield. So aggressive? They were going all out? Luozu and the others watched in astonishment. This wasn't their first time witnessing Feng Heng control the lickers, but compared to before, the sheer number and speed of the lickers had significantly increased. Let's go. We need to keep up, Feng Heng said, stepping boldly into the territory of the Revolution Society. At the headquarters of the Revolution Society, tensions ran high. Ever since Sheng Tao had been eliminated by Feng Heng, along with the research personnel, the organization had launched a thorough investigation to confirm Feng Heng's identity as a demonic seed. Since then, the Revolution Society had been desperate to locate him. Alarm! Alarm! Intruder detected. The monitoring platform blared as it identified an unknown invasion. Camera feeds switched, revealing a horde of lickers charging toward the headquarters. The monitoring room erupted into chaos. What were those things? The personnel were stunned. This was the first attack the Revolution Society had faced since its inception. Interesting. High-ranking official Jdanyu rushed to check after receiving the alarm. Upon seeing the screen filled with red life forms, he let out a cold snort and said, "Activate defense mode immediately. Team F, mobilize for reinforcement. Also, report this to the president right away." Understood. Also, initiate data capture immediately for analysis. If I am not mistaken, this batch of creatures should be lickers. Jdanyu squinted slightly. Lickers. This meant that the person controlling the licker swarm was highly likely to be Feng Heng. 6 months had passed, and the Revolution Society had exerted immense effort searching for Feng Heng's whereabouts, but it was as if he had completely vanished. No matter what, they couldn't find him. Unexpectedly, he reappeared and launched a direct attack on the Revolution Society. Who gave him the audacity? Jdanyu seethed. On the screen, guard turrets rose from beneath the base, quickly locking onto targets. The turrets unleashed a barrage of heavy-caliber bullets toward the advancing licker horde. Boom. 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 A barrage of artillery fire erupted. Immediately, the snowfield covered by the scarlet lickers was kicked up in massive clouds of dust. Huh? Jdanyu stared at the screen, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Despite the explosive impacts, the licker swarm seemed completely unaffected, darting out from the swirling dust and continuing their charge toward the base building. At that moment, the Joint Operations Team of the Revolution Society arrived on the battlefield, deploying from a distance and preparing to use special psychic energy weapons to intercept the licker swarm. The Special Psychic Energy Combat Team wore specially developed outer psychic energy armor. This armor not only provided protection but also incorporated built-in mechanical inscriptions, allowing them to maximize combat strength with minimal mental energy expenditure. It was standardized ritual equipment. Both the Federation and the Conservatives had related research on this. The captain of the combat team wore a serious expression as he watched the licker swarm approach the range for long-range attacks. He slowly raised his hand. Attack. Disrupt their formation. Buzz. The cannon barrels attached to the outer armor of the arms briefly charged before unleashing a barrage of dark red energy orbs. Whoosh. Hell Ripple Cannon. This skill was immensely powerful and could create area of effect shockwaves, quickly pushing back enemy formations, especially effective against densely packed foes, like the licker swarm they faced now. Bang. 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 Numerous hell ripple cannons detonated among the lickers, sending massive clouds of red dust swirling. What the hell? The guards were taken aback as they peered through the dust at the lickers. After the ripple blasts exploded in the licker swarm, they only managed to blow away a ring of lickers, causing no actual damage. The lickers that were thrown into the air deftly somersaulted mid-flight and quickly rejoined the fray. In the blink of an eye, the lickers had breached the perimeter of the Revolution Society headquarters, launching a relentless assault on the defensive mechanical turrets rising from the ground. The defensive turrets couldn't withstand the lickers' onslaught, shattering within seconds. The guards were left in shock. What was happening? The hell ripple cannons were completely ineffective. They had conducted combat drills before, relying on their armored weapons, and while they weren't invincible, they had never encountered such utter ineffectiveness. Cold sweat broke out on the captain's forehead. Use lava shot. Quickly. Aim for precision fire. Understood. Whoosh. Whoosh. Red beams shot from the guard's mechanical arms, densely covering the battlefield where the liquor swarm was attacking. Chapter 2511 Equal push whoosh. The lava beam struck the liquors, instantly piercing through them and creating scorched holes. What? A look of shock crossed everyone's faces. The liquors, after being hit by the lava beams, showed no reaction whatsoever and continued to charge forward, the wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. What the hell? What kind of terrifying creatures were these? Even their strongest single-target attacks were ineffective against them. As the liquor swarm drew closer, the morale of the Revolution Society team plummeted. They turned to their captain in desperation. Fall back. Quickly retreat. The captain's cold sweat streamed down his cheeks as he urgently called for the team to withdraw. The gap in strength was too great. Their attacks were rendered useless. What were they even fighting for? They needed to run. In the monitoring room, those observing the battlefield also showed signs of disbelief. The defenses set up by the Revolution Society were completely incapable of withstanding the enemy's assault. President. A voice broke the silence, though no one knew who had called out. Everyone's expressions changed slightly as they turned to see the young man stepping into the room, bowing their heads in respect. It was Narlayev, the president of the Revolution Society. Narlayev had striking white long hair and walked up to the surveillance monitors, observing Feng Heng on the screen with a curious glint in his eyes. Zhang stepped forward and whispered, President, it's confirmed that the liquors are being controlled by Feng Heng. Give me a chance, and I am willing to confront him personally. No need for that. It's no wonder he could eliminate Xingtao without a sound, he certainly has some skills. 11:27 Narlayev raised his hand and turned to the young man beside him. Guillermo, you mentioned your hell creatures have made significant breakthroughs and are ready for combat tomorrow. Why not take this opportunity to showcase them? Of course, thank you for this chance, President, Guillermo replied respectfully. He stepped up to the command station and pressed a button, commanding, This is Guillermo. All summoning teams, heed my instructions. Begin the Hellgate summoning, target all invaders. With that, Guillermo stepped back behind Narlayev, his eyes filled with overwhelming confidence. Outside, the swarm of liquors charged rapidly toward the headquarters of the Revolution Society. Luozu and his companions trailed Feng Heng, their hearts filled with shock. In their eyes, the Revolution Society was the pinnacle of power in this world. Neither the Federation nor the Conservatives could handle them. Last time, if not for the alliance between the Federation and the Conservatives would have nearly lost their base to the Revolution Society. Yet now, the liquors controlled by Feng Heng could effortlessly tear through the outer defenses of the Revolution Society headquarters. Was the power of the demonic seed truly that terrifying? Whoosh! 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 Luozu's heart raced as he looked up at the towering headquarters of the Revolution Society. Dark red beams of light shot up into the sky, filling the atmosphere with a sense of dread. What is that? He exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight. The sky was engulfed in crimson, casting a bloody hue over the land. This power ripple. Luozu's voice trembled as he turned to Feng Heng. Lord of the demonic seed, it seems they're summoning hell creatures. Indeed, Feng Heng replied, raising his gaze to the unfolding chaos. Deep within the Revolution Society's base, numerous hellgates were being summoned. A dark, red aura poured forth, as hellish beings such as three-headed demons, horned demons, and mad demons surged from the gates, invading the world. Under the influence of the hellish magic array, these creatures charged toward the swarm of liquors controlled by Feng Heng. It was a clash of two forces on the battlefield, both sides rushing to engage one another. As they entered the attack range, the hell creatures unleashed their long-range assault first. Hellfire balls. Hell rain. The dense hellfire spell suddenly engulfed a large group of liquors. Huh? Guillermo's eyelids twitched slightly as he watched the surveillance monitors. What? He also realized the terrifying defensive capabilities of the liquor horde. A massive barrage of hellfire spells fell upon the liquors, but the actual damage inflicted was negligible. Even the hell creatures found their ranged attacks ineffective against the liquor horde, unable to push them back even a single step. The two sides collided fiercely on the battlefield. A bloody battle began. The liquor's sharp claws tore open the hell creature's skin, revealing its flesh. The hell creature was also biting and tearing crazily with its sharp claws. In just a short moment, the battlefield was filled with the stench of blood. The liquor was like a meat grinder, devouring and killing the hell creature on the battlefield. Such a tragic battle. It seemed like the liquors didn't suffer much damage, but their attacks were blocked by a large number of hell creatures. Owozu and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. The battle between the liquor horde and the hell creatures had already lasted a full 5 minutes, and not a single liquor had fallen. The defensive capabilities and self-regeneration of the liquors were truly terrifying. However, the Hell Army was no easy opponent either, as massive numbers of hell creatures continued to pour out from the Hell Gate. Both sides were momentarily locked in a deadlock. Soon, the killing speed of the liquors began to noticeably slow, while the number of hell creatures was rapidly increasing, gradually surrounding the liquor horde. If this continued. Seeing this, Owozu's heart raced. He leaned closer to Feng Heng and whispered, "Lord of the Demonic Seed, that group of hell creatures is incredibly powerful and endless. In my opinion, we need to find a way to eliminate those Hell Gate teleportation passages behind us." "No need to rush," Feng Heng replied, gently nodding as he slowly raised his hand toward the battlefield. Suddenly, blood spilled across the ground began to rise, drawn by Feng Heng's power, levitating drop by drop and gathering in his palm. It had been a long time since he had refined such high-concentration blood. The melee abilities granted by the Vampire King's bloodline required high-concentration blood as a consumable, and replenishing it was usually quite troublesome. The hell creatures summoned by the Revolution Society had considerable strength. The energy strength infused in the blood could also be put to good use. Perfect? Time for a replenishment. Feng Heng wasn't in a hurry. After all, these hell creatures only seemed formidable. In reality, they couldn't take down the liquors. Now that they were here, he might as well make the most of it. Chapter 2512 Summoning Owozu and the others, upon seeing Feng Heng calmly begin to absorb the condensed blood, instinctively took several steps back, a chill creeping into their hearts. In just a short moment, on the battlefield, a large amount of blood mixed with broken limbs rushed toward Feng Heng's position, forming a pool of blood that was quickly condensed and refined in the air. In the monitoring hall, the situation on the battlefield was displayed to everyone through the screen. Everyone's expression was solemn. Had the liquor's abilities really improved so much compared to 6 months ago? They actually managed to withstand the terrifying army of hell creatures with their outstanding individual power? Looks like the liquors have some sort of symbiotic ability, Guillermo said, his gaze fixed on the battle unfolding on the screen. Everyone need not worry, once the attack intensity reaches a certain level, the liquor's defensive line will naturally collapse. Large numbers of hell creatures continued to pour out from the Hell Gate, completely surrounding the group of liquors in layers, constantly attempting to devour those clustered in the center. But they just couldn't do it. Jianyu gently shook his head, focusing his gaze on another screen, a serious expression in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Guillermo, not to mention the hell creatures, right now I am more concerned about him." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall turned their attention to the screen in the corner that Jianyu was looking at. They saw a massive blood pool that had appeared on the screen at some point. The blood within the pool surged and condensed, continuously evaporating wisps of white smoke. That is. Narlayev narrowed his eyes, gazing at Feng Heng, who was refining the surging blood behind him, his expression growing serious. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled explosion echoed. Not good. Guillermo felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he saw an explosion at the Hell Gate on one of the surveillance monitors. He stepped forward, pressed a button, and shouted, "What's going on? Hurry. What is Team C doing? Control the magic array immediately." Reporting to the command post, the magic array is showing signs of losing control. The intensity of the Hell Gate is too high, causing severe ripples. Damn it. Guillermo clenched his fists, the veins on his neck bulging as he grew agitated. "I want you to regain control of the magic array immediately. Operate it with full force. Do you hear me? Command post. The energy from the demonic seed exceeds the maximum amplitude. We can't control it. Guillermo, it seems today may be the end," Narlayev said, stepping beside him and gently placing a hand on his shoulder. It wasn't entirely Guillermo's subordinate's fault for the mishap with the Hell Gate. In past tests, the summoning magic array had only lasted a maximum of 10 minutes, and never before had they deployed the Hell Gate on such a large scale, extracting so much demonic seed power in such a short time. This time, they had to deal with Feng Heng and his liquor swarm. The pressure tolerance of the summoning magic array at the Hell Gate reached its limit, and it finally gave way, collapsing one by one in a loss of control. Watching the Hell Gate shatter on the screens, Guillermo took a deep breath and bowed his head to Narlayev. "I am sorry, President. I've let you down. The strength of the Hell Gate infused with demonic seed power is impressive, there's no need to dwell on it. I am already very satisfied with this outcome for the first time," Narlayev replied, stepping closer and quietly saying, "But Feng Heng, he's quite interesting. Perhaps we can convince him to cooperate with us." The expressions of everyone shifted slightly. Feng Heng was the one specifically targeted by the jealousy demonic seed. Cooperate with him? Before any cooperation, We need to let him see our strength, Narlayev said as he turned to head outside the Revolution Society base. Prepare to activate the advanced defensive line. Understood. Outside the Revolution Society, Feng Heng watched as the Hellgate in the depths of the base collapsed one by one, unable to help but smirk. Is that it? This was just the beginning. After condensing, the large amounts of hell creature blood resulted in only a tiny, purified drop, barely the size of a fingernail. It was hardly enough to matter. Strangely, why hadn't he even attacked, and yet the Hellgate just blew up? Whatever. Onward. Feng Heng directed the lickers to continue devouring the remaining hell creatures and further condensing the blood. Suddenly, Feng Heng noticed the tightly shut doors of the Revolution Society slowly beginning to open. Looking up, they saw a young man with long white hair stepping out from the gates. It's Narlayev. Uchiha Yuan's expression changed instantly upon seeing him. Who was he? The current president of the Revolution Society, Owozu whispered. Lord of the Demonic Seed, be careful. It's rumored that the president of the Revolution Society is extremely powerful. In the past, the various factions within the society were chaotic, but after Narlayev returned, he forcefully suppressed them and unified the society in less than half a month. Narlayev seemed to notice their gazes, gently nodding in their direction with a warm smile. Sunze scoffed, saying, Hey, guys, I don't know why, but I really want to hit him. Feng Heng fixed his gaze on Narlayev and pointed forward. Whoosh! 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 The swarm of lickers immediately received the command and charged fiercely toward Narlayev. Seeing this, Narlayev remained completely unfazed, quickly forming an imprint with both hands in front of him. Whoosh! With a surge of mental strength, a scarlet magic array appeared beneath Narlayev's feet. Buzz! The reflection of the magic array spread rapidly in all directions. In the next moment, a layer of crimson covered the ground around Narlayev, churning violently. One by one, demons wearing various fang masks rose up from the earth. The purple demon opened its massive mouth. Kai. Kai kai kai. It was the tongues of jealousy. The scarlet tongue shot out from the purple fang mask, swiftly curling toward the nearest swarm of lickers. Feng Heng's mind stirred. The tongues of jealousy didn't simply strike, instead, it twisted in midair, gently wrapping the incoming lickers within its grasp. Ding! Your lickers are under the bind effect. Ding! This bind effect has priority and cannot be removed before being broken. The lickers caught by the tongues of jealousy immediately lost their ability to move. Whoosh! The tongues of jealousy quickly drew the swirling lickers into the fang-masked face. Goodness! The lickers were actually being devoured whole. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. And that wasn't all. The red concentrated orbs continuously spat out from the yellow fang-masked face could knock a licker back severely upon impact, inflicting over 50 negative states, including a restriction on their health recovery speed. Instantly, large numbers of lickers lost a portion of their life recovery ability. Chapter 2513 Tactical Cooperation. Luozu and Sunze felt their hearts sink at the sight, quickly turning to Feng Heng. What to do? The Lord of the Demonic Seed's strongest summoning ability was suppressed. Feng Heng's expression remained unchanged as he glanced down at the game notifications. Ding! Your zombie clone, Licker, has been devoured and is dead. Ding! Your zombie clone, Licker, has been attacked by a sloth's orb, entering negative effects such as violent poison, fatigue, reduced health limit, and weakness. The zombie clone had high health point and, combined with its terrifying self-resurrection ability, was essentially a meat shield. Thus, it was most vulnerable to direct death judgment skills. Feng Heng looked up at Narlayev, the leader of the summoned demons. The number of lickers was insufficient and likely wouldn't break through the overall defensive barrier set by Narlayev. There was no need to waste further resources. With a quick motion, Feng Heng signaled for the lickers to retreat. If he wanted to break through, it would require some effort. He was about to switch tactics when he noticed Narlayev also retracting the magic array. Eh? What was going on? Narlayev stepped forward a few paces and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, demonic seed, Feng Heng, it's an honor to have you here. Would you mind coming over to talk with us? Talk? Luozu sensed something was off and whispered, Mr. Feng, be careful, this could be a trap. Yeah, Feng Heng nodded lightly, curious about Narlayev's intentions. He took a few steps forward, maintaining a safe distance. Narlayev smiled approvingly and said, Feng Heng, your abilities are impressive. I admit, you are stronger than any demonic seed I've encountered. Thank you, you're not weak either. Ahahaha. Narlayev laughed heartily. Being praised by a demonic seed is enough to make me proud. Shall we begin? What do you want to discuss? Narlayev smiled slightly and continued, the outside world claims that we, the Revolution Society, are mere puppets of jealousy, following its orders to manipulate other demonic seeds and siphon their powers. Humphrey. Sunze couldn't help but scoff. Isn't that true? Partially yes, but also no. Narlayev took a step forward, his hand forming a fist in the air. I believe all power can be controlled by us humans. Feng Heng frowned. I don't quite understand what you're trying to say. Feng Heng, I don't care about any believers of the demonic seed. I admit that part of my strength does indeed come from the jealousy demonic seed, but while its power can influence me from the outside, it cannot directly affect me, nor can it control my consciousness. Anyone who tries to dominate me will ultimately be trampled underfoot. Narlayev looked at Feng Heng, his tone somewhat enticing. Greed. I am certain there will be a clash between me and jealousy. We are not enemies, in fact, our goals align. Oh? Feng Heng assessed Narlayev, wondering if jealousy was aware of this bold declaration. But then he thought about it. Unlike other worlds, it seemed jealousy couldn't truly descend into this one. I am somewhat interested in your proposal for cooperation. What do you have in mind? We could share knowledge and power, finding ways to combat jealousy together. Narlayev's eyes sparkled with confidence as he continued. You just saw how we studied jealousy's powers, fusing various demonic seed strengths to summon the Hell Gate. The methods we developed to harness these powers are independent of jealousy. We can achieve this easily. I can teach you how to use these powers, helping you absorb the strengths of other demonic seeds for your own purposes. You are a demonic seed, you're better suited to utilize these powers than we are, right? Feng Heng felt a stir of interest within him. To be honest, he was genuinely tempted. Feng Heng contemplated Narlayev's offer. If what he said was true, and they could indeed convert the powers of other demonic seeds, it might make it easier for Abakoya to complete its advancement mission. We're not enemies, Feng Heng. If you don't mind, follow me. I will show you something, Narlayev said, turning to lead the way inside. Owozu and the others were momentarily bewildered. They had always viewed the Revolution Society as mere followers of jealousy. Perhaps that was why they believed the Revolution Society had abandoned their agreements, bowing to the abyssal demons for greater power. Now Narlayev claimed that the Revolution Society wasn't under jealousy's control, and even sought to break free from it. Narlayev took a few steps forward but noticed that Feng Heng and his group hadn't followed. He turned back, asking, "What's the matter? Aren't you here to find the demonic seed we have imprisoned? I can take you there. Enter the Revolution Society's inner sanctum." Was that leading them into a trap? Uchiha hesitated, glancing at Feng Heng for guidance. "Let's go. We should see what they have to offer." The headquarters of the Revolution Society was a sprawling structure, and Narlayev led the group down into the research area basement. After passing through several security checkpoints, Feng Heng and the others finally laid eyes on the demonic seed encased within a giant petri dish. The demonic seed bore strange brand markings, and thick brown wires snaked from the dish into external machinery. Feng Heng stood before the petri dish, focusing on the demonic seed inside. He found it, the gluttony seed. In addition to the gluttony seed, there were two other human forms within the dish. All three were demonic seeds, but the other two possessed significantly weaker powers. How is it? Interesting, isn't it? Narlayev observed the sleeping demonic seeds, nodding as he explained. They remain in a dormant state, unable to perceive any external situations. Whenever we need to harness power, we attempt to activate them and extract energy. Listening to Narlayev's explanation, Feng Heng pondered. Was this method merely about using machinery and potions to extract energy from the demonic seeds? It seemed like there was no way to improve the absorption efficiency through this method. Narlayev turned to Feng Heng and asked, "What are you thinking about, Feng Heng?" "I was thinking if one day I might end up like them." "Ha ha ha, you must be joking." Chapter 2514 Options. Narlayev withdrew his gaze from Feng Heng and said, "What you see regarding our modifications of the demonic seed is only a small part. Most of the research principles are actually based on the notes left by my ancestors." "Your ancestors?" "Yes, my great-grandfather." Narlayev continued to explain. He was once a member of the conservatives and learned the secrets of the demonic seed from them. Unlike most conservatives, he believed that they had lost their drive, clinging to meaningless doctrines. "What we should do is embrace strength, and understand our enemies, only then can we grasp the true power that belongs to us." After that, he left the conservatives and founded the Revolution Society, embracing new strength. As he predicted, he gradually became influenced by the taint of power during his research, becoming a follower of jealousy. He was also one of the few humans who have directly conversed with the jealousy demonic seed. Well, I've digressed. From what we currently know, the jealousy demonic seed possesses unique powers. It can convert and extract strength from other demonic seeds. However, Narlayev paused, shaking his head and sighing. "Unfortunately, our research has only reached this point, and we haven't made any progress in many years. Thus, We have had to shift our focus to studying other hell creatures, hoping to find a breakthrough through them. Is that so? However, there are still other ways. Narlayev changed his tone, looking up. Feng Heng, according to my great-grandfather, when he left the Revolution Society, he only took a portion of the information, leaving the rest within the Conservatives. I believe the archives must contain some records related to the demonic seed. For instance, a book that details the secrets of hell, the Book of Grilling. My great-grandfather has seen that book, which contains the runes left by the jealousy demonic seed. These runes could help us better control hell's powers and even find a way to deal with the jealousy demonic seed. Feng Heng looked up and asked, "You want me to help you find the Book of Grilling?" "Exactly. We can collaborate to obtain it." Narlayev nodded. "The Conservatives are very wary of us. In recent years, my clandestine actions have been uncovered without exception, so I stopped making subtle moves and decided to be more direct. But you are different. Last time, you and their people destroyed my research room, and today, you fought with me. The Conservatives will see us as enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Recently, I've gathered quite a bit of information. The Conservatives have been trying to recruit you. Coincidentally, tomorrow is the Conservatives' annual large gathering, where various occult scholars will participate. It will be a mixed crowd, and my people will blend in. At that time, we will provoke the Hell Gate, summoning hell creatures to attack the Conservatives' gathering, creating chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, we will seize the Book of Grilling. If you're interested, you can join us." A game hint suddenly flashed in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! The player has triggered an option mission invitation to collaborate. Mission name, invitation to collaborate. Mission difficulty, SSS mission option 1, trust and collaborate. Mission description, Narlayev's invitation to collaborate is a good opportunity. If you can find the Book of Grilling and the inscriptions left by the jealousy demonic seed, it could greatly enhance your power. Mission requirements, collaborate with Narlayev, infiltrate the Conservatives, and attempt to locate the Book of Grilling within their ranks to hand it over to Narlayev. Mission reward, friendship with the Revolution Society, unknown. Mission option 2, doubt and betray. Mission description, you have a bad feeling about Narlayev. You suspect he may be hiding something from you, and the proposed collaboration might be a trap. Mission requirements, pretend to agree to collaborate, inform the Conservatives about Narlayev's plan, and assist the Conservatives in repelling Narlayev's team. Mission reward, friendship with the Conservatives, unknown. Description, the player can also choose other decision-making methods, which will lead to unknown results and will not yield mission rewards. Ding! Due to the player's current greed demonic seed bloodline awakening, the player gains an additional mission option, mission option 3, greed and greater greed. Mission description, it doesn't matter whether Narlayev is genuinely cooperating with you, seeking personal gain is what you need to focus on. Pretend to agree to collaborate with Narlayev, and during the subsequent actions, seize the Book of Grilling for yourself. Mission reward, remove restrictions on the mission item for the Book of Grilling. Ding! Because the player's greed demonic seed bloodline has awakened, the player can choose to accept multiple decision-making missions simultaneously and receive additional mission rewards. Some conflicting missions cannot be completed. Each additional decision completed will increase the final reward by 100%. Ding! The player can extend the mission settlement time, with a maximum extension of 72 hours. Feng Heng quickly reviewed the mission hints. Branch mission options. Here we go again. 3 side missions, and completing all could yield a 300% reward. However, unlike the last time, these branch missions seemed a bit. It seemed like completing all the tasks simultaneously wasn't possible. Despite the complex descriptions, it could be summarized into 3 main points. Either cooperate with the Revolution Society or cooperate with the Conservatives. Or he could just do it alone. Feng Heng lowered his head, carefully reviewing the descriptions of the 3 mission options. His gaze quickly moved to the last part of the hints. Delay mission settlement. He murmured, his eyes glinting with a mix of thoughtfulness and greed. It seemed there might be a way after all. An idea formed in his mind. Theoretically, the 3 side missions could be completed simultaneously. Feng Heng quickly devised a plan. First, he would cooperate with Narlayev. Then, the next day, he would enter the Conservatives' territory under the guise of a participant and expose Narlayev's attack plan to them. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he would locate the Book of Grilling within the Conservative ranks. Afterward, he would assist the Conservatives in repelling Narlayev's assault team, fulfilling mission option 2. Once he had the Book of Grilling, he would return to the Revolution Society and hand it over to complete mission option 1. Finally, he would snatch the Book of Grilling from Narlayev. It was a bit convoluted, and the difficulty of accomplishing all this was significantly higher than completing a single task. But the rewards would be equally substantial. Not only could he receive 3 sets of rewards, but they would also multiply to a whopping 300%. Chapter 2515 confirmed. Narlayev watched as Feng Heng fell deep into thought, assuming he was weighing the pros and cons of their partnership. He patiently gave him time to consider, waiting quietly at the side. Before long, Feng Heng lifted his head and said, "I've thought it over, and I agree to cooperate." Ha ha ha. Narlayev laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Feng Heng, with your collaboration, I believe we will definitely succeed in finding the Book of Grillen. Before we take action, I want to take another look at the sealed gluttony seed and conduct some tests on the magic array targeting it. After all, I understand the demonic seed quite well." "Of course. I will need an open area and the materials to set up the magic array, and it would be best to have someone assist me." "No problem at all." Narlayev nodded to a subordinate nearby. "Jtaniu, pause your work for now. Mr. Feng Heng has some requests that we should accommodate." "Understood." Jtaniu replied respectfully, turning to Feng Heng. "I am Jtaniu, the head of security for the headquarters. I will assist you with all the necessary preparations." "Thank you," Feng Heng responded. "Narlayev," he continued, "I still need to make some special arrangements for tomorrow's invasion of the conservatives. I will take my leave for now. If you need anything urgent, feel free to reach out." "Sure." Half an hour later, Feng Heng and his group were led to a large laboratory diagonally opposite the demonic seed lab. Since Feng Heng needed space to set up the magic array, this lab had recently been cleared out. Using the excuse of needing special materials for the magic array, they waited until Jtaniu was temporarily dismissed. As soon as they had some privacy, Owozu and the others gathered around Feng Heng. Ujiayuan, looking concerned, whispered, "Feng Heng, do you think they're being truthful? I have a feeling something's off. They don't seem very reliable." "I know, and I have a plan," Feng Heng replied, glancing at the mission hint. Whether Narlayev was telling the truth was irrelevant. What mattered now was to test if Abukaya could absorb the powers of other demonic seeds. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Jtaniu entered, accompanied by several staff members carrying the materials Feng Heng had requested. "Mr. Feng, these are the materials you needed. We have them ready for you. If you require anything else, please let us know at any time." With a nod, Jtaniu stepped aside, observing and monitoring. He was curious about what Feng Heng intended to do with these items. Was he setting up a magic array here? If anything unusual occurred, he would report it to Narlayev immediately. Feng Heng was aware of Jtaniu's scrutiny but didn't mind. He approached the materials, checked them over, and then began arranging them on the cleared floor of the laboratory. Ibukoya's summoning magic array was at a high level, and without the assistance of a zombie clone, it took more than 3 hours to complete. During this time, Jtaniu and his subordinates, along with a few research lab staff, stood by and watched. Finally, when Feng Heng stood up, they all turned their attention to him. "All right, it's about time to start." Feng Heng stood over the magic array, quickly pressing his hands together. "Condense." As his mental strength flowed into the array, a crimson light slowly emerged. Kai. Dark red vines began to slither out from the broken space of the magic array, rapidly enveloping the entire area. Jtaniu's eyes widened in surprise. What was this? A special plant? Ibukaya quickly connected to the Watts game world, extending the vines outward. Feng Heng paused his movements and turned to Jtaniu. "Is it alright if I try to absorb and guide the gluttony seed's power?" Jtaniu glanced at the magic array and signaled to his subordinates to inform the president. "Feng Heng, our original plan was to extract the gluttony seed's energy and immediately channel it into the research room for redistribution. The current lab isn't equipped for that, and modifying the lab ports will take some time. There's no need for that. I have a better idea. Lead the way, let's go see the gluttony seed." "Alright, follow me." Jtaniu turned and led them out of the room. Suddenly, he noticed that the branches and vines from the magic array were following them along the floor and walls, quickly extending out of the room and into the research area. Inside the research room, the control personnel stood up as their supervisor arrived. Jtaniu waved to the researchers and continued, "Work with Feng Heng on some tests, start the energy extraction process." "Understood." The researchers immediately began inputting commands at the control station. Feng Heng noticed on a nearby screen that several petri dishes containing the imprisoned gluttony seeds were being injected with a special purple liquid. The expressions of the unconscious demonic seeds suddenly twisted into grimaces. "What's happening?" Feng Heng asked. "I will explain," Guillermo said, arriving with several researchers. Guillermo glanced at the vines behind Feng Heng, a look of interest crossing his face. "Mr. Feng, at this stage, we need to first stimulate the demonic seed's power before extracting the primordial energy for our use, just like the magic array for summoning the Hellgate that you saw earlier." "Got it." Feng Heng nodded and looked at the petri dishes. "You can continue." As the indicators on the main control screen turned red, a researcher reported, Captain. Energy levels are high, we can proceed to the next phase of energy infusion. Begin execution. Guillermo pointed to a surveillance monitor and said, Mr. Fang, as you can see, this energy will be temporarily gathered in the energy pillars located in the basement. However, it won't last long, the energy dissipates quickly over time. Energy storage had always been a challenging issue in the academic world, especially when it came to harnessing power from demonic seeds. Storing small amounts of energy was manageable, but once the energy levels increased, it became extremely complicated. The research team of the Revolution Society had developed modified energy columns that could temporarily store a portion of this energy. However, over time, the stored energy would quickly diminish, often completely vanishing within 10 hours. Fang Heng looked at the screen, where hundreds of crystalline towers emitted a dim yellow glow. Chapter 2516 Upgrade. Would you mind if I took a look at the power of the demonic seed? The others exchanged glances at Fang Heng's words. Fang Heng, while the demonic seed is in a dormant state, it's still very dangerous. Recklessly activating the instruments might lead to damage, so I will be very careful. As he spoke, the vines of Abakia, which had been coiling at the edge of the laboratory, began to slither rapidly toward the sealed glass vessel. One of the vines slipped into a small ventilation duct on the right side of the petri dish. Several researchers looked on in astonishment. The ventilation hole was specially designed, with a diameter of no more than 1 millimeter. Yet the tip of the vine seemed to shrink down, successfully passing through the narrow passage. Once inside the petri dish, the vine continued to grow, swiftly submerging into the liquid and attaching itself to the imprisoned demonic seed. In a matter of moments, the vines of Abakia completely wrapped around several demonic seeds. Kai. Tiny sharp spikes extended from the vines, piercing through the skin. Ding! Abakia absorbed part of the origin power of the demonic seed, gluttony, gaining 1819 experience points. Great. The absorption was successful. Fang Heng nodded to himself. Perhaps gluttony had been imprisoned for too long and continuously drained by the Revolution Society, leaving it extremely weak. No. Fang Heng sensed the spiritual link information from Abakia. Abakia was directly interacting with gluttony, allowing Fang Heng to accurately perceive the immense power still contained within it. However, this power was severely suppressed by an external force. At that moment, gluttony appeared extremely weak under this special suppression. This resulted in Abakia's absorption process being painfully slow, to the point where Fang Heng worried that if he continued, gluttony might perish. No need to rush the extraction. He decided to wait and assess the situation. Fang Heng turned to the laboratory supervisor and asked, "How did you keep them quiet?" The jealousy demonic seed left behind special runes that provide some suppression. Combined with a tranquilizing potion, we ensured the experiment was safe and reliable. Interesting. So it was the runes from the jealousy demonic seed that were used to suppress gluttony's power. Fang Heng stepped closer to the petri dish, searching for the runes. There. He spotted a special stone slab beneath the dish. The slab was inscribed with unique suppression runes. A smile crept onto Fang Heng's face. Perfect, the elements were all in place. Now, the next steps would be much simpler. He just needed to figure out how to remove the jealousy stone slab, unlock the shackles suppressing the demonic seed, and then completely extract gluttony's power. Mr. Fang, did you find anything? Yeah, I have noticed something, Fang Heng said, pausing to look up. The demonic seed appears very weak. I am curious, since you've sealed most of its power and are continually extracting energy from it, aren't you worried it might be drained completely? That is indeed a concern, Guillermo explained. However, we intentionally keep it that way. If the demonic seed's power is too strong, we worry we won't be able to control it. Besides, its origin power gradually recovers over time, so it won't be completely drained. Fair point. I'd like to check out the energy crystal area. Sure. Soon, Fang Heng was led to the lower level, where the energy stone columns were concentrated. He quickly surveyed the surroundings. In reality, the energy stone columns were much taller than what he had seen on the monitors, each standing over 6 meters high. Hundreds of these columns nearly filled the entire basement area. The floor was cluttered with large magic arrays and thick electrical wires connecting the energy stone columns. Fang Heng followed the wires, glancing to the right side of the underground area. That's the core of the Hell Gate, Guillermo explained, noticing Fang Heng's gaze. At this stage, all the energy extracted from the demonic seed is fed directly to the Hell Gate's core. That made sense. The Hell Gate they encountered outside was summoned using the power of the demonic seed. Fang Heng thought about it as a crimson light flickered in his pupils, allowing him to see the giant Hell Gate looming in the dark distance. During the battle, the Revolution Society summoned a projection of the Hell Gate. The real Hell Gate was right here. In the time it took for the few to converse, Ibukiya had already sensed the energy stone pillars and quickly entwined around them, wrapping them tightly as if binding them with ropes. Kai. A game prompt appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Ding. Ibukiya is absorbing unknown energy and is in the process of conversion. Ding. Conversion completed. Ibukiya has gained 512 energy from the gluttony demonic seed. Fang Heng quickly checked the game prompt. Ibukiya could absorb energy stored in the crystals as well. However, due to the intermediate transfer through the energy crystals, there was a noticeable loss in overall energy. As Ibukiya fully absorbed the energy, the color of the pillar of light visibly dimmed. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with the absorption speed of the crystals. In the Research Institute's laboratory, researchers saw the energy values on the screen rapidly decreasing and were alarmed, immediately connecting with Guillermo. Sir. There's an anomaly with the energy crystals. We've detected that the stored energy in the stones is depleting rapidly. Guillermo glanced at the tightly bound stone pillars and spoke into the walkie-talkie, his tone serious. Don't panic, continue to observe. Fang Heng looked at Guillermo and asked, the energy output is a bit slow, can it be increased? Guillermo frowned and replied, are you suggesting? I have an idea that might help you increase the strength of the Hell Gate, Fang Heng said. Really? Guillermo responded, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Of course. Alright, I will give it a try. Guillermo placed great importance on the Hell Gate. With a serious look, he picked up the walkie-talkie and quietly instructed the other end, inject the potion, activate the demonic seed for the next test, increase the catalytic force of the demonic seed, boost the energy infusion, and reduce the suppression on the demonic seed. Understood. The energy extraction instrument powered up once more. Soon, energy began to flow into the stone pillar again, emanating a faint yellow glow. However, before the energy could fully saturate the entire pillar, the vines of Ibukiya entwined around it greedily absorbed all of it. Whatever there is, absorb it all. Ding. Conversion complete. Ibukiya has gained 801 energy from the gluttony demonic seed. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt, feeling that the speed was still too slow. He looked up and asked, can it go any faster? Guillermo grabbed his walkie-talkie and said, Research room, continue to enhance the energy infusion efficiency. Supervisor, we've already pushed the mechanical instruments to their absolute limits, we can't increase it any further. Chapter 2517 Drawing in the monitoring room. Several research personnel had been watching the numbers that appeared on the screen, immediately reporting the situation. In the past, the energy extraction device at the Research Institute had only approached its limit in rare instances. Fang Heng had heard the urgent voice from the walkie-talkie and shrugged. It seemed there was indeed no way around it. The mechanical extraction efficiency had been too low, and with the losses in the process, it would be easier to let Ibukiya simply absorb the energy directly. Just as he was thinking this, the walkie-talkie crackled again with an urgent voice. Supervisor, the control machine has overheated. We need to temporarily stop the energy extraction. Guillermo had nodded slightly, signaling to halt the extraction of the demonic seed's power. The energy crystals in the entire underground domain had dimmed rapidly. Mr. Fang, the method we are currently using involves stimulating the demonic seed to release some of its origin power, and then we attempt to harness that power. However, the energy from the demonic seed is extremely difficult to control, and once the flow rate becomes too high, it can negatively impact the instruments, making them uncontrollable. Guillermo had shaken his head as he spoke, sighing, if only we could find the Book of Grilling. Fang Heng had looked on with some confusion and asked, what do you mean? Within the Book of Grilling, there are certain magic arrays left by the jealousy demonic seed. It is said that the jealousy demonic seed is controlled through these runes. If we can find these magic arrays, we will be able to manipulate the demonic seed's power much more easily. Beside them, Jtani nodded and said, this is one of the reasons we've been seeking the Book of Grilling. However, the President seems to believe that it contains hidden methods to deal with the jealousy demonic seed. Once we obtain the Book of Grilling, everything will fall into place. I understand. If luck is on our side, we might have the book in our hands by tomorrow, Fang Heng thought, then added, but right now, I have an idea. What is it? Kai. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound as vines scraped quickly against the ground. In an instant, a mass of vine bodies surged toward the crystals and the nearby Hell Gate. Ibukiya's vines rapidly enveloped the Hell Gate and covered the entire magic array below. What is this? Guillermo, seeing the vines attached to the Hell Gate, felt a surge of doubt and turned to Fang Heng. Fang Heng raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snap. In the next moment, a red light erupted from the gaps in the vines surrounding the Hell Gate. What? Guillermo's pupils constricted in shock. The intensity of the Hell Gate was rising rapidly. It was because of those vines. Jtani also cast a wary glance at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with extreme caution. Feng Heng, what have you done? I think it's energy infusion. Guillermo fixed his gaze on the magic array beneath the Hell Gate, his expression serious as he suppressed his excitement. We're extracting the power from the controlled demonic seed and infusing it into the Hell Gate and the magic array. This is the same as our previous connection, but this time, we're using vine creatures as a bridge, significantly reducing the losses in the process. Exactly, Feng Heng nodded lightly and continued. The scalability of vine creatures far surpasses that of mechanical devices and crystals. We haven't even approached their limits yet. Guillermo suddenly turned to Feng Heng, eyes wide with disbelief. They hadn't reached the limit yet. This intensity was already double that of their previous efforts to activate the Hell Gate. If they could increase it further, the Hell Gate's strength could rise at least another tier. The strength, tier, and speed of the summoned Hell creatures would undergo a substantial transformation. Really? Feng Heng looked at Guillermo, adding, of course, if you're willing to trust me, you could try gradually releasing the restrictions of the jealousy runes on the demonic seed. Unable to contain himself, Guillermo picked up the walkie-talkie and announced, Research Institute, lift the lockdown on the demonic seed, set it to level 2. Understood. In the next moment, the Hell Gate erupted once more in a deep crimson light. The next day, the annual gathering of the Conservatives officially commenced. In fact, Conservatives was the term most people used to refer to them. Their true name was the Occult Researchers Association Alliance. Every year, this alliance widely invited various occult groups and individuals from the continent to participate, aiming to provide a platform for scholars of the occult to exchange and learn from one another. It was said that the event included auctions, exhibitions, discussions, and debates, lasting a full week. Typically, gaining large-scale access to the Conservative stronghold was quite difficult. The only exception was on Gathering Day. Even without an invitation letter, one could enter by passing a basic occult quiz at the entrance. The Revolution Society had been preparing for this incursion for over half a month. In addition to various hidden occult factions, the Federation officials would also join this grand gathering. Ronzang entered the venue alongside the official personnel. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, causing her heart to skip a beat. It was him. Feng Heng. Ever since Feng Heng arrived the day before, Ronzang had suspected he was up to something in the game. Sure enough, the next evening, she heard news of a brutal attack on the headquarters of the Revolution Society, with reports suggesting that Feng Heng was likely involved. The entire occult department of the Federation had also mobilized to closely monitor the situation. And now, here he was again. Could it be? Ronzang shivered, a troubling premonition creeping in. Surely nothing bad would happen here today? After all, this was the headquarters of the Occult Researchers Association Alliance. It shouldn't come to that. The gathering attracted many participants, and Feng Heng did not notice Ronzang in the crowd. Following their prearranged plan, Luozu and his group did not come. Sometimes, being in a crowd wasn't necessarily a good thing. Acting alone could be more convenient. Feng Heng's invitation card had been sent to Luozu a month ago, from Cole, who had worked with them to deal with the Occult Research Society last time. They had a bond from that experience. As Feng Heng wandered around the venue, he noticed that Cole was nowhere in sight. After considering it for a moment, he decided to head toward a prominent red mage tower in the distance. The mission took priority. According to the description of the side mission regarding betrayal, he needed to inform the Conservatives about the impending invasion by the Revolution Society. In truth, Narlayev hadn't revealed much about the details of the assault, only mentioning that there would be a coordinated strike at the right moment. Feng Heng didn't need to worry about their actions. He just needed to wait for chaos to ensue within the Conservatives and find a way to reach the Star Mage Tower to seize the Book of Grilling. Ultimately, his first task was to locate the key figures within the Conservatives to discuss a strategy against the upcoming attack from the Revolution Society. Chapter 2518 Assembly Feng Heng arrived at the Mage Tower, but was immediately stopped by two Conservative staff members. I am Feng Heng, invited here by Cole. There's an urgent situation, and I need to see your leader. The two exchanged glances, then scrutinized Feng Heng from head to toe. Mr. Fernando is currently attending to guests. We will verify your identity before reporting to him. Whether Sir Fernando is willing to meet you, we cannot guarantee. Feng Heng replied earnestly, please inform him that the Revolution Society has infiltrated this gathering. They plan to launch an attack tonight, and it would be best to be on guard now. The guards' expressions grew serious at his words, and they nodded. We will relay your message to Sir Fernando without alteration. Feng Heng waited for a moment, and after the guards reported, one of them returned. Sir Fernando invites you to discuss matters in the reception room. Please follow me. Feng Heng. Demonic seed. Fernando, who was over 100 years old, had gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. Upon hearing the news Feng Heng brought, the wrinkles on Fernando's face tightened once again. The Occult Research Association was also extremely concerned about Feng Heng. After learning of the conflict that erupted with the Revolution Society yesterday, they had been trying various channels to contact him. They never expected that Feng Heng would appear at the gathering they were hosting. I am Fernando, the current vice president of the Alliance. Feng Heng, I've long admired your reputation. Fernando stood up to greet Feng Heng and invited him to sit down. He then added, I heard you have some very important matters to discuss with us. Yes, Feng Heng replied. Yesterday, I visited the Revolution Society and inadvertently learned some information. To put it simply, the Revolution Society plans to take action against you today. Some of their members have already infiltrated the guests, so I hope you can prepare in advance. Fernando pondered for a moment, feeling a bit skeptical. There was reliable news that Feng Heng had fought fiercely with the Revolution Society yesterday, and the result was that Feng Heng's side had lost. While it was said to be a loss, it seemed that Feng Heng hadn't suffered much damage. He managed to retreat safely, while the headquarters of the Revolution Society was thrown into chaos, suffering significant losses. Fernando found it odd, though. How did Feng Heng know about the Revolution Society's ambush plan? Feng Heng noticed the thoughtful expression on Fernando's face and couldn't help but ask, do you have any doubts? No, nothing, Fernando replied, pausing his brief contemplation. He nodded at Feng Heng and explained, actually, this isn't the first time the Revolution Society has launched an attack on us. They've taken advantage of our gatherings before. The guest list for the gathering is complex, and we've prepared accordingly. Fernando nodded again and continued, regardless, the information you brought is very important to us. I will arrange things immediately. If possible, we hope you can stay here for a while. The president has been wanting to meet you. The Revolution Society has been increasingly erratic in recent years, and we might collaborate to deal with them. Yes, of course, Feng Heng agreed, nodding lightly. He added, but it's better not to be complacent. The intel I received indicates that the Revolution Society will launch a fierce assault tonight, likely summoning creatures from the Hellgate to invade. I fought with Hell creatures yesterday, and they are quite troublesome. They were summoning creatures through the Hellgate? While there had been Hell creatures on the battlefield before, their numbers were usually low and didn't pose a real threat. If what Feng Heng said was true, it would indeed be quite challenging to handle. Fernando felt a growing sense of worry and nodded, saying, all right, I understand. I will personally lead the team to set up the defenses. I had prepared a few magic arrays to deal with abyssal monsters from Hell before I came here. They might be helpful, Feng Heng added. Fernando slightly furrowed his brows. In essence, the conservatives did not trust the demonic seeds. The Occult Alliance also has a large number of magic arrays designed to counter Hell. However, piling too many magic arrays might interact negatively with each other, and given the tight timeline, we probably won't have enough time to set up so many. Let's save it for next time, Fernando explained. Of course, I trust in the strength of the Occult Research Association, Feng Heng replied, not pressing the matter further and shrugging. He could tell that the association harbored significant distrust toward him. Narlayev was right. His identity as a demonic seed made it impossible for the association to fully trust him. The attitude towards pollution had always been resolute, putting him and the conservatives at odds. After bidding farewell to Fernando, Feng Heng found himself followed by two attendants. Officially, they were there to manage his arrangements, but in reality, they were simply monitoring him. Feng Heng wasn't in a hurry. He continued to stroll through the exhibition, taking the opportunity to observe the entire layout of the headquarters of the Revolution Society. The exhibition and trading area were set up in the square. At the center of the square, apart from the resting area, the conservatives' internal structure was divided into three main sections. One was the cluster of towers where he had just met Fernando. The second was the area with various high-level mage towers on the right. Finally, there was the resting area at the back. Feng Heng had already succeeded in getting information out of the two lackeys. The Starry Tower was one of the high-level mage towers on the right. Outside the headquarters of the Occult Research Association, Narlayev personally gathered a team of elite high-tier members from the Revolution Society in the shadows. Guillermo, how did it go? Guillermo nodded lightly, excitement flickering in his eyes. Sir, with Feng Heng's assistance yesterday, we worked overnight to significantly improve the magic array for the Hellgate. The strength of the array has been greatly enhanced. Additionally, we've optimized it based on the problems we encountered yesterday, estimating that combat strength will increase by at least 3 times. Good. I look forward to it. Narlayev glanced at Guillermo. Guillermo wasn't one to exaggerate. If he said the strength of the Hell creatures would triple, the reality might well be a 4- or 5-fold increase. Narlayev hadn't expected Feng Heng to be such a talent. Zhaniu also nodded, adding, I didn't expect Feng Heng to have such capability. If he can significantly enhance the strength of the demonic seeds, and if he truly intends to assist us along with his liquor creatures, today presents our greatest opportunity. Indeed. Narlayev raised his hand slightly and continued, don't focus too much on Feng Heng. We invited him to draw the attention of the conservatives. Our main objective is to find the Book of Grilling. Understood. Chapter 2519 Projection. Guillermo nodded respectfully and said, Sir, the projection magic array for the Hellgate is fully prepared and can operate at any time. To ensure the maximum efficiency of the magic array, we need you to activate it personally. Alright. Narlayev approached the magic array, rapidly condensing his mental strength and injecting it into the array. Whoosh! As he infused his mental strength, Narlayev immediately sensed a difference. The mental strength consumed by the projection magic array was several times greater than before. The projection magic array for the Hellgate operated at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed red by the pillars of light. The massive phantom of the Hellgate rose from the ground magic array. The Hellgate was opening. Frantic Hell creatures surged out from the gate, racing toward the distant conservative headquarters. What is that? It's a fluctuation from Hell creatures. Be careful. They're the enemy. Quick, sound the alarm. Notify the President. The Occult Research Association quickly recognized the intense aura of Hell creatures emanating from outside. The Hell creatures were significantly stronger than those that had invaded the headquarters yesterday, their presence unmistakable, which allowed the Occult Alliance to detect them immediately. The alarm in the Alliance headquarters was sounded without delay. Various departments followed emergency protocols, swiftly guiding the guests into designated areas for evacuation. At the same time, high-strength defensive barriers emerged around the periphery of the headquarters Mage Towers. Hundreds of combat Mage Towers activated and entered battle mode. Whoosh! 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 Spells condensed from the Mage Towers filled the night sky, forming brilliant streams of light that surged toward the raging horde of Hell creatures. Mr. Feng Heng, President Fernando invites you to join the Alliance's defense. Please follow us. Two guards who had been trailing Feng Heng rushed forward upon witnessing the enemy attack, following Fernando's instructions to lead Feng Heng to the high-tier Mage Tower to meet with him. Alright. Feng Heng nodded and calmly followed the guards up the Mage Tower, gazing out the windows into the distance. The elemental cannon condensed by the Mage Tower exploded amid the Hell monsters outside, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The dispersing elemental waves could inflict troublesome negative effects such as burning, freezing, and paralysis. Unfortunately, the killing power was limited. The monsters summoned by the Hellgate were already formidable, and after the enhancements from his infusion yesterday, their strength had significantly increased. More Hell monsters roared as they charged toward the Alliance headquarters. The scholars atop the Mage Tower couldn't help but change their expressions. The strength of these Hell creatures was alarmingly high. This was completely different from the previous sneak attacks and skirmishes by the Revolution Society. They could even see high-tier Hell demons among them. Had Revolution Society gone mad? Were they launching a full-scale assault? Before long, the first wave of Hell monsters broke through the Mage Tower's artillery defense line, approaching the defensive barrier. The first round of concentrated Hellfire spells slammed into the barrier. The barrier immediately displayed faint triples, absorbing the energy waves from the attacks one by one. Soon, Feng Heng followed the two guards to the top of the Mage Tower, where he saw Fernando overseeing the Alliance's battle. At that moment, beads of cold sweat were already forming on Fernando's forehead. The president had not been active in the Alliance for many years, and in reality, the entire organization was being managed by him. They had faced several attacks from the Revolution Society before, but none had been as intense as today's. President, we have already contacted the Federation, and their reinforcement team has set out. They will arrive as quickly as possible. There are significant spatial energy fluctuations and hellish aura waves in the forward area. These creatures must have been summoned through the Hellgate. Fernando pondered for a moment, gazing at the clusters of light pillars in the distance. A high-tier occult scholar analyzed, the monsters summoned by the Hellgate are coming in an endless stream. Defending here will put us at a disadvantage. I suggest we take the initiative and find a way to destroy the Hellgate. Just as he was speaking, a commotion broke out in the center of the rest area not far from the association. Fernando looked down, his brow furrowing immediately. What's happening? A subordinate hurried into the Mage Tower and reported quietly, we encountered some conflicts while escorting guests to the rest area. Many members of the Revolution Society have infiltrated among the guests, and they're causing a disturbance. President Julius has already gone to provide reinforcement. Feng Heng nodded to himself. The Revolution Society's plan of infiltration had succeeded halfway. The infiltrators among the conservatives had been carefully selected by the elite of the Revolution Society. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Internal chaos was under control by President Julius. It wouldn't get out of hand. Had the remote Mage towers tried to lock onto the Hell Gate? They had attempted, but the Hell Gate was out of range and had a counter barrier, making it impossible to hit. Immediately organize 2 teams to find a way to destroy the enemy's Hell Gate. Understood. Fernando quickly issued several commands in an attempt to stabilize the situation, while also glancing at Feng Heng, who had just arrived. He nodded lightly at Feng Heng. In his view, Feng Heng was an extremely unstable factor. Having him under control was always a good thing. Feng Heng wasn't in a hurry. He quietly stood by, waiting. He had been present during the test yesterday and was well aware of the strength of the Hell creatures. If the conservatives had only this level of capability, they probably wouldn't be able to hold them off. Sure enough, after waiting for a few minutes, the chaos in the lounge area did not stop as anticipated. Instead, dense black fog began to seep out from the building. Pollution fog. The purification magic array set up within the coalition immediately activated, restricting the spread of the pollution fog. Soon, some people rushed out of the building in panic. Meanwhile, the external defensive barrier was becoming precarious under the continuous assault from the monsters. Fernando kept issuing commands, even assigning several old-timers from the Occult Research Society Alliance to the front lines to deal with the Hell creatures. Unfortunately, the strength of the Hell creatures was too high. Their numbers were overwhelming. It was impossible to hold them back. Sweat was continuously dripping down Fernando's forehead. Compared to previous assaults, this Hell Army's offensive was far too fierce. They were struggling to hold the front. To make matters worse, there were also members of the Revolution Society mixed in, spreading the polluted black fog and affecting the interior. This was a big problem. If this continued, Feng Heng watched from the side, wondering if he had overdone it this time. He had unintentionally raised the strength of the Hell creatures to an outrageous level, and the Revolution Society was crumbling a bit too quickly. He hoped they wouldn't be completely overwhelmed all at once. Chapter 2520 Lost Control. Seeing the situation gradually spiral out of control, Feng Heng looked up and suggested, "President Fernando, I can set up a magic array to restrain some of the Hell monsters. If you need assistance, just call me." Fernando turned to look at Feng Heng and nodded slightly. Well, under the urgent circumstances, the risks of using the demonic seed had to be set aside. "Thank you, Feng Heng," Fernand called to 2 of his guards. "Assist Mr. Feng Heng in setting up the magic array. Do your best to meet any of his needs." "Yes." "Understood." Ding. The player's current branch mission has been triggered. Please assist the Occult Union in repelling the invasion of the Revolution Society. Current mission contribution points, 0%, Feng Heng immediately said. Setting up a magic array requires a safe area. I just observed the terrain, and there's an open space behind the research tower. We need to go there, and I will also need some materials for the setup. Understood, please follow us, replied the 2 accompanying guards without suspicion, promptly leading Feng Heng to the back of the research tower. As they hurried away from the Mage Tower, they soon encountered several occult scholars engaged in battle with members of the Revolution Society. Whoosh! Seeing Feng Heng and the guards, the invading Revolution Society members instinctively thought they were reinforcements and unleashed a barrage of black fog spikes toward them. "Mr. Feng Heng, be careful." The 2 guards, experienced in combat, immediately stepped forward to intercept the attackers from the Revolution Society. Bang! The pollution black fog slammed against the condensed shields of the 2 guards, causing an explosion. "Mr. Feng Heng, it seems the members of the Revolution Society have occupied the building area. I suggest we change locations." "Huh? What's going on? Where's Feng Heng?" The 2 guards, realizing there was no response, turned back to find that Feng Heng had already vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Did he run away? Feng Heng entered the secondary space projection, quickly heading towards the Starry Tower. Repelling the Revolution Society wasn't urgent. He needed to take advantage of the chaos within the Occult Research Society to find the Book of Grilling. At the entrance of the Starry Tower, several guards were engaged in fierce combat with the infiltrators from the Revolution Society. In the heat of battle, they were completely unaware of Feng Heng, who was in secondary space projection. Feng Heng slipped inside effortlessly. Inside the tower, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the chaos outside, resembling a realm of profound silence. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the top of the tower. According to the intelligence from the Revolution Society, the Book of Grilling was hidden there. "Let's go check it out." Feng Heng immediately transformed into his death god form, soaring swiftly upwards. At this point, the tower had entered a state of lockdown, every door was tightly shut, and the external passageways and staircases were devoid of any human presence. Thus, Feng Heng encountered no obstacles as he ascended to the top floor. In front of the staircase, a grand hall stood with a few guards stationed at the entrance. Though the 3 maintained a vigilant stance, They failed to notice Fang Heng in his spirit form. Seeing this, Fang Heng quickly floated toward the door behind them. No need to worry about them. As Fang Heng prepared to slip through the door in his spirit form, he suddenly felt a jolt of alarm as he sensed the defensive magic array beneath him being triggered. An invisible barrier materialized in front of him. Trouble. Fang Heng silently cursed and raised his hand, the death god scythe slicing through the air with a dark gleam. Bang. The invisible defensive barrier shattered instantly under the scythe's assault. What was that? The three guards startled at the commotion and turned to where Fang Heng was. No one? It's a spirit form. Use the Eye of Truth. Realizing the situation, the guards quickly cast spells to reveal the death god's location. In his death god mode, Fang Heng's entire face was shrouded in a hood and black fog, making it impossible to discern his features. With a light push from his toes, he lunged at the guards once more. Death god scythe. Bang. The power of death erupted again. The three guards were sent flying by the explosive aura emanating from Fang Heng. In just one move, the guards were effortlessly dealt with. But the door remained firmly in place. This door was set with barriers specifically designed to counter spirit forms and spatial science. Fang Heng cautiously pushed against it. Huh? No lock? As he gently nudged, the entire door emitted a series of soft clicks, slowly swinging open. This. Fang Heng's pupils dilated. Behind the door lay a realm reminiscent of the mystical cosmos. In the vastness of space, countless intricate trajectories danced among the stars, streaking like meteors. Ding. The player has entered a special area, Occult Holy Land. Ding. In this area, the player's cultivation in the occult will receive a 50% bonus, and any cultivation related to occult academic disciplines will receive a 10% bonus. Fang Heng was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, slipping into a state of contemplation. Suddenly, a hollow voice echoed through the chamber. Death God, why have you come? Someone was here. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he snapped out of his meditative state, turning slowly toward the source of the voice. There, seated cross-legged in front of a magic array, was an elderly man. The hall was adorned with intricate magic arrays etched into the floor. Aside from the old man, over 20 others stood along the walls, their hands gathered in front of them as if engaged in a similar state of understanding. Fang Heng shifted his gaze from these individuals back to the elder. I am searching for the Book of Grilling. I do not know where you obtained your information, but the Book of Grilling is not here, the old man said, opening his eyes to meet Fang Heng's gaze. The Book of Grilling was written collaboratively by several founders of our occult society, and most of its contents are descriptions of hell creatures. To prevent misinterpretation and the spread of pollution, the book was even written in the language of hell. The elder's eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Fang Heng, speaking in a solemn tone, Death God. Why are you searching for the Book of Grilling? Not here? Fang Heng frowned slightly at the elder's words, his eyes scanning the surroundings once more. Indeed, the Starry Hall did not seem like a place where the Book of Grilling would be stored. Very well. The elder, though filled with suspicion, chose not to press Fang Heng further when he remained silent. Instead, he placed one hand on the ground and gradually stood up. As he rose, the runic stars that filled the Starry Hall began to swirl gently. I fear that the turmoil outside is also related to you. The Book of Grilling is a treasure of our society, and naturally, we won't allow it to be taken. As for you, you may stay here for now. Once everything concludes, the truth will reveal itself. Whoosh! Fang Heng felt a shift within him. Suddenly, a multitude of arcane runes began to whirl rapidly throughout the space. The entire area was engulfed in violent ripples. Fang Heng found himself besieged by an overwhelming force, pressing down on him and rendering him unable to move an inch. Was this the dual constraint of the occult and sealing arts? Ding! The player has entered an illusion state. The player's omniscient eye has activated, granting immunity to this illusion effect. Chapter 2521 Space Get out of the way. In an instant, Fang Heng's vision cleared, and he pushed his mental strength to the limit, letting out a powerful shout. The old man's expression turned serious as he quickly formed seals with his hands, gathering runes before him. A multitude of inscriptions surged through the air toward Fang Heng. Suppression. Just as Fang Heng was about to counterattack, his pupils constricted, and he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, causing his body to uncontrollably plummet downward. A black hole opened in the floor of the Starry Hall. As Fang Heng fell into the black hole, it rapidly sealed itself again. Crack, crack, crack. The Starry Hall returned to its original state. The old man halted his runic formations and looked down at the ground, a grave expression in his eyes. An occult union cultivator approached and whispered, Elder, that death god just now. His origins are unclear, and his strength is formidable. He almost instantly broke free from the illusion of the Starry Hall. To prevent a battle from impacting the seal, I had no choice but to suppress him. The cultivator glanced worriedly outside and asked, "Is this related to the Revolution Society's invasion?" The elder seemed to ponder for a moment, hesitating before shaking his head gently and answering, "Our mission is to guard the seal. The invaders outside are not within our responsibilities. I trust the president and the others can handle it." Meanwhile, outside the headquarters of the Occult Research Association, the massive protective barrier finally collapsed under the relentless assault of high-tier hell creatures, shattering completely. With a deafening roar, the high-tier hell creatures surged into the headquarters, unleashing chaos and destruction. Guillermo smirked, a sense of pride swelling within him. Everything was predicted by the president. Over the years, with the new replacing the old, the conservatives have become increasingly weak. They broke through their outer defenses using just hell creatures. Jitanyu's gaze fixed on the distant towers within the conservative headquarters. He smirked and said, "With Fang Heng's abilities, he's probably already made it into the Starry Tower." Narlayev shot a cold glance at Guillermo. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Jitanyu quickly lowered his head. "Guillermo, you stay here to continue controlling the Hell Gate. Don't let anything go wrong. The rest of you, follow me to seize the Book of Gurlun," Narlayev commanded, leading the way into the heart of the Revolution Society headquarters. "Understood." Meanwhile, after falling a short distance, Fang Heng quickly regained his balance upon landing. What was this place? Fang Heng felt the presence of polluted black fog swirling around him. His brow furrowed as he attempted to understand his surroundings. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he swiftly turned to glance into the darkness behind him. His perception alerted him to a fierce gaze fixated on him from within the shadows. Whoosh! In the darkness, a shadow revealed sharp fangs and charged at him with incredible speed. It was a demonic seed. Fang Heng's heart raced as he clenched his fist and swung it forward with all his might. Bang! The demonic seed, shrouded in a swirling mass of black fog, let out a pained howl as it was sent reeling back into the shadows. Interesting. Fang Heng pushed off the ground, propelling himself toward the flying demonic seed. Bang! Another punch. Boom! Another heavy impact echoed as the demonic seed was sent crashing against the wall, leaving a deep dent in the metal surface. What kind of place is this? The space was indeed large, but it felt entirely enclosed. Could it be a ceiling space? Considering the earlier experience with the black hole, Fang Heng began to piece together the nature of this environment. Just as he tried to estimate the dimensions of the ceiling space, he suddenly sensed another aura rapidly approaching from the right. Huh? More demonic seeds? Not just one? Fang Heng let out a soft grunt, pivoting to unleash a punch toward the approaching aura. Kai. As his fist connected, it encountered a peculiar force that enveloped it, making the impact feel as if he were striking a layer of soft cotton, completely ineffective. Ding! The player is currently affected by a special force. The player has entered a fatigued state, which cannot be bypassed through normal means. The sloth demonic seed, Antle, saw that its attack had been effective, and a glint of madness appeared in its eyes as it charged toward Fang Heng. Wait! Fang Heng noted the game hint and felt a surge of realization. Sloth. The special ability of the demonic seed. Interesting. Fang Heng realized that physical attacks wouldn't be effective, so he quickly changed his strategy. As he retreated rapidly, he focused his hands in front of him to condense a powerful imprint. Bang! He summoned his mental strength. The blood-red longsword strapped to his back erupted, scattering countless blood-red droplets into the air. Whoosh! 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 The droplets rained down like bullets, densely striking forward. Bang! 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 Each droplet contained immense power, and upon hitting Antle, they detonated instantly, causing widespread damage in the vicinity. The dense sounds of explosions filled the air, followed by a muffled grunt as the sloth demonic seed, Antle, was sent flying. Hey! Fang Heng let out a cold smile, his retinas glowing with a blood-red light. The dark vision granted by the vampires allowed his sight to sharpen in the dimness. He hadn't anticipated that the Mage Tower was sealing demonic seed creatures. Moreover, this group seemed particularly lively. Compared to the sickly demonic seeds sealed by the Revolution Society, these were far more formidable. Since he was already here, he might as well. Fang Heng caught a glimpse of the approaching sloth demonic seed, and with a cold grunt, he quickly gathered his energy in front of him. Domain ability. Eternal Tree Realm. Blossom. Under the activation of the skill, a giant-sized magic array's phantom rapidly rotated and spread out from beneath Fang Heng's feet. Dense vines extended out from the magic array, quickly enveloping Fang Heng completely. In the periphery, the sloth demonic seed, Antle, was chasing after Fang Heng when he suddenly found his view blocked by a dense thicket ahead. Whoosh! What? Antle's pupils constricted in shock. In the next instant, a figure burst forth from the tangled foliage, appearing right in front of him. Boom! A powerful punch came crashing towards him. What? Even under the weakening effects of the sloth demonic seed's special ability, that punch still struck firmly against his abdomen. Antil felt as if his organs had been displaced from the impact, and he was violently sent flying, entering a brief state of dizziness. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, a mass of vine roots spread from the ground and ceiling, enveloping him entirely. They entangled around him, binding him tightly and pinning him to the ground. Chapter 2522 Absorption Kai. Fine barbs emerged from the vines, instantly piercing the skin. Antil immediately felt a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his body, jolting him awake from his dizziness. His heart raced. This was bad. He sensed his strength being rapidly siphoned away, his very source of power. What kind of terrifying entity was this? Antil felt a surge of fear and was about to struggle when another figure appeared ahead. Ring acceleration. Relying on the acceleration ability within the domain, Feng Hang threw another powerful punch, knocking Antil out cold once more. Having learned from previous experiences, this time Feng Hang directly controlled the sacred tree, Ibakiya, to absorb the origin power of the demonic seed. He released the absorption completely, showing no concern for the demonic seed's survival. Ding! The player absorbed the origin power of the demonic seed, Antil, and gained 23,819 experience points. Ding! The player absorbed the origin power of the demonic seed, Antil, and gained 32,123 experience points. Antil visibly weakened under the absorption of the sacred tree, Ibakiya, his body gradually shrinking. He eventually lost all consciousness. What? He was actually dead? The other demonic seeds in the ceiling hall changed their expressions drastically upon seeing this. Goodness! What kind of devil had come? Feng Hang glanced at the game hint. Antil was not particularly strong among the demonic seeds, he could only be considered a relatively elementary one. Absorbing him only increased the sloth demonic seed energy by 4.66%. There were still some other demonic seeds left in the ceiling space. Might as well take them all out. Feng Hang sensed the space and quickly locked onto a target among the remaining demonic seeds. He darted toward that seed while the vines of Ibakiya launched an attack on the other demonic seeds. The lust demonic seed, Aphil, immediately retreated, feeling utterly desperate. What a nightmare. In the past, they had ruled this place, toying with newcomers for fun, but now they had run into a wall. As Feng Hang absorbed 3 demonic seeds in quick succession, Aphil sensed that his doom was approaching. The instinct to survive drove him to flee frantically within the ceiling space. However, there was no way out. Yet Feng Hang's speed was far greater. As he saw the dark figure closing in, Aphil realized he had nowhere to run. He shut his eyes and shouted, "No. Please. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I will do whatever you say." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past him. Aphil opened his eyes to see a massive fist hovering in front of him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Sizzle! In the next moment, the surrounding vines surged toward him, binding him in place. Feng Hang stood before Aphil, gazing coldly at him and asked, "What is this place? Who are you?" Aphil swallowed hard and hurriedly replied, "I am the lust demonic seed, Aphil. This is a special space sealed by the Occult Association, and I've been trapped here for decades." TCH. A mysterious sealing space. He had guessed correctly. The entire area was set with special runes, and a hidden aura of the occult flowed through the ground, gradually draining his strength. Not quickly, but very slowly. However, if he remained here for too long, his power would be continually consumed. Only beings like demonic seeds could maintain their combat strength in such conditions. Feng Hang asked, "How can I get out?" "Get out?" Aphil was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and replied, "I don't know. Ever since I was sealed, this place has been influenced by occult forces. We've tried many methods but never succeeded, so we eventually gave up." Feng Hang's gaze shifted away from the sloth seed and looked elsewhere. The entire ceiling space was quite large. Seeing that Feng Hang did not make a move, Aphil let out a slight sigh of relief and continued explaining, "We also tried breaking through the metal walls, but behind them was nothingness. Moreover, the ceiling space has a slow self-healing ability, so we suspect it might be a specially opened ceiling space." Feng Hang responded lightly as he continued to observe, quickly turning his attention to the center of the hall. In the middle of the ceiling area, a large amount of occult energy gathered. It seemed that the closer one got to the center, the stronger the feeling of one's power draining became. No wonder this group of demonic seeds had been moving along the walls of the ceiling space. Additionally, the recovery speed of mental strength within the ceiling space was less than 1% of what it was outside. What was that? Feng Hang looked toward the center of the ceiling space. There, he saw a massive pale yellow crystal. What is that? Feel followed Fang Heng's gaze to the crystal, a hint of fear in his eyes as he explained, "That is the occult's celestial sealing guardian stone. The jealousy demonic seed is sealed there." "What?" At this, Fang Heng's pupils contracted sharply. The jealousy demonic seed? Where was it sealed? Impossible. How could jealousy be sealed in this cursed place? "Come with me." Fang Heng instinctively felt that something was off and immediately stepped toward the direction of the crystal. He stopped in front of the crystal, examining its interior, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The pale yellow crystal was composed of numerous crystalline structures. Within the crystal, a human figure was unmistakably sealed. Fang Heng studied the face of the sealed individual. He could confirm that he had never seen this person before. "Is this jealousy?" Feel shrank back slightly. "Yes, yes." Fang Heng turned again to observe the entire sealing space. The sealing space was structured around the central sealing crystal, where the restrictive power was at its peak. He had a vague judgment in his mind: the entire sealing space was actually designed to contain the central crystal. The other seals were merely supplementary. But was this person truly jealousy? It didn't matter. Time to give it a try. Sizzle, sizzle. The vines of Abakia responded to Fang Heng's command, swiftly winding around the central crystal pillar, climbing steadily while transmitting curious waves of consciousness. Feel stood beside Fang Heng, nervously watching the crystal tightly bound by the vines. "All right, Abakia, give it a try, but be careful." Whoosh. In the next moment, Abakia revealed a menacing, bloody aspect. The vines thrashed wildly, striking the crystal repeatedly and condensing into numerous sharp spikes, attempting to pierce through the layer of crystal surrounding jealousy. After several attempts, it seemed they realized they couldn't break through. The vines began to circle the crystal, slowly searching for a breach. It looks like it might be impossible. Chapter 2523. Leave a breath. The demonic seed of Feel, usually a proud presence, became somewhat submissive in front of Fang Heng. It spoke softly, "We've tried many times, but the outer crystal protective layer is incredibly tough. There's no way to break through." Just then, Feel's eyelids twitched slightly. Fang Heng flipped his wrist, and a searing holy light began to emanate from his palm. The holy quartz artifact, the great sword. Without hesitation, Fang Heng raised the great sword and swung it at the crystal pillar in front of him. Boom. The divine great sword struck the crystal pillar with a resounding impact, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. A blinding wave of holy light erupted from the point of contact, quickly radiating outward and dispersing the surrounding pollution black fog. Even Feel was forced back a half step by the sudden surge of divine energy. Staring at the explosion of holy light, Feel's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Holy power. How could a demonic seed use holy power? Feel was still in disbelief when he looked up and saw Fang Heng raising the divine long sword once more. Fuck. Feel jumped back in shock, quickly retreating. Here it comes again. Boom. Fang Heng raised the holy long sword once more and struck it down hard against the crystal. At the same time, on the top level of the Star Mage Tower, the Star Magic Array began to shake violently. The orderly flow of the magic array in space was thrown into chaos, as if turbulent currents were rapidly swirling around. The elder guarding the tower suddenly opened his eyes, filled with uncertainty. What was happening? How could such a strong anomaly occur within the sealed space? Could it be related to the death god that had just been sealed? Elder. Silence. Focus your energy. The elder commanded sternly. Consume the ancient brand. Activate the seal with all your might. Understood. Boom. Within the sealed space, the holy light tripled and exploded once more. Almost simultaneously, intricate spell runes reappeared throughout the entire sealed area. The runes swirled like stars in the vastness of space, illuminating the dark hall. The aura of pollution quickly faded under the influence of the occult power. Then, the weight of the star suppression pressed down on Fang Heng, making his shoulders feel heavy. The demonic seed, Feel, sensed the danger and shouted, "They must have noticed the anomaly outside and are applying suppression on us." Humphrey, suppression. Fang Heng let out a cold laugh, gripping the holy weapon's great sword tightly once more, and swung it forcefully forward. Boom. After several consecutive strikes, the trembling crystal finally emitted a cracking sound. Feel felt as if his own heart trembled in sync with the crystal pillar. Following the sound, he saw a small piece of crystal fly off from the pillar, revealing a tiny breach. Kai. Instantly, dense black fog began to leak out from the crack in the pillar. The great hall was filled with the powerful forces of the sun, moon, and stars, which immediately suppressed the escaping black mist with overwhelming pressure. It was broken. Seeing this, Fang Heng's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Ibakiya!" Whoosh! 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 Ibakiya, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, finally seized the opportunity. Numerous dense vines instantly rushed forward, entangling and burrowing into the pillar through the newly formed crack. What the hell? Aphil watched in shock as tiny tendrils of vines penetrated the fissure in the crystal pillar. In just a moment, they rapidly spread, wrapping around the sealed jealousy demonic seed within the crystal. Zzzz. Sharp spikes emerged from the vines, viciously stabbing into the skin of the sealed jealousy demonic seed. Fang Heng quickly checked the game hint. Effective. Ibukiya successfully absorbed energy from the sealed demonic seed. System notification. Ibukiya absorbed the origin power of the demonic seed Tongues of Jealousy, gaining 63,819 experience points, so it really was jealousy. Fang Heng noted that the numbers representing the power absorbed from the jealousy demonic seed in Ibukiya's evolution bar began to increase rapidly. Tongues of Jealousy, a fragment? So this person in front of him was just a clone of the jealousy demonic seed? No wonder the conservatives had such tight control, they had sealed a clone of the jealousy demonic seed here. What a revelation. It seemed the conservatives were no weaklings, managing to completely seal away a fragment of the jealousy demonic seed. But where was the Book of Grillen? Forget about it. Since he was already here, he might as well absorb all the energy from the jealousy clone. Fang Heng immediately directed Ibukiya to wildly absorb the power of the demonic seed. The system notifications began to accelerate. System notification. Ibukiya absorbed the origin power of the demonic seed Tongues of Jealousy, gaining 82,745 experience points. System notification. Ibukiya absorbed the origin power of the demonic seed Tongues of Jealousy, gaining 102,813 experience points. Aphil watched the sealing stone pillar intently, noticing that the aura emanating from the jealousy demonic seed was dwindling, becoming increasingly faint. The body of the demonic seed visibly shriveled before his eyes. Aphil swallowed hard, turning to Fang Heng with a look of growing fear. This guy. Could it be that he intended to fully absorb the jealousy demonic seed just like he had with other demonic seeds? Kai. After more than 10 minutes, Aphil's brow furrowed. The numerous vines that had been entangling the jealousy demonic seed began to slowly retract, while the surrounding branches quickly pulled back into the ground. The once thriving mass of vines diminished, leaving the area increasingly bare. Had the domain ability become ineffective? Aphil turned to look at Fang Heng again. Did he become weaker? Was this perhaps the best time to deal with him? Just as this thought arose, Aphil immediately suppressed it. Better not to court death. Hint, player's Eternal Tree Realm effect duration has reached its maximum. Fang Heng glanced at the game notification. The surrounding vines quickly retreated, restoring the ceiling space to its original state. What a pity. He hadn't managed to fully drain it. According to the latest information from Ibukiya, they had absorbed over 80% of the jealousy demonic seed's origin power. If only he had 5 more minutes, he could have completely drained it. In just a short time, the energy required for the evolution of the complete form of the Tree of Hell demonic seed had surged to 23.66%. Not bad. Fang Heng licked his lips slightly, gazing at the crystal pillar. The remaining origin power of the jealousy demonic seed was dwindling, and its state had become extremely weak. Of course, the demonic seed possessed a powerful self-recovery ability. Even if its origin was wounded, it could gradually recover over time. Chapter 2524 Doubts. He decided to let it remain here for a while longer. Who knows, the next time he came back, he might be able to absorb even more. With that thought in mind, Fang Heng turned to look at Aphil beside him. Aphil felt a chill run down his spine as Fang Heng's gaze landed on him, and an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. It seems we need to find a way to deal with the crystal if we want to leave this place, Fang Heng said. The crystal? Aphil felt his eyelids twitch slightly as he looked up at the crystal again. The crystal is the main body of the seal. If we keep damaging it, I believe the people outside will become worried about the state of the seal and will inevitably come down to check, Fang Heng said, flipping his wrist to summon the Great Holy Sword once more. Step back. Aphil's expression tightened at those words, and he quickly moved backward. Boom. Fang Heng raised his hand, swinging the Great Holy Sword once again toward the crystal seal. Starry Mage Tower. The elder guarding the tower had a grave expression. Since just now, the fluctuations beneath the seal had grown increasingly intense, as if they were truly experiencing violent impacts. What on earth was happening? Was it related to the death god they had encountered earlier? Initially, the plan was to confine the death god within the sealed space for suppression, but after a brief pause, the sealed space below had become even more restless. If this continued, it would be problematic if the crystal pillar were damaged. Once the jealousy demonic seed broke through the seal, not only would their research association be in jeopardy, but the entire world would also face a crisis. A thin layer of cold sweat formed on the elder's forehead. The elite scholars assisting in guarding the seal opened their eyes and cautioned, "Elder, Based on the reactions from the seal fluctuations below, if this continues, the sealing crystal pillar will soon suffer damage. After a moment of contemplation, the elder took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Understood. Prepare for battle. Open the seal immediately, we need to check what's happening." "Yes." The group surrounding him simultaneously condensed their imprints before them. As the magic array was activated, celestial runes flickered in the air. The central sealed gate reopened, coalescing in the hall's midair. Suddenly, a pitch-black spatial rift appeared in the center of the starry hall. It didn't seem to show any anomalies. The fluctuations in the sealed land below showed no signs of weakening. "You two, follow me inside to take a look. The rest stay behind to control the Star Mage magic array." The elder nodded lightly and led his two direct disciples into the sealing passage. As the three stepped forward, the elder's expression suddenly changed the moment he entered the passage. Not good. A shadow leaped from the black hole, darting past him at high speed, heading toward the exit. This is bad. Was it the death god they had just encountered? He had escaped. The elder realized it was too late to pursue. A deep sense of foreboding rose within him. Was that shadow jealousy? In the next moment, the elder and his two subordinates entered the sealed land below. They looked up sharply and saw that the central stone pillar, the crystal, stood intact, with a sealed essence of jealousy still contained within it. The elder let out a sigh of relief. The sealing pillar remained undamaged. As long as the jealousy demonic seed was still sealed, everything could be salvaged. That shadow must have been an intruder. Quickly, the elder connected the dots. The invader had deliberately damaged the crystal to create a disturbance, luring them into the sealed land to investigate and using that opportunity to escape. The elder recalled his recent battle with the death god, shaking his head in silence. The occult scholars left outside were probably no match for that death god. "Elder. What is it?" One subordinate glanced around the sealed area, frowning. "The number of demonic seeds has decreased significantly." The elder followed his gaze and noticed the same, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Aside from the coil de fil in the corner, the other demonic seeds seemed to have vanished. What was going on? Where were the other sealed demonic seeds? "And, elder, there's something strange about the jealousy demonic seed," another subordinate said, pointing out his findings as he examined the crystal pillar. The elder stepped forward, approaching the yellow crystal pillar for a closer inspection. The jealousy demonic seed sealed within the crystal pillar still showed signs of life, but it appeared emaciated, with a dull complexion that suggested it was near death. What had happened here? What exactly was going on? He had never heard of a death god having the ability to absorb vitality like this. "Elder, he might know something," one of the scholars said. Everyone turned their gaze toward the corner where a fil was coiled. In the high levels of the starry mage tower, just as the elder had predicted, the ordinary high-tier occult scholars were no match for Fang Heng. A shadow darted swiftly out from the sealing passage. The scholars had already prepared in advance and launched an interception together. Death Scythe. Bang. As a dark light exploded, the shadow of the death god quickly darted out from the blast, charging directly at the nearest high-tier occult scholar. Whoosh. The high-tier scholar felt a flash before his eyes and then saw the phantom of the death god appear before him. The skeletal hand of the death god tightly gripped his neck, slowly lifting him into the air. "Let him go." The other scholars reacted quickly, all turning to Fang Heng and shouting, but they hesitated to act, fearing he might harm their companion. The occult scholar whose neck was gripped by the death god felt a chill of sweat soak his back. He finally understood the meaning of the death god is right in front of you, staring helplessly at the figure before him. Fang Heng, his face hidden beneath the death god's hood, spoke in a raspy voice, "You have one chance to answer my question. Where is the Book of Grilling?" I. The scholar's throat bobbed as he replied, "It's in the lower levels of the White Mage Tower." Bang. Another dark flash exploded, and taking advantage of the rippling aura of death, Fang Heng swiftly darted towards the exit, disappearing from the view of the occult scholars. The high-tier scholar who had just been gripped by the death god felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. In a single move, he had been left completely defenseless against that figure's attack. The remaining scholars exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and disbelief. The battle had lasted only seconds, and there were no more than 3 people who had truly seen the death god's face. The entity was incredibly powerful. If it had chosen to, it could have easily wiped them all out. So its true goal was the Book of Grilling? Had they inadvertently misled it to the Starry Mage Tower? For some reason, the scholars felt a strange sense of relief wash over them as if they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Chapter 2525 Get in the car. A high-tier occult scholar took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within, and said in a steady voice, "Everyone, there's no need to pursue. Focus your energy and continue maintaining the operation of the Star Magic Array." "Understood." The others bowed their heads, refocusing on controlling the magic array. Meanwhile, Fang Heng was quickly retreating from the Star Mage Tower. The intelligence had been incorrect. The Book of Grilling was not hidden within the Star Mage Tower. Something felt off, but with time pressing, he had no opportunity to think it through. This trip to the tower hadn't been entirely fruitless, as he had managed to gather a significant amount of demonic seed energy. Upon leaving the Mage Tower, Fang Heng's brow furrowed. In less than half an hour, the high-tier hell creatures summoned from the Hell Gate had completely breached the Occult Association's interior, rampaging through the headquarters. The scholars were retreating in disarray, having fallen back to the core area. Reinforcements from the Federation, which had gathered to assist, were also being blocked by the hellish beings. The situation was dire. At present, the Book of Grilling had yet to be found, and the side mission to assist the Conservatives in repelling the Revolutionary Society's attack remained unfinished. The Conservatives seemed surprisingly weak. He hoped a single offensive from the Revolutionary Society wouldn't truly sweep them away. Fang Heng thought for a moment, closed his eyes, and began to form an imprint with his hands in front of him. He remotely commanded Abakia to stop channeling energy into the Hell Gate. As a key intermediary in the energy absorption process of the Hell Gate, cutting off his power would leave the gate without a source of energy. The projection of the Hell Gate gradually grew faint, and even the summoned monsters from within it experienced a significant drop in power. Perfect? That should do it. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately made his way toward the tower domain. Outside the headquarters of the Conservatives, Guillermo noticed that the Hell Gate's magic array had grown faint and was even beginning to cease summoning hellish creatures. His brow furrowed deeply. Victory had been within reach. They were just a step away from completely crushing the Conservatives. Yet now, problems had arisen. Guillermo immediately contacted the research personnel at headquarters, his voice sharp with urgency. What's going on? Supervisor, the energy absorption rate of the demonic seed has suddenly dropped significantly. We are currently investigating the issue, and it appears likely that the vine creatures summoned by Fang Heng are the cause. Fang Heng. Guillermo's pupils contracted sharply. He knew that the president had deliberately fed Fang Heng false information to lure him to the Star Mage Tower. However, he wasn't clear about the president's true intentions. Could it be that this brat had accidentally been taken out, causing the vines he controlled to become ineffective? Guillermo had no time to ponder further. He quickly instructed, switch to the backup passage and channel energy into the Hell Gate. Now. Yes, understood. Fang Heng hadn't known the exact location of the White Mage Tower, so he decided to head toward where the crowd was. The area guarded by the Conservatives was more likely to be where the Book of Grilling was located. If worse came to worst, he could always ask someone for directions. As he made his way through the chaotic inner circle of the Conservative faction, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Fang Heng. He paused, took off his mask, and turned to see Ronzang. Fang Heng, it really is you. Ronzang had only caught a glimpse of his back and thought the person's appearance and attire resembled the Fang Heng she had seen before, which prompted her to call out. Upon seeing him turn around, she quickly approached and said, Fang Heng, the Conservative headquarters is under attack. The Federation reinforcement teams have already joined the battle, and more support will arrive soon. I came with the Federation people. Right. Fang Heng nodded lightly, then glanced toward the already chaotic inner circle and asked, where are they? Them. Who do you mean? The people from the Revolution Society. They were trying to attack the gathering area of the Mage Tower within the headquarters, and it was on the verge of falling. Suddenly, the hell creatures had been significantly weakened. Is that so? Fang Heng frowned at the news. The White Tower should be located near those Mage Towers. The members of the Revolution Society had locked their sights directly on that place because the Book of Grilling was also there? Or did they have other objectives? Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. In any case, the mission target given by the game was indeed the Book of Grilling. Completing the mission was the priority. He suppressed his doubts for the moment. However, the area around the White Tower had already become the focal point of the battle, and he wasn't sure of the specifics. Wandering around aimlessly would not help. He decided to take things step by step and head over to assess the situation. Ronzang watched Fang Heng for a long time without saying a word. After a moment, she cautiously asked, did you just come from the Star Mage Tower? Was there a problem inside? SHH. Fang Heng made a gesture for her to be quiet. Do me a favor and pretend you didn't see anything just now. Ronzang's heart sank, and she looked at him with a strange expression, thinking to herself, could it be that you already knew the Revolution Society was coming here? Even. A bold guess formed in Ronzang's mind, what if this entire invasion by the Revolution Society was actually planned by him? Goodness. She knew Fang Heng could never stay idle. Huh, I understand. Ronzang took a deep breath as if making a firm decision. She continued, Mr. Fang, is there some kind of operation? Can I join you? Just a share of the benefits is fine. Thinking carefully, after so many years in Watts, starting as a spy for the Federation, she had only managed to become an ordinary infiltrator. She hadn't gained much in terms of real benefits. Now looking at Mr. Fang, who had made a fortune in just a few days, she thought it would be better to stick with him. A quick score and then she could walk away. What? You want to get on board? Fang Hang glanced at Ronzang and asked, do you have a way to help me get into the White Tower? The White Tower? I know how to get there. What do you need to do there? To get the Book of Grilling. Goodness. So Fang Hang was planning something big. The target turned out to be the conservative library. Noticing Ronzang's expression, Fang Hang asked, do you know about the Book of Grilling? Yes, I know. Seeing the opportunity to get on board, Ronzang nodded eagerly and quickly explained, several founders wrote the Book of Grilling of a conservative faction. It's said to contain various details about hell demons, including the secrets of different demonic seeds. The society has showcased the Book of Grilling a few times before. Isn't it extremely valuable? Ronzang felt a rush of excitement. Previously, she had only thought of the Book of Grilling as a high-tier mission item. Now, seeing Fang Hang's serious demeanor, she realized that the Revolution Society was causing such a commotion just to obtain it. It must be worth a lot. Chapter 2526. It is said alright, even if the Book of Grilling turned out to be useless, the vast number of valuable books stored in the conservative library would still be worth a lot. Fang Hang felt a spark of interest. Wait, you're saying you've seen the Book of Grilling? Yeah, the Book of Grilling should be hidden in the sealed library beneath the White Tower. Follow me. Ronzang nodded and immediately headed toward the White Tower not far away. Okay. Fang Hang had only asked casually, not expecting Ronzang to really know how to get into the White Tower and even have seen the Book of Grilling with her own eyes. He quickly followed her. The periphery of the Mage Tower area was a chaotic scene, with the Federation blocking the invaders from the Revolution Society. Narlayev and several high-ranking members of the Revolution Society were leaping between the towers, engaging in a chaotic battle with the elites from the Federation and the conservative faction. Below, hordes of hellish monsters swarmed the area. Several towers had already fallen. Originally, the guards of the conservative faction were on the brink of collapse. But with the sudden drop in the strength of the hell creatures, they seized the opportunity to regroup and attempt to form a defensive line. Ronzang led Fang Hang to the edge of the tower area, pointing toward one of the towers, saying, "That's it, the White Tower." Fang Hang glanced at the White Tower. Fortunately, Ronzang was there to guide him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to identify it based solely on appearance. At that moment, the entrance of the White Tower had been blasted open. A few conservative occult scholars had just rushed over, attempting to deal with the hellish monsters at the entrance. "We need to get inside." "Right. Follow me." Whoosh. Fang Hang moved swiftly, guiding Ronzang as they slipped past the fighting factions and burst into the White Tower. Inside the White Tower, chaos reigned. Several teams of conservative occult scholars were still gathered, engaged in fierce battles with the monsters that had overtaken the tower. Just as the two entered the White Tower, the headquarters of the Revolution Society reconnected the energy influx from the Hell Gate. The strength of the Hell creatures surged back almost instantly. With this sudden boost in power, the once dominant conservative occult teams found themselves on the defensive once again. Fang Hang frowned and whispered, "Ignore them. Just lead the way to the Book of Grilling." "Okay." Ronzang pushed forward, with Fang Hang protecting her as they navigated through the monsters, clearing any that tried to obstruct their path until they reached the basement area. Soon, they halted in front of a straight passageway. "Mr. Fang, the library is just inside, but it looks like we're a bit late," Ronzang said. Ahead, over a dozen high-tier abyssal monsters occupied the passage. Upon noticing the intruders, the abyssal monsters slowly turned their heads toward Fang Hang and Ronzang. "Be careful and stay close." Fang Hang lightly tapped his toes on the ground and quickly darted into the passage. The abyssal monsters roared in anger at the sight of the intruder, conjuring several hellfire balls that hurtled toward him. Bang! Fang Hang's blood-red long sword suddenly exploded into action, flying in front of him to form a blood screen. Kai. The hellfire ball slammed against the blood screen, producing hissing sounds as they were quickly dissolved, leaving nothing behind. Whoosh! More blood condensed into blood-red spikes in the air and pierced toward the demons, piercing through more than a dozen hell demons in the passage almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen demons in the passage fell one by one, as if their blood had been sucked dry, turning into rotting corpses on the ground. Ronzang watched as Fang Hang effortlessly took down over a dozen high-tier abyssal monsters, nervously swallowing. It had been more than half a year since they last met, and Fang Hang's power had reached such a level. In comparison, she felt like she had barely made any progress at all. If she had known, she would have clung to Mr. Fang's leg last time. Ronzang felt a pang of regret in her heart and quickly followed after him. The conservative secret library housed all the high-tier precious books hidden within the conservative faction. At that moment, the library door stood tightly closed. Ronzang approached Fang Heng, cautiously glancing at the library door. She whispered, "Mr. Fang, I've checked the records before. Important materials of the occult union are usually hidden here. There should be various guardian seals inside, so we need to be careful." Fang Heng nodded lightly and stepped forward, boldly placing his hand on the door. He was about to use his omniscient eye to unlock it when, bang! As soon as Fang Heng reached out to touch the metal door, it exploded with a deafening bang. A shadow shot out from the splintered doorway. Smack! Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to catch the punch from the shadow. He swiftly twisted his wrist, locking the opponent's arm and lifting him off the ground, sending him spinning to the side. Whoosh! Jianyu felt completely out of control as he spun through the air before being flung backward. What just happened? Jianyu's heart raced with shock. Jianyu had seen Fang Heng control the liquor swarm, but he never anticipated that Fang Heng would possess such formidable close-quarters combat skills. Bang! As he crashed hard against the wall, Jianyu felt as though his insides had been violently jolted, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! From behind the shattered door, two towering Hell Guardians brandished their hellfire blades, swinging down towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng flicked his wrist, and an alloy metal rod materialized in his hand. With a powerful sweep, he swung it forward. Whoosh! Jianyu, now wrapped in a thick layer of corruption, charged forward again. Fang Heng's peripheral vision caught sight of him, and a cold smile crept across his face. So much time had passed, yet he was still relying on such outdated methods. Truly no progress at all. When he first entered Watts, he had mastered the corrupted state. At first, it was indeed very powerful, but as the game progressed, Fang Heng realized that the corrupted state not only looked grotesque but also negatively affected his mental strength and agility, deepening the corruption of his demonic seed in the sea of consciousness. Ultimately, he decided to abandon it altogether. Standing his ground, Fang Heng tightened his fist and sent a powerful punch forward once more. Boom! Jianyu's face twisted in disbelief. What? Even with the boost from the corrupted state, he found himself utterly unable to resist. Jianyu's decaying layer instantly disintegrated under Fang Heng's heavy punch. His entire body was covered in blood as if he was shedding his skin. He was once again sent flying by Fang Heng. Chapter 2527 settled. How was this possible? Jianyu slammed against a wall once again, struggling to accept the situation. Jianyu had always considered himself one of the top combat forces of the Revolution Society. After the last attack on the headquarters by Fang Heng, he felt some dissatisfaction with President Narlayev's decisions. Why, when they could have completely eliminated Fang Heng, did they choose to cooperate with him? Did he even deserve it? Seeing Fang Heng appear outside the library, Jianyu's first thought was to use this opportunity to kill Fang Heng completely and prevent future troubles. However, he did not expect that he was not Fang Heng's match. What was that terrifying strength he possessed? Bang! Jianyu slammed hard against the wall, his body collapsing like a puddle of mud. Whoosh! Fang Heng lightly pushed off the ground, reappearing right before Jianyu. Fang Heng. It's a misunderstanding. Seeing Fang Heng's expression, Jianyu felt a surge of fear and had no intention of continuing the fight. He immediately shouted for mercy. It was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. I thought you were one of the conservatives. As Fang Heng slowly approached, Jianyu's panic grew. What are you going to do? You're collaborating with the Revolution Society. Fang Heng stopped right in front of Jianyu and coldly asked, where is the Book of Grilling? Jianyu, looking at Fang Heng's expression, gritted his teeth and forced himself to respond, what Book of Grilling? Isn't the president planning for you to seize it amidst the chaos? This is the Conservatives' library. I came here under the president's orders to stir up trouble. Why are you still here? You should be looking for the Book of Grilling. Fang Heng's face remained cold as he said nothing, slowly raising his hand. The blood-red long sword on Fang Heng's back quickly dissolved, forming several crimson spikes. Jianyu realized he was being uncontrollably lifted into the air, surrounded by numerous floating spikes aimed at him. Fear flickered in his eyes. Fang Heng. What are you doing? The Revolution Society won't let you get away with this. Stop. Please, stop. Whoosh. 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 In the next moment, the blood-red spikes formed from the condensed blood pierced through Jianyu's body. Fang Heng looked up, a layer of gray mist enveloping his pupils. Bang. In midair, Jianyu's soul, attempting to escape after death, shattered instantly, getting pulled into the death realm. Ding. The player has killed an important figure of the Revolution Society, Jitani. The player currently remains anonymous, resulting in no changes to reputation or friendship. Ding. The player is currently guiding a soul affected by special circumstances, S rank, into the Death Realm, gaining Commander level Death God Bloodline experience points plus 30,000. Ding. The player's current mission suspicions and betrayal completion rate has increased, from start to finish. Ronzine carefully followed behind Feng Heng, her heart racing as she watched him effortlessly deal with Jitani. Jitani, the second in command of the Revolution Society. She recognized him immediately. Narlayev's right-hand man, whose strength was even said to surpass Sheng Tao's. To think he could be taken down so quickly by Feng Heng. It seemed almost too easy. Feng Heng's strength had once again exceeded Ronzine's imagination. What had happened to him in less than 6 months that led to such a terrifying increase in power? Feng Heng glanced at the game hints, stepped into the library, and turned back to Ronzine, casually asking, "By the way, do you know the exact location of the Book of Gurlin?" "Yes, I know." Ronzine snapped back to reality, no longer lost in thought. She quickened her pace to follow Feng Heng into the library, explaining as they walked, "I once found a chance to sneak in with the conservatives. The Book of Gurlin is considered a valuable item, kept in the precious items section with its protection mechanisms. The protection mechanisms are mainly to prevent accidental triggers." Ronzine continued her explanation as they moved deeper into the library, eventually reaching a wall where she felt around until she found a hidden input panel. "I remember the last password was something like..." Ronzine murmured as she quickly entered the password, and the wall to the right began to slowly rise. Behind the wall revealed a brand new small room. Success. Feng Heng shot Ronzine an admiring look and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Good memory." "Of course." As they entered the secret area of the library, individual book display stands were arranged throughout the small room. "This is it. These are all the important books that the Revolution Society needs to preserve carefully." Ronzine took a couple of steps forward, arriving at a display table covered by a glass enclosure. Her excitement was evident as she said, "Feng Heng, this is the Book of Gurlin. I saw it once before, it's always been kept here." Feng Heng approached, examining the Book of Gurlin through the protective screen. It was clear that the Book of Gurlin was not a product of this century. Its metal cover had become weathered over time, displaying patches of rust. On the metal cover, there was a protruding eyeball form. The eyeball seemed alive, occasionally turning as if it were observing the outside world. Bang! Feng Heng raised his hand, channeling his strength into a punch that shattered the outer glass enclosure. Buzz! 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 The alarm magic array etched inside the defensive shield was triggered, and the entire library was suddenly filled with a piercing alarm sound. Ding! The player has destroyed a defensive facility, triggering the alarm magic array. Be cautious, as you may be attacked by the guards of the Occult Society. Feng Heng quickly scanned the game prompt. It did not matter. The entire conservative faction was already on high alert. He reached in and retrieved the Book of Gurlin from the shattered glass enclosure. Ding! The player has obtained the item Book of Gurlin. Item, Book of Gurlin, type, mission item, can be stored in the backpack, will drop upon death. Description: it was rumored to be an occult book written by the founder of the conservative faction, containing records about demonic seeds from hell. Description: this item is a mission item and is therefore temporarily inactive. Ding! The player has obtained the Book of Gurlin. The current mission branch Greed and Greater Greed is complete. You may choose to complete the mission now or delay mission settlement. Perfect? The Book of Gurlin was in hand. The Revolution Society had invested significant effort in searching for it, so it must hold some secrets. No need to rush to complete the mission. There was more to gain. Feng Heng quickly tossed the Book of Gurlin into his backpack and glanced at the exhibition cases, each protected by glass. It shouldn't be urgent yet. Then he shall take everything. Chapter 2528 Delay in Settlement. Feng Heng thought to himself as he approached a glass case and gave it a firm knock. Bang! The entire glass case shattered instantly. Without even looking, he tossed the books inside into his backpack and moved on to the next one. In just a few minutes, Ronzine watched in astonishment as Feng Heng emptied the valuable collection that the Revolution Society had preserved for years. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. Grab as many as you can." The secret room contained only about 20 books, but there were plenty more outside. Feng Heng casually checked a few, noting that a significant portion could enhance his occult experience points, while others seemed to be narrative texts with uncertain utility for now. "Let's take as many as we can," he decided. "We will sort it out later." "Got it." Hearing this, Ronzine felt a surge of excitement. She realized she was finally in on the action. In the Watts game world, Ronzine had worked hard for years, always chasing the Federation's leads. She never dreamed she would be able to realize her efforts in such a way today. With the acquisition of the important item, the Book of Grilling, Feng Heng felt a sense of relief wash over him. The next step became much simpler. They needed to help the conservatives repel the attacks from the Revolution Society. Feng Heng and Ronzang filled their backpacks with all the books from the library and then moved toward the outside of the White Mage Tower. Before long, they left the Mage Tower. The battle outside was still ongoing. Not far from the Purple Tower, Narlaev was being besieged by 3 Federation occult experts. Meanwhile, the elites from the Revolution Society were also receiving focused attention. Feng Heng glanced at the mission description. The task was to assist the occult union in repelling the reformist attacks. The current mission completion rate was 31%. Let's get started. Feng Heng's gaze focused on the mass of hell creatures in front of him, his expression melting like wax. He switched the holy weapon skill back to his main body. The passive skill, Zombie Clone, activated once more. Instantly, swirling magic arrays appeared around Feng Heng's body. A swarm of lickers burst forth from the magic arrays, immediately racing toward the battlefield. It's the lickers. Seeing the sudden appearance of the licker swarm as a third party, everyone present felt a tightness in their chests. Narlaev furrowed his brows, sensing that something was off. According to the plan, Feng Heng should have summoned a large number of lickers to help alleviate the pressure on the conservatives much earlier. Instead, Feng Heng's arrival had been 30 minutes later than expected. The Federation and the Occult Union were starting to panic. Feng Heng was a demonic seed, an extremely dangerous entity. Despite appearing to have some issues with the Revolution Society in the past, who could really be sure? Both the Federation and the Occult Union knew they had been trying to find ways to control the spread of the demonic seeds in secret. Now, they were already struggling to fend off the invasion from the Revolution Society. If they had to deal with Feng Heng as a powerful demonic seed on top of that, it would be a major headache. In an instant, the licker swarm controlled by Feng Heng became a pivotal factor in the battle. As the conservatives watched anxiously, the lickers surged toward the horde of hell creatures, viciously tearing into them with frenzied attacks. Great. They were allies. Members of the Federation and the Occult Union breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Let's go. Help them. Various occult teams rushed in to assist. The licker swarm demonstrated their brutal nature on the battlefield, proving that they didn't even need help. Their sheer physical prowess was enough to decimate the invading hell creatures that threatened the headquarters of the Occult Union. Meanwhile, Narlaev found himself increasingly entangled with numerous high-level investigators from the Federation, struggling to unleash the demonic powers he had wielded during the assault on the Revolution Society's headquarters. The tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of the licker swarm. Feng Heng. Narlaev glanced down at Feng Heng among the crowd. That kid. Narlaev felt puzzled. Why was Feng Heng choosing this moment to assist the conservatives? He clearly had better opportunities to strike. He could have even launched a direct attack on the periphery of the Hull Gate. This would only put them in a more passive position. Then there was Jtaniu. Narlaev knew he was a target for the conservatives, so he deliberately created a commotion to help Jtaniu draw heavy fire, allowing him to seize the Book of Grilling. But why was Jtaniu taking so long? The conservatives weren't guarding the Book of Grilling that closely. It shouldn't take this long. Boom. Lost in thought, Narlaev suddenly sensed something and quickly dodged to the right. 2 heavy magic cannons brushed past him and immediately blasted a bloody wound on his shoulder. Kai. Black mist emanated from Narlaev's injured shoulder as it rapidly began to heal itself. He looked down again and spotted the leader of the Federation's crisis management team not far away, the one who had unleashed that attack. Elemental cannon? To Narlaev, this attack felt more like a warning. TCH. Narlaev concluded that Jtaniu had likely encountered an accident, and with Feng Heng and the Federation crisis management team present, the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him. Continuing would only make things worse. Retreat. Narlaev made the decisive choice to pull back. In the blink of an eye, he and his subordinates from the Revolution Society withdrew like a tide, leaving behind only a few hellish creatures within the conservative faction. No need to pursue. The conservatives and the Federation, seeing this, didn't dare to pursue and instead focused on clearing the invading hellish creatures. After a little over 10 minutes, calm returned once more. The occult society was in disarray from the attack, and people emerged from the rubble, beginning to clean up the chaotic scene. Mr. Feng Heng. Fernando approached, flanked by several conservative members, and bowed his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance during our crisis. The Occult Union will remember this. If you ever need our help in the future, please do let us know. We will do our utmost to assist you. Feng Heng waved his hand dismissively, no need for formalities. Feng Heng, our headquarters has suffered significant damage. I still need to assess the losses. Just then, An assistant hurried over, bowing to report, "President, the seal tower is under attack, and the library has been looted." Fernando raised his hand to stop his subordinate from continuing, then turned to Fang Heng and said, "I apologize, Fang Heng, but I have too many matters to attend to and cannot stay with you. If you need anything, please feel free to reach out to me." "Okay, President, you can go ahead and handle your matters. We will be fine." Fang Heng watched as Fernando hurriedly left with his team. Hints quickly flashed across his retina. Ding! The player's current mission suspicion and betrayal has been completed. The player may choose to delay mission settlement. Ding! Mission reward subsequent missions will trigger after settlement. Chapter 2529. Submit. Fang Heng glanced at the mission prompts. Choosing the Conservatives' mission route meant there would be follow-up missions ahead. There was no rush. With the second mission target achieved, it was time to focus on the first. He turned to Ronzang and said softly, "I need to return to the Revolution Society to complete my tasks. You stay here and keep an eye on them. Let's stay in touch. If the Federation or the Occult Union makes any moves, notify me immediately." Return to the Revolution Society? Ronzang felt her heart skip a beat. Going back now? Ronzang was taken aback. Just moments ago, they had dealt a devastating blow to the Revolution Society, repelling their attack. Now he was running back? Was he going to show off? Did he really think the Revolution Society was a pushover? "It's fine, I have my plans. Just stay safe." Seeing the shock on her face, Fang Heng quickly explained, then transformed into bat form and swiftly flew toward the direction of the Revolution Society. The headquarters of the Revolution Society. Narlayev returned with the defeated group. "Sir, we couldn't find any trace of Jtaniu. Some reported seeing him enter the library area, but he seemed to have vanished afterward and didn't leave," one of his subordinates reported. Guillermo quickly added, "I just checked the status of the Hellgate magic ray. Thankfully, we retreated in time, and it wasn't damaged. I've had people verify it, and there shouldn't be any major issues. President, should we be on guard against a counterattack from the Conservatives and the Federation?" "Ha, a counterattack?" Narlayev sneered, feeling quite frustrated. "Do they have the strength for that?" "President, this defeat was all because of Fang Heng's sudden appearance. We had successfully restricted the main forces of the Occult Union and the Federation. If it weren't for him showing up at the last minute..." Guillermo felt a sense of discomfort. They had reached the final step, only to stumble at the last moment. This was bad. As he thought about Fang Heng, Guillermo noticed that the vines Fang Heng had left in their research room were still there, though they had lost their effectiveness. What if? What if Fang Heng regained control over them? He had to remove the vines immediately. Otherwise, damaging the Hellgate could lead to serious trouble. "President, I will go and have someone start clearing out the vines Fang Heng set up." "Go ahead. Report." Just as Guillermo was about to leave, a guard suddenly walked in and reported, "President, Fang Heng is here and says he wants to see you." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted slightly. Guillermo's expression darkened, and he exclaimed angrily, "How dare he show up?" Narlayev raised a hand to silence Guillermo, then asked, "Is he alone?" "No, he brought those same companions as before," the subordinate replied after a moment. "They're in the same vehicle, held at our entrance outpost." "Let him in," Narlayev said after a moment's thought. "Let's meet Fang Heng and see what he has to say." Soon, in the conference room of the Revolution Society headquarters, Narlayev and Guillermo faced Fang Heng again. Seeing the heavy expressions on their faces, Fang Heng said nothing and simply placed the Book of Grilling on the table, sliding it toward them. Guillermo and the others, who had initially looked displeased, suddenly changed their expressions, their gazes intensifying as they focused intently on the book. "What's going on? The Book of Grilling? He got it?" Narlayev looked at Fang Heng, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He then turned to Guillermo and said in a deep voice, "Guillermo, check it." "Understood." Guillermo quickly picked up the book, examining it thoroughly before nodding. "President, it is indeed the Book of Grilling. No doubt about it." "Ha ha ha." Narlayev's face broke into a smile, warmth returning to his demeanor as he praised, "Fang Heng, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. However, there is one thing I would like to ask." Fang Heng nodded, "Please go ahead." "Where did you find the Book of Grilling?" "Underground library," Fang Heng shrugged. "I first went to the Star Mage Tower, but I didn't find the Book of Grilling there and almost got caught. After leaving, I happened to run into a friend from the Federation who mentioned that the book was hidden in a certain mage tower. So, I went with him. It seems you were quite lucky. Our previous intel was incorrect, the Book of Grilling wasn't hidden in the Starry Tower. By the time we received the correct information, it was too late to notify you. Thankfully, it all turned out well in the end," Narlayev said, a hint of regret on his face. "By the way, did you see Jtaniu?" No, Fang Hang shook his head. I only encountered some abyssal monsters along the way. After I found the Book of Grilling, I left immediately. Why, did Danny run into trouble? Yes, he also went to the underground library. Perhaps he wasn't as fortunate as you, Narlayev replied, appearing somewhat relaxed. He shrugged, adding, but I find it strange. I know the strength of the conservatives. Aside from those old men who've withdrawn from the world, it's hard for anyone else to defeat him, let alone prevent him from escaping with his soul. Sunza chimed in, rolling his eyes, you just said he was unlucky. True enough. This isn't the time to dwell on that, it's time to study the Book of Grilling. I believe we can find a way to deal with the jealousy demonic seed, Narlayev said. He eyed Fang Hang with some suspicion but decided not to press further. Instead, he turned to Guillermo, saying, Guillermo, I am entrusting this to you. Make sure it's handled well. Understood. Ding. Due to the player losing the item Book of Grilling, the current branch mission Greed and Greater Greed has changed status to incomplete. Ding. The player has submitted the mission item Book of Grilling to the Reformists, fulfilling the conditions for the current branch mission, trust and cooperation. The player may choose to delay the settlement of this mission. Ding. Mission rewards follow-up missions will trigger after settlement. Fang Hang quickly glanced at the mission hints. It was just as he had guessed. At that moment, both opposing side missions had been completed. To finish the last branch of the side mission line, there was just one final step remaining. He needed to reclaim the Book of Grilling from the Revolution Society. There were still 65 hours left before the compulsory mission was completed. It was enough. Fang Hang didn't rush to take action, he was more curious about what methods the Book of Grilling contained to deal with the jealousy demonic seed. Since the mission hadn't been settled yet, it wouldn't trigger automatically, so he could only try to explore on his own. He looked up at Narlayev and asked, do you mind if I join in? Chapter 2530 Checking of course, it would be best if Fang Hang is willing to help. Fang Hang immediately stood up from his seat and looked at Guillermo. Let's get started, Guillermo. To be honest, I've always been curious about what methods the Book of Grilling contains for dealing with the jealousy demonic seed. Ha! Upon hearing this, Guillermo also slowly stood up and faced Fang Hang, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. You're sure to be astonished. With that, Guillermo placed the Book of Grilling flat in front of him. Huh? Fang Hang raised an eyebrow. Were they really starting now? As Guillermo slowly infused the psychic force carrying the aura of the jealousy demonic seed into the Book of Grilling, swirling hellish prayers appeared on its metallic cover. The eye on the metal layer slowly closed. Click. The locked Book of Grilling opened. Guillermo ceased his release of mental strength and eagerly began to flip through the pages, studying them intently. Fang Hang patiently waited beside him. The Book of Grilling contains a significant portion of prayers left by the jealousy demonic seed. Just as we suspected, its specific function is to trigger Midweths. Guillermo furrowed his brow as he translated the information recorded in the Book of Grilling. After a moment, he nodded and said, a large part of the subsequent content is written in ancient demon language, which is quite intricate. Translating it all will take some time. Fang Hang, do you want someone to take you to rest for a bit? Fang Hang glanced at Uchiha Yuan and her companions beside him and nodded. Sure, just arrange a large lounge for us. Guillermo didn't think too much about it. He waved his hand and motioned for his subordinates to take Fang Hang and the others back to rest. Back in the lounge, Fang Hang summoned over 20 zombie clones, each with a book from the conservative library in hand, beginning to read. The high-tier books taken from the Occult Association's library had protection levels comparable to the Book of Grilling, so they were clearly not just ordinary texts. He hoped to find some clues related to the demonic seed among them. Uchiha Yuan and her companions joined Fang Hang in their search. Many of the books focused on advanced topics in the occult. They decided to set those aside for now, planning to use them later for the zombie clones to gain experience. The remaining books, containing information on demonic seeds, were the ones they really needed. Fang Hang, take a look at this section. Soon, Uchiha Yuan found a biography and handed the book to Fang Hang. He immediately bent down to examine it. A passage detailed the founding period of the Occult Research Society. Grilling was one of its founders. Initially, Grilling and a few other exceptionally talented young individuals frequently gathered to explore and discuss the occult. Their understanding of the occult had reached the pinnacle of the world, earning them the admiration of all as masters of the discipline. In pursuit of higher advancements in the occult, they were always trying to find breakthroughs through various rituals. Until one day, Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat when he spotted a word in the text, White Abyss. They had also received an invitation from the White Abyss. Fang Hang quickly flipped through the pages. Indeed, they went to the White Abyss. So, the demonic seed was also something they brought back from the White Abyss? Fang Hang's heart raced with excitement. The book contained only a brief description of the White Abyss. It detailed how the group, after much hardship, obtained the key to furthering their studies in the occult, the Encyclopedia of Occult Creatures. This book outlined numerous summoning rituals for various occult beings. By summoning these creatures and using them as research models, they could break through the limitations of the occult and gain deeper knowledge. However, the success rate for ordinary summoning was exceedingly low, nearly impossible to achieve. In response, the group took the risk of employing a magic array recorded in the book that could shatter the world's shackles, thereby dismantling the barrier between their world and the realm of the occult, forging a closer link between both. The result was that the barrier between this world and the various occult realms was opened, dramatically increasing the success rate of summoning creatures from the occult. At that time, the Free School of Occultism believed that the advancement of the occult required a collective effort and urged the founders to publicly share the Encyclopedia of Occult Creatures, enabling scholars to summon creatures freely. However, the founders unanimously felt that the summoning techniques recorded in the book were too dangerous and hesitated to disclose them. Unbeknownst to them, someone leaked the book's contents privately. As a result, numerous copies of the manuscript were made. The occult disciplines experienced a period of explosive expansion, significantly boosting their overall strength. However, problems soon arose. Due to the rampant misuse of summoning techniques, scholars summoned creatures from hell, including corrupted followers of the demonic seed. Feng Heng slowly closed the book. That was where the account ended. To prevent further pollution, the founders established the Occult United Association to halt any research related to demons and hell, setting rules that would later be viewed as conservative by future generations. What do you all think? I don't think everything in the book is necessarily true, Uchiha Yuan replied, shaking her head. The book was compiled from the oral accounts of the three founders by members of the Occult Association, and it paints a rather embellished picture of them. The reality might not have been so straightforward. Yes, that's definitely a possibility. Feng Heng nodded and briefly recounted the events related to the White Abyss. After hearing about the White Abyss, everyone fell silent once more. I think the jealousy demonic seed wouldn't casually hand over the Encyclopedia of Occult Creatures or the ritual to break the world's shackles to those three. They must have reached some sort of agreement, Feng Heng said, pausing to look at everyone. For instance, to help seal the jealousy seed. Uchiha Yuan nodded vigorously. Exactly. The seal you saw at the Star Mage Tower was likely established with the help of the demonic seed. However, Ozu frowned and asked, but if the gluttony entity was sealed by the jealousy seed for those three founders, then why is it in the hands of the Revolution Society? And why is it jealousy that's sealed in the Star Mage Tower? Come on, Sun Tzu scoffed. What's so strange about that? They probably had a falling out. Knock, knock, knock. Feng Heng heard a knocking sound at the door and signaled for everyone to stop talking. He put away the book and got up to open the door. Outside, two members of the Revolution Society nodded. Mr. Feng Heng, have you all rested? Supervisor Guillermo needs to see you urgently. Has there been any discovery with the Book of Gurlin? Yes, the research team has completed the translation and found quite a bit of useful information. Good, let's head over right away. Feng Heng and the others immediately followed the two members to the underground hall. Chapter 2531 Demon Binding Chains. In the underground hall, a group of researchers from the Revolution Society had gathered together, discussing something important. They noticed Feng Heng walking in and immediately stopped their conversations. Guillermo saw Feng Heng and nodded in greeting, saying, Feng Heng, you're here. We've been waiting for you. What? Have you found a way to deal with the jealousy demonic seed? Yes, we do have some leads, Guillermo replied as he handed over several translated pages from the Book of Gurlin. We've just completed most of the translation, and according to the text, a significant section addresses the jealousy demonic seed. I've already informed the president. Just then, President Narlaev walked into the underground hall, flanked by a group of people. Everyone is here. Narlaev scanned the room and nodded at Feng Heng. I have something important to discuss with everyone. We've just learned from the Book of Gurlin that jealousy was once sealed by the Occult Society. The sealing artifact used to weaken and bind it is a tool called the Demon Binding Chain, and the book provides detailed instructions on how to create it. However, remaking the Demon Binding Chain requires several special materials, most of which only the conservatives can produce, he continued. I will be visiting the conservatives later today to request some of the materials. Guillermo's expression shifted, and he asked, are we planning to attack the conservatives again tonight? Not necessarily, Narlaev shook his head. This is all for dealing with the jealousy demonic seed. Who knows, maybe the conservatives will be willing to cooperate with us. Just kidding. In any case, I can handle this on my own, all you need to do is operate the Hell Gate. Understood. Additionally, we found several special magic arrays left by the jealousy demonic seed in the Book of Gurlin. We can use these arrays to control the strength of other demonic seeds. Narlayev then turned to Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, your mastery of magic arrays is the best I've seen. I hope to rely on your strength to help us quickly set up the magic arrays recorded in the Book of Gurlun. Guillermo immediately handed over the prepared blueprints of the magic arrays to Feng Heng. Feng Heng, these are the magic arrays we transcribed from the Book of Gurlun. Please take a look and see if there are any issues. Feng Heng took the blueprints and began to examine them carefully. From the intricate designs, it was clear that the magic array was complex and belonged to the Hell category. The main effects included energy conversion, infusion, extraction, and suppression. Guillermo will prepare everything needed for setting up the magic array. If all goes smoothly, we should be able to complete the creation of the demon binding chain within 3 days. At that point, we will have the means to deal with the jealousy demonic seed. Narlayev looked at Feng Heng and asked, do you have any questions about the magic array setup? The creation of the demon binding chain will require a significant amount of energy, and we will need to harness the power of the magic array. Feng Heng looked up and replied, no questions, but to truly trigger the magic array, we will need special array eyes, something called Majweth. Of course, we've already prepared the Majweth, Guillermo explained, nodding. The jealousy demonic seed left behind several runes. Previously, we didn't know how to control the Majweth and could only forcefully draw the magic arrays ourselves, which yielded average results. Well, with the Majweth ready, let's hurry. It's best to complete the magic array before tonight's operation so we can enhance the Hellgate's abilities with the demonic seed's power. This will make it easier for me to persuade the conservatives, Narlayev urged. From now on, it's up to you, he added. Narlayev glanced at Guillermo and continued, Guillermo, come with me for a moment. As Narlayev led Guillermo and a few others out of the underground hall, Luozu turned to Feng Heng and quietly asked, Lord of the demonic seed, is there something wrong with what they said? Yes, there's a big problem, Feng Heng replied, smirking slightly. The Book of Gurlun recorded that the conservatives had once sealed the jealousy demonic seed. That was ridiculous. The conservatives had been suppressed by Narlayev's Revolution Society, how could they still possess such power? If they had truly sealed anything, it could only be a clone of jealousy, like the one seen earlier at the Star Mage Tower. Hoping to use the demon binding chain to trap the jealousy demonic seed was less realistic than expecting the Holy Court to help him deal with it. Feng Heng was certain that Narlayev was plotting something behind the scenes. Uchiha Yuan also sensed that something was off and whispered, Feng Heng, what should we do now? Don't rush. At least the main magic array isn't fake. I believe it can indeed be used to draw strength from the demonic seed. Several other magic arrays are unique as well, Feng Heng replied, studying the designs in his hands. Also, I am curious about the Majweth they mentioned. For now, let's set up the magic array and see what tricks they're up to. Soon, the Research Institute staff gathered all the materials needed to set up the magic array. Under Feng Heng's guidance, everyone immediately began to draw the magic array. The supersized magic array took a full 5 hours to complete, even with the assistance of numerous alchemy scholars from the Revolution Society. Throughout the process, Guillermo waited patiently on the side. At last, when the magic array was completed, he personally approached with an ancient wooden casket, placing the Majweth left behind by the jealousy demonic seed in the center of the array. Whoosh! As the Majweth was positioned at the heart of the magic array, a dark red glow flashed across the entire structure. Feng Heng observed the Majweth closely. It appeared to be a small brown disc, about the size of a palm. The entire magic array was built specifically to correspond with the Majweth. Its primary function was to activate the Majweth's effects rather than to generate power actively. Moreover, the jealousy Majweth seemed to possess some energy of its own. Feng Heng noted that Guillermo only needed to inject a small amount of mental strength into the magic array for it to activate and operate naturally. Seeing the magic array functioning smoothly, Guillermo felt a sense of relief. He took out a walkie-talkie and whispered, Research room, begin the Majweth magic array test. Received. Testing in progress. Extracting demonic seed strength, speed at 1.5 times. Extraction speed increasing. Chapter 2532 Occupy in the second floor laboratory. Under the influence of the Majweth magic array, energy was continuously extracted from the bound demonic seed. This energy passed through an intermediary process before being swiftly injected into the Hellgate. It worked. Ha ha ha. We finally succeeded. Guillermo watched the Hellgate radiating a dazzling purple light, his eyes reflecting excitement. With the Majweth's power, they could continuously draw strength from the demonic seed and enhance it for their use. The Majweth left by jealousy was far more reliable and effective than Feng Heng's control over vines, and much safer. As Guillermo contemplated this, he glanced at Feng Heng, a glimmer of malice appearing in his eyes. As for Feng Heng, he was indeed talented to have completed the master magic array in such a short time. If he were just an ordinary person, the Revolution Society might consider recruiting him as an ally. Unfortunately, Feng Heng was a demonic seed. Guillermo. Guillermo, lost in thought, suddenly heard someone calling his name. Startled, he turned around to see President Narlaev entering the hall with a group of people. He immediately lowered his head respectfully. President. I heard that the Master Magic Array has been completed, and the preliminary experiments are going well, Narlaev said as he turned to Feng Heng. Feng Heng, your quick setup of the magic array was thanks to your teamwork. We will need your assistance with the remaining magic arrays, and I hope we can finish them together for tonight's use. Feng Heng smiled slightly and replied, of course, the difficulty of setting up the auxiliary magic arrays is much lower than that of the Master Magic Array. It won't take long. Good, the remaining auxiliary magic arrays need to be deployed in the warehouse on the next floor. I will have someone take you there. Two members of the Revolution Society stepped forward from behind Narlaev, gesturing, please. Feng Heng nodded and left the hall with Uchiha Yuan and three others. As they watched Feng Heng and his group leave, Guillermo's eyes filled with a hint of malice. President, Feng Heng is dangerous. We should consider taking him down soon. Not yet. With the Master Magic Array completed, I have a better chance of assaulting the Star Mage Tower tonight. We might still need his help to break through the Conservatives' defenses. In any case, we must be patient until we rescue the Lord of the Demonic Seed. I understand. Additionally, the Lord of the Demonic Seed has been sealed for too long and may need to absorb a significant amount of energy to recover. Feng Heng will make the best sacrifice. Keep a close watch on him. If you notice anything unusual while I am not around, you have my permission to take him down immediately. Understood? Yes. As night fell again, Feng Heng and his group had been temporarily assigned by the Revolution Society to the underground area to set up the auxiliary magic arrays since the afternoon. Based on his assessment, the purpose of the auxiliary magic arrays was to provide temporary energy for the demonic seed. However, after completing the setup, the arrays were still not ready for immediate use. To activate the charging magic arrays, another type of Mage core was required. Feng Heng had inquired about the Mage core with the researchers from the Revolution Society, but they were vague and seemed reluctant to share the full truth. As night approached, the group was taken back to the lounge. Whoosh! A magic array slowly appeared in the lounge. Feng Heng stepped through it, re-entering the game. He had just contacted Beimu outside the game. From the intelligence gathered from Beimu, Feng Heng learned that the Mage was a special ability of the Jealousy Demonic Seed. The Jealousy Demonic Seed could create special Mage cores, and through these cores, it could temporarily lend a portion of its strength to the controller of the Mage core. However, it was said that creating such a thing was extremely complex, and for the Demonic Seed, the Mage core was akin to siphoning off its own abilities. If too much energy was released, the Demonic Seed's overall strength would be diminished. Additionally, the Mage could store a significant portion of the Demonic Seed's strength. Typically, the Jealousy Demonic Seed would lock away part of its power within the Mage core, and when an emergency arose that required a quick energy boost, it could extract the locked energy. Alternatively, it could directly give the Mage core to its subordinates or followers, allowing them to temporarily gain strength far exceeding their own through the power contained within the core. Upon hearing about Feng Heng's current predicament, Beimu hoped he could think of a solution. If they could obtain a few Mage, they might find a way to counter the Jealousy Demonic Seed. Feng Heng, we're in trouble. We've been placed under house arrest by the Revolution Society. Uchiha Yuan said. She had gone out to scout while Feng Heng was offline but was quickly stopped by the Revolution Society's watchers. They've restricted our movements, and it's clear they harbor a lot of hostility toward us. Feng Heng nodded and said, yes, I contacted some players from the Occult Alliance while I was offline. They just faced another attack from hell monsters summoned by the Hell Gate. Furthermore, the Occult Union believes that Narlaev's current target isn't just about creating a demon binding chain, but rather his goal is to free the sealed demonic seed within the Starry Tower. Hearing this, everyone felt a shift in their hearts. The Occult Union sealed the Jealousy Demonic Seed? Was this a joke? Is the information reliable? Yes, I've confirmed it. Feng Heng nodded slightly. He had been taken aback when he first heard this news from Ron Ziying. According to her, in recent years, the Revolution Society had repeatedly targeted the Occult Society, with each assault focused on the Star Mage Tower. As a result, the Conservatives had placed significant forces in the Star Mage Tower area. However, last night was different. The Revolution Society had seized the entire underground library amidst the chaos. Recalling the demonic seed of jealousy he had discovered in the inner seal of the Star Mage Tower, Feng Heng suddenly understood. He had been deceived by the Revolution Society. Narlaev had never intended to betray the Jealousy Demonic Seed. The Jealousy Demonic Seed was sealed by the Occult Research Society, and Narlayev had always thought about how to help the jealousy demonic seed break free from that seal. After the initial assault on the occult alliance failed, Narlayev began to change his tactics, relying on the power of the Mage core to enhance the Hellgate. In its normal state, the Mage core couldn't unleash its full strength, which led him to find a book of Grilling that contained records of the Mage core's magicry. TCH. I knew all along that the people from the Revolution Society weren't so benevolent as to cooperate with us. Sun Tzu exclaimed as he listened to Feng Heng's account, cursing loudly. They talk about wanting to break free from jealousy's constraints, what a load of nonsense. Chapter 2533 Charging Uchiha Yuan felt a weight in her heart and immediately said, Feng Heng, we need to leave the Revolution Society quickly. If jealousy escapes, we will be in serious trouble. That's right. The Revolution Society has temporarily detained us here and is likely prepared to deal with us, Luozu said, trying to stay calm despite his growing anxiety. Lord of the Demonic Seed, this place is too dangerous. We should leave immediately. After realizing the full picture, Feng Heng didn't feel the anger of being deceived, instead, he wanted to laugh. What a coincidence. Actually, we don't need to rush. Huh? The others looked at him with confusion. Alright, I will be honest with you. When I entered the headquarters of the Conservatives, I accidentally saw the sealed jealousy, Feng Heng shrugged. From what I observed, jealousy's condition is quite dire. Jealousy, having been suppressed by the occult society for so long, was already in bad shape. Last night, Feng Heng had drained it significantly, nearly exhausting its power. Based on his premonition, even if Narlayev could break the seal of the Star Mage Tower and release jealousy, it would likely be like a cripple, unable to fight effectively. Feng Heng thought to himself that once the Revolution Society realized jealousy's strength had been greatly diminished, they would probably activate the Mage's power to recharge it. They definitely would. At that moment, the Conservatives were struggling to fend off the invasion of the Hellish Army, which had significantly increased its strength thanks to the energizing effects of jealousy's Mage. It seemed unlikely that the Conservatives could hold them off. When that time came, Feng Heng would have his opportunity. Ranzang noticed the cold smirk forming on Feng Heng's lips and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively pulling her neck in. Just as she was about to ask what Feng Heng was planning, the door to the lounge was pushed open. A few of Guillermo's guards entered, looking at Feng Heng. Mr. Feng Heng, Supervisor Guillermo is controlling the main magic array and invites you to provide reinforcement. Alright, lead the way, Feng Heng replied, immediately following the guards as they made their way to the basement to find Guillermo. In the expansive basement of the Revolution Society, the massive magic array spun rapidly on the ground. At its center, several captured demonic seeds were bound by special iron chains, their powers being rapidly extracted and funneled into the Hellgate. The gate pulsed with a vivid crimson glow, illuminating the room. Feng Heng watched the magic array with a glint of greed in his eyes. Under the influence of jealousy's Mage, the energy of the captured gluttony seeds was being squeezed out at an astonishing rate. It seemed to be more effective than the direct extraction methods used by Uchiha. In another corner of the hall, several believers of the Revolution Society were jointly casting hellish spells, summoning remote hellish mirrors. Feng Heng, you all are here. Come over and take a look, Supervisor Guillermo called out, standing before the mirrors to observe the frontline battle. Feng Heng and the others promptly followed him, eager to see the situation unfold. Through the mirrors, they could vaguely see the situation around the projection of the Hellgate. Compared to the last time, the creatures that had emerged from the Hellgate had increased in level once again. Amidst the swarm of hellish creatures, there was even a significant presence of elite-level beings. The scene was engulfed in flames of hellfire, casting an ominous glow over everything. At the headquarters of the Occult Research Society, no one expected the Revolution Society to return and launch another attack in less than a day. This time, the onslaught from the Hellish Army was even fiercer than before. The external barrier had already consumed most of its energy during yesterday's battle. When they encountered the Hell creatures again today, the remaining energy of the defensive barrier quickly proved insufficient. Inside the headquarters, the conservative high-ranking members wore grim expressions. After the previous day's fight, a significant portion of their defensive mage towers had been destroyed, severely diminishing their guard capabilities. As a result, the Hellish Army grew bolder and quickly broke through the outer defensive barrier. Once the barrier shattered, the Hell creatures surged toward the Star Mage Tower in a frenzy. The Revolution Society must not succeed in breaking the seal on the Star Mage Tower. Star Mage Tower. All the players in the headquarters of the Occult Society received the mission to defend the Star Mage Tower. However, with the powerful demonic seed bolstering the Hellgate, high-strength Hell creatures continued to emerge in endless waves. Relying solely on the players was simply not enough to hold the line. Just 10 minutes later, before the reinforcements from the Federation's Occult Joint Committee could arrive, The entire Star Mage Tower was already engulfed in flames. Amidst the inferno, Narlaev's figure appeared as he took out the Book of Grillen, flipping to a page and reciting the incantations written within. A manic gleam shone in his eyes. Today was the day to break the seal on the demonic seed known as jealousy, which had been trapped within the Star Mage Tower. Whoosh! Suddenly, the magic array beneath Narlaev surged to its limits, drawing heavily on his mental strength from the Book of Grillen. Correspondingly, a series of crimson lights erupted from the top of the burning Mage Tower. Under the influence of the Book of Grillen, the seal trembled violently. Boom! In a blaze of fire, the star seal at the top of the Mage Tower shattered explosively. It was a success. Narlaev gazed up at the flames raining down from the broken star seal, a layer of yearning gleaming in his eyes. Lord of the Demonic Seed. The Book of Grillen contained extensive knowledge of hell studies, detailing not only the rituals for using the magic weaves left by the jealousy demonic seed but also the prayers to awaken it, activating the power needed to help the jealousy seed break free from its seal. To achieve all of this, Narlaev had spent decades of his life. Finally, today, he would completely liberate the Lord of the Demonic Seed from the Conservatives' grasp. But then, Narlaev's heart skipped a beat as he saw a shadow rapidly fleeing from the shattered seal high above. Was it not the Lord of the Demonic Seed? He shifted his gaze back to the broken star seal, where another figure stumbled out from the debris, staggering toward him as if severely injured. The Lord of the Demonic Seed. What was happening? Narlaev suddenly realized that the jealousy seed was in a dire state. Had it been damaged during the process of breaking the seal? Not good. Narlaev had initially anticipated that once the jealousy demonic seed broke free, its power would effortlessly deal with the conservative pests. Lord of the Demonic Seed, let me take you away. He glanced around at the conservatives rushing to defend the Star Mage Tower, then quickly teleported with the jealousy seed. First, they had to retreat. The elders from the conservative faction, arriving to reinforce the defenses, were filled with shock and anger upon seeing the Star Mage Tower in ruins. If the demonic seed had truly broken its seal, the world would once again be plunged into disaster. Pursue. We must not let them escape. Chapter 2534 Loss in the basement of the Revolution Society. The group was observing the situation of the conservatives through the Hell Mirror. Due to the distance, they could only see a sea of flames in the reflection. Suddenly, Narlaev's figure appeared in the mirror, looking anxious as he shouted, Guillermo. Activate the backup magic array and initiate remote charging immediately. Guillermo's expression stiffened, and he quickly nodded, understood. What's going on? Feng Heng asked, feigning ignorance. He had spotted the shadow behind Narlaev. Yes, it was him, the jealousy demonic seed he had seen earlier in the Starry Tower. I am not sure, they might be encountering some trouble. We need to activate the backup auxiliary magic array right away, Guillermo replied, clearly anxious, without taking the time to explain to Feng Heng. The conservatives' defensive strength exceeded our estimates. Have the backup magic arrays been verified? Of course, there won't be any problems. Feng Heng stepped aside, signaling Guillermo to proceed. In fact, Feng Heng had thoroughly researched over 10 auxiliary magic arrays multiple times. There was absolutely no issue with the magic array. The only thing missing was the Mage core to trigger the magic array. Guillermo didn't hesitate and quickly stepped forward to inspect the magic array. Where's the Mage core? Several researchers were prepared and respectfully handed over the box containing the core. Guillermo opened the box. Kai. As soon as the box was opened, a thick black fog spilled out. Guillermo was ready for this. He waited a few seconds for the fog to clear a bit before retrieving the Mage core and placing it into the slots of the magic array. That was another type of Mage core. Feng Heng's gaze was fixed on the core. Unlike the core from the main magic array, these 10 or so cores were slightly smaller, but each contained incredibly powerful demonic seed energy. He could easily perceive it just by standing there. Buzz. The magic array activated as the Mage core was triggered, instantly bursting forth with a brilliant red light. It was happening. Feng Heng could sense the demonic seed energy continuously overflowing from the magic array. Ibukaya. It's here. Feng Heng urged silently within his mind. Kai. In a hidden corner, several thin roots emerged from the ventilation duct, eventually landing in a corner of the magic array. Because these were just small vines that barely brushed against the array, combined with the unusual darkness of the underground warehouse, it wasn't easy to notice them without careful inspection. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ibukaya's vines immediately began absorbing the energy overflowing from the magic array. Ding! Ibukaya absorbed 14,255 points of jealousy demonic seed energy. It was happening. The information from Baimu was correct. Mageweths came in various forms, and the Mageweths in the auxiliary magic array were used for energy infusion, allowing the demonic seed to extract a significant portion of its energy for emergencies. Guillermo didn't notice the thin vines in the corner, Seeing the magic array successfully operating, he shifted his gaze to the hell mirror. Through the magical mirror, he could see the other magic array also starting to spin. Narlayev stood at the center of the magic array. The gathered energy was gradually improving the condition of the jealousy demonic seed. But it wasn't enough. Narlayev gazed into the distance. The recent invocation of the prayer from the Book of Grillen had consumed a significant amount of his mental strength, causing his combat capabilities to drop considerably. Meanwhile, the conservative Star Mage Tower had been devastated, and once they regained their senses, they would be on the hunt for the demonic seed, along with the impending arrival of the Federation's army. What a mess. If the Lord of the Demonic Seed could recover, those pursuers would be nothing but a joke. Narlayev anxiously observed the condition of the jealousy demonic seed, his voice cold as he commanded, Guillermo. The energy infusion in the magic array is still far from enough. I need more. Increase the speed. Guillermo wiped the sweat from his forehead upon hearing this. The jealousy demonic seed had previously left behind 12 energy Midgewiths, and now all 12 were activated, but still. It wasn't enough. With the Star Mage Tower destroyed, the conservative elders would be on their way. He needed to restore the Lord of the Demonic Seed's strength quickly. Narlayev's urgency grew, and he urged sharply, Guillermo. What are you waiting for? Hurry. If it comes to it, just use that. Guillermo clenched his fists tightly. He had already set the magic array's activation speed to the maximum. Yet, it still wasn't working. Then he would have to. Guillermo slowly turned his head to look at Feng Heng. Feng Heng. He was left as a final safeguard for this operation by the president. Feng Heng observed the anxious expressions of Guillermo and the mirror image of Narlayev, silently finding it amusing. The power of the Midgewiths was indeed formidable. But unfortunately, about 90% of the strength had been completely absorbed by Uchiha. Only the last 10% was left to be delivered to the demonic seed. Adding in the loss during the process, only about 3% remained for the jealousy demonic seed. Feng Heng, the energy we can currently stimulate is still not enough. Feng Heng shrugged and asked, have all the Midgewiths been brought out? Should we try adding more? Guillermo shook his head and said, the 12 runes left by the jealousy demonic seed have all been activated. Then what about the strength of the demonic seed? Has that been pushed to the limit too? Is there anything else left behind? It's been pushed to the limit. We've tried all available methods, Guillermo said, looking at Feng Heng with a cold expression. Feng Heng, if we fail this time, all our preparations will be for nothing. The Revolution Society cannot afford the cost. Is that so? It sounds serious. Feng Heng glanced at the hell mirror and asked, by the way, there's a question I've always wanted to ask, who is the person next to President Narlayev? Who he is doesn't matter, Guillermo's tone grew colder as he stared at Feng Heng. Right now, the only way to break this stalemate is the last method. Oh? What is it? Feng Heng, we hope to borrow your strength. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. As soon as the words were spoken, the guards of the Revolution Society immediately took fighting stances, pointing their weapons at Feng Heng and his group. Uchiha Yuan and the others immediately became alert, huddling back to back together. Ah. So the plot was finally revealed, wasn't it? Feng Heng had suspected this all along. These people had been planning against him the whole time. What are you all doing? Stand down. Guillermo shouted, demanding that everyone lower their weapons. Chapter 2535 Falling Out Feng Heng. Guillermo looked at Feng Heng again, his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. The situation is urgent. Please, temporarily sacrifice some of your demonic seed strength. Don't worry, we only need a little. Once our plan succeeds, we can repay you with even more. Whatever you request, we will do our best to meet it. This is different from what we discussed before. What if I refuse? Ha 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 ha. Guillermo suddenly burst into wild laughter. Refuse? After arguing with Feng Heng for so long, Guillermo could not hold it in any longer. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Feng Heng. He threatened coldly, Feng Heng, you have no choice. Either you cooperate with us obediently, or I will spend more effort to suppress you. By then, you will be no different from those imprisoned demonic seed. Hey, Feng Heng let out a disdainful laugh. As tensions escalated and Luozu and the others prepared for a confrontation, suddenly the magic array beneath them activated. In an instant, dark red patterns from the magic array climbed up their feet, locking them firmly in the center of the array. Uchiha Yuan's expression changed dramatically as she tried to break free, urgently saying, this is bad, the magic array has a sealing effect. We're trapped. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the magic array activate and trap Feng Heng and the others, Guillermo burst into boisterous laughter. Feng Heng. You never expected this, did you? The magic array you set up would one day ensnare you. Guillermo took another purple Midgewith from one of his subordinates and slowly walked into the magic array, crouching down to press the glyph in the center of the array. Whoosh! The central magic array in the hall suddenly burst forth with a blinding purple light. To Guillermo and his companions, it appeared that Feng Heng had consumed his demonic seed power to energize the magic array. In reality, however, Feng Heng had merely paused Abakia's energy absorption for the moment. Watching Guillermo place the Majweth in the center of the magic array to complete its activation, Feng Heng glanced at the projected imagery and remarked, "You seem to have a high opinion of me. If I am not mistaken, this should be the last Majweth, right? It's meant for suppressing the demonic seed's power?" "That's correct. Suppression and binding, this Majweth holds the strongest power. Feng Heng, it is an honor for you to become the sacrifice for Lord Jealousy." "It's a pity I've already given you a chance," Guillermo replied with a smirk. "Ha!" Feng Heng let out a cold laugh, and his right eye suddenly revealed a phantom of a magic array. The phantom spun rapidly. The supersized magic array suddenly activated. The binding force that had been holding Feng Heng and his companions vanished in an instant. "What?" Seeing this, Guillermo's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on Feng Heng. What was happening? In the next moment, Feng Heng had already broken through the magic array's lock. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Feng Heng shot out of the magic array, appearing right in front of Guillermo and gripping his neck tightly. "Everyone, stop!" The guards of the Revolution Society gathered outside the magic array did not see how Feng Heng moved. Guillermo was controlled by him and did not dare to move. Guillermo looked at Feng Heng with eyes filled with sheer terror and disbelief. What he saw before him surpassed anything he could comprehend. The magic array left behind by the jealousy demonic seed, combined with the strength of the Majweths, couldn't even contain Feng Heng? How is this possible? Did you tamper with the magic array? Tamper with it? Ha! I set up the magic array myself. How could it possibly have any effect I wouldn't know about? When did this happen? I checked it thoroughly. Let's just say you don't understand the magic array well enough. Feng Heng smirked, then asked one last time, "Are all the Majweths left by jealousy here?" Guillermo gritted his teeth, glaring at Feng Heng, "Greed. You won't get a single useful word out of me. Is that so? Then let's end this," Feng Heng said, his voice steady. With a swift motion, he thrust his hand backward, sending Guillermo hurtling into the rapidly spinning magic array. Whoosh! 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 The dense vines of Abakia quickly closed in, ensnaring Guillermo tightly and dragging him into the magic array, making him completely disappear. Ding! The player has defeated the special plot character Guillermo. The player's favorability rating with the Occult Research Association has significantly increased. The followers of the Revolution Society were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Within moments, their supervisor had been dealt with by Feng Heng. "Go. Seal off the exits." Luozu was the first to react, shouting as he and Sunze rushed forward to confront the threat. Feng Heng stood his ground, his expression cold. Surrounding him, numerous vines and tentacles from Abakia erupted from the magic array, surging toward the followers of the Revolution Society. Even before he had attacked Guillermo, the vines outside had already sealed the entrance tightly, leaving no room for escape. The guards of the Revolution Society were considered top tier in advanced games, but in front of Feng Heng and Abakia, who had mastered dimensional strength, they were utterly inadequate. Abakia's vines swiftly bound the followers, dragging them into the magic array one by one, devouring them completely. In just half a minute, the entire basement fell silent once again. Uchiha Yuan stood in the center of the magic array, her understanding of Feng Heng's strength completely reshaped. She was momentarily stunned, having expected a fierce battle, only to realize it was all over so quickly. She had always thought Feng Heng's greatest ability was summoning the liquor creatures. Now it seemed that even without them, Feng Heng's power was still terrifying. Those horrifying vine creatures. Feng Heng's strength had likely reached a point of partial domination within advanced games. Mr. Feng. Luozu, initially anticipating a tough fight, was taken aback by how easily the situation had been resolved. His respect for Feng Heng grew even stronger as he approached with Sunze, carefully glancing at the vines of Abakia. He asked, "When did you modify the magic array?" "Modification? Haha." Feng Heng smiled. "That was never the case, I just tricked him." In truth, he hadn't modified the magic array at all. He had meticulously studied it while setting it up, trying to record every detail. This array might not be effective against the jealousy demonic seed, but it could be useful against others. As for why the magic array had failed earlier, it was mainly due to Abakia. The vines had completely absorbed the energy powering the magic array, rendering it nearly powerless. Now, looking around the hall, Feng Heng decided it was time to continue. "Let's finish this. We need to absorb the energy from all 12 Majweths. Abakia, keep going. Clear out the entire Revolution Society, leave no one behind." With that, Feng Heng gathered his hands in front of him, forming an imprint. Whoosh! From his brow, a drop of blood materialized, slowly levitating upward and condensing into a bright red vampire teleportation gate. As the gate opened, the vampire Prince Carl stepped through, kneeling before Fang Heng and reporting, "Your Majesty." "Good. The zombies will clear out the entire Revolution Society. You're in charge of bringing back anything useful." Carl quickly scanned the basement, nodding in acknowledgement, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 2536 Mage Whetstone. Outside the headquarters of the Conservatives, the energy of the jealousy demon seed was slowly recovering. Narlaev felt a surge of anxiety within him. Fortunately, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, he had left Fang Heng as a source of energy for the demonic seed. The Gree demonic seed was exceptionally powerful, and it had never been absorbed before, which should be sufficient for the Lord of the demonic seed to regain strength. Narlaev slowly raised his head and looked back at the large group of conservative pursuers who were still unwilling to give up and were quickly closing in. A cold smile crept onto his lips. They dared to chase after him. Once the Lord of the demonic seed awoke and regained strength, none of them would escape. Guillermo had been dragging his feet for too long. The magic array had already been set up, and all it needed was to absorb the power of the demon seed. Did it really take that much time? Suddenly, Narlaev felt something, and his brows furrowed. What was happening? The energy transmission from the magic array, which had been continuously absorbing, had suddenly been interrupted. What could have caused this? A heavy feeling settled in Narlaev's chest as he looked around. Not only had the magic array completely failed, but even the projections of the hell gates nearby were unable to function. Guillermo. What was going on over there? Lord of the demonic seed. Narlaev's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at the awakening jealousy demon seed. A spark of excitement returned to his face as he knelt on one knee. "I greet you, Lord of the demonic seed." The demonic seed of jealousy glanced at Narlaev. Having just absorbed a surge of energy through the magic array, it was awakening, and its past memories were quickly coming back. Recognizing that Narlaev was one of its followers, the demonic seed retracted its hostility. It pushed itself up and turned to survey the approaching conservative occultists in the distance, slowly raising its hand. Hellfall. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The sky was suddenly tinted brown as dense hell meteors streaked through the air, crashing down toward the throngs of pursuing conservatives ahead. "Be careful." The faces of the conservative occultists changed as they halted their pursuit. The sheer power of the demonic seed was terrifying. With just a flick of its hand, it could invoke a cosmic phenomenon. Boom. 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 The concentrated hellish meteors crashed down in the area ahead of the conservative pursuers, creating massive craters on impact. The violent explosions sent clouds of dust and debris flying, effectively halting their advance. "Stop the pursuit." The crowd, seeing the chaos unfold, dared not press on and remained outside the range of the meteor strikes. After more than 2 minutes of continuous bombardment, as the dust began to settle, the expressions of the onlookers grew serious once more. Emerging from the craters were towering hellish demons, each standing 3 meters tall and engulfed in hellfire, ready to intercept the conservative occultists. "They're hell creatures. We need to find a way around them," one shouted. Meanwhile, after unleashing this devastating attack, the demonic seed's complexion paled further. It turned to Narlaev and said in a low voice, "I am in a very weakened state right now. Find a quiet place for me to recover." "Understood. I will take you back to headquarters immediately." He was unaware that the headquarters of the Revolution Society had already fallen to Fang Heng. He assumed that the magic array had encountered some mishap that caused it to fail. With the demonic seed of jealousy losing its energy supply and unable to continue fighting, retreat was the only option. Narlaev gritted his teeth and led the demonic seed toward the direction of the Revolution Society. Meanwhile, the pursuing members of the Federation's Occult Joint Committee felt a heavy sense of urgency. Jealousy's terrifying power had allowed it to recover some strength in mere minutes, and a single attack had successfully halted the conservative pursuers. Moreover, it had left behind a multitude of hellish demons that would be difficult to deal with. If jealousy managed to escape and fully regain its power, there would likely be no one in this world capable of stopping it. "Let's pursue. The demonic seed is in a dire state. This is our last opportunity," one of the members urged. "Understood." Ronzine followed closely behind the Federation team, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just moments ago, a world-level high-tier mission had been triggered, and all players had passively received the task to participate. As a member of the Federation, her mission was to intercept the escaping demonic seed. She never expected that Fang Heng's actions would involve the greatest secret of the entire game world. "Quick, chase. We can't let the demonic seed get away," she urged. At the headquarters of the Revolution Society, under the coordination of numerous lickers and abakia, Carl led his vampire subordinates to massacre everyone in the Revolution Society. Afterward, the lickers transformed into zombie clone forms and began meticulously searching the premises. There was no time to organize. They immediately sent all the materials they found through the space passage opened by Abakaya back to the zombie apocalypse. Abakaya swiftly absorbed all 12 Midgeweth energies left behind by jealousy, also draining the powers of 3 other demonic seeds that the Revolution Society had long suppressed. Once the demonic seed fragments died, their strength would dissipate completely, and the potential of other related demonic seeds would be enhanced. Of course, there was a small chance that the demonic seed fragments could enter a new cycle of reincarnation. Through human rebirth, they might gradually regain their strength. If their power didn't recover to a certain level, they would remain attached to humans in an unawakened state, experiencing life and death like normal humans, entering the cycle of reincarnation again and again. Ding. The player obtained the Jealousy Demonic Seeds Midgeweth Stone Suppression. Ding. The player obtained the Jealousy Demonic Seeds Midgeweth Stone Absorption. Ding. The player obtained the Jealousy Demonic Seeds Midgeweth Stone Conversion. After Abakaya completed the absorption, Fang Heng crouched in front of the magic array and carefully retrieved the last 2 Midgeweth stones, placing them into his backpack. After searching the entire Revolution Society, Fang Heng found the last Midgeweth stone hidden deep within a secret warehouse, in addition to the 2 from the magic array. This final stone was for conversion. The suppression Midgeweth stone could suppress the strength of demons, while the absorption Midgeweth stone allowed for the absorption of other demonic seeds' power and temporary storage. As for the conversion stone, it appeared to be used for converting energy. Most importantly, the suppression stone had excellent effects. Although it was likely ineffective against the Jealousy Demonic Seed, it would work very well against other demonic seeds. Your Majesty. Carl flew over from the warehouse exit and knelt before Fang Heng, reporting, "We've searched the entire area of the Revolution Society headquarters and completed the cleanup. The related materials are being transported, and we didn't find any other Midgeweth stones." He paused before adding, "Additionally, the internal radar detected 2 individuals approaching rapidly. It seems Narlayev is back. You all stay here, I will go meet him." Uchiha Yuan's heart raced at the thought. There were 2 individuals. One was undoubtedly the president of the Revolution Society, Narlayev. So the other. Could it be the demonic seed? Her heart pounded as she couldn't help but ask, "Fang Heng. Is it him? The Jealousy Demonic Seed? Did he return with Narlayev?" "Yeah, that seems likely." Fang Heng nodded and replied, "You all stay here, I will handle the rest." Chapter 2537. The third item. Outside the camp, Fang Heng looked up at the sky. In the distance, 2 small dark figures were rapidly approaching the headquarters of the Revolution Society. In just over 2 hours, Narlayev had been fleeing with the Jealousy Demonic Seed, pursued relentlessly by the conservatives. He had managed to hold out until now. Victory was within reach. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Narlayev's eyes. "Lord of the Demonic Seed, ahead is the gathering place I've established. I set up the hell magic array you left behind there. Once we get there, we will, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Before he could finish speaking, several elemental cannons fired from behind them, slamming into the barrier they had formed. The defensive barrier shattered with a deafening boom. Both of them were immediately struck hard, their bodies destabilized in midair. Boom. The secondary explosion from the high-strength elemental cannons propelled them forward. They stumbled and fell toward the ground. Ahead lay the headquarters of the Revolution Society. Whoosh. Narlayev forced himself to stabilize and landed first. As soon as he touched the ground, he shouted, "Quick! Activate the defensive barrier immediately." While speaking, he checked the condition of the demonic seed beside him. The situation was dire. Both of them had pushed themselves hard to return amidst the relentless pursuit of the conservatives, and their extensive exhaustion had left them gravely injured. "Lord of the Demonic Seed, please hold on. I have a special gift waiting for you at headquarters," he urged. The Jealousy Demonic Seed wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and turned to glare coldly at the pursuing enemies. "The day I recover will be the day the Occult Research Society meets its end." Huh? Why hadn't anyone arrived yet? It was only then that Narlayev suddenly realized something was off. Usually, the guards within the Revolution Society were tightly secured, and any unauthorized invasion should have been detected by the patrols immediately. Moreover, Guillermo was also involved in today's operation. They should have arrived to support them by now. Why was there no one? A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Narlayev. This was bad. Could it be? Whoosh. In the next moment, a shadow flashed past him from the front. What was that? Narlayev's pupils dilated in shock. Years of combat experience made him instinctively raise his hand to block. Bang. In the next moment, a dark light suddenly exploded in front of them. The aura of death from the Death God scythe sent both Narlayev and the Jealousy Demonic Seed flying backward. Fang Heng. Only then did Narlayev see the figure suspended in midair. The Death God. Without saying a word, Fang Heng charged straight toward the jealousy demonic seed. He had noticed the dire state of the jealousy demonic seed in its split form. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to finish it off. Boom. With 2 consecutive strikes, the explosive dark light sent the jealousy demonic seed crashing to the right. The relentless attacks had left the jealousy demonic seed reeling, its lifeblood surging chaotically. It couldn't muster more than a glare at Fang Heng. Its memories were still stuck on the last time it had been sealed, and it had no idea who this person was, only that he was incredibly powerful. In its prime, it would have been unafraid. But now, it was at its most vulnerable moment. Fang Heng pressed forward aggressively, launching a relentless attack. The death scythe swept forward continuously. Bang. Bang 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 bang. Dark explosions continued to erupt before him as the jealousy demonic seed was forced to raise both hands in defense. Yet, with each blast, it was gradually pushed back toward the entrance of the Revolution Society. The jealousy demonic seed had no way to counter the attack. Constantly pursued and battered by the conservatives, it had no time to catch its breath or recover its strength. It could only endure and resist with all its might. Boom. As the dark light sliced through the air, Fang Heng suddenly sheathed the death god scythe and swung his fist, launching a powerful punch toward the jealousy demonic seed. Boom. With a muffled sound, the blood-red barrier surrounding the jealousy demonic seed shattered. Its body was sent flying heavily toward the entrance of the Revolution Society. Lord of the demonic seed. Just as Narlayev regained his composure, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, intending to rush in for a rescue. What? As he took half a step forward, his pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, countless vines had surged out from the entrance of the Revolution Society, swiftly surrounding and devouring the jealousy demonic seed that had been flung inside. Glug, glug. The roots of the vines, entwined with the demonic seed in hundreds of layers, had pulled back into the entrance of the Revolution Society, and everything returned to silence once more. Narlayev had came to a sudden halt, looking at Fang Heng. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within him. He slowly turned his head, casting a wary glance at Fang Heng, who was not far away. Fang Heng. What have you done to the Lord of the demonic seed? Nothing much, Fang Heng replied, turning to face Narlayev. He spoke calmly, just what you all did to the demonic seed of gluttony. Ding. The player has absorbed the power of the demonic seed of jealousy and obtained 42,133 energy points. Ding. The player has absorbed the power of the demonic seed of jealousy and obtained 48,781 energy points. Haha. Not bad. Fang Heng looked at the game notification and sneered in his heart. The power of the jealousy magic rune had been able to help the demonic seed quickly unleash its inner strength. Combined with Abakia's absorption ability, the effect had been remarkable. At that moment, under the influence of the magic array, Abakia had been frantically absorbing the energy of the jealousy demonic seed. Unfortunately, the demonic seed couldn't be taken directly. Otherwise, no matter what, he would have made sure to bring a few back to absorb slowly. Narlayev trembled slightly as he listened to Fang Heng's words. Was he telling the truth? The Lord of the demonic seed had actually been absorbed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Narlayev stared at Fang Heng. How could the demonic seed of jealousy be easily absorbed by another demonic seed? He must be bluffing. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward and stared at Narlayev. He said, the demonic seed is dead. Now it's your turn. Are you going to resist or do you want me to give you a quick death? Fang Heng. Narlayev stared intensely at Fang Heng. Even if what you said is true, what you've killed is merely a fragment of the demonic seed of jealousy. The Lord of the demonic seed will not spare you. Humphrey. Fang Heng lightly raised his hand toward Narlayev. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, the blood-red long sword behind Fang Heng exploded. The blood condensed into tiny swords in the air and flew out, piercing through Narlayev's body. Red damage numbers appeared above Narlayev's head, and his eyes slowly lost their luster. He fell heavily into a pool of blood. Ding. The player has killed Narlayev, a special storyline character. The favorability rating with the Occult Research Association increased significantly for the player. Fang Heng stepped forward and picked up the Book of Grilling that Narlayev had dropped upon his death. Chapter 2538 Settlement. Ding. The player obtained the item Book of Grilling. Ding. The player has currently obtained the item Book of Grilling. The current mission Greed and Greater Greed is complete. The player can choose to settle the mission immediately. Done. The final branch option was finally completed. Fang Heng nodded slightly and whispered, let's settle up. Ding. The player has completed the side mission option, Trust and Cooperation. The player's follow-up mission was cancelled due to a special event, and the player received an additional compensation of 20,000 King of Gods points. Ding. The player has completed the side mission option, Doubt and Betrayal. The player gained an alliance with the Occult Research Association, triggering the follow-up mission Secrets of the Conservatives. Ding. Due to the player's alliance with the Occult Research Association, the follow-up mission The Demonic Seed's fate has been completed early. Mission requirements: eliminate the Jealousy Demonic Seed avatar, significantly increasing the player's friendship with the Occult Research Association. The player can directly receive the mission reward. Ding. Compiling statistics. Ding. The player received the reward and invitation for further study from the Occult Society. Ding. The player has completed the mission branch option, Greed and Greater Greed. The current item Book of Grilling's mission item attribute has been cancelled. Ding. Calculating Greed talent. Ding. Due to the player completing 3 mission choices simultaneously, the player received an additional reward of 40,000 King of Gods points. The invitation for further study from the Occult Society allows the player to choose 2 additional areas of study, and the item, Book of Grilling's level has received an extra boost. Ding. The player controlled Dabakuya to absorb the Jealousy Demonic Seed avatar. The Demonic Seed's avatar has been eliminated, energy recovered, and the player's favorability rating with the Occult Research Association has significantly increased. A flurry of game hints refreshed, leaving Fang Heng momentarily dazed as he took half a minute to sort through them. Overall, the first mission line involved cooperation with the Revolution Society. Following the normal mission route, Ken from the Revolution Society would likely have betrayed him. However, since he had eliminated the President Narlayev and the Jealousy Demonic Seed ahead of time, the follow-up mission line was directly cut off, earning him a compensation of 60,000 King of Gods points from the game. The second mission line involved collaboration with the Conservatives. It seemed that collaborating with the Conservatives ultimately aimed at eliminating the Jealousy Demonic Seed avatar. Since he had essentially completed the final mission ahead of time, he was now ready for the final settlement. As for the reward, it was the so-called invitation for further study from the Occult Society. With the additional rewards from his greed talent, he could choose 3 study projects simultaneously. The specifics of these projects were still unclear. He would likely need to go to the Occult Society to find out more. As for the third option, he could pursue it independently. The Book of Grilling, in addition to unlocking the function for mission items, had also granted an additional boost to his level. Nice. Fang Heng took out the Book of Grilling that he had just picked up. The eye on the Book of Grilling had changed to a different color. Item: Book of Grilling, Advancement ++, Type: Academic Book, Effects activate immediately upon being placed in the backpack. Description: a book that records various magic runes and magic arrays related to demonic seeds. By using the Book of Grilling, players gain an additional 20% success rate bonus when releasing academic skills. Players also receive an extra 20% bonus when sealing or destroying demonic seeds. Description: players can use this book to establish a Hellgate and summon a projection of the Hellgate. The attributes of the Hellgate are related to the player's attributes. Creatures summoned from the Hellgate cannot be controlled by the player and will not default to friendly units, not a bad prop. Fang Heng quickly checked the effects of the Book of Grilling. The additional 20% bonus to sealing and damaging demonic seeds was certainly valuable. As for the Hellgate, he felt its effectiveness was limited. He recalled the Hellgates summoned by the Revolution Society in previous encounters. No matter how he looked at it, the Hell creatures summoned weren't as useful as the zombie clones. However, they could potentially be used to create some chaos. Perhaps. Fang Heng suddenly thought that the blood of Hell creatures had decent potency. While zombie clones couldn't produce high-concentration blood, perhaps Hell creatures could? He would have to try it out. Lost in thought, Fang Heng looked up into the sky. The Conservatives were chasing after the Jealousy Demonic Seed in the distance. As soon as the Demonic Seed and Narlayev entered the Revolution Society, they had lost sight of them. Only a few of the closest pursuers had witnessed the moment when Narlayev was taken down by Fang Heng. Fernando led the group into the territory of the Revolution Society, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of the demonic seed. Eventually, all eyes turned to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, where is the Jealousy Demonic Seed? It's been dealt with, he replied. What? Dealt with? At his words, everyone shot skeptical looks at Fang Heng. They had exerted so much effort chasing after the demonic seed, only for it to have been quietly defeated by Fang Heng. It felt unreal. After all, it was a demonic seed. How could it be that easy to kill? Seeing the skeptical looks from the crowd, Fang Heng shrugged and said, it was just the split form of the Jealousy Demonic Seed. Its power isn't strong, and having been sealed for so long, it's significantly weakened. The Conservatives began to whisper among themselves, clearly in disbelief. Ran Ziying, who had come with the Federation, was also bewildered, staring at Fang Heng in confusion. What did this mean? Fang Heng had suddenly come to the Watts world, and just 2 days later, he claimed he had completely dealt with the biggest boss in the Watts world. Don't forget, I am also a demonic seed. We're all demonic seeds. Why couldn't I take it down? Feng Heng's question left everyone momentarily speechless. The two accompanying elders from the occult society exchanged glances, then closed their eyes, focusing to condense an imprint to sense the presence of the jealousy demonic seed. After a moment, they opened their eyes simultaneously, both wearing strange expressions. Elder, did you find anything? Indeed. We can no longer sense the aura of the jealousy demonic seed. Everyone gasped in shock. Not anymore? Had Feng Heng really taken care of it? Fernando turned to Feng Heng, his voice serious. Feng Heng, the demonic seed is a critical issue. Can we go in and take a look? The Revolution Society was cleared out before you arrived, Feng Heng replied. If you want to see it, feel free. Feng Heng stepped aside as Abakia, having completed the absorption of the demonic seed, coiled back. The zombies and vampires that had arrived through the teleportation passage were now returning to the zombie apocalypse, taking their plundered items with them. Even the magic array originally set up in the basement was dismantled along with the stone slab and transported back to the zombie apocalypse. At this point, the headquarters of the Revolution Society was merely a shell of its former self. No matter how the Occult Joint Committee and the Conservatives inspected the area, they wouldn't find anything of significance. Chapter 2539 Advanced Study. Thank you for your understanding. Fernando waved his hand and led his subordinate team into the headquarters of the Revolution Society for an inspection. The Federation agents followed them inside to investigate as well. Once in the hall, several personnel were left in bewilderment. Goodness, the entire interior of the Revolution Society looked as if it had been ransacked. And it had been done so thoroughly that nothing remained. Every room was empty. Soon, the members of the Occult Research Society and the Federation completed a thorough search of the Revolution Society headquarters. In fact, there was really nothing for them to inspect. They quickly swept through all the rooms but found nothing. Naturally, there was no trace of the demonic seed either. The Federation's search yielded no results. Sir, we've conducted a thorough search and found nothing. Two Federation investigators approached the officer to report, lowering their voices to add, the Revolution Society had been cleared out in advance, all useful items were removed. The Occult Union had also found nothing on their end. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Fernando stepped up to Feng Heng. How did it go? Have you confirmed everything? Feng Heng asked. Indeed, there's no trace of the jealousy demonic seed. Then that settles it. Sunze scoffed from the side, muttering, do we really have a reason to lie to you? Although the jealousy demonic seed's avatar has been temporarily dealt with, it could very well reincarnate in this world. When it regains its strength, it will rise again, Fernando explained. He clasped his fists toward Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, regardless of the outcome, your contributions in dealing with the demonic seed are invaluable. On behalf of the Occult Research Society Alliance, I thank you. Sunzo, listening from the side, muttered quietly, don't just talk, how about some real rewards? Fernando shot a glance at Sunzo but didn't respond. He nodded at Feng Heng and said, the Occult Society has new courses related to various academic disciplines. Feng Heng, we know you have some interest in the occult. If you're interested, you're welcome to join us for further studies. Ding. The player has received a reward Occult Society's Advanced Study invitation. Ding. The player can choose to upgrade any high-tier skill, level, max, to master level. Due to the special reward of the demonic seed, the player can choose 2 additional learning skills to upgrade, excluding bloodline-related learning, excluding necromancy and sacred study. Ding. When studying academic disciplines, the player must accumulate 72 hours to level up the disciplines. Feng Heng noticed the refreshed game hint and felt a surge of excitement. Here it came, mission rewards. Great. He could choose any 3 academic disciplines to elevate to master level. This reward was a significant windfall. Under normal circumstances, leveling up any master level skill was incredibly difficult. Completing a side mission and suddenly being able to choose 3 upgrades was beyond his expectations. The reward had exceeded his expectations. However, as he snapped back to reality and thought it over carefully, Feng Heng felt a sense of realization wash over him, even silently lamenting, what a pity. This battle had temporarily eliminated the final boss in the advanced game world, and the only reward obtained was a triple reward for the selection mission. If he had followed the main storyline step by step, he estimated he would have been close to completing it by now. Unfortunately, he hadn't entered the game through the ritual certification, so he couldn't obtain the main storyline quest. After all, under normal circumstances, once players completed the main storyline and became world lords, they could no longer enter other games through the certification method. This usually meant there was no possibility of simultaneously completing multiple main storyline quests in advanced games. The hidden game world was an exception. He estimated that the mission rewards had likely incorporated part of the final rewards from the main storyline. Oh well. There would always be gains and losses. Feng Heng reassured himself. Regardless, he had achieved his goal in the Watts game world. Ibukiya had absorbed a significant amount of energy from the jealousy demonic seed, and even the gluttony entity had taken in a large portion. He had successfully obtained several Majewiths from the jealousy demonic seed. Now he could consider taking the time to study at the Occult Research Society and elevate his high-tier academic skills to master level. That would yield a substantial boost in attributes. Feng Heng could already foresee a significant boost in strength coming his way. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yuan watched as the highest-tier boss, the jealousy demonic seed clone, was defeated by Feng Heng, feeling a bit dazed. So, was that it? She observed the game hint indicating the completion of the mission line he triggered and even got some nice rewards alongside him. However, there was still no sign of resolving the trouble with the demonic seed on her. Uchiha Yuan felt a bitter pain in her heart. She took a small step forward and called out to President Fernando. President Fernando. What is it? President Fernando, could you tell us what exactly happened? Why did the split form of the jealousy demonic seed appear within the Mage Tower of the Occult Research Society? What is going on in this world? At her words, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned expectantly toward Fernando. Minister Dongjui of the Occult Joint Committee also stepped forward, looking at Fernando. Fernando, at this point, you truly owe us an explanation. We've always known that the Starry Tower held secrets, but we never imagined you were sealing away a demonic seed. If you had informed us earlier, we might not have faced the issues we do today. The matter of the demonic seed is significant, and I cannot carelessly disclose it to outsiders, Fernando said with a long sigh. He raised his hand and continued, everyone not involved in this matter should withdraw. Also, those who do not wish to deepen their pollution should leave as well. Dongjui raised his hand, signaling the Federation members to step back. Soon, most of the people from the Occult Research Society and the Federation had withdrawn. Everyone present here is a witness to this incident. What I am about to say may increase your pollution. If you insist on staying to hear it, you may remain. Fernando paused for a moment and, seeing no one leave, continued, you should all have heard the story of the three founders of the Occult Research Alliance. They were once fervent researchers of the occult. In their quest for advanced powers, they chose to cooperate with the demonic seed and discovered a special method to break the shackles of this world, allowing it to connect more easily with various occult realms and summon creatures from those worlds. They used these creatures as a basis for their research, elevating our world's occult studies to a new level. However, what you may not know is that these actions came at a cost. In fact, these powers were granted to us by the jealousy demonic seed. In exchange, the three founders of the Occult Research Society promised to help the jealousy demonic seed establish a testing ground in this world and conduct various tests on the demonic seed. Chapter 2540 The Reason Test? Feng Heng listened, intrigued, and asked, what kind of test? It involves the absorption of other demonic seeds. On one hand, we need to assist the jealousy demonic seed in sealing a few weaker ones. On the other hand, we must help the fragment of the jealousy demonic seed test how to extract strength from other demonic seeds for its own use, ultimately achieving a permanent seal and control over them. Fernando took a deep breath and said, due to the immense energy possessed by the jealousy demonic seed, Asklina, her direct entry into this world would shatter it completely. Therefore, she can only manifest a fragment of her power here to personally oversee the testing. Ronzaying, hearing these secrets about the demonic seeds for the first time, couldn't help but ask, President Fernando, why does the demonic seed have to test here? Can't it be done in their own world? I am not entirely sure, but I guess that the risks are too high. Here, we only seal a small portion of the demonic seed's power, so even if something goes wrong, we can maintain overall control. If an issue arises outside, the jealousy demonic seed would likely find it very troublesome. Ronzaying nodded in agreement, finding some logic in his reasoning. The three sages who founded the Occult Society agreed to the demonic seed's conditions, collaborating with it to conduct various tests in this world, gradually gaining control over the sealed powers of other demonic seeds. However, they soon realized the issue. As the aura of the jealousy demonic seed leaked into the world, more and more ordinary people began to suffer from pollution effects, leading to a surge of fallen ones and followers of the demonic seeds. The three sages quickly recognized that if this continued, the entire world would likely plunge into disaster, ultimately falling under the control of the jealousy demonic seed. Thus, they reached a consensus in secret and, through occult means, summoned a mysterious entity, the Primordial One. From it, they learned the method to craft the demon-binding chains capable of sealing hellish monsters. After years of forging the demon-binding chains, the three sages took advantage of the jealousy demonic seed's experimental moments to seal it away, locking it within the Starry Tower. Even though the fragment of the jealousy demonic seed was sealed, its pollution still continuously tainted the world. With each generation, some would succumb to the temptations of demons, becoming followers of the demonic seeds. Moreover, as the world's shackles were loosened, it became more susceptible to incursions from external powers. Our occult society has also faced ongoing attacks from outside forces. I suppose this is the price we must pay. Fernando sighed as he spoke. In pursuit of the power to advance our understanding of the occult, we have continuously paid a price, and we have been unable to completely eliminate the jealousy demonic seed. To prevent the pollution from spreading further, the three sages established certain rules for the occult society before their passing, which is why we are often referred to as conservatives by outsiders. Listening to Fernando's account, Uchiha Yuan felt a chill in her heart. Great. After going around in circles, they still hadn't gleaned any useful clues. The only way to resolve the pollution within them seemed to be to confront the demonic seed directly. How could they possibly win? Feng Heng, however, picked up on a crucial detail. President Fernando, what is the Primordial One? In records, the Primordial One is a great entity of wisdom from another world. We can exchange items with it to gain information. So, the demon binding chains were indeed real. And they were effective against the fragments of the demonic seed. This aligned with the information Feng Heng had received earlier from Narlayev, the president of the Revolution Society. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he pressed on. Is there still a record of the demon binding chains creation method? There should be some in our archives, Fernando replied, glancing at Feng Heng. If the jealousy demonic seed has already been eliminated, do we still need it? Yes, Feng Heng said thoughtfully. The jealousy demonic seed is only temporarily neutralized, it remains a threat. If we can figure out how to forge the demon binding chains again, it would be wise to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. He nodded slightly. At least from Fernando's account, the demon binding chain had been able to seal the jealousy demonic seed's fragment for many years. It was definitely not some worthless artifact. It could prove useful. First, he needed to find a way to get the crafting method into his hands. Alright, I will have someone return immediately to organize everything. If you need anything, feel free to come to the headquarters of the Occult Society at any time. I will have everything prepared for you regarding the demon binding chain. Thank you. If it's convenient, I'd like to return to the headquarters with you right now, Feng Heng said, cupping his fists in gratitude. At that moment, the entire event mission in Watts had been completely completed, and there were no new missions available to trigger. Strangely, he had been prepared for hints that he would be pursued by the Holy Court's Holy Realm at any moment. Yet, it had been remarkably quiet these past few days. What was happening with the Holy Realm? Had they really been hurt so badly last time? Or had they given up on the pursuit? Since the Holy Court hadn't come after him yet, he could continue to linger in Watts for a while longer. First, he would accompany them to the Occult Society to obtain the crafting method for the demon binding chain. Additionally, if time allowed, he could also collect the rewards for advancing his academic disciplines. After all, he could interrupt the advancement missions at any time. If the Holy Realm's people suddenly showed up again during that time, he could always pause his studies then. Time to get to work. 8 days later. The High Tower of the Occult Black Mage. Ding, the player has completed the Occult Academic course. The player's natural science has advanced to Master Level, Level 1. The previous high-tier natural science skill has been deleted. Feng Heng reviewed the game prompt and, having emerged from his meditation state, opened his eyes once more. For the past 8 days, he had been diligently studying academic skills at the Occult Society. There was an additional reward for advancing to the Master Level in the Occult, allowing him to complete his studies in half the time. Thus, Feng Heng chose to advance to Master Level in Occult, Alchemy, and Natural Science. After all, the Occult not only provided efficiency rewards but also increased the strength of various academic disciplines, making it a versatile skill useful in many scenarios. Alchemy, too, had many practical applications, and when combined with his omniscient eye, the results would be even more impressive. As for choosing natural science as his final academic discipline for advancement, it was mainly because the other options were all stuck at mid-tier, unable to meet the requirements. Sacred study, while high-tier, could not be studied through the Occult Society. Thus, natural science was the only remaining option for master-level advancement. Ultimately, the main goal was to enhance his attribute strength. Chapter 2541 Rest Feng Heng reviewed the 3 advanced academic skills after completing the upgrades. Overall, the advancements had significantly improved his skills. The occult primarily enhanced the success rate, casting time, and final effects of various spells. Alchemy unlocked high-tier alchemical items and a series of enhanced alchemical magic rays. The master level in natural science granted him a natural sense, allowing him to sense the strength and intent of enemies under certain conditions. Furthermore, there was the attribute bonus. After the advancement of the 3 skills, and without considering the dimensional level bonuses, his attributes had increased by a total of 150 points in spirit, 100 points in physique, 100 points in perception, and 150 points in will. Additionally, there were extra bonuses gained for each level up. If all 3 skills advanced by 1 level, he could gain an additional 30 points in spirit, 15 points in physique, 10 points in perception, and 15 points in will, with a maximum level cap of 50. Since all 3 academic disciplines lean towards magic, the temporary attribute bonuses would decrease due to the level reset effect after advancement. However, this was not a significant issue. He had already mastered the technique of quickly leveling up all 3 academic disciplines. It was simply a matter of utilizing vast resources and continuously grinding with his zombie clones. Grinding was the key. Feng Heng quickly remotely controlled his zombie clones in the zombie apocalypse to start grinding for experience. He estimated that soon, once the skill levels for the 3 academic disciplines were maxed out, his mental strength and will attributes would see a significant boost. After spending some time remotely setting up the experience-gathering process for his zombie clones, Feng Heng stood up and stretched a bit. It had been unusually quiet lately. The Holy Court's pursuers hadn't come after him, which exceeded his initial expectations. Feng Heng had originally thought that after 2 or 3 days of his research, the Holy Court would show up to interrupt his progress, so he had decided to stay hidden in the Occult Research Society, grinding levels without rest. Yet, nearly half a month had passed, and his 3 academic skills had all been upgraded, but there was still no sign from the Holy Court. It was puzzling. What could be going on? The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Although he had heavily injured the Holy Court's pursuers last time, Feng Heng was well aware that those injuries were not fatal. Moreover, the Holy Court was renowned for its recovery abilities. With such injuries, they could easily recover in just a couple of weeks. Had the Holy Court given up on hunting him down? That seemed unlikely. Feng Heng gently shook his head. Perhaps the Holy Court had a bigger plan. He needed to be more cautious. At most, he could just lay low for a while. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, Feng Heng got up and left the cultivation hall. Outside the Mage Tower's cultivation hall, a scholar from the Occult Research Society was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Feng Heng emerge, admiration flickered in his eyes. During this time, Feng Heng had not left the tower once since entering. He had been tirelessly grinding his academic skills without eating or drinking. The scholar had never seen anyone work so hard. Perhaps this was why Feng Heng had reached such a high position in academia. The scholar respectfully inclined his body and asked, "Mr. Feng Heng, have you completed your studies?" "Yes," Feng Heng replied with a slight nod, then inquired, "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes," the scholar replied, respectfully handing Feng Heng a thin booklet. "Mr. Feng Heng, this is the crafting method for the demon binding chain that President Fernando asked me to compile and give to you." Feng Heng took the handwritten copy. A game prompt appeared in his vision. Ding! The player has obtained the crafting record for the demon binding chain. Transcription. Item. Demon binding chain crafting record. Transcription. Description. Records the crafting method for the holy weapon, the demon binding chain. After gathering materials, the player can use this item to forge the demon binding chain. Description. The player cannot currently craft high-tier demigod level items. If attempted, the success rate will be significantly reduced, and the item level will drop to legendary level upon successful crafting. Description. Since this item is a transcription, the player can forge according to this record a maximum of 3 times, regardless of whether the forging is successful. Each attempt will consume 1 use. If the player fails to meet the required crafting materials, the level of the forged item will also be reduced. Feng Heng looked at the mission description and felt a stir of excitement. The demon binding chain was actually at a god level tier. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the crafting materials included a large number of high-tier resources, even legendary level advanced materials. Many of these he had never even heard of before. Disregarding the success rate, the cost alone was astronomical. Interesting, he murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. The 3 founders of the Occult Society might have been unable to gather all the high-tier materials, resulting in the creation of a chain that was not truly god level. If he could gather all the materials and somehow forge a god-level demon binding chain, it might significantly limit the jealousy demon seed. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such a windfall. Feng Heng tucked the blueprint away and nodded lightly. "Thank you, you've been a great help. Please convey my thanks to President Fernando." "You're welcome. Is there anything else?" "Yes, during your cultivation, your friends came to see you a few times. They asked me to deliver this letter to you as soon as you finished." Feng Heng took the letter that was handed to him. It had no signature. Upon opening it, he found only a short message written inside. "Brother Feng. Please hurry to the Necromancy Mage Association. Come to Miska Fortress. Everyone is waiting for you. The sooner, the better. Thank you. Seeing the messy handwriting, Feng Heng immediately guessed it was from Jiziobo. It had been about half a month since the Holy Court attack, and the mission to explore Empress Persephone's mausoleum had likely wrapped up recently. They must have returned a few days ago. The urgency from the Necromancer Association suggested they were eager to understand the situation in the Death Realm. As Feng Heng pondered this, he noticed Luozu hurriedly climbing the tower stairs. Upon seeing Feng Heng, his eyes lit up, and he reported, "Lord of the Demonic Seed, as you instructed, the Fallen One's Legion has been completely settled. I selected a trustworthy group from the remaining members, and I have screened them 3 times to ensure each one is reliable. Good. Let's take them with us. There's no need to linger in this world any longer. Prepare to return with me to the zombie world." Yes, Lord of the Demonic Seed. Feng Heng hadn't forgotten that one of his reasons for coming to Watts was to recruit a group of followers for the Demonic Seed. The triggering of the Abyss Altar and the ritual magic array required a significant number of believers to participate. Recruiting from Watts was the most convenient option. Once this group returned, the absorption of the Abyss worshippers at the altar could begin. Chapter 2542 Gathering. Upon returning to the zombie apocalypse world, Feng Heng immediately arranged for his followers to settle in. He then wasted no time in actively controlling his zombie clones to grind for academic skill experience. With the 3 major academic skills levels reset to 0, it had an impact on his strength, so he needed to level them up quickly. Adjusting the production line was also a cumbersome task. By the time Feng Heng finally got everything sorted out, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He had been grinding for a whole day and night without realizing it. In the meantime, Jiziobo had received news of his return and couldn't wait to rush back, bursting with excitement. "Brother Feng. You're back. I've heard all about it. You triggered the Death Knight space and went into Empress Persephone's mausoleum, right? Ha ha ha. That's incredible. The Holy Court sent so many pursuers after you, and they couldn't do anything. You sent them all fleeing." Jiziobo's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. Feng Heng had truly brought honor to their undead faction. Not to mention the Holy Court, even those old-timers in charge of the undead faction were thoroughly suppressed by Feng Heng in the Death Realm. Feng Heng nodded lightly and replied, "It seems you all have already guessed. Yeah, 4 days ago we finished our exploration of the Death Realm and returned safely. The higher-ups in the undead faction are waiting for you. They have something very important to discuss." "Waiting specifically for me?" Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. It was likely to inquire about the Death Realm situation, but so many people waiting for him? Was it really that important? Aren't the higher-ups in the undead faction just a bunch of scholars obsessed with researching death? What could they possibly have that was so significant? Curious, Feng Heng asked, "Do you know what it is?" "It might be related to the Death God. They probably want to leverage your strength to explore Empress Persephone's mausoleum in the Death Realm again." Jiziobo nodded, continuing, "Feng Heng, the Death God hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. It's said that the Death God is the only known creature that a human can possess and can pass through the passage into the Death Realm without being affected. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao were called in 3 days ago," Jiziobo said, unable to contain his excitement. "Brother Feng, I have a strong premonition that our Necromancer Association is really about to make a big move. The older generation already knows you're back and wants me to convince you to return as soon as possible. Alright, just give me a little more time. I will join you soon." Feng Heng first helped Luozu and the other believers settle in, instructing Luozu to set up the Hell Magic Array. Then he double-checked the status of his zombie clones, ensuring they were efficiently grinding experience. After fixing a few minor bugs and confirming that the assembly line was running smoothly, he finally followed Jiziobo into the undead world, Miska Fortress. In the advanced game world of the undead, at Miska Fortress, the high-level council of the undead faction had gathered. Among the crowd, 5 players had also been invited to the meeting. This included feudal Lord Annie and Shi Liping. The latter was currently leading a team of players in battle against the Holy Court. Under the guidance of his teacher, Shi Liping approached the instructors of the High Undead Council, one by one. It had been many years since so many high-ranking members of the undead faction had gathered in one place. As Shi Liping encountered most of the council members today, he couldn't help but feel a sense of puzzlement. What was going on? This group of individuals possessed immense power, usually remaining unseen as they focused on their research. Today, however, they all had emerged. If their combined strength was immeasurable, why hadn't they joined the battlefield sooner? Why had the Holy Court been so arrogant? As Shi Liping pondered these thoughts, excitement welled up within him. Was it possible that the undead faction had finally made up their minds? Were they ready to fight back? After a round of greetings to all the elders, Shi Liping took his seat beside his teacher and could no longer hold back his curiosity. Teacher, why has the High Council of the Undead gathered? Are we planning to formally go to war with the Holy Court? Go to war? The teacher was taken aback by Shi Liping's question and waved his hand. No, Shi Liping, you misunderstood. We are not gathering here today for the Holy Court. Not the Holy Court? Shi Liping felt a pang of disappointment but quickly masked his emotions. Then what is it for? Teacher, has something significant happened in the undead faction recently? Well, it's specifically because of the Death Realm. The teacher nodded gently and continued. Someone has successfully advanced to become a death god. What? A death god? Shi Liping's pupils constricted. He had heard the teacher mention the death god before. It was said that the death god was the protector of order in the Death Realm, with an inheritance tracing back to Empress Persephone. However, with her disappearance, the Death Realm had gradually fallen into decline, leaving the death gods in an increasingly dire situation. Moreover, advancing to become a death god was no simple feat. It required passing through Persephone's trial, a process that was extremely challenging, often with a success rate of less than 1%. What was even more concerning was that once one advanced to become a death god, an imprint from Empress Persephone would remain in their sea of consciousness, subjecting them to the control of her former subordinates. Given these factors, the higher council of the undead faction had decided to seal off all channels for advancing to Death God to protect the new generation of necromancy scholars, keeping the secrets surrounding the Death Gods known only to a select few inheritors. In such an environment, it was astonishing that someone had dared to advance to a Death God. And not just that, they had succeeded. Shi Liping couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He lowered his voice and asked softly, which elder from the undead council was it? No, it's not just any elder. I think you might have heard of his name, the teacher said, his eyes glinting with approval. It's Feng Heng and his two companions. Feng Heng? Shi Liping's pupils constricted in shock. It turned out to be a player. He had met Feng Heng once. Feng Heng's strength had impressed him greatly, leaving him in awe. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew full well that not choosing to collaborate with Feng Heng back then had cost him significantly. It was one of the few decisions in his life he deeply regretted. Taking a deep breath, Shi Liping quickly processed the news and continued, but, teacher, becoming a death god means being subject to the Empress's control, and one has to complete special missions. I've heard that the higher the tier of the death god, the more difficult the missions become. If one fails, their strength could diminish rapidly. Yes, that's true. However, we've already spoken with Li Shouqiang and Danzō. According to their feedback, the missions are not too difficult for them right now. The Death Knights are also missing in action in the battles against the Holy Court, so at least for now, they haven't been subjected to Empress Persephone's control. Chapter 2543 Assembly of the Parliament. We conducted a thorough examination of Danzō and Li Shouqiang over the past couple of days and found no anomalies. Feng Heng, that guy. Why did all the good fortune have to land on him? Shi Liping suddenly felt a twinge of envy. The Death God state had once been considered the strongest form by ancient necromancy scholars. It was clear that the Holy Court was targeting Feng Heng in this mission. Yet, in the end, not only had Feng Heng managed to fend them off with serious injuries, but he had also advanced to the Death God form? What kind of luck was that? Lost in thought, Shi Liping's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he glanced toward the entrance of the council hall. It was the Federation. The Eastern Federation had also arrived. The strength of the Central Federation and various other federations was distributed unevenly in the game, with the Eastern Federation having a stronger presence within the undead faction, surpassing the Central Federation by a significant margin. At least the Central Federation members did not have the opportunity to participate in this high-level necromancy council. Shi Liping asked again, Instructor, is this gathering of so many people just to meet Feng Heng? Is it really necessary to make such a big deal about it? No, it's very necessary. Feng Heng and his companions have previously entered Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Their understanding of it might surpass ours, and they possess a lot of information that we need. The teacher paused before continuing. Additionally, remember what I mentioned before? The Death God form is not only an incredibly powerful combat form but also the only known way for humans to enter the Death Realm without any adverse effects. Shi Liping's expression grew serious as he nodded slightly. A gathering of high-ranking members of the Undead Council was here for Feng Heng's Death God abilities. No one had expected that Feng Heng and Danzō, among others, had managed to advance to the Death God form through a series of fortunate coincidences. With the Death God state, the entire Undead Council could explore the Death Realm more effectively. Confirming this news, the high-ranking members of the Undead Council had summoned Feng Heng and his companions as soon as they returned from their exploration of the Death Realm. Unfortunately, at that time, Feng Heng was still in seclusion at Watts, so they sought out Danzō and the others first to gather information. Over the past few days, Danzō and Li Shoqian had worked closely with the high-ranking members of the undead faction to recount their experiences in the Death Knight space and Empress Persephone's mausoleum. After undergoing rigorous testing by the Necromancer Association, it was confirmed that they could enter the Death Realm while maintaining the Death God state. Consequently, the Undead Council quickly finalized plans for a second exploration of the Death Realm. In the eyes of the high-ranking members of the undead faction, the Death Realm was seen as the ultimate stage in uncovering the secrets of death. Nothing was deemed more important than exploring the Death Realm. In comparison, Feng Heng's strength was significantly greater than that of Danzō and Li Shoqian. Thus, over the past few days, the entire Undead Council had been waiting for Feng Heng. Shi Liping scanned the gathering once more. All the high-ranking necromancy instructors present were here because of Feng Heng. Now, Feng Heng had truly become the prized treasure of the entire undead faction. After all the instructors took their seats, they began to converse quietly among themselves. About 10 minutes later, the large conference hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their attention to the entrance of the hall. Feng Heng, accompanied by Jiziobo, walked into the council hall. As Feng Heng felt the weight of everyone's gazes upon him, he couldn't help but frown. The high-ranking members of the Undead Faction Council? He hadn't expected to meet them in this manner today. In addition to the council members, Danzō and Li Shoqian were also present. Jiziobo, accustomed to the attention, wore a proud expression as he led Feng Heng into the hall, boldly addressing several elders from the Undead Faction. "Elders, look, I've brought Brother Feng." The elders seated at the front of the council, their hair gray and faces worn, softened their expressions upon seeing Jiziobo, their eyes reflecting a fondness for the younger generation. The leading elder raised his hand lightly and said, "Yes, Ziobo, you've done well. Your efforts have greatly aided the undead faction." Feng Heng noticed Teacher Dicky sitting to the right of the elders. He bowed respectfully. "Teacher Dicky, you're here too." Dicky smiled at Feng Heng and gestured for him to rise. "Feng Heng is my student," he explained to those nearby. "You all know his character, he speaks directly and doesn't beat around the bush." "Indeed, Feng Heng," replied one of the council chairmen, who sat in the center. His gaze carried a hint of approval as he continued, "You may not know me, so let me introduce myself. I am GRG Mute, the president of this undead council." "President GRG?" Feng Heng looked at GRG and gave a slight nod, but inside, he felt a sense of disdain. Is this really the one? The one who just let the Holy Court strike without retaliating? He looked quite old, no wonder he had no temper left. Unaware of Feng Heng's thoughts, GRG nodded and continued, "Feng Heng, there's no need to be formal. We've heard about the events in the Death Knight space. Although you entered the Death Knight space without our permission, it was a desperate measure, and the undead faction never explicitly prohibited it, so this matter doesn't concern you. As for what happened later in the Death Realm, that is now in the past. The specifics aren't crucial, we can discuss them in detail later. The reason we've summoned you here today is to discuss something very important. I will be straightforward." GRG paused, focusing on Feng Heng as he continued, "Now that you have successfully advanced to become a death god, the undead faction wishes to leverage your strength along with Danzō and Li Shoqian to explore the Death Realm and uncover the mysteries of death. You needn't hold back, feel free to share your thoughts, and we can brainstorm solutions together." As he spoke, game prompts simultaneously appeared in the retinas of Feng Heng, Danzō, and Li Shoqian. Ding! The player has triggered an exploration mission. Explore the Death Realm, unknown world. Mission name, Explore the Death Realm. Mission type, Special Ring Mission. Overall difficulty of mission, SSS. Mission description, for thousands of years, since the undead mage discovered a way to briefly open a portal to the Death Realm, the undead faction has begun its exploration. Due to the extreme dangers and the challenges of teleportation, the undead faction's exploration of the Death Realm has remained at a foundational stage. Mission requirements, collaborate with the undead faction to explore the Death Realm. Current ring mission reward, favorability rating with the undead faction. Chapter 2544 Exploration and Cooperation. Danzō and Li Shoqian saw the mission hint and instantly felt a shiver run down their spines. They both turned to Feng Heng, their hearts racing with excitement. Goodness! An SSS-level mission in the unknown world. The entire undead faction team would become their allies, helping them explore the Death Realm. Feng Heng also took a glance at the mission hint. There wasn't much of a problem, though the undead faction seemed particularly weak against the Holy Court, they at least wouldn't do anything to harm their teammates. Moreover, he had always received care from Teacher Dicky. He felt reassured about cooperating with them. Additionally, he was currently being pursued by the Holy Court outside, so teaming up with the undead faction seemed like a better option. Feng Heng quickly weighed his thoughts. Feng Heng, If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. Exploring the Death Realm is a matter for our entire undead faction. If there are any difficulties, our Undead Council will certainly provide full support to help you resolve them. Yes, esteemed council members. My main concern is still about the Holy Court. The matters with the Holy Court have already been discussed with Guilwo. We will handle it, Georgie said, waving his hand dismissively. No matter what happened in the past or what other identities you might have, if the Holy Court dares to come after us while we explore the Death Realm, we will use all the power of the undead faction to protect you. Georgie spoke lightly, but to everyone else, it was a significant commitment from the undead faction. Thank you, I have no objections. We can start at any time. Great. Feng Heng, this period is the time when the Death Realm storms around Empress Persephone's mausoleum are weakest. Exploring the Death Realm is urgent, and we will start as soon as possible. We still need to conduct some preliminary tests. If all goes well, we can formally begin tomorrow night. For now, we need to stay here to cooperate with some early tests for entering the Death Realm. Understood. Feng Heng nodded slightly. Georgie was pleased with Feng Heng's decisiveness and nodded appreciatively. Feng Heng, rest assured, our undead faction will not shortchange you. Everyone, Feng Heng has agreed to participate in the exploration of the Death Realm. Let's all get to work. Yes. Soon, several necromancy attendants approached to take him for a mental strength assessment. Quickly, Feng Heng realized something. The upper echelons of the Undead Faction Council felt more like a group of academic fanatics. They were utterly consumed by their research. They didn't care about brawling with the Holy Court, but as soon as the opportunity to enter the Death Realm for study arose, everything changed. The entire Undead Faction was mobilized swiftly, working day and night to prepare. To Feng Heng, their level of action was nothing short of terrifying. In fact, to ensure the secrecy of their operations and his safety, the entire Miska fortress was completely locked down. Today, all members participating in the council were sealed inside, cut off from any external information flow. Late into the night the next day, Miska fortress was brightly lit. Feng Heng, Danzō, and Li Shaoqian, led by Jiziobo, entered the secret domain beneath the fortress. Brother Feng, this is it. In less than 2 days, the Death Realm passage device, originally located at the headquarters of the high-tier undead world, had been disassembled into tiny parts and then reassembled in the basement of Miska fortress. The supersized device nearly filled half of the large basement. When Feng Heng first saw it, he thought it resembled a train car. At the center of the device, there was a tiny hole. If Jiziobo hadn't informed him in advance, Feng Heng would have mistaken it for the muzzle of some high-tier beam weapon. In the basement hall, 12 high-tier instructors from the Necromancer Association gathered nearby, all turning their gazes toward Feng Heng and his companions. Suddenly, Feng Heng noticed that Teacher Guilwo was among them. Greetings, esteemed instructors. Li Shaoqian and Danzō had never seen such a scene before, and they instinctively lowered their heads to bow. Ha ha ha. Feng Heng, excellent. You've done very well, you've brought glory to our undead faction. Once this is all over, we can discuss how to deal with the Holy Court. Guilwo was very pleased with this and laughed heartily as he stepped forward and patted Feng Heng on the shoulder. There's nothing to fear about the Death Realm. Just go for it, the undead faction has your back. Thank you, instructor. Feng Heng. Georgie's voice came from above the basement hall. We are currently located in your upper domain, and we are observing you from all angles through a remote mirror. Georgie continued, what you see in front of you is the Death Realm passage device. We will activate it shortly to open the passage. With our current capabilities, the Death Realm passage can only remain open for 5 minutes at a time, so I need you all to enter quickly once it's opened, no time to waste. In the past, we entered the Death Realm through soul projection rituals. The advantage of this method is that even if we encounter danger, the most that can happen is severe damage to the soul. It would only take about a decade or so to recover, but at least our lives would be safe. Feng Heng and his companions listened to Georgie's words, unsure of how to react. The undead faction members truly seemed casually mentioning a decade like it was nothing. The long lifespan certainly had its perks. There are drawbacks as well. Our strength will be significantly weakened in the Death Realm, and we are vulnerable to Death Realm storms and soul-based skills. We also cannot interact with many items that have spirit attributes, and it's impossible to bring anything back from the Death Realm. Georgie paused for a moment. Even after nearly 1,000 years of life, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The greatest advantage Feng Heng and his companions had was that they could not only enter the Death Realm easily, but they could also manually bring some items back out. This was extremely important for the research of the entire undead faction. Once the passage opens, in addition to you, the 12 necromancy instructors will also accompany you into the Death Realm through projection. We recently explored the Death Realm, and the soul strength of those who participated was affected to varying degrees. These 12 instructors currently retain the best strength, and they will do everything in their power to protect you during the exploration of Empress Persephone's mausoleum. The 12 instructors nodded at Feng Heng and his companions in acknowledgement. Once you enter the space, we will be able to see you through a locked mirror spell from the outside. However, the connection between the Death Realm and the outside world is very weak, and we can only communicate with you through some very complicated methods. These 3 stone slabs are crucial tools for our communication and for locking onto your projections, so you must protect them well. Chapter 2545 Message transmission. As he spoke, Teacher Guo handed over 3 prepared black stone slabs to Feng Heng and the others, 1 for each of them. The slabs were small, about the size of 2 stacked tablets. The stone slabs remain in an inactive state. When the Undead Council wishes to contact you, the slabs will emit a slight warmth, and text will appear on their surface. However, remember that the slabs only allow for one-way communication. You cannot use them to send us messages. Additionally, we can observe your general situation through a mirror, but the image will be very blurry, making it difficult to discern clearly. While it will be challenging to convey detailed information through the mirror, simple responses like yes and no can still be communicated. Feng Heng, we will do everything we can here to assist you in your exploration of the Death Realm. In the state of the Death God, you will not be affected by the negative effects of the Death Realm, but be aware that dangers are always present there, so exercise caution. That's the general situation. Do you have any questions? Feng Heng raised his hand and asked, President, I'd like to know what our exploration mission target is? Once you enter the Death Realm, we will provide you with detailed guidance through the stone slabs. If I had to specify a target, it would be to explore the Death Realm, specifically the mausoleum of Empress Persephone, in search of the realm's secrets. GRG paused for a moment before continuing. Feng Heng, based on the information we have gathered, the path to advancing to god-level necromancy lies with the former Lord of the Death Realm, Empress Persephone. She is the only undead queen who has attained a god-level skill. We hope to find clues in her mausoleum, including information about her death and any messages she may have left behind. Every piece of information could be crucial for us. I understand. Feng Heng nodded lightly. The so-called exploration of the Death Realm was essentially an exploration of Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Feng Heng, do you know why the upper echelons of the Undead Council have always been reluctant to confront the Holy Court directly? Feng Heng felt a stir of curiosity and turned to Teacher Guo, who had posed the question. Instructor, I don't know. Being eager to explore the mysteries of necromancy is one thing, but lacking the hard power to back it up is another. Teacher Guo shook his head, candidly acknowledging the gap in strength between them. You hadn't reached this level before, so I never brought it up with you. In fact, we have yet to uncover the path to advancing to god-level necromancy. We have been stuck at the demigod level for far too long. We can feel our strength gradually accumulating, slowly improving, and building up power, but we have never been able to find the method to break through that bottleneck. The Holy Court, on the other hand, has a very clear path to their breakthroughs. Although that road is exceptionally arduous, there has only been one god-level existence within the Holy Court to date. But because of that one individual's strength, the undead faction has always been cautious. The mausoleum of Empress Persephone is our greatest hope for a breakthrough, Teacher Guo said, his expression becoming increasingly serious. So our mission is extremely important. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. We will do everything we can. Feng Heng listened intently, his mind racing at the revelation. For ordinary players, advancing academic skills to the Grandmaster level was already considered the pinnacle of achievement. However, in reality, there were still 3 major breakthrough levels beyond that: Transcendent, Demigod level, and God level. The entire necromancy faction was restricted to the demigod level. But was it really just because the Holy Court had a single god-level existence that the necromancy faction felt so intimidated? Feng Heng felt that the upper echelons of the Undead Council were being a bit timid. Perhaps they were more concerned with exploring the academic disciplines and uncovering the mysteries of death. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and said, I understand, Teacher Guo. GRG's voice resonated from above again. Everyone, there's no time to waste. If you're ready, we will begin now. Yes, the group replied in unison. Prepare to activate the Death Realm passage and begin injecting energy into the teleportation passage. Countdown, 3 seconds. As large amounts of electricity and spiritual energy flowed in, the entire device began to hum and vibrate. Feng Heng and the others could feel the volatile energy source contained within the device. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. A pure black circle, about the size of a coin, gradually materialized from the disc at the top of the large device. Whoosh. A dense aura of the Death Realm surged from the circular opening, The passage to the Death Realm has been opened. Teacher Guo nodded at the dark entrance before saying, "Let's go." The 6 necromancy instructors were the first to enter, transforming into their soul mirror states and being drawn into the black sphere. Feng Heng and Li Shouqian exchanged glances, then shifted into their death god forms and stepped into the circular entrance of the Death Realm. The remaining 6 necromancy instructors quickly followed suit. Whoosh! As the group of 12 stepped into the Death Realm, the black disk swiftly vanished behind them. The Death Realm. Ahead lay a shroud of black clouds. On the decayed ground, Feng Heng could hear the constant echo of agonized wails. Slowly opening his eyes, he scanned his surroundings and couldn't help but murmur to himself. The Death Realm. Indeed, everything he saw here was exactly like what he had encountered when he passed through the Death Night space. Feng Heng. Feng Heng slowly turned to look at Teacher Guo, who was in a soul mirror projection state beside him. This is the passage anchor point set by our undead council in the Death Realm. The mausoleum of Empress Persephone is not far ahead. Most of the time, the mausoleum is shrouded in the storms of the Death Realm. This period is a temporary calm, and while the storms are gradually subsiding, it's the best opportunity for us to enter the mausoleum and explore. The undead faction had been eager for Feng Heng and the others to explore the mausoleum of Empress Persephone, primarily due to the Death Realm storms that surrounded the mausoleum. Recently, there had been unusual fluctuations in the Death Realm, creating a significant storm. If they missed this opportunity, it might take years, possibly even decades, before another storm calmed down enough to allow for exploration. Guo glanced at Feng Heng and the others, who were in the state of the Death God, and asked, "How does the environment in the Death Realm feel? Are you experiencing any negative effects?" "No." "Good. The aura of the Death Realm has a strong corrosive effect, so unless necessary, you should try to maintain the Death God state at all times." "Understood. Alright, let's get going. You 3, stay close to us." Chapter 2546. Escort 12 necromancy instructors led the way, escorting Feng Heng and his companions toward the mausoleum of Empress Persephone. As they entered the sandy domain, the rotting ground began to undulate, and numerous skeletal creatures erupted from the earth. However, this time, Feng Heng had transformed from a guardian into an invader. For the instructors, the mere undead skeletons posed no obstacle to their progress. They effortlessly employed necromantic spells to dispatch the bones that surged around them. Feng Heng followed the instructors, walking a bit behind when he suddenly sensed something and glanced around. "Wait." He raised his hand to stop Li Shouqian and the others, who were about to assist the instructors. "What is it, Mr. Feng? Did you notice something?" Li Shouqian and the others showed a hint of confusion in their eyes. "Don't engage just yet, something feels off." They immediately halted, carefully observing the surrounding skeletal creatures. Thanks to Feng Heng's reminder, they quickly realized the issue. It was a bit strange. The skeletal guards bore no hostility toward them. In fact, the skeletal guards were clearly focused on the necromancy instructors. Feng Heng even suspected that if the necromancy instructors hadn't come along, these skeletal creatures might not have even risen at all. Danzō speculated, "We all carry the imprint of Empress Persephone in our sea of consciousness. The imprint is likely causing the undead skeleton guards to see us as allies." Feng Heng thought for a moment and quietly said, "Let's not engage. Attacking the bones might have the opposite effect, and we don't want to cause any trouble for the ice crystal. Leave this to us, you all stay back." Hearing their conversation, Teacher Guo nodded and, along with the other instructors, pushed through the attacks of the skeletal creatures as they advanced toward the mausoleum of Empress Persephone. The 3 of them followed behind the team, slowly making their way toward the mausoleum. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the undead faction, the undead assembly monitored Feng Heng and his companions' every move through more than a dozen mirrors, capturing their actions from every angle without any blind spots. "Looks like it's related to the imprint of Empress Persephone." A senior council member observed their actions and nodded. "If they can withstand the attacks of the mausoleum guards, perhaps this time we can explore the deepest parts of the mausoleum." The others watched the mirrors, feeling a mix of tension and anticipation. "I have a question," a necromancer instructor asked. "Since the mausoleum guards are triggered by intruders, will they stop triggering if only Feng Heng and his companions enter the mausoleum? If that's the case, our exploration risks would be significantly reduced." Upon hearing this, the members of the council gathered together, whispering and discussing among themselves. Originally, the Undead Council had chosen to have Teacher Guo and his group accompany Feng Heng and the others for protection and to provide greater assistance. Now, it seemed this choice might have the opposite effect, potentially hindering Feng Heng and his companions' exploration. "Let's wait and see. We can let them try once we're inside the mausoleum." Soon, through the mirror projection, the Undead Council members saw Feng Heng and his companions successfully pass through the outer domain of Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Feng Heng stood outside the mausoleum, surveying the entire structure that emanated a powerful aura of death. Feng Heng, is the stone slab still with you? Yes. Feng Heng took the stone slab out of his backpack. Kai kai kai. The slab began to warm slightly, and rows of characters gradually appeared on its surface, as if they were being etched in real time. Teacher Ghoul Wo frowned slightly as he looked at the information on the stone slab. Like our judgment, the council elders believe the mausoleum guards were likely triggered by sensing our aura. I suggest we split up. You three should try entering the mausoleum for exploration while the three of us stay outside for now. Alright, let's follow the elders' arrangement and give it a try. If we encounter any trouble, we will withdraw immediately. Understood. Since the Necromancer instructors were in soul mirror state, they couldn't carry items into the Death Realm, so each of Feng Heng's group had brought a stone slab with them. Li Shouqian took out his stone slab and handed it to Teacher Ghoul Wo. The three of them continued deeper into the mausoleum. In their death god state, their movement speed was noticeably faster than before. Feng Heng led the way, quickly passing through the main entrance passage of the mausoleum, revealing a familiar domain ahead. As expected. Just as the high-ranking members of the undead faction had predicted, the guards of Empress Persephone's mausoleum had not been triggered and revived. In the undead council chamber, the members saw Feng Heng and his group enter the mausoleum smoothly without triggering any alarms. Their breathing became rapid, and some couldn't help but suggest the next course of action. Quick, guide Feng Heng to the Hall of Atonement. That area has been sealed off for a while, and we have no idea what's inside. No, there's something even more important. Remember the special inscription stones we saw in the prison? Those stones have unique energy signatures, and they've never been excavated. We can't determine their strength attributes just from their appearance. If we can bring them out and use our mental strength to trigger the inscriptions. The ancient records of Empress Persephone are the most crucial. With those records, we can fully decipher the language of the undead world during the Empress's time and understand the significance of the mausoleum's construction. The council hall was a bit chaotic, with everyone speaking over each other. Alright, everyone, let's calm down. Giargi raised his hand, signaling for quiet. There's no rush. We've already waited this long, a little longer won't matter. We have time. Let's proceed step by step, starting from the upper levels where the risks are minimal. We will observe a few mausoleums to verify if we can indeed bring certain items out of the Death Realm as we expect. The President is right, starting from the upper levels makes sense. With the President's words, the discussion ceased, and they immediately used the stone slabs to provide passage instructions while informing Teacher Ghoul Wo and his group waiting outside the mausoleum about Feng Heng's situation, asking them to remain at the entrance. As Feng Heng and his companions were exploring the passage, they suddenly felt their stone slabs grow warm. It was news from the undead faction. Feng Heng quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and took out the stone slab to check. He saw lines of patterns gradually emerging on the slab's surface. Chapter 2547 Mark the map indicated the locations of the group and their target, along with the connecting passages. It seems the council has pointed us to a path, suggesting we investigate that room, Danzō remarked, pulling out a stone slab from his belongings. You're right. The council sent a message saying there are special stone slabs inside that room, inscribed with unique characters. They want us to take a look, and ideally, bring those back. Alright, let's go check it out, he agreed. As they spoke, a game prompt appeared in their vision. Ding, player's current ring mission completed. Triggering next tier mission, Mausoleum Exploration, mission requirements, follow the route given by the Undead Council, explore the mausoleum, and attempt to acquire items from within. Feng Heng glanced at the prompt. He had considered immediately summoning a large number of zombie clones to thoroughly search the mausoleum. However, he thought better of it. He didn't yet understand the mausoleum well, and triggering alarms or traps would only complicate matters. It seemed wiser to proceed cautiously and follow the mission's guidance for now. Let's go. Feng Heng and his two companions followed the guidance provided by the Undead Council, navigating through the complex passages until they soon entered a small mausoleum. The mausoleum was modest. Aside from the murals on the walls, there was a small coffin positioned in the center. A gap was visible in the coffin's lid, from which a black aura seeped out continuously. Feng Heng approached and tried to lift the coffin lid. Inside lay several pieces of decayed wood. Ding! The player discovered item rotting wood inscription. Item, rotting wood inscription. Type, material, mission item. Description, this rotting wood, slumbering in the death realm for billions of years, has absorbed the energy of death's aura, greatly enhancing necromantic talent. It is also an excellent material for necromancy. Description, the rotting wood has been inscribed with special markings. Description, the player lacks the necessary skills to decipher the inscription. Feng Heng's gaze shifted away from the description of the rotting wood. This was a valuable find, something that could directly enhance necromantic talent. If he could get this outside, it would fetch a high price. Unfortunately, it was a mission item. Feng Heng flipped his wrist and quickly pulled out the 3 pieces of rotting wood inscriptions from the coffin. SHHH. As soon as he grasped them, waves of black death aura erupted from his hands. However, it was clear that the aura had no effect on Feng Heng in his death god state. Ding. This item is a special mission item and cannot be stored in the backpack, unable to store it in his backpack. That posed a problem. With no other choice, Feng Heng took out a small cart he had prepared and placed the wooden planks on it. Done. In the Undead Council, everyone watched as Feng Heng effortlessly opened the coffin and loaded the black wood pieces into the cart. Someone started clapping, and soon the entire room erupted in applause. They had succeeded. After so many attempts, they could finally begin taking items from the mausoleum of Empress Persephone. It was a historic breakthrough. As for the wooden pieces Feng Heng had found, their exact purpose remained unclear. The team would need to wait for Feng Heng to return before conducting further research. But that didn't matter. Once Feng Heng safely brought back the wooden planks, they could immediately start their investigation. Unfortunately, the stone slab could only record text-based communication, so they couldn't share their current excitement with Feng Heng. Giargi raised a hand to silence the crowd and said, "Everyone, this is just the beginning. Let's continue. We need to guide Feng Heng to the next search location." Soon, within the mausoleum of Empress Persephone, a new route to another cavern appeared on the stone slab in Feng Heng's hands. The group exchanged glances as the game prompt emerged. Ding. The player has acquired a mission item. Please keep the mission item intact and follow the guidance to search. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt and thought to himself that it seemed the undead faction had already thoroughly explored the outer entrance of the mausoleum and marked all the valuable locations. Their group, acting as support, just needed to follow the marked routes to search for materials. Alright, let's keep going. Li Shoqian felt optimistic, sensing that a substantial amount of undead faction points and reputation would soon be in their grasp. This mission was good. It seems the danger level is low, but we can't let our guard down. Yeah, we understand. Let's move on. They all quickly made their way toward the next mission location. After a long day of exploring, Feng Heng and his companions had covered a significant portion of the mausoleum's outer area, filling their cart to capacity with items. However, there was still a long way to go before they could claim to have fully explored the area. Mr. Feng, Li Shoqian said, the Undead Council has informed us that we've searched about a third of the upper level. For safety's sake, they want us to return and transport our findings back. Alright. Before we head back, though, we need to check one last central stone chamber to retrieve some important documents. They say it's related to the death realm established by Empress Persephone. Feng Heng glanced down at the stone slab he was carrying, which displayed the exact location of the documents. The game prompt then refreshed. Ding. The player's current mission has changed. Find documents related to the empire of Empress Persephone. Let's go. Feng Heng had no doubts as he led the 3 of them onward toward the mission location. At least they hadn't encountered any real dangers along the way. However, with the mission refreshed, they might face some trouble during this next task. Li Shoqian and Danzō stayed alert, carefully following Feng Heng. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Undead Council monitored Feng Heng's group through a mirror, their anxiety palpable. The documents they were about to search for were stored in an area that had previously been a gathering place for guards. Exploring that area would require significant effort, and they assessed that Feng Heng and his companions were likely to encounter danger there. They repeatedly reminded him through the stone slab to proceed with caution. Finally, they watched as Feng Heng and his companions slowly opened a large door to the stone chamber and safely stepped inside. Great. They had succeeded. As Feng Heng's group entered the central region, the guards within the mausoleum remained inactive, causing a hushed excitement to ripple through the council hall. Quiet, Giargi called out, raising his hand for silence. He then turned to an assistant and instructed, "Tell Feng Heng that the ancient books in the mausoleum are extremely important, and he must be careful." Chapter 2548 Literature. Feng Heng and his companions entered the stone chamber and found that the alarm traps had not been triggered, letting out a collective sigh of relief as they slowly approached the coffin in the center of the mausoleum. The coffin was covered with a dense array of inscriptions. Trouble. They couldn't quite understand it. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. The stone slab he carried began to emit a slight warmth. He took out the slab and looked down at the information displayed on it. According to the information held by the Undead Council, the inscriptions on the mausoleum indicated that it housed the remains of a scribe from the Empress's era, who was responsible for recording the history of the kingdom. Thus, the Undead Council believed that the ancient books within the mausoleum were likely related to the empire. In the past, when they came here, they had tried to open the coffin, but it was blocked by a mist that prevented them from touching it. They could vaguely see a book inside the coffin but couldn't reach it. Feng Heng raised his head and observed the coffin again. There was now a small opening in it. It was likely the work of the undead faction. Feng Heng attempted to push the coffin open. Indeed. Inside lay a thick book. Contrary to what the Undead Council had described, there was no black fog. The book had golden edging, its cover a dull gray, and it was mostly closed. Feng Heng tried to reach in and take the book from the coffin. Whoosh! As soon as his hand touched the book, he felt a surge of mental energy pulling at him, causing his mental strength to uncontrollably transform through the ice crystal in his sea of consciousness and quickly get absorbed into the book in his hands. Feng Heng's heart raced. He hadn't even had time to act to stop it when, in the next moment, the absorption force from the book ceased. The seal on the book's cover was now unlocked. Ding! The player has obtained the item Empress Persephone's royal documents. Description: mission item, cannot be placed in the backpack. Description: the player lacks the relevant skills and cannot obtain more information. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. What had just triggered the surge of mental strength? Was it some sort of identity verification? If there hadn't been the ice crystal in the sea of consciousness, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to open the book at all. As he pondered, he attempted to flip through the pages. The book was filled with densely written small characters. He could see the words clearly but didn't understand their meaning. He roughly judged that it was likely a language from the era of Empress Persephone. Ding! The player has completed the current phase of the mission. Next phase of the mission, escort triggered, mission requirements. Safely escort the items and information obtained from Empress Persephone's mausoleum to the Undead Council. Mr. Feng, the mission is complete. Let's hurry back. Yes, let's go. At that moment, the high-ranking members of the Undead Council watched through the mirror as Feng Heng successfully retrieved the ancient books, excitement bubbling among them as they began to discuss fervently. This is great. The ancient books likely contain records from the Empress's era, written in a ritualized ancient language. This will greatly aid us in translating the entire linguistic system. With this, we will understand what truly happened to Empress Persephone and how she met her end. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, a necromancy instructor quietly reminded them, Chairman, it seems that Teacher Gulwo's group outside the mausoleum has encountered some issues. Gulwo? The ancient instructors, led by Gulwo, guarding outside the mausoleum had encountered a situation? Hearing this, the council members shifted their attention through the mirror to Gulwo and his team outside Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Just moments earlier, their focus had been solely on Feng Heng, and they hadn't noticed that the sky outside the mausoleum was now covered in a faint layer of dark clouds. Giargi frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the ominous clouds appearing in the mirror. He said, "This looks like the precursor to a death storm." Another high-ranking member of the Undead Council asked, "What's going on? Wasn't it said that the undead storm would remain stable for at least 5 more days? The Death Realm storm is very unstable. We've only made a preliminary assessment based on a series of data, but it's not definitive. This kind of situation has occurred a few times before, it could just be a coincidence and might dissipate in a few hours." Giargi considered it for a moment and nodded. In any case, for safety's sake, we should have Feng Heng escort the research items back immediately. It's crucial to ensure the safety of his team. Understood. With safety as their priority, Feng Heng and his companions quickly gathered the items they had collected from Empress Persephone's mausoleum and made their way to the entrance, where a group of necromancy instructors was waiting. Together, they swiftly returned to the Undead Council. The teleportation passage shimmered with dark light. Ding! The player is currently in a special state, a maximum of 10 items can be temporarily carried back, the game prompt appeared. Only then did the three realize there were restrictions on bringing items out of the Death Realm. Fortunately, the number of items they had gathered was manageable. With each person allowed to carry 10 items, they had a total of 30, which was more than enough. They quickly divided the items among themselves and stepped into the magic array. The dark light enveloped them. When Feng Heng and the others opened their eyes again, they confirmed they had safely returned to the council. At the entrance, several high-ranking instructors from the Undead Council personally greeted them, their eyes filled with anticipation. Li Shoqian and the others were taken aback by such high-level treatment, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, they carefully placed the items they had brought back from the Death Realm onto the research table. Immediately, the entire high-ranking team of the Undead Council sprang into action. A group of ancient scholars, some hundreds of years old, gathered in the hall, sorting through various materials and researching the properties and effects of the items. Feng Heng and Li Shoqian felt like elementary students in comparison to these ancient beings and naturally couldn't contribute much. "Thank you for your hard work. We have prepared meals and a lounge for you. You can't leave everything to us." Feng Heng was taken to the 3rd floor by Jizaobo, where he enjoyed a hearty meal. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Undead Council used this time to analyze the various items and stone slab information brought back from the mausoleum by the group. After more than 3 hours of feasting and a brief rest, Feng Heng and his companions were invited back to the council hall by the high-ranking members of the Undead Council. Most of the instructors were passionately gathered around research tables, analyzing the various artifacts obtained from Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Feng Heng, we haven't let you rest properly before calling you back. Unfortunately, there's some bad news. GRG explained as he personally guided Feng Heng and the others toward the basement where the teleportation instruments were located. We've just collected some data on the periphery of Empress Persephone's mausoleum and discovered that the Death Realm storm outside is showing signs of gathering. We anticipate it will intensify rapidly within the next 2 days. At that point, a large area, including the mausoleum, will be engulfed in a high-strength Death Realm storm, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. Chapter 2549 Exploring again from the intensity of the storm, the duration remains unknown. Therefore, our council just convened for a quick discussion and decided to take advantage of this time before the storm fully condenses. We should conduct another exploration of the mausoleum as soon as possible. Can you all hold on? Ding. The player triggered the next phase of the mission. Explore the mausoleum again. Mission requirements: assist the Undead Council in exploring the mausoleum again. Feng Heng and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. No problem, Chairman GRG. We will do our best. During their previous exploration of the mausoleum, the 3 of them hadn't used any resources at all. Just thinking about the ultimate reward from the ring mission boosted Li Shouqiang's spirits. Well, last time we explored the outer area of the mausoleum and encountered little danger. According to our analysis, the ice crystal of Empress Persephone in your Sea of Consciousness won't trigger the mausoleum's defensive guards. So this time, we will head directly to the lower level of the mausoleum. Based on our estimates, the lower area shouldn't trigger the mausoleum guards either. Of course, we can't guarantee that. If you encounter any danger during the exploration, you must prioritize your safety and withdraw as quickly as possible. Understood. Feng Heng silently nodded in agreement. It seemed the Undead Council was preparing to explore the first basement of the mausoleum this time. In fact, the previous main exploration areas of the Undead Council had also focused on the first basement. Historically, the first basement would trigger powerful mausoleum guards, making exploration extremely challenging. With Feng Heng and the other 2 death gods capable of exploiting bugs, the Undead Council was motivated to take bolder steps. Each time they used the instrument to open a passage to the Death Realm, it required a massive amount of energy points. At this point, the entire Undead Faction Council was recklessly invested, unconcerned about the consequences. For safety, the Council had decided that if they successfully explored the first basement, they would make multiple trips back and forth, aiming to clear out Empress Persephone's mausoleum's lower level before the storm arrived. Soon, like last time, Feng Heng entered the Death Realm under the escort of 12 undead instructors. He lifted his head to look at the sky. Ahead, a thick layer of dark clouds loomed. Compared to when they had left last time, the clouds had become even denser. Within the darkness, a chilling power seemed to condense. We're off. Once the undead instructors confirmed their numbers, they set out again. As they pushed through the resurrected skeletal guards, they reached the entrance of the mausoleum once more. To avoid triggering any traps within the passage, the undead instructors chose to wait at the mausoleum entrance while Feng Heng and his group delved deeper. Meanwhile, through the mirror screen, the high-ranking instructors of the Undead Council watched closely as Feng Heng and his team moved. Everyone felt a bit anxious. Would the guards in the second basement of the mausoleum awaken at the presence of Feng Heng and the others? In truth, no one felt confident about what might happen. The storm in the Death Realm was imminent, leaving them with little time for exploration. If they could find information about the first basement, it would be ideal. At least, with Feng Heng's abilities, escaping danger was never a problem. Once Feng Heng and his team successfully passed through the passage into the first basement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the council hall relaxed significantly. They had succeeded. Quick! Send guidance messages to Feng Heng on the stone slab. Also, remind them to be extremely cautious, avoid acting recklessly, and retreat immediately if they encounter danger. Understood. The council hall buzzed to life again, quietly discussing the looting route for Feng Heng and his team. Receiving the new route on the stone slab, Feng Heng and his companions pulled out a cart from their backpacks and set off on their scavenging journey. Along the way, they encountered no guards. After collecting 5 mausoleum stone chambers, Li Shouqiang had already filled half the cart when they arrived at a stone chamber closer to the edge. It was the mausoleum of the Frostbone Dragon. Feng Heng recalled that this was where they had fought against the instructors of the undead faction last time. Tanshao glanced at the information displayed on the stone slab and looked up, saying, "Feng Heng, this is the mausoleum of the Frostbone Dragon. The Frostbone Dragon was once Empress Persephone's mount, and the Undead Council believes there may be some crucial information here." Feng Heng nodded slightly and slowly approached the central coffin. In the council hall, the necromancy instructors watched Feng Heng's every move, their breaths growing heavier with anticipation. During the last exploration of the mausoleum, the Undead Council team encountered Feng Heng. He had forcefully unlocked the mausoleum seal, unleashing the Frostbone Dragon and taking it away. Afterward, the council stayed behind to inspect the remnants of the Frostbone Dragon's coffin. A thick layer of black fog enveloped the coffin. This black fog was impenetrable in its projected state, it couldn't be touched, and anyone who encountered it would become merged with it. They were uncertain what lay within the fog, but their instincts told them that something important was stored inside the coffin. Earlier on the way, Teacher Gulwo had mentioned details about the Frostbone Dragon's mausoleum to Feng Heng. Therefore, Feng Heng was particularly cautious as he carefully examined the interior of the coffin. Indeed, a dense black fog surrounded the inside of the coffin. Feng Heng tried to reach in with his hand. Huh? In his death god spirit form, he discovered that he was merging with the black fog itself. Unable to discern what lay within the black fog, Feng Heng sensed something strange. He looked over at Danzō and Li Shoqian. "Can't get anything out?" "Yeah." Danzō leaned in closer, examining the black fog inside the coffin. He pondered aloud, "So it seems the fog affects not only projections but also the death god spirit form." Li Shoqian shrugged and asked, "Should we wait? See if the Undead Council sends any messages?" "No need. I will try again," Feng Heng replied, feeling increasingly intrigued by the Frostbone Dragon. After all, the Frostbone Dragon was still sealed within the Shrine of Bones. What if there was something in the coffin that could help him control the Frostbone Dragon? Wouldn't he be rich? It was known that the last pursuers from the Holy Realm had been unable to withstand the Death Knight and the Frostbone Dragon, ending up severely injured. Feng Heng's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed as he nodded. "It's a bit risky, but if anything happens, be ready to follow me and run." Seeing Feng Heng's serious expression, Danzō and the others became tense as well, taking a couple of steps toward the mausoleum exit, ready to retreat at any moment. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Heng immediately exited his death god form, returning to his human state. What? In the council hall, where the Undead Council was closely monitoring Feng Heng and the others, a wave of commotion erupted. The high-ranking instructors were scratching their heads, trying to find a solution after witnessing that even the death god form couldn't penetrate the black fog. Suddenly, they were shocked to see Feng Heng actively revert to his human state within the mausoleum. Chapter 2550 The key to the entrance. What the hell? Had that guy gone mad? Even the old ones wouldn't dare expose themselves to the high-strength aura of the Death Realm. As Feng Heng reverted to his human form, the aura from the mausoleum surged toward him in an instant. He immediately felt the corrosive effect of the Death Realm's aura. A layer of deathly gray appeared on his skin. Huh? The instructors quickly noticed the anomaly and looked puzzled. It looked bad, but it seemed Feng Heng wasn't significantly affected at all. They exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Ding! The player is affected by the current environment's undead corrosion effect. The player's defense attribute is reduced by 50%, and health point decreases by 3% of the maximum value every second. Feng Heng saw the continuously refreshing game prompts and let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The negative effects of the aura of death in Empress Persephone's mausoleum were a reduction in defense and a 3% loss of maximum health point per second. An ordinary player would certainly struggle with that. But coincidentally, the undead effect allowed him to endure it easily. After all, it was only 3% per second. The undead form regenerated 12% health point each second. He was in a solid position. Li Shoqian and Danzō stood behind Feng Heng, ready to retreat at any moment. They looked at him and quietly asked, "Mr. Feng, you okay?" "Yeah, I am fine," Feng Heng replied as he reached into the central coffin. As he entered the entity, Feng Heng's right hand pierced through a layer of undead aura and grasped a rod-like object from the black fog. What was this? The moment he touched the rod, his pupils contracted sharply. That familiar sensation returned. His mental strength was pulled through the ice crystal of Empress Persephone in his sea of consciousness, and in an instant, it was rapidly drawn into the rod. Before he could even react, the sensation vanished completely. Feng Heng furrowed his brow and raised his hand to pull the rod out of the coffin. It was a magnificent scepter. Upgrade: the player has found an item. Scepter of the Glory of the Death Realm. Item: Scepter of the Glory of the Death Realm. Type: Mission Item. Description: a symbol of past glory from the Death Realm, typically used as a decorative item by the Empress. It possesses no additional attributes. This scepter. Feng Heng looked at the game hint, frowning slightly. While he hadn't expended much effort to obtain the scepter, he couldn't help but think that this item felt a bit underwhelming. Did it really not add a single attribute? Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Undead Council fell silent for a moment as they saw the scepter in Fang Heng's hand through the projection. Then someone shouted, "I've seen that before. That's the Empress's Scepter of Glory. There's a similar pattern at the seal of the entrance to the next level." "Yes. That's it. This might be the key to opening the lower level." In an instant, the entire Undead Council erupted into chaos as the scholars lost control of their excitement, the noise rising to a clamor. "Everyone, please calm down." Georgie raised his hand to signal for silence. "I understand that we've made significant breakthroughs in our exploration of the mausoleum, but we must remain composed. The path to undead research cannot be accomplished overnight. We need to keep our cool." As he spoke, Georgie turned to his assistant and said, "First, inform Fang Heng about the news regarding the lower entrance. Have him take the scepter to the lower entrance and make a comparison to see if the scepter is indeed the key to opening it." "Understood." Fang Heng and his companions were still examining the recently acquired Empress's Scepter of Glory to figure out its use. Suddenly, Fang Heng felt the stone slab he was carrying begin to warm slightly. He opened the slab to check, and a line of small text appeared. "Ah, I see." After reading through it, Fang Heng nodded and looked at Li Shuqiang and Tan Shao, who had moved closer. He explained, "The message from the Undead Council suggests that the scepter may be related to the entrance of the next level of the mausoleum. They will guide us to the lower entrance soon to test its function." Fang Heng's words trailed off abruptly. Game notifications simultaneously appeared in the retinas of the three. Ding! The player has triggered a team mission. Brave Explorers of the Mausoleum. Mission name, Brave Explorers of the Mausoleum. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description: following the Undead Council's hints, you have likely found the key to open Empress Persephone's mausoleum. You may use it to explore the depths of the mausoleum. Mission requirements: as followers of Empress Persephone, please take the Scepter of the Empress's Guard and pursue exploration of the lower domain of the mausoleum. Ensure the scepter's safety during the mission. If the scepter is discarded, the mission will be considered a failure by default. Mission reward: next phase of the mission. Remaining mission time, 12 hours. Additional description: this mission is a special mission, and once triggered by each player, it cannot be triggered again. Huh? A new mission? Noticing the anomaly in the mission hint, Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Something wasn't right. He currently had two missions related to Empress Persephone's mausoleum. One was a ring mission to assist the Undead Council in exploring the mausoleum, and the other was the recently triggered Brave Explorer mission. What was going on? The newly triggered mission line didn't seem to align with the previous Undead Faction mission line. The three exchanged quick glances, silently communicating. Li Shuqiang, completely confused, couldn't help but ask, "What's going on, you two? What does this game hint mean?" "I am not sure. It looks like the mausoleum has given us a mission," Tan Shao said, pulling out the stone slab. "What did the Undead Council say? Any hints?" Fang Heng flipped through the stone slab in his hands and shook his head. "The Undead Council only thinks that the scepter is likely the key to the lower level, guiding us to confirm it. They don't know we've triggered a mission." He continued, "However, I feel this mission isn't that simple. Look at the mission description. The scepter we just obtained is referred to as the key to entering the mausoleum." Tan Shao frowned, saying, "So, our previous explorations were just in the periphery of the mausoleum, and we haven't truly entered it? That's very likely. For now, let's follow the route on the stone slab and see what we find." "Okay." As they discussed, a new route reappeared on the stone slab Tan Shao was carrying. The high-ranking members of the Undead Council debated whether it might be too difficult for Fang Heng and his companions to explore the second basement. They considered a more cautious mission route, suggesting they return with the scepter. After all, the second basement was uncharted territory and could pose significant dangers. However, they agreed to confirm the situation first and see if the newly discovered scepter was indeed the key to opening the door. Seeing that the two related missions overlapped, Fang Heng and his companions decided not to dwell on it further and set off again, following the route indicated on the stone slab. Chapter 2551 The Test. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Empress Persephone's mausoleum, the necromancy instructors observed a deep black shadow gradually enveloping the sky above the mausoleum. Concern flickered in their eyes. Teacher Guo wore a solemn expression as he said, "This seems abnormal." "Yes," another instructor replied. They could visibly see a silent dark force slowly condensing in the distance, creeping toward the area surrounding Empress Persephone's mausoleum. This dark force felt different from the usual Deathrealm storms. It was shrouded in an aura that instilled a profound sense of unease. "President," as the high-ranking members of the Undead Council focused on Fang Heng and his group's movements, an assistant quietly leaned into Georgie and warned, "President, The storm outside the mausoleum is condensing much faster than we anticipated. Jiarji turned his gaze to the mirrored projection of Teacher Gulwo and his group, furrowing his brow. This Death Realm storm seems a bit unusual. The Death Realm storms are always difficult to predict. Jiarji raised his hand to interrupt the assistant, nodding as he said, "After we finish the exploration of the lower entrance, we will immediately recall Feng Heng and the others." Understood. Jiarji nodded and shifted his gaze back to the projection mirror showing Feng Heng and his companions. In the first basement of Empress Persephone's mausoleum, the passage was intricate and winding. Even with the guidance of the map, it took Feng Heng and his companions nearly an hour to find the entrance to the lower area. The entrance to the second basement was a massive stone wall. The three gathered in front of the stone wall to observe. The wall was adorned with decorative inscriptions and murals. Among them, a mural depicted a woman standing before a throne, gazing down at the world as if she were a ruler overlooking her subjects. The ruler of the Death Realm? Empress Persephone. Upon closer inspection, Feng Heng noticed a special groove in the figure's right hand, which perfectly matched the scepter of the Empress's guard he had just found in the mausoleum. It seemed he was on the right track. Feng Heng stepped up to the wall, carefully observing, and then placed the scepter into the groove. The moment the scepter was fully inserted, he felt a familiar sensation wash over him. A faint stream of mental strength flowed through his consciousness, connecting with the ice crystal imprint of Empress Persephone, and entered the scepter. Crack. With a soft click, the scepter seemed to validate its place, and the stone wall began to emit a series of grinding sounds, slowly shifting before the three. Ka. 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 The walls on either side moved apart, revealing a passage opening ahead. The Empress's scepter remained suspended in the air, controlled by a special force. Feng Heng stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the scepter. Once he did, a game hint reappeared. Player's current mission: the Brave Explorer of the Mausoleum completed, triggering follow-up mission: the Empress's Trial. Mission name: the Empress's Trial. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission requirements: Empress Persephone has left special trials within her mausoleum. Please attempt to pass the Empress's trials to enter the deepest part of the mausoleum. Mission time limit: 11 hours and 04 minutes. Feng Heng's heart raced. Trial? A test left by Empress Persephone for her subordinates? Choosing to place it in such an eerie mausoleum only made it feel more unsettling. The more Feng Heng thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Danzō, noticing the game hint, frowned deeply. "Mr. Feng, this mission definitely has some issues." Li Shaoqian, however, dismissed it with a scoff. "We're already here, no need to overthink it. Let's just go in and see what happens. After all, we have the entire undead faction as backup. What's there to fear?" Just then, the stone slab in Danzō's hand began to warm. Information from the undead faction flowed through the slab once more. Li Shaoqian leaned over to ask, "What does it say?" "This isn't good. There's a rare Death Realm storm forming outside the mausoleum," Danzō said, reading the text on the stone slab with a furrowed brow. "The storm is gathering much faster than the Undead Council anticipated. They estimate it will form within a day, and once it does, it could last for days, months, or even years." "Seriously? Are we that unlucky?" Li Shaoqian ran his fingers through his hair. "Didn't they say this was a rare safe period when we first arrived?" "I am not sure. The Undead Council didn't provide any specific reasons," Danzō replied. Just then, Feng Heng's stone slab began to heat up in his hands. He opened the information on it and looked up. "The Undead Council advises us to immediately evacuate with all the loot we've found." Danzō and Li Shaoqian fell silent, exchanging glances with Feng Heng. "Mr. Feng, we have a time limit on this mission. If we want to complete it, there's no way we can go back and forth to the council in time," Danzō pointed out. "That's true." Feng Heng mused, weighing their options. Feng Heng looked at the high-level members of the Undead Council through the mirror, determination etched on his face. The mission in the mausoleum was clearly a high-level one, and he couldn't bring himself to give up so easily. What if there were exceptional rewards waiting for them? He didn't want to regret missing out later. With that thought, Feng Heng raised the scepter high in his hand, signaling his refusal to withdraw. The members of the Undead Council observed his gestures, whispering among themselves. What does Feng Heng want to convey? Is he trying to tell us he discovered something about the scepter? Or does he want to continue exploring with the scepter? It seems like he intends to proceed to the next level. While they were discussing, everyone saw Feng Heng take a few steps into the opening of the lower passage. Jiarji leaned over to an assistant and quietly said, "Try asking them in writing if they're interested in exploring the third layer of the mausoleum." Feng Heng and the other two saw the words on the stone slab clearly again and immediately made a gesture to confirm. At that moment, the Undead Council finally understood that Feng Heng and his companions wanted to explore the lower layers. Why was he suddenly so radical? What was the reason? Could it be that these three people had suddenly discovered something? GRG reiterated the risks to Fang Heng and the others, but they still signaled their confirmation to proceed with the exploration. Taking hasty action posed too great a risk. Moreover, with the mausoleum's periphery shrouded in the storm, any delays could lead to trouble if the storm suddenly descended. President, Instructor Dickey interjected, sensing the moment. Fang Heng is my student, and I know him fairly well. I believe he wouldn't make such a judgment without reason. I think he has a compelling reason to explore the underground area right now. GRG thought for a moment and nodded. All right, inform Fang Heng that the undead storm is gathering rapidly and changes could occur at any moment. They need to be extremely careful. Understood. Chapter 2552 Zombie Guard, Ding. The player's current mission target has changed. Explore the third basement of the mausoleum. Fang Heng and Li Shouqian gestured in the air for a while, and upon seeing the text on the stone slab and the game prompt, they finally stopped. Got it. The council has agreed to our actions and will provide support throughout. Let's move quickly, Fang Heng said, leading the way into the passage. As the three of them stepped into the passage, they heard a series of clicking sounds coming from the stone wall behind them. Click, click, click. The stone wall moved rapidly, and with a loud bang, it closed heavily behind them. Ding. The player is currently in a special mission state. Forcibly leaving the special mission area will result in a failure of the default mission Empress's trial. Li Shouqian's expression changed slightly. What did that mean? Was their way back blocked? Don't worry, I've checked the walls, they aren't that solid. If it comes to it, we can easily break through and exit, Fang Heng reassured them. Yeah, okay, Li Shouqian and Tan Shao felt a bit more at ease. In fact, the ones who were more anxious than them were the high-ranking members of the Necromancer Association outside. They had finally found a team capable of exploring the mausoleum and had located the key to the entrance of the second basement. If anything happened to Fang Heng's team, the entire progress of the mausoleum exploration would be forced to halt. They had no idea when they would get another chance. GRG couldn't help but send another message to Tan Shao. The stone slab in Tan Shao's hands warmed slightly, prompting him to pull it out and glance at the text on it. The council advises us to be careful and once again suggests that we find a way out first. Yeah, don't worry about it. Fang Heng waved his hand lightly. It seemed they wouldn't be turning back for now. They needed to focus on completing the mission. As they walked down a straight passage for a while, they soon found themselves in a maze-like area that branched off in multiple directions. This time, however, things felt different. Fang Heng halted and listened. Did you hear that? Yeah, the sound of zombies, Li Shouqian replied, both of them cautiously preparing for battle. The passage ahead echoed with the mournful wails of the undead. Quickly, zombies began to emerge from the various exits of the maze. The guards of the mausoleum. Unlike ordinary undead zombies, the zombies in the mausoleum were clad in thick armor, moving steadily without swaying. Their eyes glowed with icy blue soul flames. The high-ranking members of the Undead Council watched the situation of Fang Heng's group in the mirror, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over them. The guards of the mausoleum had indeed been triggered. Several instructors observed the enemy zombies and nodded. These are zombies resurrected by the power of Empress Persephone. Their abilities are stronger than ordinary zombies, but they should be manageable. In the mirror, Fang Heng and his companions formed a protective circle, warily watching the zombies that slowly gathered around them. Zombies were typically low-level creatures in the undead faction. However, these zombie guards were different. Besides their armor, they were inscribed with the secret engravings left by Empress Persephone, significantly enhancing their attributes compared to normal zombie creatures. Coupled with the effects of the Death Realm, their strength had increased several-fold. Go. With a swift motion, Fang Heng lunged forward, his death scythe slicing through the air. Boom. The aura of death erupted among the zombies, sending a wave of force that knocked a large number of them back. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao quickly followed suit. Although they weren't as powerful as Fang Heng, they were still capable of handling the zombies, dispatching them with relative ease. Follow me. Since none of them had been to the lower levels before, and the Undead Council couldn't provide guidance, they decided to adopt a straightforward approach, charging ahead in a chosen direction. However, the maze was vast. After 20 minutes of winding through its corridors, they still hadn't found an exit. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, a zombie creature's black claws slashed across Li Shouqian's shoulder. Kai! In that instant, while in his death god state, Li Shouqian felt a sharp pain as a black wound appeared on his shoulder. He immediately felt a surge of agony and couldn't help but cry out. This was bad. The zombie creature, through a special mutation of its inscriptions, was able to attack spiritual creatures in their death god state, and it was incredibly effective. Retreat. Seeing the surrounding zombies swarm toward Li Shouqian, Fang Heng immediately dashed to his side, gave him a gentle push on the back, and swung his death god scythe. Bang! The explosive aura of death shattered the approaching zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shoqian quickly joined up with Danzō and bent down to inspect the wound on his shoulder. Fortunately, over time, the black scratch was gradually fading. How is it? The damage is manageable, but it hurts like hell. Li Shoqian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The brief scratch had penetrated deeply, and the sharp pain had completely affected his ability to move. If it hadn't been for Feng Heng's assistance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After nearly half an hour of walking, their resources were dwindling, and pushing forward would only make things more difficult. Danzō looked up and noticed waves of densely packed zombie creatures pouring in, frowning as he said, "Mr. Feng, we need to come up with another plan. There are too many zombies outside, and they're hard to handle." Agreed. Feng Heng quickly moved to join Danzō and Li Shoqian. Faced with the overwhelming number of zombie creatures, using a human wave tactic with summoned creatures seemed to be the best approach. Initially, Feng Heng hesitated to use his zombie clone ability, fearing it might trigger other traps. But now, he couldn't afford to be cautious. Feng Heng's face melted away like a candle, revealing the true visage he had concealed. It was essentially the same appearance, but he activated the effect of the Holy Weapon's divine prank to manipulate his passive skills. The passive talent, Zombie Clone, immediately took effect. Magic rays flickered rapidly around him, and a swarm of red shadows erupted forth. As the lickers materialized, the surrounding undead aura converged toward them. Under the influence of the Black Death aura, the lickers' bodies quickly showed signs of decay, gray patches spreading at an alarming rate. They too suffered the negative effects of the Death Realm environment. Whoosh! 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 Yet, the lickers pressed on, braving the effects as they dashed into the passage, targeting the approaching zombie creatures. A mass of lickers charged at the zombies, their overwhelming attributes flattening the undead before them, as they leaped and tore into the creatures with frenzied abandon. Chapter 2553 Preparing for evacuation from the perspective of attributes, the liquor's dimensional energy had a crushing effect on the zombies. Even when facing environmental suppression, the impact remained significant. Ding! The player's zombie clone, liquor form, is affected by the environment and suffers from undead corrosion effects, reducing defense by 70% and losing 3% of its maximum health point per second. Ding! The player's zombie clone, liquor form, had dealt 8,380 points of tearing damage to the zombie guards of Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Feng Heng saw the game notifications rapidly appearing in his vision. The resurrected zombies in the mausoleum had weak attack capabilities, relying primarily on their numbers, the buffs from the Death Realm environment, and the advantages of their inscriptions to deal extra damage. A massive horde of zombies surged out of the mausoleum, quickly pushing back against the creatures pouring into the passage, devouring them at an astonishing speed. Phew! Li Shoqian and his companion let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. Maintaining their death god state, they sat down to rest. Their attributes were far inferior to Feng Heng's, and the continuous battle had already drained a significant amount of their energy. Feng Heng observed that the liquor swarm had taken control of the situation, allowing him to relax. He gradually released his perception and began communicating with the liquors to explore the mausoleum. Now that he confirmed his zombie clones could survive in the mausoleum environment, he didn't need to venture out himself to scout. Instead, he could let the zombie clones handle the exploration for him. In the Undead Council Hall, the high-ranking necromancy instructors fell into a moment of silence as they observed Feng Heng and his team. Just moments earlier, they had been anxious when Li Shoqian was injured. To their surprise, in a matter of seconds, Feng Heng summoned a large number of liquor creatures, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Liquors. Giargi murmured, gazing at the creatures in the mirror. Indeed, they were impressive. Feng Heng had once again amazed him. It seemed the liquors could easily counter the zombies within Empress Persephone's mausoleum. This indicated that they now possessed the ability to explore the second basement of the mausoleum. There was even a chance they could find the burial site of Empress Persephone. As several high-ranking instructors of the Undead Council excitedly contemplated this, they suddenly heard a loud bang. The heavy door of the council hall was pushed open from the outside. Everyone turned to look at the entrance. L? Seeing the necromancy instructor L hurriedly enter the Great Hall, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't L supposed to be with Feng Heng in the Death Realm? He should still be in the Death Realm. How did he suddenly appear here? Everyone. L's face was pale. His condition wasn't good. He had just forcibly interrupted the connection of the soul mirror to escape the Death Realm, which had caused significant damage to his mental strength. L took a deep breath to steady himself and nodded to the others. There's been a special situation outside the mausoleum. We can confirm that this isn't just an ordinary death storm. Hearing this, everyone finally snapped back to reality. They had been so focused on Feng Heng and the others that they hadn't paid attention to what was happening outside the mausoleum. Now, they all looked toward the mirror projection showing the location of the necromancy instructor team outside the mausoleum. The scene outside had completely transformed. The scene resembled an impending apocalypse, with black storms raging fiercely, forming a massive black eye in the sky. What was going on? The mirror projection became hazy under the influence of some unknown force, yet there was still a palpable sense of terrifying power gathering within the storm. Everyone looked at the storm in the mirror, their eyes filled with gravity. We're feeling it even more intensely on sight. This is not an ordinary Death Realm storm, there are numerous high-tier undead creatures within it. El paused before continuing. We suspect that this Death Realm storm is heading towards the mausoleum. We were blocked from advancing and couldn't notify anyone, so I immediately left the projection state to report the situation. Uncertain whispers began to circulate in the council hall, echoing the sudden deterioration of the situation. GRG gathered several high-ranking members of the Undead Council, forming a small circle to quietly discuss countermeasures. Everyone. After a moment, GRG raised his hand to temporarily silence the ongoing discussions and looked around at the gathered members. Feng Heng and his companions are our people in the Undead Council. Not only are they crucial for the exploration of the mausoleum, but their entry into the Death Realm was initiated by us. While we cannot confirm whether the Undead Storm is specifically targeting them, our primary concern must be to ensure their safety. The Council proposes to utilize the power of a holy weapon to open a spatial passage shield, escorting Feng Heng and his team to safety from the Death Realm. Upon hearing this, the Council Hall fell into a brief silence. However, a necromancy scholar frowned and stood up. Sir, opening the soul passage requires a substantial amount of souls. Moreover, we would be opening a passage to the Death Realm, which could cause irreversible damage to the holy weapon. The room was soon filled with hushed conversations as everyone weighed the implications of this decision. Does the decision to escort Feng Heng and his group out require a formal vote? GRG waved his hand, silencing the murmurs that rose in response. He glanced at the instructor and shook his head. No need for a vote. This has already been unanimously approved by the upper echelons of the Necromancy Council, which has the authority to make such decisions. He continued with determination. Contact Feng Heng immediately through the stone slab. We need to prepare to use the holy weapon to ensure their safe withdrawal. Understood. In the mausoleum, Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao found a moment of respite after Feng Heng summoned a group of lickers. A few minutes later, Tan Shao's stone slab began to glow again, displaying a lengthy message. Noticing Tan Shao's furrowed brow, Li Shouqiang leaned in closer. What's going on? He asked. There's trouble outside the mausoleum, Tan Shao replied, nodding as he gestured for Feng Heng to come over. Mr. Feng, you need to see this. Feng Heng approached, and upon reading the contents of the stone slab, his expression turned grave. While they had temporarily dealt with the zombie creatures inside the mausoleum, new problems were arising outside. Indeed, his earlier premonition had been correct. The Death Realm storm outside was abnormal. Mr. Feng, the undead instructors are ready, Tan Shao said, examining the new information on the stone slab. They will use the power of the holy weapon to create a passage that will safely escort us out of the undead storm. We need to return to the mausoleum exit and meet up with them within half an hour. With that, Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang both looked up at Feng Heng. Chapter 2554 Breaking and Leave? Or not? The special mission had time and location constraints. Leaving would mean a complete failure of the mission. Feng Heng thought for a moment before looking up and saying, in my judgment, the undead storm outside is part of the mission's difficulty. If we choose to withdraw now, the mission line will definitely fail. Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang had been hesitant, but Feng Heng's words made them even more uncertain. Li Shouqiang clenched his teeth and said, Mr. Feng, just say it. Whatever you decide, we're with you on this gamble. Alright, then we won't leave. Let's focus on the mission. Since the licker has found the exit, we will follow that route, Feng Heng replied, lifting his gaze to a nearby maze-like passage. It's not far from our current position. Let's set off. What are they doing? Why haven't they evacuated? Through the mirror projection, the higher-ups of the Undead Council watched as Feng Heng and his group not only failed to retreat but instead ventured deeper into the mausoleum's lower maze. This prompted a fresh wave of hushed discussions among them. Please, everyone, remain calm. Dicky understood Feng Heng's character and nodded. Feng Heng must have found some clues, but he can't inform us. Right now, we're lacking intelligence, making it difficult to make the most precise judgments. Since we've chosen these three, we must fully support their decisions. GRG added thoughtfully, let's continue observing. Keep the holy weapon in operational status. If anything unexpected happens, we need to restart it immediately and be ready to protect them. Below the council, Shi Liping watched enviously. Maintaining the holy weapon in an active state required immense energy from the undead instructors. For the sake of Fang Heng and his companions, the entire undead council was going all out. Shi Liping silently sighed, wishing he could be the center of attention one day. He glanced back at the mirror projection. In the projection, Fang Heng and his group followed the path cleared by the liquor, steadily making their way forward. All the zombies in the mausoleum had been dealt with by the liquor swarm along the way. Their progress was remarkably smooth. Before long, the three of them arrived at a wider, straight passage. Behind them, the maze continued to produce numerous zombie guards, but the none emerged from the passage ahead. This led them to believe that they were nearing the exit they sought. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. As he took his first step into the passage, a faint blue light suddenly blossomed on the walls and floor. Blue inscriptions flickered in and out of visibility. The glow pulsed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking ahead, Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. What the heck? Before him was a dense mass of gray. A large number of high-tier vengeful spirits surged from the depths of the passage, rushing toward them. There were too many. They crowded together, almost completely filling the passage. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shuo felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. They had encountered high-tier vengeful spirits before, but they had never seen so many at once. Retreat. Fang Heng immediately backed away, switching to his sacred form as the Book of Creation appeared in his hand. A wave of weapon blessings surged toward the liquor swarm behind them. Golden light flickered over the liquors. After receiving the divine blessing enchantment, the liquor swarm gained a brief ability to combat spirit forms and immediately charged at the high-tier vengeful spirits. Unfortunately, the effect was limited. Fang Heng's weapon blessing could only be cast in an area, and due to cooldown times, he couldn't enchant all the liquors at once. He could withstand the onslaught, but Li Shouqiang and Tan Shuo certainly couldn't. Damn it! Li Shouqiang cursed and quickly turned to run. As they sprinted back, the vengeful spirits surged forward like a flood, showing no signs of stopping. The blessed liquors jumped into the fray, attacking the approaching spirits. However, there were too few blessed liquors, and they were quickly overwhelmed by the mass of vengeful spirits. Bang! The lifeblood-long sword that Fang Heng carried on his back erupted, forming a flurry of small blood swords that flew through the air, relentlessly slicing through the vengeful spirits that drew near. After running for more than 2 minutes, they were almost back to the maze, leaving the passage behind. Suddenly, Li Shouqiang's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Mr. Fang! It's bad. There's more behind us." This was not good. Fang Heng turned to look back and saw that the walls of the passage they had just come through were now covered with the same eerie blue inscriptions he had seen earlier. Whoosh! 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 Vengeful spirits began to emerge from the walls, rushing toward them. In an instant, the group found themselves surrounded by a swarm of vengeful spirits closing in from all directions. He hadn't expected to encounter so many vengeful spirits. It seemed he would have to use that technique. A sharp glint appeared in Fang Heng's eyes. "Step back!" he shouted, immediately switching to his sacred study state, summoning the Great Holy Sword into his hands. Whoosh! As Fang Heng turned, he swung the Great Holy Sword forward. Boom! The massive vengeful spirits charging toward Fang Heng collided directly with the swing of his Great Holy Sword, instantly turning to ash with a hiss. Buzz! The second wave of holy ripples spread outwards, sending large numbers of vengeful spirits into a severely injured state. The effect was quite good. Fang Heng coldly scanned the swarm of vengeful spirits still rushing toward them and swung the great sword once more. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive swings of the great sword, waves of holy ripples surged forward. The high-tier vengeful spirits gathered in the passage could not withstand the enhanced holy damage stacking from the 3 strikes and burst apart on the spot. It seemed he had taken care of them. Normally, the Great Holy Sword was not something that should be exposed to outsiders. With so many people from the undead faction watching, Fang Heng didn't want to use this technique. But given the circumstances... Let's go! Fang Heng quickly summoned a holy barrier, holding the Great Holy Sword in one hand. He swung it, creating waves of holy ripples as he and Li Shouqiang moved deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, in the undead council chamber, the high-ranking members were momentarily silent as they watched the scene unfold on the mirror screen. Seeing the sudden surge of high-tier vengeful spirits had made the necromancy instructors sweat for Fang Heng, even the oldest among them was shaken. They had to admit that facing such a situation would have been extremely challenging for them. Just when it seemed Fang Heng would be cornered, he unexpectedly pulled out the holy weapon from the holy court and effortlessly resolved the problem. Chapter 2555 Shell. However, it was strange. Those trained in necromancy were surprisingly adept at using sacred study techniques. Oddly enough, their effectiveness was remarkable, easily dismantling numerous vengeful spirits. It all felt a bit off. especially that holy weapon, a great sword. Normal people might not recognize it, but the high-ranking members of the Necromancy Council, each with centuries of life experience, had sharp eyes. They quickly identified the great sword in Feng Heng's hands. Judging by its effects, it was undoubtedly a holy weapon. The expressions of the gathered individuals varied, but they all tacitly chose to remain silent. After all, Feng Heng was one of their own in the undead faction. What did it matter if he wielded a high-tier artifact from the Holy Court? Wasn't that a testament to their faction's strength? Of course, to avoid complications, they wouldn't bring it up. For all intents and purposes, they would act as if they hadn't seen it. Meanwhile, Shi Liping had been watching Feng Heng's actions throughout the event and finally couldn't hold back any longer. He whispered, "Master, Feng Heng possesses sacred study abilities, and they seem to be quite advanced. Aren't necromancy and sacred study fundamentally opposed? Can one truly achieve such a terrifying level of enhancement in both?" "Indeed, it's very difficult, but theoretically, it can be done," the instructor replied, nodding with a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Feng Heng. "However, he must pay a far greater price, tenfold or even 100-fold compared to ordinary people." "Is that so?" Shi Liping looked at Feng Heng on the screen, feeling a surge of envy in his heart. When would he become someone even the Necromancy Council's instructors admired? President. In the council hall, most people's attention was fixed on the projection of Feng Heng when someone hurriedly approached Giargi, whispering something. Giargi turned and asked, "What is it?" "We've just completed a portion of the translation of the ancient texts from Empress Persephone's dynasty. Through these texts, we've managed to revise and correct some of the missing phrases regarding the death realm established by Empress Persephone. We discovered that some of the information we previously translated about Empress Persephone's mausoleum was incorrect, with significant misinterpretations." Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Undead Council turned their gazes toward them. Previously, due to the scant and incomplete written records obtained from the mausoleum, coupled with their lack of understanding of the undead language from Empress Persephone's era, the initial translation work had been exceedingly slow and fraught with guesswork, resulting in low accuracy. Now, with an entire volume of texts to reference, many unclear phrases and descriptions could be clarified, and the translation accuracy improved rapidly. Past errors could now be corrected. Giargi nodded and inquired, "What specific errors have we identified?" Indeed, a large portion of the prayer at the entrance of Empress Persephone's mausoleum was originally translated as a description of her life's achievements and a special curse directed at invaders. However, with the new texts, we believe this interpretation may not be entirely accurate. Aside from documenting some of Empress Persephone's accomplishments, the primary purpose of the mausoleum seems to have been for a selection process she personally established. "A selection process?" Giargi frowned, asking, "Selection for what?" "Let me elaborate," a gray-haired instructor from the Undead Council interjected, nodding gravely. "If our revised translation holds true, it appears to be a selection for a new body necessary for Empress Persephone's resurrection." At this revelation, everyone's expressions changed in unison. The resurrection of the Empress. Feng Heng wielded the great holy sword, leading Li Shoqian deeper into the mausoleum. Vengeful spirits surged from all directions, but the rippling effects of the holy sword shattered them effortlessly. As they pressed on, a massive bronze door gradually came into view ahead. The rate at which the vengeful spirits materialized began to diminish. Before them, two ancient bronze doors appeared at the end of the passage. Ka. It seemed that the doors sensed their approach, slowly creaking open inward. The three exchanged glances. "Let's go. We need to see what's inside," Feng Heng declared, stepping boldly into the hall. Bang! Once they entered, the heavy metal doors thundered shut behind them, sealing off the wailing vengeful spirits outside. Feng Heng stowed the great holy sword, reverting to his death god form, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. They stood in a circular great hall. Death Knights. Feng Heng's heart raced as he shifted his gaze to the corners of the hall. 4 towering Death Knight sculptures were positioned in each corner of the grand hall, standing rigidly. Ka. Before Feng Heng and his companions could further explore, the massive stone began to tremble violently. Suddenly, shards of rock fell away from one of the Death Knights in the corner, and its dark armor and features regained vitality, reviving before their eyes. "Welcome to your arrival, challengers who came to participate in the trial of Empress Persephone. I sense your courage, but mere bravery is not enough to pass this place." Whoosh! With a swift motion, the Death Knight drew a heavy sword and pointed it toward Feng Heng and his companions. "Let's begin. Defeat me, and as a mark of respect for your courage, I will allow you to strike first." Feng Heng and his companions exchanged glances. A trial? It seemed that they would need to defeat the Death Knight to progress. A game hint appeared in their vision. Ding! The player's current mission Empress's trial mission target has changed. Please defeat the Death Knight to gain its recognition. Ding. Current mission can be completed additionally. Seeing this, Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao instinctively took a half step back. What were they supposed to do now? They had entered the Undead Council before Fang Heng and had recently immersed themselves in knowledge about the Death Realm and Empress Persephone's mausoleum. It was said that the ruler of the Death Realm, Empress Persephone, commanded 8 Death Knights. These Death Knights were adept at combat and had reached a god-level strength far beyond what they could handle. Fang Heng's expression was equally grave. The last time he encountered a Death Knight, he hadn't fought it directly. He had relied on the willpower of the demonic seed in the sea of consciousness to erase the Death Knight's will. This time. What's wrong? Are you not going to make a move? Then. The Death Knight began to step forward, its towering 3-meter frame exuding an immense sense of pressure. Chapter 2556 The Trial Whoosh. The moment the Death Knight's right leg struck the ground, it swiftly moved through space, leaving behind a series of afterimages on the ground. Step back. I will handle this. Fang Heng shouted, stepping forward to intercept the Death Knight's attack, wielding his Death God Scythe. Boom. The Death Knight swung its black, rune-inscribed sword with immense force. Ka. Fang Heng's pupils constricted in an instant. What appeared to be a casual strike from the Death Knight carried an intensely chilling aura. Ka. Visible frost spread rapidly along the Death God Scythe, encasing his hands in a frigid grip. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged forward, and Fang Heng was slammed back by the Death Knight's blow. The Death Knight hadn't anticipated that Fang Heng would possess such formidable strength. It failed to knock him completely off his feet, causing it to momentarily stagger. An opportunity. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao seized the moment, using the first-tier teleportation of their Death God Scythes to appear behind the Death Knight, swinging their scythes with precision. Bang. Bang. A sneak attack. 2 dark flashes exploded behind the Death Knight, resulting in powerful impacts. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao were both thrown backward simultaneously. In just one exchange, all 3 of them had been knocked apart. This was not good. At that moment, the upper echelons of the undead faction were silent, with only the rustling of ancient texts being flipped rapidly in the air. Nearly everyone was fixated on the battle within the mirror. Although they couldn't hear the specifics of Fang Heng's exchanges with the Death Knight, they could surmise that Fang Heng and his companions needed to pass the Knight's trial. The Death Knight. A demigod-level legendary creature. Not a single instructor among the Undead Council believed that Fang Heng and his friends could win. They were all desperately searching for ways to help them escape. I've got it. One of the undead instructors shouted. Sacrifice 3 holy weapons and set up a magic array to guide Fang Heng and the other souls back from the Death Realm. While their bodies can be remade later if their souls are damaged, there's a chance for restoration. This is the best way to preserve their lives. GRG, focusing intently on the mirror, nodded. Prepare the magic array immediately. No matter what, we must ensure their survival. Ding. The player is affected by the Frost Curse effect. The player's health point recovery speed is reduced by 80%. Ding. The player is affected by the freeze effect. Undead effects activate, forcibly clearing the current freeze effect. Fang Heng stepped back a few paces, slowly lifting his gaze to meet the Death Knights. The injuries he had sustained healed rapidly under the effects of his undead form. However, the passive effects of the opponent's skills were troublesome. The Frost Curse weakened his health point recovery significantly. Fortunately, it wasn't a total reduction. He still regained 2.4% of his maximum health point per second. Moreover, the additional freeze effect wasn't a complete magical freeze, so it could still be partially countered by his undead abilities. After a brief moment, Fang Heng fixed his gaze on the Death Knight, quickly calculating their power disparity in his mind and searching for a way to break through. The Death Knight, surprised that Fang Heng could fully block his powerful strike, shifted his gaze toward him, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. You're quite impressive. But as for the 2 of you... The Death Knight turned its gaze toward Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang, lightly shaking its head without uttering another word. Li Shouqiang couldn't help but curse inwardly. What did that mean? Was he not even worth an evaluation? Was he really that inadequate? But he had no time to dwell on the Death Knight's scorn. He felt as though he had just danced in front of the Grim Reaper. He didn't even know what had possessed him to challenge a demigod-level creature. As the freeze effect rapidly spread over his body, he hurriedly rummaged through his backpack for some pills, consuming them to dispel the negative freeze effect. Got some news. Beside him, Tan Shao was quicker to recover and was now examining a stone slab for information. Seeing the contents left by the Undead Council's higher-ups, Tan Shao's heart raced. This was serious. What's wrong? Li Shouqiang quickly leaned over to take a look. Damn. Upon reading the information on the stone slab, Li Shouqiang couldn't help but mutter a curse. This was truly a setup. A mistake. The Undead Council made a mistake. Could they even afford to make mistakes? After all this, it turned out that Empress Persephone's mausoleum wasn't meant to house her remains. It was meant to select her successor. What they called a successor was just a way to find her a suitable new vessel. To help Empress Persephone return to life. This was too much. Li Shouqian quickly shouted to Fang Heng from across the hall, "Boss Fang. The trial is a trap. The mausoleum is meant to find a new body for Empress Persephone." Fang Heng glanced over at Li Shouqian, catching a few key words. He immediately understood. After all, he had experienced the Death Knight's attempts to control his consciousness before. What was framed as selection was really about being chosen to have one's will erased and become a puppet. Fang Heng's mind raced, but he maintained a calm facade, lifting his head to gaze steadily at the Death Knight. "Death Knight, it seems we've overstepped. We aren't prepared to inherit Empress Persephone's power. If I say I never came here, the challenge has already begun. There's no such thing as a premature ending." The Death Knight coldly fixed its gaze on Fang Heng, raising its black sword once more. "Defeat me." At that moment, several game prompts appeared before Fang Heng's eyes. Ding! The player's ring mission has completed, triggering the next phase of the ring mission. Trial left by the mausoleum. Mission name: Trial left by the mausoleum. Mission description: You learned from the high-ranking members of the Undead Council that the purpose of Empress Persephone's mausoleum is likely to find a vessel to inherit her power. Now that you have accepted the Death Knight's trial, there's no backing out. The only thing you can do is defeat him. Mission requirements: Defeat the Death Knight. Mission fail condition: If the player dies or escapes, the mission will be considered failed by default. Mission reward: Follow-up mission. The two mission requirements unified instantly in Fang Heng's mind, but he hadn't had a chance to thoroughly review the game prompt before the Death Knight acted. Whoosh! The Death Knight unleashed another shadow strike, stepping forward while leaving after images in its wake. Whoosh! The heavy sword swept toward him again. Wait a minute? The Death Knight let out a surprised sound. Fang Heng had somehow vanished from sight a moment before the strike landed. Whoosh! The heavy sword carved a path through the air, leaving behind a coalescing ice crystal. Bang! The ice crystal exploded midair, sending shards flying in all directions. As the Death Knight's attack struck nothing but empty space, it slowly turned its head, seemingly able to sense Fang Heng's position. A hint of approval crossed its face as he said, "Spatial abilities, impressive. The Queen will be quite pleased." Chapter 2557. The battle. Fang Heng reappeared from the corner where the Death Knight was observing, calculating quickly how to defeat his opponent. "Death Knight, since the mausoleum was built for selection, I assume the Empress only needs one body in the end, right? What are you trying to say? I propose a one-on-one fight. Just the two of us, my companions won't join. I want to defeat you head-on." A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Death Knight's eyes as he glanced at Li Shouqian and the others in the corner. He nodded and said, "Very well. I admire your courage. I accept your challenge, and I will give it my all." "Thank you. But hopefully, giving it your all won't mean much." Fang Heng thought to himself as he swiftly retreated, his toes barely touching the ground. The Death Knight raised his heavy sword and stepped forward, launching another pursuit, leaving behind a trail of after-images. Fortunately, the entire Great Hall was spacious enough to provide ample room for the two to fight. This was Fang Heng's first confrontation with a demigod-level creature. Interesting. Then let's face it head-on. Fang Heng attempted to retreat for a moment, but as he realized the distance between him and the Death Knight was rapidly closing, his expression changed. He focused intently on the approaching figure and raised his hands, condensing an imprint before him. "Come on. Eternal Tree Realm." In an instant, a magic-array phantom quickly materialized beneath Fang Heng's feet. Suddenly, lush green life blossomed around him, centered on Fang Heng, as an abundance of vines and roots spread outwards. Within mere seconds, the entire Great Hall was enveloped by the verdant Eternal Tree Realm. What? It's actually a domain? When did he master domain abilities? Dicky, your student. At that moment, the higher-ups of the Undead Council, observing the battle through a remote mirror, were taken aback. This kid. He had mastered such a high-tier domain ability. Just moments ago, Fang Heng had managed to endure the Death Knight's attacks for so long, which had already surprised the Undead faction's leaders. Now, he had unleashed a domain ability as well? Everyone's gaze turned to Dicky, the instructor, and his expression became noticeably different. Dicky himself was perplexed. He hadn't expected that while Fang Heng was out training, he would end up mastering a domain ability. At first, he was just as bewildered as the other instructors from the Undead Council. "Instructor Dicky, your teaching skills are indeed remarkable. You will need to take even more care with my grandson in the future. You're too kind." However, upon hearing the compliments and congratulations from the crowd, Dicky's confusion faded, revealing a knowing smile as he returned the gesture with a slight bow. Shi Liping's eyes sparkled with indescribable astonishment. A domain ability. Feng Heng had already encountered domain skills. Judging by the situation in the mirror, the domain's range was extensive. It clearly wasn't an ordinary ability. No wonder Feng Heng was unwilling to back down. Shi Liping's heart raced. Could it be that he had confidence that he could fight the Death Knight with the power of the domain? Shi Liping felt a sudden bitterness rise within him. He had thought Feng Heng was just an exceptionally lucky player, but now he realized the gap between them had grown so vast. It was like a massive chasm, one that seemed impossible to cross. Pay attention. The instructor noticed Shi Liping's distraction and pointed toward a corner of the mirror. He's about to launch his attack. The Death Knight stared at the rapidly forming tree realm around him, surprise flickering in his eyes once again. Despite the dense vines and roots obscuring his view, he could still lock onto Feng Heng's approximate position, his gaze unwavering. You have mastered the power of a domain? Ha ha ha. Feng Heng's voice resonated through the layers of foliage. Pretty good, right? Excellent. Feng Heng. The Death Knight's usually impassive face showed a hint of approval. I look forward to seeing you defeat me. Whoosh. As he spoke, the Death Knight's expression shifted slightly. He raised his dark heavy sword with a fierce determination. Boom. In an instant, Feng Heng materialized in front of him, wielding the great holy sword as it collided forcefully with the heavy sword. Drawing upon the power of the domain, Earring, Feng Heng put everything he had into that strike. The impact surged forward. The Death Knight's pupils contracted. What? The power of the holy element? The Death Knight felt an immense force crashing toward him, causing him to stagger and retreat a few steps to regain his footing. Buzz. In the next moment, holy ripples emanated from the great sword. Massive swathes of black fog surrounding the Death Knight were dispelled by the holy energy. What a pity. Feng Heng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After his initial strike, he had planned to follow up aggressively, but the moment their weapons collided, he was struck again by the Death Knight's icy curse. A layer of ice crystals enveloped his hands, preventing him from pursuing and forcing him to retreat. After 0.2 seconds, the undead effect activated, shattering the ice crystals passively. However, he had lost the best opportunity to attack. Once pushed back, the Death Knight no longer underestimated Feng Heng. But before he could steady himself, a mass of vines suddenly surged from the side, entangling him. Ibukiya's vines launched an assault on the Death Knight. Dense vines quickly wrapped around the Death Knight's legs, attempting to bind him. Humphrey. The Death Knight snorted coldly, thick frost immediately coating the vines that were rapidly creeping up his feet. The vines quickly froze, losing their vitality and ceasing to grow. Whoosh. 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 Ibukiya didn't give up. Large wooden spikes began to form densely around the Death Knight, piercing toward him with relentless ferocity. Bang. 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 The hard wooden spikes slammed against the Death Knight's armor, producing a sound like iron striking iron. Still, it was ineffective. Hidden among the thick foliage nearby, Feng Heng observed the Death Knight closely, analyzing the battle in his mind. From what he had seen, the Death Knight was a melee-type opponent, wielding a heavy sword with dispelling effects and possessing extraordinarily high base attributes. On top of that, there was the freezing effect granted by Empress Persephone. Indeed a tough foe. He had also just tested something. The lifeblood fluctuations triggered by vampires did not affect the Death Knight whatsoever. He couldn't perceive the Death Knight's presence through lifeblood. Perhaps beneath that massive gray armor, the Death Knight had become nothing more than a corpse. If he were to identify a weakness, it seemed he lacked ranged attack capabilities. Chapter 2558 Extra Feng Heng recalled his previous encounter with the Death Knight in the Death Knight space. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't have the opportunity, but rather that he hadn't tested it out. The Death Knight also possessed Will Impact and Soul Impact abilities. He needed to be cautious of these two attacks. Feng Heng quietly raised his vigilance in his mind. Let's try again. He aimed to test the Death Knight's spirit recovery abilities and its resistance to various elements. Feng Heng activated the Earring effect once more and accelerated toward the Death Knight. The Death Knight was entangled with the vine spikes rushing in from all directions. Sensing Feng Heng's approach, it suddenly turned and swung its great sword forward. Boom. The golden light ripple caused by the great holy sword exploded again. Just like before, the Death Knight was forced back several steps. Feng Heng's hands were similarly encased in ice crystals. But this time, he was well prepared. Kai. 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 Feng Heng's blood-red longsword suddenly erupted behind him. A flurry of small blood-red spikes shot toward the Death Knight. The longsword unleashed a frenzied barrage of piercing attacks around the knight's periphery. Bang. 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 The spikes exploded against the Death Knight's silver-black armor, again and again, only to condense back together. After 0.2 seconds, Feng Heng recovered from the ice and immediately formed an imprint in front of him, his eyes locked onto the Death Knight. Mental shock. The Death Knight visibly froze for a moment. Good. It worked. Whoosh. Whoosh. The dense lifeblood spikes and vines surged toward the Death Knight. Here it came. For the first time, Feng Heng saw multiple damage numbers popping up above the Death Knight's head. Ding. The player dealt 773 piercing damage to the Death Knight. Ding. The player dealt 870 damage to the Death Knight. Feng Heng switched to the God's secret book in his hands. Elemental Bomb. Whoosh. 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 Concentrated elemental spheres condensed and launched toward the Death Knight's front. Just as the Death Knight was recovering from the mental shock effect, it was hit head-on by the incoming elemental bombs. Boom. 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 The concentrated elemental bombs detonated in rapid succession. The colorful elemental explosions caused the Death Knight to be pushed back repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, nature spores drifting in the air settled onto the Death Knight, immediately inflicting paralysis and draining its health. Whoosh. Year Ring Acceleration. After completing a series of combos, Feng Heng repeated the process, using the Year Ring to rush toward the Death Knight at high speed. The Death Knight had just recovered from the elemental bombs and was about to raise its longsword to counterattack when it suddenly realized its hands were tightly entangled by vines that had crept up from below. Bang! With just a thought, the vines clinging to the Death Knight were instantly encased in ice crystals and exploded with a resounding bang. However, this delay cost the Death Knight precious time. The Death Knight lifted his head, only to see the Great Holy Sword coming down directly at it. Bang! The Great Holy Sword carved a massive wound on the Death Knight's body. Instantly, a thick cloud of black mist oozed out from the gaping wound. Boom! The second-tier Holy Ripple effect attached to the Great Holy Sword not only dispelled the black mist but also sent the Death Knight flying once more. Ding! The player dealt 29,812 damage to the Death Knight. Ding! The player's chosen Seal Giant Sword passive effect activated, dealing 8,832 damage to the Death Knight. Good. Feng Heng's heart raced as he saw the results. After one round of attacks, he had dealt nearly 40,000 damage in total. Finally, he had seen the Death Knight get hurt. Continue. Feng Heng lightly tapped his toes against the ground and sprinted after the Death Knight once more. The cooldowns for his skills had ended, and he was ready to unleash them again. In the upper echelons of the Undead Council, the members watched in silence as Feng Heng suppressed the Death Knight in the projection. His varied skills left them momentarily dazzled. Amidst the skill combinations, he had indeed managed to inflict damage on the Death Knight. He was even keeping it under continuous suppression. Yet, strikingly, none of the abilities he used were from their undead faction. That kid. The necromancy instructors occasionally cast glances at Dicky, Feng Heng's teacher. How had this peculiar student came to be under his guidance? Dicky maintained a calm demeanor, but inwardly he couldn't help but chuckle. He was the first to realize that Feng Heng's ambitions extended beyond necromancy. He had always talked about venturing out to explore other academic disciplines, but who knew he would show such talent in those areas as well? At least in the recent battle, every discipline Feng Heng demonstrated was exceptionally strong.